scalable.
Yeah, Glob, there's shelves of ice cliffs up north. There's ice cliffs down south. There's ice cliffs everywhere there's ice.
But
Yeah, I mean,
outer
maybe
space
Antarctica
isn't
is an
snow.
island. Who knows?
I mean, that's
It's
also
called
you have
Antarctica being an island. I don't really. I mean, I know there's a bigger circle away from my circle, right? If I do a circle around my house, and then a bigger circle around my town, circle around the states, the country, North America, then I do a whole circle around all of the Americas, then I do a circle around all of the continents. That's a bigger circle than the one around me, around my house. And then that circle just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, if there's an Antarctic island and an Antarctic continent like they depict it in a way, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but that doesn't mean it's curving under a ball. Doesn't mean that the ball is real, because there might be another continent out there. And you can make a bigger circle all around that. Doesn't mean sphere. Circles do have radius, right? You can do a radius around a circle, so that's why they say the radius is real, right? Yeah. You can do a radius, you can have a radius and a circumference on a horizontal circle. I mean, you can do a circle on a table, and that circle has a circumference and a radius. And then they grab that math and they say, look, it's a sphere. They wrap it around a mathematical sphere. That's why they gotta cut it. They have to cut places. And whenever they go to the southern regions, the navigators say that the maps don't make sense. And they have to go by the simplicity of the terrain, by landmarks and bases. So the globe is nonsense in practicality. Everybody knows that. You don't use the globe to do anything in reality. Nothing at all. Unless you just want to grab it from the table and spin it with your hand. And eventually it's going to stop spinning, right? It's not going to be like the fantasy one that is always spinning. So globes in reality don't spin forever. The globe in Fantasyland has been spinning for what, billions of years? That's impossible.
And I had one of them tell me the other day that if we were able to travel far enough away from the Earth, we can see the moment in time of the Big Bang, because light takes X amount of light years to travel its way into deep space. I think he said that James Webb was going to give us that viewpoint at some time in the future.
Wow, imagine that. Those people have that driver licenses and they're driving next to you in the highway. Be careful.
It's just amazing that they can entertain these types of stories, right? But then, like when someone referenced, well, the wall of ice in Antarctica was spoken about in the globe. It's like, oh, well, that's just a story. So no such thing as a wall of ice. But for sure, if we get far enough away from Earth, we can see the exact moment in history when the dinosaurs went extinct.
But if you go now and you observe the Big Bang, you have to say it in modern terms. You say the Big Bada Boom.
Big space poof.
Big Bada Boom. And you know it's real because it's so fake.
Yeah, that's the mental gymnastics move. I'm shocked that they got me to perform. The believing if you have a telescope the telescope seeing back in time billions of years. It blows my mind I was able to do that one.
Oh, we were all there. Most of us were there.
So that's modern day science, Glob, that's telling those stories. I mean, they've got a whopper of a story to begin with, and then they tell you, hey, we're gonna send a telescope out there and we're gonna see the Belgian priest guy's fantasy come true. I mean, you're the one telling us it's science. I don't know, Glob. I get it. You guys think it's all science, 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 but we're not the ones tap dancing. Did you want to get back to that horizontal is curved goblin thing, or were you happy to see that dissolve, or are you gone?
I think he has accepted defeat.
Yeah. All right, Glob. Hope you come back. We'll be here.
Yo. Yo.
Hey, how are you? He dropped out. He said something and dropped out.
Red is in the house.
Hello.
Hello.
Why isn't anyone talking?
We just were taking a coffee break.
Okay.
Glob was telling us that horizontal was curved, maybe, and then he left. I think he's still here, but he's silenced now. Have any thoughts on the subject, Red?
To be honest, I see flat Earth as a conspiracy. And like any other conspiracy, there's a lot of lore. And
Do you think the fact that horizontal lines are straight is a conspiracy?
horizontal lines are straight?
Straight, yeah. Do you think that's a conspiracy? Because that's what the subject
What do you
was.
mean
And there were a lot of
horizontal line?
conspiracies.
What do you mean
Well,
horizontal line?
horizontal line has a slope of 0. In a curving surface, the curve has a slope of non-zero. So in reality, we use horizontal lines that come from the horizon. We have a horizon. So if someone claims that those horizontal lines are curving and the horizon is curving to adjust to be curving with the ball, that's just fantasy.
Yeah, we
But in
want to know if you think
reality,
that that's a conspiracy.
go ahead.
No, I just want to know if he thinks that that is a conspiracy.
Or did I say that's a conspiracy? Or did I
You said
say
that flat
flat
Earth is a
Earth
conspiracy
theory?
for some reason. We were
Flat
talking about
Earth,
Yeah,
horizontal
the whole
lines.
thing. Of
You
course it
sure
is.
did, Red.
Don't you agree that's a conspiracy?
Maybe you're a conspiracy
Who are the conspirators? The ones who are producing moon golf films, or the people who are acknowledging the nature of water?
A conspiracy can be true.
Who are the
Knowledge, right?
conspirators?
Dude, a conspiracy can be completely true, valid, and
Oh, brother.
logically
Can you
fine.
not answer questions? Who are
Can
the
you understand what a
conspirators?
fucking conspiracy is?
I do.
Okay, then
So
tell me
who are
what's
the
a conspiracy?
who are the conspirators? A conspiracy is something that occurs when conspirators get together and make it happen. So who are the conspirators?
Your
Those who
definition
are
of conspiracy has conspirators in them. Then what the fuck is a conspirator?
one who participates in conspiracy.
Dude, what's a conspiracy? That's circular.
I just told you it's people getting together to come up with a story. Correct?
Go on, I'm not correct. Why would I correct
Okay,
your
so who are
understanding?
the conspirators? Those who have produced moon golf films, or people here in the 21st century who have finally got around to acknowledging the nature of water? Which ones are conspiring?
What's the nature of what?
Oh, brother.
that water at
What,
rest.
have you ever?
Do you
Yeah.
want to have a
What?
conversation or not? And I didn't even get to finish my stand on fucking flat Earth. None of you
You
guys.
did enough. You did enough.
What?
I think it's more likely people are delusional and there isn't some grand conspiracy. I think those that produce the moon golf films probably believe in the globe.
Yes, correct. Or either that or they know it's a lie. Correct?
But you're talking
Absolutely.
to me.
Okay, there you go. So which group of people has the option of being the conspirators here? The ones involved with the outer space travel story, or the people who are simply acknowledging the nature of water?
I think that's a loaded question. That doesn't really mean anything if I
Well,
answer it.
you started
You
it
know,
with your blanket statement.
I did not make a blanket statement. A person asked me about my opinion on flat Earth. I was trying to give that opinion.
You said it's a conspiracy.
I said,
Correct.
yeah, it's a conspiracy.
Okay.
No problem with
So
it.
are you aware of the nature of water? Have you ever dealt with water much?
No. Think about this, right?
No.
What you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Let me talk. What you're
Yeah, water
trying
is
to
a scary
do,
subject.
trying to tell me whether this conspiracy is true or not. I don't give a shit whether it's true or not, right? It is a conspiracy.
So it is a
A
blanket
conspiracy,
statement.
a conspiracy can be
And
completely true.
who are the conspirators? Which group of people are conspiring? People who have an idea of a water ball, or people who are acknowledging the nature of water? Which one is it?
You're pointing to the validity of these statements to point whether they are conspiracies or not. Which them being conspiracies or not has nothing to do with whether they are
brother.
valid.
Well, you said flat Earth. What I'm trying to get you to see is you
All
said
right, let me
flat Earth
try
is
this,
a
bro.
hold on, just a second. He said flat Earth is a conspiracy. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
to go with that, the actual conspiracy would be the water ball that they've shown on TV.
Your
No,
voice.
because
Those who have
listen,
those who acknowledge the nature of water have exposed the conspiracy.
two
Your voice.
people. Listen, two people looking at water and acknowledging the nature of water and the way it behaves. There is no conspiracy on that. Water does what it does without my opinion or your opinion, right? We don't have to conspire for water to be what it is. There's no conspiracy of water on this sense that we're talking about. Because the people that are saying, hey, there is a conspiracy that claims that water behave in ways that are not demonstrable, like being attached to the outside of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You can't demonstrate that. So there is a conspiracy to make you believe that that is true. See?
No, a conspiracy does not have anything to do with if something is true or not.
Oh, so
No, but listen. But the conspiracy that we're pointing out, or the facts that we're pointing out about that, that's the actual claim. Even in the we're not saying that conspiracies cannot that all conspiracies are lies. No, we're not saying that. You can conspire to do things that are true in the realist level. But this lie, some people conspire. I mean, you're the one bringing a conspiracy, so let's use that term. Some people have conspired to tell you a lie. I mean, this is the case on this one. This conspiracy is a lie. But that doesn't mean all conspiracies are lies. Nobody's claiming that. Anybody in here claiming that all conspiracies are lies? No, nobody said that in here. Only you.
Do you agree with me that flat Earth is a conspiracy?
No, it's a delusion.
No.
It's a what?
It's a
Delusion.
description. It's a description of the surface.
I'm not telling you. A conspiracy is not something.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a description of the surface.
Yeah, Earth is flat, and anything else is a delusion, man. Like the people believe in a globe because of other people who believe it. It's all about Ash conformity. The psychological pressure is too great.
Maybe he wants to tell us what a conspiracy is, since he has such a great understanding of it.
I think a conspiracy is something mostly said by a small or like minority group of people, which try to emphasize on an idea. This can be anything.
But there is no minority. There is no minority.
Sorry. Hold on. An idea that is against the idea that is like in the majority.
There is no conspiracy and a minority of comprehending and acknowledging how water works and the way it behaves. There's no conspiracy about that. There's some people that conspire and tell you stories about fantasies of water, but me and the other guy next in this room, or even you, we don't have to conspire to say, hey, water, look, water right there, it behaves certain ways. Water is level. I mean, we don't have to conspire about that, bro. There's no conspiracy about how water behaves.
But he thinks that it's conspiracy, because the water it's curving, and we are telling people that is not true, That
Red, you seem to be.
Is everyone that I'm talking about a flat earther? I'm a little bit confused. Is everyone flat earther here?
I'm an under the heavens earther. Under heaven earther. Go ahead.
Okay. Everyone else is a flat earther?
No, I'm Croatian.
Hey, Globe Guy, why is the resting potential of water flat?
And then what happens if you have flat water, like in a vacuum chamber, and then remove the air? What happens to the water?
Are you asking me?
Asking the Globers. If you
Okay,
put water
answer
in a
the
vacuum
question.
chamber, we'll just use a vacuum chamber instead of the vacuum of space. If you put water in a vacuum chamber, what happens to it?
I think they would have a loss in temperature, loss in pressure, which would cause it to like act like it's boiling.
Act like it? No, it actually does. It boils away. It doesn't act like it. It actually does.
Okay, and what's your point?
There goes your space. Space debunked.
His point is how big are the 3 oceans comparing all space?
What?
He's saying how big is all this, let's say all this ocean comparing this vacuum of space?
Let's get
What
back
does that?
to
Okay,
the water that just boiled
okay,
off
hold
in that
on, hold on.
vacuum
Why
chamber.
do you think the water? Why do you think the water boils?
Gravity.
Because it's moving 66,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of the space.
I
Doesn't
can't
boil.
understand what you're saying. You have to repeat it. Sorry.
You, because that oceans are moving 66,000 miles
Oh,
per hour
that's
in the
not the
space.
answer to his question.
Okay.
So the answer is I remove the air, and nothing can. And gas is all, or gas air is what do you call it? So we moved the air, and then the liquid also can't be in a vacuum chamber, so it turns into a gas because the air is now gone, so it gets sucked out of the vacuum chamber too. Now, what do you have to say about water balls in the vacuum of space?
Wait,
That's
hold on.
impossible. Water balls in
Why?
the vacuum of space are impossible.
Yeah, how do they form a ball in the first instance?
Hold on. Why do you think? Again, I have to repeat my question because you answered like wrong. Why does the water boil? If it were just because the remover of the pressure, then why doesn't it just suck to the point that it's like removing the pressure?
It does. It comes out in water vapor.
No. Why does it
Water
boils
gas.
first? Why does it boil first and then goes? Because if what you're saying is true, then it should just be sucked. The liquid should be sucked
Because I'm
through
lowering the
the
pressure in
vacuum.
there.
No, boiling
What?
and bubbling are different things. Boiling.
And another
They're
thing,
not.
yeah, exactly. That's what I
They're
was
not
talking about.
bubbling.
Boiling and bubbling are different things.
Yeah.
And
Not
another,
bubbling.
why did you
You
know like, about why is
I'm
the Earth
not
round?
by the way.
Was that
So,
a question
you guys want
someone
to
asked?
take over? I have to go into a store here.
later, bro. Later. Buy me something and send it for Christmas.
And why ocean doesn't boil?
Because there's pressure on ocean from the air.
And how
Yeah.
to get pressure in the first place?
The pressure, the molecules have weight, and these molecules put this weight on the ocean. What do you mean? The atmosphere has a certain, it has a
Ga-
pressure on
like
everything. It applies force
gas
on all things
gas
that
pressure.
come
How do you get the
into
gas pressure? Right?
what?
Containment. Right?
Yeah, how do you measure gas pressure?
You apply, you measure the force that is put in the area of the area that is like being measured, like 1 square meter, and then that's
The
the
volume
area, and then
of the container.
you not the.
Right, so we have a ceiling, right?
Why are you guys all over the place? Can I talk to one person only?
I just want to know
Sure.
if you think we have a ceiling or not.
I mean, not a ceiling. We have atmosphere.
That's gas.
Does the atmosphere have a ceiling?
It's not a ceiling. It's being pulled down to Earth by gravity.
Pool?
So there's
Where does water vapor goes?
one person. Okay, one person at a time.
You said that gases
Sorry.
are being pulled to the center of the earth, bro. Come on, you know that's not true.
Everything that is within the gravitational field of Earth is being pulled, but in the center of Earth. Yes, that's the true statement.
Come on.
Not a true statement, dude. That is completely oxymoron. It's not true. You understand the water cycle, yes? Evaporation. Sun comes out,
Yeah.
heats the water changes to gas, and the gas goes upwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so not being pulled down to the surface of the Earth. The majority of all gas is made on and within the surface of the Earth, and its first motion.
Do you know how basic dynamics work?
Yes.
A thing
Fine.
can
Yeah,
still be
Brownian motion.
pulled. A thing can still be pulled, yet move at the opposite direction. The gas is still being pulled down, but it's still being pulled up, but
So
still
is that
moving
not a
up.
random walk? I thought gases followed a random walk, Brownian motion.
What?
I thought gas molecules are modeled because they're observed to behave in a manner which disperses omnidirectionally, randomly. That's called Brownian motion. It's random.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if it's down and random, that's a contradiction.
Why?
Down is not random, dude. Down
Something
is
can be
predictable.
random, but something can be. The specific movement of a gas of a state of matter can be random, yet the
Hey, down is not omnidirectional.
You just contradicted
again,
yourself.
I'm sorry. One person at a time, okay?
Okay, you just contradicted yourself because
How?
down is a deterministic direction. It's a vector. It's not a random. Okay.
Wait. Okay. If something is random, right? Like let's say a particle, right? We cannot guess where this particle will be, right? This is not about gas because we can guess
Right. So
with
this
enough
has
information.
absolutely nothing to do with gas behavior.
If you want to understand the behavior of particles in general, you have to understand how this works. Yes.
Well, we're talking about gas molecules, okay?
We can predict with enough information where a gas molecule will move. A gas molecule will move. That's true.
What changes the path of a gas molecule?
Okay, just don't stop. Let that one person keep talking to me. I don't want to talk to 10 people.
Hey, come on, bro.
Okay,
What?
can you provide a citation for determining the direction of a gas molecule that behaves in accordance with Brownian motion?
Every gas particle that we know enough information about it, we can predict its movement. That's dynamic.
How do you do that?
By using I don't know, like how do you measure the movement of any object? It's the same thing.
I'm asking you to support your claim. How do you do that?
I'm telling you how I would do it. If I have enough information about one particular particle, I would understand what the trajectory it would move mostly, and what trajectory it would move less, and then the whole what do you call it? The sum of all these trajectories would be the direction that it will in the future move.
Okay,
That's
how
I
about the air
would
we breathe? Do you consider air homogeneous or inhomogeneous?
I don't know what the word homogeneous means. Sorry.
Is it a mix of
English.
different gases or is it just one gas?
It's a mix of different gases.
Okay, so I pop a helium balloon and it mixes with all the gases, right?
Yeah, you pop it with mixes, yeah.
Okay, can you provide a way to model with determination the direction that the helium goes after I pop it and it mixes with all the gases?
What do you mean helium? I can predict where the one specific molecule of helium goes. Yes.
Oh,
I can do
okay,
that.
good. Do it. Can you show me a citation and demonstration, please?
Like, do you want me to literally do it right now? Do you want me to like create a simulation and like provide the trajectories of it?
You can find something someone else did and make sure you include gravity with that, because that would be just icing on the cake.
Why do you think that wouldn't be possible? We
Because
do this
gas
all the time.
molecules are
We do this.
observed
Hold
to
on.
disperse randomly. So
We do this all the time. For us to predict how things move, when we have enough information about the thing, we can say where this thing moves.
all right, I'll make
Right?
this
Okay.
easier for
Can you
you.
tell
Can
me?
you
Can you tell
present
me? Can you tell me?
one
Can
gas
you? Can
law?
I? Okay, hold on. Can you tell me if I throw down this marker, right? A marker, right? At a specific time, at a specific speed, with a specific trajectory, which, like, considering all these different factors, knowing everything about it, can you tell me where it lands?
We're talking about the
Yes or no?
behavior of gas, dude. I would like you to present
Can
at
you
least
or can
one
you not?
gas law that shows gravity as a single variable.
Can you or can you not do that?
Wait, you're talking about dropping a solid object through a medium of gas?
No, just dropping this marker through this space, which has gas in it. Yes.
Yeah, sure. So the surrounding medium is not strong enough, not dense enough to support the weight of the solid object.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Relative
Can
density.
you tell me?
Look it up.
Can you
Archimedes
tell
was
me?
talking about this thousands of
Can
years
you
ago.
can can you tell me where will this marker land when I throw it in the air?
You're
Yes or
not
no?
talking about magic markers. He was talking to you about gas, so keep it on track.
Okay. It's a very simple answer. Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. I mean, we can model that. We can demonstrate that.
So
It's
okay,
using your classical
hold on.
mechanicals. Yeah.
How can you do this
All right. So how does this
specifically?
relate with gas?
Just tell me how it. Okay, just tell me
What?
how it
Okay.
would.
What?
Just tell me how with this particular marker, how would you calculate its trajectory and where will it land?
Well, I mean, I would look at how much force is being exerted, the vector that it's being shot up in. Also consider the medium that it's in.
Okay. And
Because if you're to do the
what?
same underwater, it'd be totally different, wouldn't it? You change the medium that's surrounding the object and suddenly it has different behavior.
Of course, you're countering in resistance. No shit.
All right, so back to gas.
No, I'm telling
Yo,
you.
we are talking
What
about
about?
why
Yeah.
gas pressure exists around Earth against the infinite vacuum of outer space. That was the original point of discussion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We can go back to that right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Tell me, why do you think that isn't possible?
Because
Oh,
gas occupies the available volume.
yeah. Sure. And
And what is the volume of the universe in your outer space fantasy?
okay. I understand. Okay. So basically, what happens, right? We have this, like, think about it like a very huge gas chamber, right? Like a room, right? This room is filled with gases. Everything is filled with it, right? There's air, there's all these different parts, right? But at certain specific parts of this room, right, has at the normal a density of this air,
Okay,
right? And there is a hold on,
pause
and
right
there's
there.
a
You said
reason.
room. You said room. Okay, how big is the room of your universe in your outer space fantasy?
How big is the space?
Yeah, you said room. You're invoking a container.
Yeah, potentially finite, maybe infinite. We don't know.
Oh, okay, okay. So gas
What's your
does
point?
require a container in your demonstration. We knew that.
What do you mean? I'm telling you. I'm explaining why gas is like
Yeah,
all
you're like one
balled
step
up.
away from becoming a flat earther. You probably don't realize it though.
I'm explaining to you, right, why air is like balled up in a place next to earth.
Balled up? Balled up? What?
That's a word. Come on, don't try to. bullshit me with like
Yeah. Okay. So
semantics.
what's balling up the gas? Are you going to invoke like van der Waals forces or something? I mean, what's going on here?
He said gas bolts up, and then he said, "Don't try to bullshit me."
Yeah, because English is not my first language. It's like my fucking third language.
Okay, so we have a big container called a room, and you're going to tell me how there's a dynamic system within this contained system. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like
So
a
do
good
you want
flat
me
Earth
to?
proof to me.
Why?
I mean, because we have a
because
pressurized system and it's dynamic.
because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the wall of the container, of each container. You know that?
Yeah, he actually said that. That's like his own words.
Oh my god! I'm not comparing this room to the Earth. I'm comparing the room to like the universe itself.
Yeah. Where's the walls of that universe? The walls.
Yeah, the universe is a
As I
vacuum
said,
chamber, so it
as
also
I
needs
said,
a container.
potentially finite, but it may be infinite. We don't know.
So there goes rockets in
Yeah, hombre, el
space.
gatito.
Again, why are we talking with three people again? Just that one guy that I was speaking with.
Open forum. It's an open forum, dumbass. People can talk if they want. And who is this dumbass over here who
You
says
are
that
fucking retard. There's like 10 people I'm talking with
this
10 different
fucking English?
flatters. How am I
One
supposed to
second,
debate with
jackass.
10 different
One
flatters?
second, one
With
second, jackass.
every
One
second
second,
one stupid
jackass.
retard
I'm gonna sit
opinion.
your ass down if you keep talking over me. So basically, he's saying that English is not his first language. Then why the fuck is he arguing in it? Why are you arguing in a language that you can't know all the words to and you're going to have questions for? That's not an easy out. If you're in here arguing for it, then yes, you do understand it. Stop acting like
First off,
you're feigning ignorance when it comes to words that you
first
don't
off,
understand.
I fucking absolutely destroyed every argument that this
You
guy
haven't
had brought up.
destroyed shit. You have not destroyed
Everything that
shit.
he brought up.
Number
Where the
one,
fuck is?
you haven't. No,
Shut
you
up
Bro,
and
want me
let him
you
talk.
proved flat Earth, bro.
Because,
You proved it.
you want me to
because
sit
you
your ass
can't.
down, Red? Do you want me to sit you down
Because
so
you
you
can't.
won't talk? Do you like that? You want me to
Because you
treat you like
can't.
a child? Do you want me to treat you like a child?
Because,
It's up to you.
dude,
You
what do
can
you
wait till
mean?
somebody's done talking and then you can talk. It's pretty simple.
All right, let's
Stop
have
being
him
No,
an
you
idiot.
continue.
fucking
Let's have
never
him
me.
continue and talk to us about how there's a ball of gas inside of a room and how
Yeah,
that's analogous.
we're gonna let him continue. But the thing is, if you keep interrupting other people, Red, you're gonna sit that down like a child.
I am not interrupting other people. Other people are interrupting me. There's like 10 flat earther here, and I'm
There's
one
not.
guy defending,
I'm just
trying to
pointing out.
talking to all of them.
Listen, dude.
If you
I'm just
want to
pointing
have,
out.
if
I'm
you want,
pointing
hold
out
on,
the fact.
shut up, man. Let me talk. Let me talk. If you want to have an actual rational,
Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna dictate what goes on in this forum. If you don't like it, there's a fucking door. You're not an entitled fucking child in here. You're gonna do an argument. If other people want to chime in, this is an open forum. They can chime in. You're not gonna dictate how this forum goes. You're not a fucking child, and you're not entitled in here. It's a privilege to be here, not a right. You can go somewhere else if you want to have your fucking little tantrums,
Get fucking trolled, Red.
idiot.
Idiot.
absolutely destroyed every single argument
You
you
didn't
fucking.
destroy shit, dumbass.
Literally an NPC, bro.
Yeah, we got this whole thing recorded and live streamed, so why don't you go back and listen to it and see what you think?
Fuck that entitled baby. If you guys want to go in and start talking and he's saying, I don't want to talk to more than one person, fuck him. He just hates when he's wrong and he knows what he's up against because you guys are spitting facts and he doesn't like that.
Yeah, didn't he literally state the definition of gas pressure?
No,
Yeah.
that guy was saying that it was not what you guys were saying. So definitely not. He wasn't saying the definition.
Okay.
He was
So
trying to find an out for his contradictions, and it was hard to keep up with all his contradictions, too.
if that's the only possible definition of a gas pressure, then, for example, when you're measuring a gas pressure somewhere in the middle of a container with a barometer, that pressure is exerted on the barometer, even though it's not the container of the gas. So in that case, how can a pressure be exerted on it if pressure can only be exerted on the container?
Because you said it's inside a container already, and it's pushing off the walls and hitting the barometer. There you go.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
but
word
the
is
pressure
elastic collision.
stays.
Elastic collisions of gas molecules. Look up the kinetic gas laws.
Okay, but in that case, that pressure exerted on the barometer wouldn't be a pressure exerted on the container, but would still be a type of gas pressure. So gas pressure isn't only exerted on the container.
You can only measure it because there's a container, dude. If you had an open vacuum and that air escaped, you
That's
wouldn't
not
be
true.
registering any air pressure on your barometer.
Yeah, that's not true though.
Oh, okay.
Who said it's not true?
Well, okay.
My point was simply that debunking the claim that pressure can exist without a container using a definition isn't valid, because even
Prove
assuming
it.
an existence
Prove it's invalid.
He was
because
about to,
gas
you
pressure
interrupted him.
because gas pressure is simply a force exerted by gas molecules on any surface.
Kenny, quit white knighting for people, dude.
No, I'm just like trying
You want
to
to sit on a mute? You want to
create
sit
a
on a mute?
cordial atmosphere
You want to sit
wherein
on a
we
mute?
can have a conversation
You want
instead of you guys constantly
Here you
talking
go.
over.
He
Here
just
you
said
go.
it again too, by the way. That the pressure exerted on the walls. So this guy's a flat earther. He just doesn't even know it.
Sit down, Kenny.
I simply said that the only requirement for gas pressure is to somehow make the gas molecules hit any surface.
Okay, so
That
let's say
could
you
be
remove a surface.
okay.
Okay, so let's say Earth is open to the vacuum of outer space. We remove the surface above Earth.
Yes. I mean, there's no surface above the Earth in the first place. That was never observed in history or detected by any way.
All right,
But
so
if
you
you
remove
want
the
to prove
surface,
it,
and what's the gas going to bounce off of? What's creating the environment for the elastic collision of gas molecules to take place?
it's gravity.
Ooh, okay, so let's say a gas molecule, let's say like the first one that was ever
Uh-oh.
produced on planet Earth, right, escapes. Pew, let's say it's a methane molecule, and it just
Okay.
shoots off. Okay, and it's shooting off where? Into outer space. But gravity is going to counter the molecular dispersion property of gas, which is going from a higher density area to a lower density area. And that gas molecule is going to enter a higher pressure system all by itself because of gravity. Gravity is going to reverse entropy laws, guys. And then you multiply this like trillions of times, and suddenly you got a methane atmosphere. Am I right?
Not because methane is enough light to escape the Earth's gravitational field,
Well, that's
contrary
what
to the
I'm trying to
atmosphere.
describe for you, painting a picture of how gravity is the reverse of entropy laws. Because it's
Yes,
forcing gas
you could say it.
molecules to enter a higher pressure system from a lower pressure system, which is the opposite of what molecular dispersion does.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Okay, so can you prove it? Like in a lab, somewhere that we can demonstrate and see for ourselves?
Yes, you can prove that by the fact that gas exerts higher pressure on the lower part of something than on the higher part.
All right,
And
so
that
walk me
means
through the setup.
that the gas, okay, you can, for example, put a gas inside something and measure the weight of that something, that container, and then suck that gas out uh, and measure the weight of the same container, and you will register a smaller weight after measuring it with a vacuum inside, which means that a gas itself has weight, and weight is defined as the force, as a downward force. If you don't like gravity, then you can name it as you want, but it's simply a force caused by the downwards vector. So it means that a gas also possesses a force like that.
So isn't that specific gravity? I mean, you take an object and you make it denser by putting a denser substance within it, in this case gas, and then you measure that composite?
Yes, you simply subtract the weight of the container from the between the measurements. So only the weight of the gas is left. And that's how you measure the weight of the gas itself.
Okay, so you're kind of measuring displacement of some kind, right?
You measure the pressure exerted on the bottom side of the container. Or rather, the difference between the pressure at the upside and the bottom side.
Oh, so you're saying the container that you fill gas with is going to be different between the top and the bottom?
The pressure exerted on it, yet, yes.
Okay, maybe you can cite a demonstration for me where that takes place and we can look at the variables together.
Okay, I can show a video, for example.
Oh, okay, because I mean, you got something like temperature. If I were to take a container full of gas and heat up the bottom a little bit, it's going to create a gradient inside the container.
You mean because, yes, technically that could be true, but if that system is isolated, if there's no heat source inside of it, it's simply a container like some tube or something, then I don't see a reason why it should happen.
Okay, so yeah, not gravity causing that gradient. I mean, is this it? Are we done?
I am trying to find it. I just realized that I don't have permissions to share my screen here. Or maybe there's too many people. Yeah, I think it's too many people in the voice chat.
Hey, Kenny, why don't you shut up or get on the mic?
Screen sharing's allowed.
Yes, I just realized it's the fault of too many people in the voice chat. There has to be less than 25 for you to be allowed to do that.
That's for camera sharing, not screen sharing.
Oh, I was confused. Okay, I see now. Is my screen shared or not?
I'm seeing something. I'm seeing a container. Okay.
Okay, so let's say it's a container. Inside of
Okay,
it,
great. Thanks.
you put some gas, and then you put it onto some weighting scale. I am terrible at drawing, but let's say this is a fucking weighting scale or something. So now the gas inside will be exerting pressure on all of the sides of the container because the gas will be hitting it. So simply you have some particle, it will be bouncing and it will create a force. But if these gases didn't have any bias to some external force, then the force at this wall and the force at this wall would equalize, and that was happening in reality in the horizontal direction. So this force in reality equalizes with this one, so you don't have any force measured at the left-right direction, but in this case, the force that is downwards is measured to be stronger than the force that is upwards, which means that the particles that are rising are hitting it with a weaker force. So, for example, let's say you have some ball, like some fucking basketball, and you launch it upwards. In that case, it will the higher the something that will stop that ball from moving and will collide with it. So some ceiling. The higher you will have that ceiling, the lower that force will be, because the higher the basketball will have to rise, the more kinetic energy it will be losing due to gravity, and eventually it will stop and fall down. So that means that while the particles are rising from that bottom, they are losing a little bit of that kinetic energy due to gravity and changing it into potential energy.
Okay, so is this registering as heat or what's going on?
It's registered as a downward force, which is measured as weight by the weighting scale.
Okay, so you're saying over time, the gas molecules will get lazy and tired of bouncing, and they're just gonna rest on the bottom. I guess they give off too much heat, huh?
Not really.
I mean, what happens to the thermal properties of the vibrating gas molecules? I mean, you're saying that they just get lazier and lazier due to gravity. I'd like a demonstration of that. That's a cool drawing, though. You know, gas pressure in a container.
They get lazy when they get up, but when they fall down, they gain kinetic energy again.
Okay, so again, you're saying that gravity reverses entropy. I need a demonstration.
Okay.
Show me a citation. I want something done right now.
Okay.
Gas expansion into a vacuum requires no energy or temperature change. This has been proven. No, it doesn't, you dumbass.
It does. It literally does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it literally does.
No, it literally does not. Gas expansion into a vacuum requires no temperature change.
Do you have
no
deodorant?
The only thing that happens is
I don't think you do.
gas in a vacuum for entropy. That's all that takes place. It's entropy.
I know you might not own a can of deodorant, Alpha Veritas, but if you try and like spray a can of deodorant, right?
We're
it gets
talking
cold.
about what your
No?
example. Your example is not my example. I'm telling you that the bromine that was in the bulb, that they all show in the gifts that you're seeing, is expansion of gas into a vacuum. There is no energy change. There is no temperature change. The only thing that's doing
There
is expansion. No, there isn't. Why do you keep saying the only thing when you have a vacuum tube next to a bulb of bromine is expansion of gas into a vacuum? There isn't any energy or temperature change.
Yeah, you're talking about two
You keep
systems,
repeating
the
that, but
deodorant and the air that's outside, and you're talking about equalizing the pressure between both. That's different than this one closed system here that EMBO is showing us.
Look at this.
I mean, like, he's so dug deep right now, this guy, with this box and the container and stuff, and asking for a proof of gravity defeating entropy. I mean, I don't know where else to go.
Look at that gift that I just put in there.
Uh-huh.
For the dumbass that's answering to me. Look at that. Do you see that? All that happened was expansion of the bromine into the bulb that had a vacuum. Dumbass. There was no other change.
And what happened to
Fuck.
the bromine in the other bulb?
It expanded into the one in the vacuum.
Right. And what happened to the bromine that it was in the other bulb before?
Expanding into the bulb with the vacuum. That's what happened.
So what happens is you're changing the density of the bromine in the first bulb.
The only thing that it changed was the entropy.
Density is changing.
The density. It's expanding into the bulb with the vacuum.
Which is a function of density.
Right.
It is
There we
a function
go.
of density.
Then you're fucking debunked. The only thing that changed was the expansion. That's it.
So the bromine in the first bulb lost density.
So what?
Right?
You don't have an argument. Your fucking dumbass argument of it being energy or temperature just fell by the wayside.
Oh, so you don't agree that the density changed?
It doesn't matter if you agree. The demonstration was shown.
So it didn't actually change the density. That's interesting. Can you generate matter like
this? There's a demonstration.
I see you're generating matter.
You are debunked.
That's what it is.
You're debunked.
That's incredible. You've discovered a new scientific principle.
That's
wherein you
incredible how you're
generate
debunked.
density.
That's incredible how you're debunked, and you're still managed to try to respawn. There's no energy or temperature change. None.
Prove it.
Thank you.
Hello,
Prove
I'm
that
back.
there is no energy or density change.
I just did. Yes. I'm gonna play the audio clip so you can sound
You're
like
a
a dumbass.
dumbass.
No, actually you are. Actually you are. Watch. You're
Nah,
gonna be.
you're the dumbass here.
Yeah. Nope. Wait. Just don't fucking leave. Everybody else continue if you want to talk. I'm gonna show Kenny how fucking wrong he is.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah, but
dumbass though, so it's not
no,
going to
hold
change
that.
anything.
I know what's going to happen, and you really need to dial yourself backwards, my friend. We're going to
Who?
start. You're going to have to start dialing yourself
I'm
backwards.
gonna have to dial myself back.
Yes,
Really?
calm down. Yes.
I'm gonna have to calm down.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Hmm.
We're going to start getting Nobel laureates out in a minute.
Who?
That's what we're going to do. Nobel laureates. You know,
Who?
people like Richard Feynman, these types of people, to demonstrate that you are incorrect with your assertion. Yes,
Uh-huh.
sniff. Okay, so you
Go
chill
ahead and
right
prove
there.
it.
We will do in a moment, no problem at all.
All right. So
Okay,
1,
well, I
no
want to get
density
back to
change.
EMBO for a minute. I want to
2,
get
no
back to
energy
EMBO.
change.
Thanks, Guy.
3,
I was talking to
no
EMBO. He
temperature
said he was
change.
back.
Got it. These three
Okay.
things happen in that GIF. Got it.
Okay, so
Hello,
EMBO said that gas molecules hit the ceiling of the container. They lose kinetic energy, but then they gain it as they
yes.
sink. Great. Can you show me the ceiling of the container for Earth?
No, because the fact that the molecules lose their kinetic energy when they rise prove that at some point they have to stop and fall back.
Okay, but in your demonstration, they had to hit the ceiling first.
Yes, I have a demonstration if you want. I found the video.
Okay, are they hitting the ceiling first?
Yes.
Okay, so this is not analogous to Earth with no ceiling. Thank you.
These analogies.
All right, now we can
because
move on to the next guy, Kenny. Kenny, what's up, man? Talk to us.
Well, I just find it interesting that Alpha Veritas made these claims about what was going on in the GIF.
Just
I
wait.
mean, what's wrong with that? It's gas pressure seeking equilibrium with the container.
Yeah, no energy change.
Yes.
No
Listen.
temperature change and no
Yeah,
density change
there isn't
going
no
on in that
energy
GIF.
or temperature change. The only thing that's changing is expansion of gas.
So
So
density.
when you are claiming that it has to deal with energy and temperature, you're fucking wrong. You are wrong. There's
So
nothing that you can do to
density
stop this.
changed.
It's gonna happen. I'm gonna bring this audio clip and it's gonna prove you fucking wrong. Which I hope that you set here while I play it.
So the density changed. Is that what you're saying now? Because that's not what you said before.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
We've got this live stream, buddy. You do realise that, right? It is recorded.
I asked him if the density changed, and he said no.
Made some claims. Obviously, with a larger volume for the gas to expand into, there's
Right.
going to be a change in pressure, but you've claimed heat and energy.
Those two are usually connected.
Right then. So let's have a little listen.
To what?
I think Alpha Veritas is trying to get Richard Feynman out to kick your ass in.
Can you still see my screen?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so I wanted to illustrate my previous point with the basketball. So you have the ground and you have a ball or basketball or any other kind of ball. You throw it firstly up, and then when it's flying and rising up, it will slowly deaccelerate. So if you took a photo of that ball at within same periods of time, so let's say every 1 second, the distance between these two frames, the position of that ball in that one frame will be slowly getting less because it will be deaccelerating. So if you put a ceiling somewhere lower, like let's say here, that ceiling will be hit by that ball with a stronger force than if you put a ceiling somewhere higher, right here, because that ball will have here so small amount of kinetic energy that it will be almost coming back at the moment and falling back. So the fact that that ball or its analogy to the gas particle is losing energy with height proves that at some point it has to fall. You don't have to physically see that there's no ceiling to the end of the path of that ball, because the fact that it slows already implies that at some point it will slow to zero and then fall back.
Okay, that's a completely different state of matter.
Okay, and that's how that's relevant.
Well, that's my question to you.
So the question is, I don't see how that's a question. That's rather a statement. The question
All
would
right,
be,
so how make a case for why this is analogous using a completely different state of matter.
okay, that's analogous due to my previous demonstration that I would love to present a video for, that the force exerted by the gas molecules at the bottom of the container is stronger than the one at the top, because you register a
Okay, so
downward
you're
force.
invoking a fucking ceiling, dude. We've been through this already.
Yes, but that proves that it's losing kinetic energy over height.
Yeah, well, my contention was due to gravity, that it's actually due to gravity, and you're invoking a ceiling, which takes away your claim of gravity.
Okay, but even assuming a lack of gravity, that's simply an observation. You don't even have to make claims why it happens. That observation alone implies that at some point that molecule will reach zero kinetic energy and fall back, regardless of what's the cause of that.
Okay, so you can't prove it without a container. Got it. Next.
If you want more direct demonstration, you can always send a weather balloon and directly measure the drop of pressure over the height, and it going to very, very low values.
Oh, that's buoyancy.
Within your model, the cause for a gas pressure gradient is heat.
What?
In my model or your model?
Within the heliocentric model for atmosphere,
No.
after you do a Google search and get rid of all the ones that assert gravity without any scientific proof, what you will find is the actual cause for your gas pressure gradient is heat.
I've never heard of that. I thought that's just gravitational field.
Have you ever heard of the principle of diffusion? You don't think that plays a role? Jedi?
You mean dispersion because it's gas we're talking about?
Diffusion.
Sorry, I'm going to get the citation. Give me a moment.
I mean, dispersion happens due to moving from high pressure to low pressure and equalizing between the two. Gravity
You've
says
never
you
heard
do
about
reverse
diffusion, but
dispersion.
that's funny. Funny, guys. Whoop. Oops.
And to your point earlier, Jedi, about heat, I mean, we have a nice little brick oven surface of the Earth, and it tends to retain heat.
All right, so anything happening?
I'm afraid that the chat is dead.
No,
Yeah.
no one's trying to copy something out of the citation that I'm just going to post, but I'll just read out the atmosphere is laid corresponding with how the atmospheric temperature changes with altitude. There you go. It's in the live stream for you.
So wait, are you saying density changes because of temperature in the heliocentric model?
Did I say pressure?
Well, pressure decreases the higher you go up, right?
Yeah, so the atmosphere is laid corresponding with how the atmosphere's temperature changes with altitude.
Right. So less heat equals less pressure.
Hey, look, this is your model, mate, not mine.
Well, it's your conception of it.
Well, I'm reading it.
Yeah, after you disregard like thousands of other articles on it.
Well, yeah, after a quick Google search, which says gravity, usually mass attracting mass, which is old and busted and not the bending and warping of space-time.
Uh-huh.
You got to prove your presupposition of cause in the first instance, right?
Yeah, you do.
So have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Do I?
Does anyone?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who say they do.
Okay, what would the hypothesis be then, so I can test it?
I heard there was some guy in the 1850s or some shit who did an experiment.
Can you
with
not eat, dude?
weighted balls.
Jesus Christ. Stop eating.
Can't tell me what to do.
Well, fuck off until you're done eating,
fuck
dude.
you then.
Disgusting.
Fuck Banjo.
What up,
The
pig?
hypothesis for gravity would be simply the equation of gravity, the Newton's law of gravitation.
No, that's the effect. Everybody understands the effect of solid objects, but please give me within Einstein's equation or any experiment where the manipulation of gas has happened. It's just solid objects, right? So little g. Little g really isn't in contention. What is in contention now is big G, the cause of the object falling at 8 meters per second squared. Gas doesn't fall at 8 meters per second squared, by the way.
But the gravity is, I mean, you could call it cause and effect at the same time, because that law is the cause of things falling, but then you can ask a
Do
question.
you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said about 8 meters per second squared? Do you remember what I said does fall at that rate and doesn't fall at that rate? What does
It
fall at
doesn't.
that rate? Yeah,
Was
what
it 8
does?
meters? I thought it
Listen,
was 9.8.
9.8 meters.
whatever the fuck it is. So, what falls at that rate?
I would say everything, assuming that there are no outside forces affecting it.
So,
I have
Everything
quick
gas.
which is
question.
related.
I have quick question.
Do you hear conversation going on?
Oh, sorry.
Problem. So when I drop a rock, yeah, that'll go down at this measurable rate. When I pour
Yes.
fluid, yeah, that'll go down at this measurable rate. When I uncontain gas, that fucks off in all directions.
Yes, basically.
So it doesn't fall down at that rate. So I've got a bowling ball and I've got a container of gas within a vacuum. I drop the bowling ball, it goes down. I uncontain the gas that is contained within the vacuum and it goes everywhere.
It's
So it
called
doesn't fall
diffusion.
down.
We went over this.
Dude,
Yes,
shut your mouth.
I
I mean,
refuse to.
opening a container that's like pressured is like shooting a weapon, right? The bullet is not gonna fall down at that rate if you shoot it in the air.
Well, that's a
Just
shame
as
then.
the
That's a
just
shame
as the
then.
gas
That's a
doesn't
shame
fall
then.
down.
That's a shame then for all of the gas that is surrounding us within our atmosphere, quote unquote, which is always moving randomly in all directions. So you say
Not
all
really.
things, well,
I've just
apart from gas.
explained that it has a downward bias. So
No,
that's
it has a
already
downward
one
bias.
axis where it has a
Downward
bias.
bias. What's the cause of downward bias?
Okay, but I have
Because of
quick question.
gravity. But I don't even have to prove the cause of that to prove that the gas can exist without a container, because the effect itself proves that already. It could be the cause of that could be magical unicorn farts, and that would
All right.
already prove that gases wouldn't
So
escape.
a change in temperature with distance is called a temperature gradient. This also affects the this also affects the atmospheric gradient. The reason why we have an atmospheric gradient is because of temperature. Shit out from your model, mate.
What's the citation for that?
I'm just about to post it, but I'm reading it at the same time.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, is the Earth flat or round?
It's flat, mate.
Okay, how is that? Can you prove?
Yeah, you know what water does? You know
Yeah.
water, yeah. Okay, so we are told that 72% of the Earth's surface, if it was a ball, is water.
Yes.
That means that water should curve with distance. When we make long distance observations, measurements using different colored lasers at different bandwidths, signal propagation, we observe and measure that water to be level. There is no observed or measured curvature to water on the surface of the Earth. Being as 72% of the surface of the Earth is measured and observed level water, then the Earth can't be a ball.
Okay, but if I stand in Ireland, why can I not see New York?
Because it's too far away for you to see.
But if I had super goggles, could I then see New York?
Do you have super goggles?
No, but there are some. If we have a telescope that can look at the stars and stuff, there should be a goggle that is.
What's the difference between looking up through the atmosphere and looking across the atmosphere through the atmosphere to a distant object? What's the difference?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it will be the atmosphere gets thicker. So if you're trying to look through the atmosphere at 5,000 miles horizontally, that's 5,000 miles of atmosphere, which will cause light attenuation. Obviously, the object at 5,000 miles is too small for you to see with your naked eye. But if you could imaginarily have the technology to do so, you're still going to have to cut through 5,000 miles of atmosphere.
Okay, but how far is there from the outer atmosphere to the Earth? How far is that like?
No, you're fine. You carry on with your questions.
So I have something that I think would be valuable to add to these conversations. because today I was browsing through some long distance observations, and then I remembered about one technique that people who do that as a hobby use to see very distant objects. So when you have the sunset, you can predict the azimuth when it's going to happen, and at what time you can go to that sunset and perfectly align yourself with some distant object so the sun will be directly behind it. And in that case, even if it wasn't visible due to some moisture or anything in the atmosphere, the silhouette of it will be visible in front of the sun no matter the atmospheric conditions, because when the light from the sun is being blocked, it can't magically pass through some mountain or something, because that mountain isn't visible to the atmospheric conditions. So technically, using that method, you could see infinitely all over a flat Earth, and that's something that I've never considered. And
Okay, so
I've never heard that being brought
so
up.
what do you think? Is Earth flat or round?
I think it's a globe. It could also be flat and round at the same time, because it could be a round disk. I'm not saying that it has to be, but theoretically, if it was flat, then yes.
Okay,
but I think it's a globe.
Okay, but I have one more question. So, if the sun rises in, I can't remember which side it was, east or west, I can't remember. Then why can't we everybody see it at the same time?
I don't know, ask them. That's not my claim.
Yo, Jedi, bro, can you explain to me why is that?
Why, when the sun comes towards you from the east, you couldn't see it before it was beyond the horizon, and then at sunset, when it goes beyond the horizon, you can't see it anymore. You want me to explain that to you?
Yeah, but why can some people?
Wow.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Dude, he
cut out.
doesn't know which direction the sun comes from. He doesn't understand that when the sun is above your head, that's daytime. And the sun's not above your head, that's nighttime. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I was confused what he was asking. I was like, what?
Yeah, I know. At some point, it's like, okay, dude, you got a few questions in the lull, but you should have waited until the current conversation ended.
If you can't see the sun, it's not where you are. You're just not close enough to it. That's all.
Happy Friday, guys.
Yeah.
But wait, if the
What's going on? Yo, what's going
if
on,
the
guys?
if the
I just
conversation is
joined.
done, why can't he then ask his question?
Yo, what's y'all debating about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, how's that going? Who's winning?
Flat Earth, mate.
Like always.
I feel like it's just based on intelligence. Whoever side has the more knowledge on the subject.
Evidence, mate. Evidence or lack of.
Evidence.
Not
What
what you know,
evidence?
it's what you can prove.
What evidence do you have?
The globe's on trial here, so we're hoping Globers can present globe evidence.
Well, I mean, evidence against a flat Earth. I mean, isn't there photographs of that?
There are of Bigfoot too. So what
Let's go
matters
look
is
at
if
the
there's
horizon.
data accompanying the photographs. If the provenance of the photographs can be established too, that helps. Photographs alone are not evidence.
You said there's photographs of Bigfoot.
Just go and look at the horizon, mate. It's flat, level, sea level. There's your evidence.
I mean, the curvature of the Earth is observable, especially from high altitudes.
What curve?
So,
Really?
yeah.
What you
I mean,
saying? The horizon's
you might
you're saying that You're saying the horizon's physical location.
I mean, you might say there's no observable curvature, but I mean, the Earth curvature can be observed from high altitudes, across large bodies of water, and through the disappearance of ships over the horizon.
Hey, let me ask how aware you are of the globe claim. What percent of the Earth do you think is visible from the claimed height of the ISS at 250 miles?
Say that again, please.
Sure. What percent of Earth's surface do you think might be visible from the ISS at 250 miles high? If I told you
can't hear.
3% according to the globe's claimed
3%.
dimensions, would you believe it?
3%. Wait, what source did you get this from?
Well, I mean, you can
getting
do
this from?
simple math to figure it out. I can show you.
I mean, what source are you getting this from? You're what? You're trying
Well,
to
the
debate against
source of the
astronauts
Earth's
that's been up
dimensions
there?
is provided by NASA. So we can go with a rounded figure of 4,000 mile radius.
I can't.
So we start with that.
Wait, which
Is
person
that good?
ping me? Oh, what was you saying? I was just looking at this image. Is this image to back up your claim, or like what's this?
I'm just telling you what the math works out to. And we can see if the imagery that the ISS provides matches what the math should as a model.
You said you've
Okay,
seen the
first,
curve, bro. You said you've seen the curve. What height
no,
was
I'm
you at?
saying, no, I'm saying I ain't saying that. I'm saying it is observable. Like you can if you went up to the
No,
some
you
high
can't.
like the birch.
You can't.
You can't.
It's never been seen, mate. The curve has never been seen, never been observed.
I mean, and I'm pretty sure I can get a
No,
video of that.
you might be able to get a CGI image. You won't. It's never been seen in reality.
CGI
Yeah, it's never been seen in reality anywhere from any altitude ever.
from any altitude. Are you sure
No,
about that?
I'm positive, 100%.
So
Is
if I
your
was,
claim that NASA CGI is like everything? Like it's all make believe?
No,
Well,
don't
they
claim
tell you
that.
that, they tell you there's an area called space, don't they?
I finally found the clip. I had to fish for it. It was in my archives. I think they scrubbed it from YouTube though. Some of these ballers might have done some work to scrub it. But sorry to switch the topics. 1 second, guys. There was a clip that I was gonna bring forward, but apparently they scrubbed it because I went looking for it on YouTube. His name is Professor George Porter, and for why the video is scrubbed, I have no idea. But we got copies of it. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna put it in the chat text. This is him. There's a 37-second clip, and also got a 1-minute clip, which I'm gonna put for everybody's leisure. Whenever you can, check it out. And I'm gonna play it real quick as soon as you guys are. I don't want to interrupt what you guys are saying. I just want to say I found it. So, yeah, save it on your hard drives, everybody.
Do you think the ISS space station is fake?
2 seconds. So, Miggy, can you do me a favor? Post that into the 4.7 underneath gas pressure for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. But yeah, I'll jump in and I'll play the clip as soon as you guys are done with this guy.
Cheers, man.
yeah. So Jedi, if you were to climb up the Burj Khalifa, right, or any airplane that's above 30,000 feet in the air, right, and under certain conditions, you would see the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
And if you want to see this, if you want to prove it yourself, if you want to see it in reality, right, you can go ahead and buy a space observation balloon, and you can go up yourself, and you can see it.
I love the way that people presume that none of us have done this. None of us have climbed a fucking tree, gone to the top of a building with the cameras that he was using in the stratosphere. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right? You heard of him?
Yeah, I heard of him.
So he comes out in reference to this stratosphere jump that shows the curvature of the Earth, apparently. Now, all Neil deGrasse Tyson did was point out that mathematically he was not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see left to right curvature. His quote was, "That stuff is flat," unquote, with regards to his altitude. Mathematically speaking, hold on. Mathematically speaking, even the height of the International Space Station, which is about 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, isn't far away enough from the surface of the Earth to perceive the left to right curvature. So mathematically, it is impossible. You have to get a lot further away from the Earth to see left to right curvature. So I don't really care about your aeroplane.
We can put this in relatable
Can you
terms
show?
too.
Yeah.
Listen,
Can you show
if
me?
we were to shrink the Earth down to a more manageable size, like a 6-foot ball, the Red Bull jumper from about 100,000 feet up, he would be about the same as being 1/3 of an inch above a 6-foot ball. The
Are you done?
ISS would be like being 2.25 inches above a 6-foot ball. That's how it scales.
Plus, again, we're talking about optics. Now, optics cannot be 100% correct. So therefore, we think we're seeing a curve. We presume the Earth's a curve. We're going to have to measure it. So how is it measured in physical reality?
I'm just waiting for you to finish your point. Your thing. I don't know when you're done with it. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm asking, how is it measured in physical reality? You've optically seen it. Who measured it?
Well, listen. Before we go on to that, I actually wanted to talk about this. That Red Bull
No.
jumper, Felix. It was Felix. He was talking about Felix. Because
Felix,
I try to. I try to interject into that, but you wasn't done, so I just allowed you to finish.
That's
So
fine. What's up?
yeah. So Felix did actually claim to see the curvature of the Earth, like during his Red Bull, Stratus jump. I actually have sources here. He mentioned he could see the curvature of the Earth right during his jump.
Yeah.
Additionally, the cameras equipped during the jump showed the curvature of the Earth. Although it was noted to be slightly exaggerated due to the lens effect. Moreover, a source mentioned that even after correcting the lens distortion, a process referred to as defishing, the footage still clearly showed the curvature of the Earth.
And do you think that the curvature is of planet Nevada?
What?
Because
Well, again,
all of the curvature that you can see in the imagery is Nevada, one area of the United States. You think the whole globe is one little area of the United States?
again, guys, I'm sorry to keep drumming this in, but yeah, we're talking about optics. Sometimes, vision, we can get things distorted with whatever's going on. So we've got a curved Earth. That's the claim on the table. How was it measured, my friend, in physical reality? Who measured it? What equipment did they use? Let's get down to the root of this.
They use
Okay,
a
so
GoPro camera, bro.
hold on. All right, okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, so you said so you said the
Sorry.
claim on the table is how is it measured? In physical reality, who measured it? What equipment did they use? Is that what you said? Correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so point one, I have multiple points I'm going to say, right? This is just point one.
No.
So it's okay. So ancient methods, right? Eratosthenes. I don't know how to say it, but it's
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Okay. So circa
Eratosthenes.
240. Hold on. Using simple
Who's
geometry and a
that?
stick. All right. So using simple geometry and a stick, right? He measured the angle of the sun's rays at two different locations in Egypt. By comparing these angles and knowing the distance between the two locations, he estimated the Earth's
Is
circumference
this like a
with
character story,
remarkable
like a
Hang on. Whoa,
fictional
accuracy.
whoa,
story
whoa.
from a TV?
Hold on. 1 second. Okay, I let you
Quiet.
speak. Come on,
Excuse
let
me,
me
mate.
speak.
Is
He's answering my.
this like
I let you
a
speak. Let me speak.
made up story?
I let you speak. Hold on, let me speak. I just want to get all my
Excuse
points
me.
across, and
But
then you
I'm
can.
asking you, where is the primary source information? Where is the
Excuse
citation
me.
for this? Like,
Excuse me, mate.
You can search
Excuse
it up.
me.
It's fine. You can search it
He's
up. All right,
answering my
listen.
question. He's answering my
Okay,
question.
let me answer. Yeah, let me
nobody
answer his
cares.
question in full. Okay, listen. All right, listen.
So he's,
All right, point two.
so he's.
Right.
Let me just
Point.
confirm because we got interrupted. Oh my God! Can you shut this guy up? My God! So he's measured an angle, and he knows the distance between the angle and we'll say the GP of the sun. What does he do next?
Hold on. I want to get all my points across, and then you can
No, I
dissect it
think.
point by point. All right. Is that
No,
fine? Is
no,
that fair? because I let you say all your points. All right, can I? All right, so listen.
Well, we'll work through that.
Do you want to do step by step, or do you want to do it just all in
We'll
one?
stick with. We'll go through Eratosthenes' proof first.
Okay, say your point.
Well, I'm saying, so you got to the point. Sorry, I was interrupted. So he's measured an angle, yeah, of 7.2 degrees, and he knows the distance between the angle and the GP 500 stadia. What does he do now with the 7.2 degrees? What's his next step?
Math.
I'm asking the guy. Go on. What does he do next?
He doesn't know.
Okay, so no, hold on. So I just want to confirm, so I don't get anything right. So you said, right? He knows the distance between the angle and the GP 500 stadium. What does he do now? The 7.2 degrees, right? Correct.
Yep.
What was the next step? Okay. So, given the scenario you described, it seems. So, point one, understand the principle. You have to understand the principle. Hold on, listen. The principle behind the method is that the angle subtended at the Earth's center between two locations on the Earth's surface corresponds to the arc distance between these locations. You got to point two, right? Number two, calculate the fraction of Earth's circumference. The angle of 7.2 degrees represents a fraction of a full circle, 360 degrees. So you would have to
Okay,
calculate
I
the
need
fraction.
I need to just stop you. I know what you do. I know you're doing mathematics now. Where did the 360 degree circle come from? How was that measured?
Wait, say that again, please.
Where did the 360 degree circle come from?
From the circumference, like that's he used, like that's the principle. The principle behind the method
Why is he
is the
using?
angle
Why is he
subtended.
using a circle? Why is he using the circle if he's measuring angles? What? Where did the 360 degree circumference come from? Where was that measured?
Okay, so to answer your question about where the 360 degree come from is basically the concept of the 360 degree circle is obviously from ancient civilizations, right? Historical origins. The division of a circle into 360 degrees is believed to have originated with the ancient Sumerians around 2000 BC. They used a base 60 number system, the division of a circle into 360 degrees, which is 60 multiplied by 6 extension of the system.
That's great. That's fine.
They
I
use
understand that.
do
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
I know. We're drifting off into maps and Sumerians. What I'm trying to say, Eratosthenes was trying to determine the shape of the Earth. He's measured an angle, two straight lines. He knows the distance between the angle and the GP. He's got 7.2 degrees. Now he divides it into 360. He doesn't know the shape of the Earth. Why is he using a circle?
I've posted the
Why
map
is
in
he?
the live stream as well.
Okay, so basically the thing that you're trying to say and do basically the assumption that the Earth is okay. So at this point, reasonably starting point, given the Earth's roughly spherical shape, right? The use of 360 degrees is tied to the geometric concept of a circle, which is in turn is used as a model for the Earth's shape in this method, right?
Dude, this is what one deck's trying to point out. He's supposed to be proving the shape of the Earth. He's already assuming the shape of the Earth.
We have a circle, right?
He said two fucking
Is
words.
used. I mean, is what based off the circle, right?
A circle is not a sphere, dude.
Listen. No, we're talking about.
Listen. A circle is not a sphere, dude.
Listen, I said, a reasonable starting point, given the Earth's roughly spherical shape, the use of 360 degrees is
But we
tied
don't.
to the geometric concept of a circle,
Eratosthenes
which is
didn't
used.
know the shape. He didn't know the shape. He didn't know the shape.
He said roughly spherical shape. It's not a joke.
Wait, who's this other guy? Hold on. Let me meet this other guy because well, it's me and this guy having a.
Do you understand what begging the question is? Do you know what begging the question is?
What do you mean by that?
Do you understand what it means? If not, I'll tell you.
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay. So when you beg the question, let's put Aristophanes as the example, which is the one on the table. He assumed that the Earth was spherical. So he used the maths associated with finding a circumference, the 360 part, right? So his premise is already established, apparently, but he hasn't figured out the shape of the Earth yet. I could use the same math in my living room, measure shadows that are away from my light source in the center of my room, myself walking away from underneath that light source and watching the shadows increase, use the same math Aristophanes did and get a circumference value to my room. That's all he has done. He's then portrayed that circumference value to the equator of the Earth, which he assumes is a ball. He's not measuring the curvature of the Earth here. He's begging the question that the Earth is a ball, and he's got 360 degrees within his mathematical equations, which I posted in a live stream chat. Please don't think this is the first time we've spoken about Aristophanes. I guarantee we talk about it 20 times every single day for the past 5 years.
Hold on.
So,
All right. So okay,
so
listen.
before,
Okay, I
so before,
understand. Listen.
okay, cool. So
Okay,
you understand that he's not proving
wait,
anything.
wait. Listen. I
Okay.
understand it relies on the assumption of the Earth, right? But right.
And a
The
few other
assumption
things.
of the assumption of a spherical Earth was supported by other observations of the natural world, right? Such as the way ships disappear over the horizon and the way the stars' position change as one travels north or south. These observations provide evidence that supports the
That's
spherical Earth
fallacy
hypothesis,
stacking.
making the assumption reasonable for his calculations, right? And in this scenario you described in the room, the assumption that the room is circular based on shadow measurements may not even be supported by other evidence, and thus the
Yeah,
conclusion about
I,
the room's circumference may not even be
I
valid.
get you. I get you.
The
So we
process, the
understand.
process.
Oh, no, I'm not going to say anything. Fuck man.
Okay, I mean,
But
so
we
the
get.
process of scientific inquiry often involves making
Oh, not
assumptions based on the
scientific.
best available evidence, then
Dude,
testing those assumptions through
fuck me.
experimentation and
He's
observation.
he's reading. Let him finish the paragraph he's reading.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Like,
So I'll bring this up. Did you know the Chinese did this at roughly the same time as Aristophanes? Do you know what they discovered?
wait, say that again. I was just reading my DMs.
Did you know that the Chinese did this at roughly the same time as Aristophanes? Do you know what they discovered?
Tell me, what did they
The
discover?
circular path of the sun above the flat Earth.
You said what?
Still reading his
The
DMs.
circular path of the sun above the flat Earth.
Do you have, okay? So since you're studying the flat Earth, do you have any models, right, to show this flat Earth?
Do
Let me
you want a
see.
model, or just go outside and test it?
No,
He got in his
I'm saying.
in his DMs. He had someone saying, "Hey, ask them for a model," and now
Yeah,
he's
I think
asking
we
you
need to
for
No,
a
stay
model.
here
it's
for a
not. No,
second, guys. I think we need to stick
it's
on
not
the
about
Chinese
that.
Eratosthenes right now. What do you think about that? What's going on in your mind when you've heard about the Chinese Eratosthenes?
I just asked him. Hold on. I'm talking to Jedi, right? I'm talking
He's
to
being coached.
I'm
Why would
trying
I
to
be
keep you on
coached?
track.
This guy in my DMs literally said, "Could you tell to unmute me since they muted me for no reason?" I was right.
That is concerned trolling. Okay, and
He didn't.
it's
He didn't tell
it's
me
mute.
about
Do
anything.
you know?
I'm arguing.
Okay, just hey, listen,
Listening then.
Cartel, dude, pay attention. Okay, don't. Who are you talking to right now? Are you talking to us or are you talking to DMs? They're literally.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Jedi. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
it's a bit
Okay,
Hold on.
rude.
yeah,
Let me mute. Let
us
me
in
mute
this
you first
room,
of all.
all the people in this
Mute it.
room
Be
here.
quiet.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm talking to Jedi. I'm specifically talking to Jedi. It's me and
Dude, you
him.
can't mute moderators. That's gonna get you muted. If you mute
Okay.
any more moderators, you're muting Crit right now. You're gonna start getting muted yourself, and you're not gonna have a voice. Do you want that? Stop acting
Okay.
like a child. Unmute
Why?
everybody.
Why
Unmute
is
everybody,
he?
Cartel. You
Why
have
is
one
he?
option. You have one option to unmute everybody. If you don't do it, you're gonna not have a
Why
voice. Do you
is
want that?
he? Why?
All
Why
right.
is he going
Until
inside
you
of?
do, until you unmute everybody, you're gonna have a voice. Until then, you need to unmute everybody. text in the text chat. Let everybody know that you've unmuted everyone in the chat and you can speak again. You're not going to start muting people just because you feel like it's an open forum. People can talk. Once you've unmuted everybody, you can talk once again. You're not going to mute people, dude.
He say I'm talking to Jedi. He say I'm talking to Jedi, but he's ignoring Jedi and saying, "Hey, something else."
But he's muting Crit, and you just can't do that. There's no way.
He
Yeah,
muted
but I was
me
trying
as
to
well.
help him out. I was trying to tell him, hey, don't concern troll and pay attention to the current conversation. Don't split your attention. And his goal is to like mute me when he should be muting the guy who's distracting him, not me. Don't pay attention. Sort out your DMs later.
The issue is people do want to talk to him, but I understand that. But if he's muting other people, then we're not going to have that. He's going to sit there on mute until he's unmuted everybody. Then we'll have him back up again. Simple as that.
He's got to the point of realization and realizing his errors, and this is what has happened. He's gone totally off track, doing stupid things. He's realized that don't be coming in here with 2,000-year-old proofs, mate. We can bang them out of the fucking room in 2 minutes.
Well, he's not getting unmuted until he types in the text chat that he's unmuted everybody. Then he can talk again.
I'm going to literally get a tally chart and see how many times we talk about Aristosthenes in the next 12 to 14 hours, I think.
Oh my God, don't do it. You're going to run out of paper.
I am indeed.
It annoys me though, guys, because they're coming in with 2,000-year-old stories, man. When was the Earth last measured? Is it never been measured since? In
2,000 years ago.
Yeah. So let's get some. Let's get the recent evidence. Stop just coming in here with 2,000-year-old stories. We know.
With no prime evidence, no prime information about it. Just a story.
Yeah, the guy's name who I was looking for while Kenny was still. Once Kenny returns, I'll play it again for him because everybody needs to hear this. There's a misconception in what George Porter was saying, and so they think that it has to do with energy and temperature. It does not. It's just expansion of gas into a vacuum. That's all that's happening. And George Porter outlines that in the second law of thermodynamics video. I also put the video in the Flat Earth channel for gas pressure. If you guys, I have the full clip. I have the short clip and I have the audio clip. I have all 3 clips. I would advise everybody to look at that. Yeah, just don't forget, put them on your hard drives because we never know, when they delete stuff. So, but I can play the 1-minute clip, which is important because a lot of people haven't heard this or they maybe not remembered what it says. But give me a moment. I'm going to play that clip. Let's see. The 1-minute clip is here. Be a moment.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of seconds. Take the first.
It's not coming through, is it? Let's see.
No, it's choppy.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Looking for a trouble. No, cutty. The fuck.
It's frustrating because my mic picks up voices, but then on some it doesn't. Give me a second.
The Spanish sound fluent to me. Sounds pretty good. That's Spanish. How weak is this cartel guy that he will not just text in the chat that he's done the right thing?
I don't know. Because he can do it at any time. Say I've unmuted everybody, and then he can get unmuted. That's as simple as that. He's not going to have moderators in here muted because he wants to do what he wants. It's not happening.
Am I okay? Yeah.
No, I'm going to mute you as well. No, you're fine.
Alpha, check your noise suppression settings.
Yeah, give me a second.
Bartel, you can't be that weak of a human being. I heard some of your conversations. You had some good points. You can't be that weak that you wouldn't just be like, "Hey, listen, no big deal. We're online. I'm gonna, unmute." How is everybody?
He's gonna follow the rules like everybody else. He's no exception to the rules. So if you have a problem with that, then that's tough luck. He's gonna not mute people while he's in here. That's all there is to it.
This is what happens, isn't it? When the proof hits you in the face like a sledgehammer. You've got to mute people. You don't want to hear it anymore. His world's falling apart, literally.
I didn't even get to the bit where I brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson for the second time in the space of 10 minutes as a hostile witness. He's our best fucking flat earther, that guy, I swear. It astounds me that people come into the server, think flat earthers are so dumb that we've never heard of Aristosthenes, we've never got in an aeroplane, we've never done these things apparently, or never heard them from fucking Adam. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Haven't heard about ships going over the horizon. Yeah, definitely haven't heard about that.
Well, at the same time, they're just repeating, like, oh, the Burj Khalifa, like they ever been there to demonstrate what they're talking about. They just heard it. Someone said that. You're gonna be able to see the curvature from the Burj Khalifa because someone said so.
Yeah, but that's why I was saying, like, they keep talking about optics, lights in the sky, the moon, the sun, the sunset, eclipses. At certain heights, you can see this. Your vision can be distorted at certain heights. You might, I'm not saying you're going to see a perfect curve, but there's going to be lights and things, so you can't be 100% sure. So what you need to do is measure the actual physical Earth curve in reality, and it's as simple as that. You think you've seen a curve. I think the Earth's curved. How am I going to prove it? I know what I'll do. I'll fucking measure it.
Let me try again, gentlemen. 1 second. I'm gonna try again.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
There you go. There's a lot of arguments happening that it's one or the other, and it's neither temperature nor, and nothing's changing, no energy or temperature. So that's something that everyone has to look at. When Professor George Porter is explaining this, he uses a demonstration of the bromine bulb into the vacuum bulb. That is all.
Just on that though, I'm driving. It's a bit difficult. The pressure, the pressurized container. What pressure was it at? Did he say? Did he give what pressure it was at?
The full clip is in the 24/7 audio room, and if you want to look at it, he goes into detail about what his demonstration was. So it explains a lot of maybe questions you want to ask one day.
Okay. The only reason I was asking, I've seen the clip, and I do know what he's saying, but there is obviously you do have a pressure temperature relationship. So if something's in the pressure temperature relationship, if there is a pressure on that gas, and then it goes into the vacuum chamber, then the pressure will equalize. Is there a temperature associated with the gas pressure? Is what I'm asking myself.
Shit, I had to switch over to my other sound settings. Yeah, but it like once again it's shown in a demonstration, so there's not much more to it than that. The lecture was on the second law of thermodynamics, and it's like 37 minutes for the whole entire video. It's really really good, the whole thing. Amish, you change your name to Dr. Barnstormer? That's
Yeah.
funny.
Hey, riding on eggshells. I misspoke earlier. I meant not falsifiable. So, if NASA says that they've got this piece of evidence and nobody else can prove it but them, then we don't have an opportunity to test it or anybody to independently validate or invalidate it. So you can throw it out. You're under no obligation whatsoever to believe something that can't be falsified. I would say you have an ethical obligation to reject claims that cannot be falsified too. I mean, the whole reason we have this mess with this problem where we have the reproducibility crisis, I think they said 70% of PhDs awarded in this one field were basically built upon people accepting claims without checking to see if those claims were backed up by evidence that was independently verifiable. So we have basically degree mills. We have PhDs giving their friends PhDs all over the place. A load of papers that nobody's ever fact checked before. And we have an entire worldwide population that believes the scientific establishment as a result. And there's a load of BS out there. So yeah, riding
Yeah.
on eggshells, we don't want to just willy-nilly trust the experts. I mean, it's good to fact check. And we are fact checking the globe. That's what we do here 24/7.
Yeah, he's chat skanking. He's not even in here. Amish. He was earlier, but he's not in here right now. Yeah, the guy Cartel messaged me in a DM. He said, I'm not in a voice. I don't have a voice or something like that. But I just mentioned to you, Cartel, you can hear me. All you got to do is text in the text chat whenever you've unmuted people, and you can be unmuted yourself. You can't just mute here people in here. It's an open forum, dude.
Can't mute moderators, more to the point.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Because then it becomes chaos when you try to talk and other people are talking to you and you can't hear them. So. Or you could sit there like a child in timeout, dude. It's up to you. You have a fucking choice. What the fuck? You should have seen it last night, man. We had Scott Mackey in here. He was going against Mike, talking about surveying, and then he got all in his feelings because Mike was telling him, that you have to do the proper measurements when you're taking your observations, and then afterwards, after the fact, they put it on the geodesy, like when they're getting the fucking, what was he calling it, the geodetic information was from a model, right? And that's how you apply it. And so Scott was trying to say that that's because you live on a globe Earth.
The Habersign formula, was it?
No, he was using the information because he was listening to some guy on Gem Panda server. His name is Larry, and he's been doing surveying for like 32 years. He kind of like, he name dropped him, and that Larry's gonna come in here. He's trying to get Larry to come in here and show everybody that how land surveying actually works, as he put it, as Scott put it.
Al Baruch's already done that, hasn't he?
No, there's somebody on Gen server named Larry that he wants to come in here. He's trying to get him to come in here, but Larry's saying no. You guys might know him. I don't know those idiots.
Why do they keep chatting about these theodolites and everything? You got Ruhif going on about it, as if it's
Because they're the tools that you use to measure the ground. Duh.
Ban Truth, dude, you were fucking snoring like a log
What's
last
up,
night.
asshole?
What the fuck? What's up, dick shit? Dude, you were snoring like a dumbass
Yeah, because
last night
someone
in here.
unmuted me. Why did you unmute me when I was sleeping?
Why were you sleeping in the fucking voice call?
Why are you muting me all the time?
He comes in for a
'Cause
chat
you
and
were
goes to sleep.
fucking snoring in here.
Anyway, spherical
Fuck,
excess
dude.
is what we use to correct the distances when you presume that the coordinates are coplanar, because they're not coplanar.
By what standard do you measure their non-coplanar ability?
Do you understand that planar surveying needs to be corrected?
Yeah, if you got a ball that you believe you live on.
Nice non sequitur.
Yeah, so how do you know you're not on a piece of surface that is concave or flat versus convex? Why is it always a ball curving downward?
Because we measured it.
How?
Why don't you just measure it? What you're accounting for in the formula?
In the formula, you make a correction because presuming that coordinates are coplanar, you get incorrect distances. The sum of the angles of your horizontal azimuthal angles are more than 180 degrees. So presuming that every coordinate is coplanar is incorrect.
Okay, so how do you know the distances?
Really,
How do you know the
Duh.
distances?
Can you at least comprehend what's happening in surveying before you
Yeah,
just...
so you're going by a standard of distance between 2 points. How do you get those 2 points in a distance
It's not
between
2
them?
points, it's multiple points.
Okay, well, we can do multiple.
Yeah, is that too much for you?
No, yeah, so how do you know the distance before you measure it? Because you need the distance in order to know what you're measuring to, right?
Oh, so
So
you
you know
don't
how
know how
much to bend your
surveyors measure
planar surface.
distances. Good job.
Yeah, so how do you know the distance? Is it astronomical
You measure
observations?
the
I mean, what do you do?
distance.
Latin long?
You measure.
All right, so how do you know you're off?
Because the different distances between 4 or 5 or 6 points, you're going to have one being too long.
How do you know it's too long?
Because you measured it.
Too long for what?
Look, I'll post a picture so you could comprehend for
I
once.
understand what you're doing, your circular logic.
Too long for what?
There.
Too
There, I
long for
posted a
what?
picture. It says
That's a great
doctor.
question.
Yeah, you're definitely not a doctor, by the way.
No, well, you definitely don't know what you're talking about. You haven't thought about this process.
Presuming coordinates are coplanar, you get incorrect distances. Way to go.
How do you know they're incorrect?
He's just measured them, and now he's saying they're incorrect, and he's got to account for incorrectness. You just
Yeah,
fucking
so
measured
what's
them.
the
You
The
standard?
lengths of the sides of your triangle show that you didn't get the same distance from every point when you measure to the other coordinates.
So how do you know it's not a mistake, some systematic error in your process?
Oh, so surveyors' instruments don't work anymore?
No, I think maybe surveyors aren't doing it right. Maybe they're loading the wrong datum into their
Are you a
theodolites.
surveyor? Do you know why they're not doing it
Maybe they're
right?
loading the wrong mathematical datum in their theodolites.
Yeah, you know what the wrong mathematical datum is? Presuming that all the coordinates are above a horizontal plane. Good job.
So why is it wrong? I mean, how do you prove it?
It's wrong because you're presuming a horizontal plane underneath all the coordinates.
Well, that's what you're measuring, right?
No, that's the
Horizontal plane? Aren't
initial
you measuring a
presumption. It's
horizontal
a
plane?
presumption
Come
that
on,
all the
man.
coordinates are above an. It's an assumption that all the coordinates are above the same horizontal plane. When you
It's an
presume a grid
assumption. No,
for
it's
all
not.
your elevation points,
That's how
you
you
get
measure
incorrect
things, dude.
distances.
No, that's how you
Yeah,
measure
you're
it.
getting triggered because you know this fucking destroys
No,
you.
the fucking destroys you. Shut the fuck
Alpha,
up,
you want
Bad
to mute
Truth.
me now? Is this too
I
much
don't
Okay,
for
need to
you?
so
mute you.
again,
Your
how
fucking idiotic self is just gonna be exposed here in just a moment,
Yeah,
dude.
you just never shut the fuck up. Everybody got to listen to your
I don't
dumbass.
so
care
hey,
about your
listen,
whiny
man.
fucking baby trolling shit, dude.
You're the
It's fucking
baby. You have
tired.
to mute people because you don't know how to
Shut
have
the
a
fuck up.
conversation.
Answer Dr.
Coward.
Barnstormer. Fucking you can't
Look at
you don't
why
got
it's
nothing.
not flat, coward.
So you think you have 3 points, okay, and you think that you're over a convex ball. How do you know it's not concave or flat underneath those 3 points? Let's say 3 mountaintops.
If it was concave, it would be less than 100. It would be less than 180 degrees.
No, because you're measuring 3 points.
You don't
He's
understand.
It's a,
rectified.
it's
You
a
don't want to
planar
understand.
triangle,
You just
dude. You're
want to
trying to measure
assert
three
your
points.
unfalsifiable claim.
You can measure 3 points on a ball or in a bowl if those points are elevated above the surface. How do you know which way the surface is bending?
You're asserting the model with no evidence. And you don't even have a model for real.
You see, you don't fucking know, man. You fucking dumbass.
Yeah, get out of here, dude.
You're the idiot.
Fucking idiot.
You're a flat earther.
You're a
Long-term
super
flat earther. Can't figure out spherical excess.
No,
Man,
you don't
man,
measure
You're
it.
not
I
measure
just exposed
for you,
you,
you're not
dumbass.
measuring
Maggie, wait.
spherical axis,
We
dude.
are flat.
Long-term flat earther.
Man,
Figure
I
out
just
why
exposed
surveyors
it.
have
You
I don't give
don't
a
measure
fuck. I
spherical
don't give a
excess.
fuck.
You calculate it.
Yeah.
man, are you hate flat earthers?
Yeah, let's
long-term
he's
flat
that's
earthers
just
can't
who he
figure out
is,
No,
man.
surveyors.
I'm asking
Doctor.
you. Is it no, Miggy? It's very important. Do you feel bad when you are with flat earthers? You do you think they are retarded or what?
Are you fucking retarded? You can't even speak English.
I cannot speak English. Okay, great, because I can speak other two languages, but doesn't matter. My English is third language. What that's fucking matter?
Shut the hell up, you meta-ass retard.
Yeah, I'm telling you this. Why you spending all your time if you are so much, with this? Why you spending all this time with these retards? Because they are stupid. They believe that Earth is flat, and you are so clever. Man, go to your life, enjoy the life. Everything it's okay. Nothing will change. Nobody will take your
An
beliefs.
easy W. You guys already lost. It's just an easy W.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're
Easy
fucking
W.
declaring when you don't know how to do anything, man. You just in here fucking grandstanding thinking you know
You're just
everything.
ultimately meta all day long. All you do is
Meta
meta.
all day long. Shut the fuck up, man. Truth. Go away, dude. Go
Miggy, I
Netflix
don't.
and
Coward.
Doesn't
chill.
even
Go
know what
fucking
he's
go play
arguing.
video
You're a
games, dude,
coward.
or go drink beer. Do something, man.
Yeah.
Touch grass. Fucking get out.
Yeah.
Pretender
Stop
surveyor.
complaining. You're just such a baby.
You can't do anything in here but complain, you fucking whiner. That's you.
Horizontal plane.
Yeah, get out of here, pretender.
Lunar phases prove that the moon is a sphere.
Yeah, dude, whatever.
Miggy, do you
Listen, so
know
there's
how
no
I
Earth
will do?
sphere.
You know how I will do it? Ask that three question what you ever ask. They don't cannot find.
Hey,
Then you
Mickey,
get.
do you think the moon is a sphere?
Can I finish my sentence?
The moon is a light, right? And then the sun is also a light. Two lights. God
Hey,
made
Mickey,
both
do
of them.
you presume that the moon is 2D with no evidence?
How do
No,
you
they
know
could be
what it
spheres. Doesn't mean Earth
dude,
is a sphere.
okay, so how do you know what the moon is, man? Let's see test your knowledge. How do you know what it is?
The Terminator line for the shadow on the moon.
The Terminator line for
Are
what
you
fucking
listening?
shadow?
Oh, you're
What shadow?
interrupting because you're a coward?
What shadow? What shadow?
The lunar phases prove that the moon is a physical sphere.
It
It's
doesn't
not a
prove.
physical. It's not a physical. How can you tell
Oh, so
physicality
the
when
moon isn't
you can't
physical. Look,
observe
this
it?
guy thinks the moon is
Have you been there?
2D.
Have you been there? Have you touched it? Do you know it's physical? How the
You
fuck
just
do
Sure.
you
look
know
at
it's
it and
physical?
prove that it's 3D because
Now,
of the
how do
shadow.
you know? How do you know it's physical, Band? You just made a claim. How do you know it's physical if
You
you've
don't
never touched
understand
it?
shadows and
No, I don't
sphericity
give a fuck about shadows. How do you know
because you're
it's
an
a
idiot.
sphere and it's physical? How do you know it's physical?
The lunar phases, I just said that. Are you
Who gives a
listening or are you
fuck,
just
dude? You
chanting?
haven't touched it. You don't know if it's physical or not. If you watch something on TV, is the something you see on TV physical,
Look, you're
dumbass?
panicking.
Is the thing that you see on TV physical, dumbass? No, it's an
No, the
image.
shadows
It's
being
an
casted
image.
prove that the moon
So
is a
how do you
sphere.
know it's physical, Band Truth? How do you
Stop
know it's
chanting like a
physical?
coward and listening to my
That's not
answer.
chanting. You're just making an
You're asking a
observation.
question over and
You're
over
just
because
making an
you're freaking out.
observation. You're making an observation. How do
You're
you
freaking
know
out.
it's
You're a little
physical?
panicking baby.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm getting to
So
the point
Alpha, he
that
he
you
had
are
to run
trying
from
to.
his surveying evidence, and now he's looking at the moon. Like they
Yeah,
always do this. They run
he's
from
dead.
Earth and look at space.
Yeah, he's the
He's dead in the
fucking
water.
clown.
Listen, when you say something's
Yeah.
physical, you have to know that
Nobody
it
even
is. You
listens to
can't
you. You're
just
just meta
you can't
airtime
just see,
film.
dude. You can't just say something that you've seen an observation of something and then declare it's physical. How the fuck do you know it's physical if you've never touched it? If you haven't interacted
And
with it?
Ben,
How the fuck do you know
The
it's
shadows
physical,
being
Ban?
casted.
Wait a minute,
The shadows
guys.
being
I'm
casted
asking
from the
Ban a
sun.
question. Answer the question. How do you know it's
yeah.
physical?
I did
How
answer
do you
your
know?
stupid ass question. You're just not
How?
listening.
How? Shadows? Shadows?
How? Don't be able to tell. How?
Well, is it just shadows? Is that the only
You're
way you know
panicking.
something's physical?
Go take a deep
Shadows.
breath.
Come on, answer,
Answer the
monkey.
question.
Answer,
Take a deep breath, Miggy.
I'll
Ben.
give a countdown, you fucking moron. You're going to
You're a
answer the
faggot.
And I
question or
tell you
sit on
what,
mute.
Ben. I tell you
You're a
what,
pussy.
Ben.
I can
Your
keep you muted
family
for
that
days.
gave
Do you want
birth
to
to you
hang on?
is nobody,
He's
not
gone.
us that are listening to Miggy. Yeah?
He's gone.
Your mother is nobody, not us.
He's
He's
He
gone.
gone.
said
Yeah,
nobody's
He's
bitch.
going to
listening
get
to you, Miggy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
by
fuck
the
you up.
way,
Oh, he's not here. Oh.
do you hear me, Miggy?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure my mic is working. My phone is so messed up.
Well, you came in kind of a little bit messed up at the beginning, but I hear you now, brother.
You guys see
I
the
made it all
eclipse
pieces.
recently?
Yeah, the
Did you get?
annular eclipse that
Yeah,
just
and
happened.
did
Yeah.
you see when they were doing? Okay, so they edited the footage, and they cut it off at certain point, but there was a solar flare as the eclipse was right over, like as the moon was over top of the sun. You could see there was a solar flare that
There
they
was a
edited.
spark, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it was a
Radwin
solar
has a
flare that was
Ra-
straight through the shadow of the moon. I
yeah,
mean, what the
Radwin has
hell?
a clip of it. He has it in the heat
Which
thermal
proves that the moon is a
imagery.
light.
Where is it? That'd be interesting
Well,
to watch. Where is it?
yeah, Doctor Automation. Doctor Automation has the clip of it with it like looking as the
Hey
spectrum of
Alpha, I
light.
just want to mention you have the brain of a fish, right? The fact that you have flat Earth, right? You
I'm
support
never
the
gonna
flat
know where
Earth,
that video
right?
is. I'm never gonna find out.
Understand.
This is
You
gonna get cut off
guys
every
have
time.
no
I'm never gonna
awareness.
find out.
That's
I
the
really
reason why
wanted to
you
know
support
that you
flat
couldn't
Earth.
just let me
You have
know where
no
the video
awareness.
was. You had to start talking before I could find out. Why?
What,
Yeah,
man?
hang on, Houston. Before you put me down, let the guy actually get out what he's gonna say, dude. Don't be rude. Go ahead.
Like,
No,
dude,
thanks.
man, you've been sold some fakery. I mean, you got to, and you're unable to discern the difference between what you see,
Yeah.
what you perceive,
Alpha.
and what's reality.
Omega, let the man get out what he was. Go ahead, no.
Oh, I
Thanks.
just wanted to find out the location.
Hey, Alpha,
Dude, Houston, what the fuck,
geez.
bro? Go ahead, no thanks.
I just wanted to know the location of that interesting video. That's all.
Okay, yeah. Dr. Automation has it, so as soon as he comes in here, he'll drop it for you in the text
It's
channel.
already posted. It's going up the screen already. The source is NASA.
Thank you,
There you go.
sir. Well, I think
All right,
NASA
Houston.
doctored the video, though, so I think what we're looking for is a solar flare that comes through as the eclipse is as the moon is right over the sun.
Yeah, let Omega. Excuse me. Let Houston get it out. Houston, do you have anything more to say about me? Go ahead.
Hey Alpha, you have
you
like
got
literally
words?
no awareness. No wonder you support
got
flat Earth. You
words?
don't you literally all you do
Go ahead.
is dispute satellite imagery, GPS technology, satellite laser ranging, radar and laser altimetry, gravimetric measurements, seismic studies, aerial photography, and remote sensing. Commercial. Hey, guess what? No actual person with any weight in the scientific community, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, has debunked the flat Earth. Whatever you guys muddle, whatever is not true. Stop. Why? I don't understand why you condoning this idiocy. Condoning this idiocy. I've never seen any idiocy like.
Okay, big guy. Let it get it out. Go ahead, Houston. You got anything else?
You got like
Get
Alpha.
it out.
Alpha. How much IQ points? How much intelligence do you have? You was born with zero something to believe this? That's crazy. Go up in
Here
the
we
plane.
go.
Go up
Now you
30,000 in the
How long
earth.
was this boiling
Go up
inside you?
30,000 in the
this
earth.
isn't
get it all out,
30,000
Houston.
feet up in
this
the
kid's an
earth,
idiot.
and
Get it
go
all
ahead and
out.
see the curvature of the earth. Like you
Put your
have
hand on
no
my shoulder,
awareness,
dude. It's
bro.
all right. It's gonna be okay,
You
brother.
have no awareness,
All right.
Preach
bro.
it,
You have no
man.
awareness.
Preach it.
No wonder you think the earth is flat,
Yeah,
bro.
but
You
who's
have no
gonna
awareness,
believe
bro.
you?
Hold on,
You have
Gabby.
no
Gonna
Let him
awareness,
believe
bro.
fucking
you?
speak, dude. Let the guy get it out, because we're not gonna hear
Okay,
this
go
shit.
ahead.
We're not gonna
And this
listen to this
dude
30
pinging me
minutes
over the
into it.
fences, like, how about you speak too? How about you speak? Like, you literally out here trying to debunk some random ass shit. So, oh yeah, climb up in the tree. You can't see the curvature of the earth.
Keep
Are you
your focus
stupid?
on me,
A
Houston.
tree.
Keep your
Your
focus.
butt hurt, bro.
No.
It's okay,
Yeah.
man. It's all right.
All right.
Every
Keep your
now and
focus
then.
on me,
Wow,
Houston.
this
That's all
guy
I'm.
doesn't like you at all, Mayhem.
Well, let him get it out. I really want him to focus on me and no one else. So don't talk about
Okay.
anybody else. Talk
All
about
right,
me.
so
What
but
else
he's
do I
going
got?
after me because he thinks I'm like, I don't know, a flat
No,
earther.
not you, Omega. Not you.
Okay.
Me. What else you got,
Anyway.
Houston? Is that all? You
Go
got
ahead.
nothing
Go
left
ahead.
in the tank?
Debunk what I said. Debunk what I said. Global positioning
I
Let me
don't,
systems,
repeat.
GPS,
listen. I don't
gravimetric
need to
measurements.
God damn it. Let him get it. Listen. When you come in here firing off all your guns and thinking you got something to say, you're just upset. I know that. But we argue here with points and demonstration and evidence. We
I
don't
just
talk.
said a point.
Yeah, but you're talking like somebody who's just upset, dude. That's okay. But
No, because you have no
what
awareness,
evidence?
dog.
Okay,
Like,
so
what the
check
hell?
this out. Check this out. You had a lot to say, and I was listening to you. Well, minus everybody interrupting you. But what I would say is, do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, Houston? Any evidence whatsoever?
Yes. I have multiple
Okay.
points. One of them
Well,
being
just give me one.
gravimetric
Give me one.
measurements.
Right. Give me one, and then we'll
Gravimetric
talk
measurements.
about. All right, dude,
Gravimeters
relax.
measure the strength of gravity at different locations and altitudes, which provides data that can be used to infer the Earth's shape. The variation in gravitational pull are consistent with a spherical Earth. Do you want me to
Okay,
go
describe
into
how they
that?
work.
Yeah,
Describe how
it
they
works.
work. How does the gravimeter work?
I
How
bet
does the
you it's going to be
gravimeter work?
density.
Yeah, they use
Just let it.
rubidium.
Hold on, guys. Let
Rubidium
fucking
gas.
Houston.
Let him
So
answer. Let
Let him
him
answer,
answer.
guys.
So basically, that's okay. Gravimetric measurements are a crucial tool for understanding Earth's shape and gravitational. Listen, it's literally basics. If you don't know this, gravimetry is the measurement of the strength of gravity at various points on the Earth's surface. Instruments called
Recommend
gravimeters
me a
are used for
gravimeter.
these.
Recommend one to me. I want a gravimeter. Can you recommend one to me?
All right, if you go on Google, you search up.
What does the gravimeter do? How does it function? What does it have inside? The mechanism, the principle.
Let's do it together, right? Go on Google,
Yeah.
search up gravimeters for sale,
So
right?
no,
You will
no, no,
literally
no,
see
no,
one.
no,
You literally
no,
see one.
no,
You
my
said
friend,
recommend. You said recommend, right?
my friend,
Yes or no?
my friend. Listen, there are many types of gravimeters.
Yes. Okay. Absolute. Yes. Okay. Let me
So
go into that. There's different types. All right. One of them
yeah,
is
what's the most
absolute gravity.
what's the
Absolute
most
gravimeters.
technologically advanced ones?
There's two types. Right. The types are absolute gravimeters and relative gravimeters. Absolute gravimeters measure the acceleration of a free falling object in a vacuum to determine the local gravitational acceleration, and relative gravimeters measure the difference in gravitational
So
acceleration between different
is the
locations.
gravimeter attached to the falling object?
You said what? Do you want me like
You're just reading stuff off the screen. Like we're having a
bro?
somebody's
Listen,
gonna have a
listen,
conversation.
listen. You know
Like,
what you flat earthers. You know what I realized you flat earthers do. You guys,
what's
what
up?
y'all
What did you
do?
find out? What was like the
What you
secret?
guys do is you try
Come
and
on,
make
dude. Let me.
scientific things
What?
sound
Like what?
insane. You
Like
try and
what?
make that's why
No,
that's why
I'm
I'm pretty
asking
sure
you.
one of you
Listen,
actually went and said
you
Why
are
do
Neil
you feel
going
insane
too
deGrasse
right now? What
fast,
is
Tyson.
it that makes you
man.
feel insane right now? Like
Why do you
what was
speak
said that makes you feel
faster than
crazy?
I
No,
do?
you said attached gravimeters attached to the falling object, bro. What?
You said
Yeah,
let's get
I
real.
asked
Let's
you.
get real.
Yes, I
Yeah.
asked that because I have asked you in the beginning, how do these instruments function? What is inside them? The principle, mechanism. How do
Did you
they
get?
do that?
Did you get what he said, Houston?
Okay,
Before
so you're saying how do these meters function?
Yeah, what is the
Yeah.
mechanism by which they
Okay.
function
So
inside the
okay.
Houston? Do you understand the question though? Inside the
Yes.
gravimeter, what
Okay.
makes
I'm
it
gonna
function?
answer it. All right. The
Yeah.
mechanism, right? Listen. These gravimeters measure the local gravitational acceleration by tracking the free fall of a test mass in a vacuum.
Listen,
Right?
just
The operation
don't
a
say
test mass.
density and don't say
All right,
weight.
Oh,
listen,
one
guy
more.
who believes the Earth
You
is a fucking
misunderstand.
base plate. All right, listen. The operation a test mass is dropped in a vacuum chamber to eliminate air resistance. The position
Yes.
of the test mass is monitored as it falls using a laser interferometer. The acceleration due to
Interferometer.
gravity is calculated from the rate of change of velocity of the test mass as it falls. Do you understand? Do you want me
You're
to explain
reading from a
the
fucking
relative
script.
gravimeters?
Well, let me tell
Debunk
you.
it.
This gravimeter is not actually a gravimeter.
What?
It's an interferometer. It's an interferometer.
Oh my god.
They use a laser beam to detect the speed and acceleration of a falling object in a vacuum chamber.
Wait, what do you say? You said it's a infra what?
Gravimeters, listen, gravimeters, yeah,
Infrarometer, the word you were having trouble
they
pronouncing, infrarometer.
use a rubidium atom inertially suspended on 6 axes. Do you get that?
So you're basically saying
So
this
listen,
absolute gravimeter is not this.
listen. There are electromagnets, yeah, on 6 axes, and they lock a rubidium atom gas molecule,
Bro,
yeah.
scratch all that. I want to get back to
And
what you actually
when you
said. I
move
want to
this
actually hear what you.
device, they know that they detect in the electromagnetic field the motion of that particle. Yeah. So they know how fast something is accelerating and in which direction on six
Okay.
axes. Yeah.
He's telling you. Wait, hold on, get Houston. We're gonna unmute you. Stop acting like a child. He's explaining the inner workings of the gravimeter. If you're not willing to listen, then you're gonna sit on mute like a child. We're gonna
I
unmute
already
you, but if
know.
you
I already know.
don't interrupt him, bro. Don't
Uh,
interrupt him. We heard your monologue. You have to at least hear him out. Now it's his turn. Just don't
yeah.
interrupt him, bro. Go ahead.
Now,
Good.
these gravimeters, they are new technology, like it's after 2010 up to today.
He's
Yeah.
gone.
No, he's still here.
Uh,
Still here.
so,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's there.
we do know that every day in a university, physics universities, yeah, where they have these laboratories, students, they get access to these machines and they have to make uh, they have to work, yeah, they have to study something, propose, do science, yeah, and make their own PhD, yeah, doctorate, yeah, so they can become doctors.
Are you done?
Well, I'm not done because you see, actually, you didn't know what gravimeters are and you don't know how they
You're
work.
actually
There
crazy,
are
bro.
many
Come on, man.
principles indeed, but laser interferometers, uh, laser rangefinders, and
Okay, answer me this one question. If you can
detecting
answer this
speed
one
of
question, I won't say
an
anything.
object using a laser, that is not a gravimeter.
Are you sure? Tell me this one
Yeah.
question. I answer this.
If it wasn't called a
What is the
gravity
purpose?
meter, would you still love the name? Like, would you still like it if it didn't have the word gravity in it? Is that what's really drawing you to it?
Bro.
I'm just wondering.
You know why I know he's talking bullshit? Because he said the one line he said, gravimeters are new technology used in 2010. Like what? Gravimeters are not new technology.
But it,
They've been around
Listen,
for
you
the
literally the
call
old one,
them
18th century. What
gravimeters,
are you
but they
talking
are
about?
actually accelerometers.
yeah,
Bro,
the old ones used
tell
like
That's what they
springs
are.
and
That's what they detect: acceleration and velocity.
one sentence, tell me, right, what interferometer and a gravimeter, what are the differences in purpose and field of use? Field of use, right? So tell me in just one sentence or two, right? I don't want to go on a huge ass monologue. Tell me the difference between like the field of use, right? What is used for both of those things. Tell me just one sentence. Tell me.
Listen, by the definition of the word gravimeter, this will not be an instrument which will measure speed or acceleration. It will measure the force of attraction between things with mass or between things that curve space and time.
Bro, you got your diploma from like a cereal
Bro,
box or something. Like I
did you
told
say that?
I
Did you
told you tell
say?
me the purpose and you literally went on a different
I would like to say something right now. This guy is reading from Chatbot that you can hear him stumbling on words, so we're arguing against Chatbot.
Are you crazy?
Did
No,
you
you
say?
don't even know the
Did you
difference. You
say?
literally don't know
Did
the
you?
purpose and difference.
You guys,
You
did
are
you
the
say that?
crazy
Did you
because
say? Did you say that Neil deGrasse Tyson debunked the flat Earth?
yeah,
Yes,
he
yes,
said
there's
that.
multiple
Okay, good,
sources for
good.
that.
Okay, good. Do you know what is gravity?
Bro, why like y'all changing the subject? Like
No,
I'm
I'm not
literally
changing.
debunking this
I'm
guy.
not changing
This
the
guy doesn't
subject.
know.
Well,
I'm
This
not
guy
let's talk
changing.
doesn't know
about
I'm not
what
changing. I'm not
gravimeters.
changing
interferometer is
anything. I
used
want to
for.
know.
The
Let's
field
talk.
of
I
use.
want to know
I'm
how
still
much
waiting on
you know.
him.
I'm not
Houston,
See,
changing
I'm
anything.
still waiting
Houston,
on
Okay.
what
Do
he
you
just
what he
know?
knows,
Houston.
Do
Hold
you?
on, let me
I'm not
let me
changing.
pause right.
I,
I know,
bro.
Sasha. I know. I'm gonna give you the mic 1 second. Houston, this is a back and forth. If somebody's asking you a question, bro, just answer the question.
No, he has
There's
to
nothing
answer
to.
my question first.
I
I'm
know. I
finna leave
understand.
because
Houston,
y'all just trolling
you
me.
don't have to
Y'all
go, man.
trolling me.
Stay here. We
Y'all
want to know if
trolling
you
me
know.
because I
We
literally
want to, bro. We want to know if you know if the Earth is a globe, but we can't get there if you're not answering questions, bro. Just the one
Yeah.
thing you come in like a one-hitter quitter is not gonna work. We want to know what you know, so that's why
okay.
we're asking questions. You don't have
yeah.
to
That
dip, man. Just
that Russian
relax.
guy, that guy with the accent, right?
Do,
The Rush. I don't know where he's from, right? I told him,
uh,
right?
so
Just one sentence. I told him one sentence. You guys all heard this. All of you guys in here heard this. I
can you
said, tell me
answer
the
only
purpose,
simple
Hold on,
questions?
purpose and field
Sasha.
of use. I told him the purpose. Tell me the purpose and field of use, right? Just one or two sentences.
All right,
He said, well, in the basic definition of a,
all right,
like, I
that's
didn't
cool.
ask
That's
for that. I didn't
listen. I
ask for
know,
that.
but just chill, dude. Just relax. You come in high strung. Just relax. All right. So I'm gonna let Sasha just kind of ask you a question, and then you can hold on to your point.
The
Don't lose it.
reason I'm like
Just
this, the
hold on
reason
to your
I'm
point, bro.
aggressive, the reason I'm
Yeah.
aggressive.
Dude, just relax, bro. You need to take it down a notch. Let Sasha ask you a question, and you come back and you can retort. If you keep continuing, dude, we're gonna have to just leave you on mute. If you leave, you're gonna stay unmuted, dude. Just relax, fucking relax, dude. Well, I don't know why you drank 2 cups of coffee. Just relax. All right, so Sasha,
Yeah.
ask your question, and then with
Miggy, I
Wait,
think we should
not
address what the
Sasha.
brother.
word meter means in Greek or
Yeah,
Latin,
we'll get back to
whatever it comes
we'll
from.
get back to his point.
Yeah.
We'll get back to his point. I don't mind, but I want Sasha to just ask him a question and see if he can respond out of a script. If it's not a script, he can speak like a human and respond to him. If he knows that the Earth is a globe, there's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear. So just respond to Sasha's question, and we'll figure out what you know. It's
Yeah.
pretty simple, dude. There's no need to panic. All right, if you know the Earth is a globe, then it's a fucking globe. It's like good. But
Yeah.
Sasha, you want to ask your question,
I
sir?
wanna hear him first, bro.
Okay.
Well,
Do you
Sasha's
know
gonna
what?
ask you a question, man.
Do you know what is gravity?
Yes, I know what gravity is, bro. But
Okay,
I wanna
great.
hear
I will ask you now second question. How it that you know what is the gravity, and the guy you're referring to, he doesn't know?
listen, I asked him
I'm asking this
a simple
question.
question.
How it's possible that you know
What
what is gravity, and the person, Neil deGrasse Tyson, what you're referring to, what is the mainstream narrative, he said, I don't know. Next question. What, I need to believe you or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
you're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson now.
Yeah,
Okay.
You, you,
let me just
you
get into let
said,
me bring some point of clarity. I'm sorry, Sasha. Point of clarity.
okay.
What he's referring to is a clipped soundbite of they were asking Neil deGrasse Tyson a question, and the very question that Sasha asked you right now is, you know what gravity is? And you said yes. When they asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy you were referring to earlier, what is gravity? On a sound clip, he said, "Gravity. What it is? I don't know. That's what he said. And so you're claiming
Correct.
that you know, but he didn't. It's the only thing that Sasha's pointing out right now. That's why I want to put some context into what he's saying. Okay, that's what he
Well,
was basically
I'm
trying to get
using
you to
the
understand.
I'm using the definition that's being passed around that's actually being said in like the scientific community. I'm just saying that, and
So
and for that
the Neil
and for that
deGrasse
type,
Tyson is scientific community. I'm asking you. He answered very clearly. I don't know what is gravity. That means PhD answer. I don't know. Now who are you?
so okay, so let me get this clear. All right, Sasha,
Let
right?
me.
You
Yeah.
okay, Sasha, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You follow the Neil deGrasse Tyson's word, right? Like what he says is basically backed up because he has a
You said
PhD,
that
right?
Neil deGrasse
Yes or
Tyson
no?
debunked
Yes or
it right
no, bro?
there.
Yes, bro. They don't answer my question. I'm finna leave, bro. Cause like I'm trying to answer
Okay.
them a question. They you want to ask me question, bro? I said, yo, listen, do Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? What he says, right? Since you're saying he doesn't know, he said in the soundbite that he doesn't know gravity, right? Are you basically saying because what he says, everything he says, it has some weight to it because he has a PhD, right? Yes or no? Like
Uh,
what he
uh,
says
uh,
has some weight
okay.
behind it.
He's
Cause
PhD. What is the true and what is
oh
not the
my
true?
god, bro, yes or no? Why are you trying to like you're trying to go just like no, yes or no?
It's called
So
like a hostile witness. It's called a
if there's
hostile
more
witness,
information
Houston.
to it, then you can answer it. But answer the question. What I'm asking you, I'm saying if Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Uh, what he says, everything
Yeah.
he says that's to do with science and stuff, right? Does it have weight to it because he has a PhD and all of that experience?
It's
Yes or
called a
no?
hostile witness, Houston, right? It's somebody that you trust, and you trust their opinion, and the man that you trust says that we don't know what gravity is.
Yeah, but according to Houston, he wants an answer to his question. So, in the paradigm that you exist in, he would be considered someone who can speak on science and Houston. So if he says what he says is like whatever his answer basically would be the standard for you. It's a standard. So if he says, what gravity is, well, we don't know. Then we're gonna go by what he says as a hostile witness, like No Tanks is saying. We're going to use him as a hostile witness to point out to you guys that what he's saying about the paradigm is what should be standard for you. It should be standard for every glober, right? Not just one person, but everyone. So he's speaking on behest of the scientific consensus. So when you speak out of something he didn't say, then you're speaking out of turn, meaning that you're kind of like trailblazing right now. So you're saying things that
Are
nobody in
you
the
using
scientific community
science
would say.
against someone who's important in the science, like the
Sure.
science community, right? So you're trying to prove the Earth is flat
Okay. Can you
using
tell me
science,
what
No,
right?
no, no, no,
science
no, no. Wait,
community?
wait,
Are you
wait.
trying
Okay.
to prove
Miggy,
No,
the,
no,
flat,
no,
the
no.
Earth is
Hang on,
flat using
Houston. No,
science?
based on Sasha. One second. No, what the thing we're trying to show you is that when you say something and when the scientific consensus says something, they're two different things. You guys are in opposition to each other, and we're pointing that out.
Yeah.
You don't know that right now because you're coming in hot. You just want to make a point true that the Earth is a globe. I get you, man. But when you're in opposition to these guys who are the scientific consensus, you're not talking against us. You're talking against your own rhetoric, the mainstream. And so we're just kind of enlightening you that just got to watch what you say because if it's not in line with the mainstream rhetoric, then you're speaking out of turn, just like you are now saying
Um,
that you know what gravity is.
hey,
They don't know.
I'm just saying that Tyson I'm not speaking out of rhetoric because Tyson literally did say that the Earth is not flat. He
Yeah,
said it
that's
multiple
fine.
times.
That's fine. But what we're saying is on the issue that you're speaking of, the specific topic. When you say gravity and you know what it is, they don't claim that. They don't claim knowledge on gravity like the way you are right now. So that's what we're saying on points that you're saying. Not saying that overall they think that the Earth is flat. They don't. But what we're saying on specific points that you guys bring up in here, you're speaking out of turn like you know what you're saying, and it's not true. So you have to at least get with the rhetoric and then know what they're saying, and then come in here and say, "Look, this is what we know as a whatever science." And I get you, but you're fired up. You want to prove a point, but if you don't get your rhetoric straight, then we're gonna keep telling you that's not correct because we
I'll
know
tell
we study
you.
it every day. It's like a person who works out every day. They
Bro,
get
listen.
strong and tough. But listen, if you're not in this arena every day, you don't know, bro. You're out of the loop, and you're coming in here with like just one talking point. It's not gonna.
I
That's
have
in the
multiple
grand scheme of
talking
things.
points.
Well, that's great. But in this one talking point about gravity, when he asked you the question, it's not true that they know what's going on, bro. They said it themselves. but
Can
they
you
will
can you show
provide.
me the soundbite?
Yeah, dude, like we got it. It's
Go ahead,
somebody can
Cameron.
pull it up. Somebody pull it up and put it in the text channel for this gentleman. And also,
Also, the other clip.
yeah,
The
there's a
other
few other
clip.
ones. There's a few
And
other
the
ones, but
other
that.
clip of space time pushing down.
Yeah,
Oh
Mitch
yeah, yeah.
Lukaku saying we
Well,
lied
we
to you
haven't.
about gravity.
Yeah, we
Because
haven't.
as I see it right here, right? It's not that
Sure.
he doesn't know what gravity is. He just has he knows, he himself has acknowledged
Okay.
that there is a lot about
Okay.
gravity that
Can
remains
you
unknown.
tell me what gravity
Right.
is?
Houston,
Miggy.
you're correct. You're correct. That's exactly why he didn't say that he knows, right? That's what you just stated right now is correct. That's the reason why he didn't say that. So, but the point I'm saying though, in this arena, when people come in there, they come in real hot. They want to just prove a point that they don't give a shit what they say, so long as they make their point correct. And then they say invalid things like the one you just said when Sasha asked you the question. So we're clarifying the fact that this goes on in this arena. So hopefully this kind of puts it into a perspective for you that you can't just say whatever and just make your point like you know what you're saying, because
Bro,
these guys,
you
the
guys just
scientific
do that
consensus.
though.
No, dude, listen. We're researching every single day, Houston. We hear talking points from these scientific communicators, and we know what they're saying.
If you're researching
You
every
guys
day,
don't.
how did you not know that the Earth is not flat? Like I don't
Right.
understand.
We
You're
can
using
get to,
science.
bro.
Yeah,
We can
science.
get to that. That's why I'm saying relax. We're gonna get to that, but it takes some time. It takes time to develop for you to realize, right? So there's some questions you have and some talking points, and we also got some. So I'm gonna let the conversation continue. I think somebody's trying to get in here, but guys, we gotta share the mic. Let crypto
Pass it
come
to
in here
get
real
back.
quick.
Pass it to get
Yeah,
back. I wanna.
yeah. What, dude? We gotta let crypto come. He's trying to get in, bro. Crypto's trying to get in. Just
Welcome,
nice.
Crypto.
Yeah, a couple of things I wanted to just say to Houston. First of all, it's funny because you said, "Oh, well, if you're in this arena every day, then how comes you don't know the Earth's a globe?" Well, I would flip the question back to you and say, seeing as you're never in this arena, why are you so sure that it is a globe?
Because there's like a whole mountain of evidence. It's not just like look, okay, I'm gonna be level headed with y'all, right? I'm a calm down. I'm not using emotion. Like I understand, right? You guys are like, okay, the government is not, they're not always truthful to you guys, and they could all like,
It's not about government.
forge data
It's
and
not
all of
about
that stuff.
government.
I understand. Yes, I understand. But listen, it's not like I'm coming here with 1 or 2 points. It's like a whole mountain of points, and I'm trying to say that. And when I was talking to Get Back, talking about gravimeters and everything, right? I told him just 2 sentences. Give me 2 sentences of what the different purposes is. He went on some huge monologue about what the definition of a gravimeter is. I didn't ask for
Monologue?
that. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
he
let me
went.
address that.
Dude,
Let me address that then.
you actually conflated the gravimeter with an accelerometer.
Cool.
Oh no, I
Can I
didn't, bro. The difference between an interferom, bro.
another red herring? Can I just address what he said?
Yeah.
I really like to have linear conversations, right? Because I think they're a lot less frustrating when there's a back and forth between 2 people that makes sense. When there's 5 people jumping in, everyone's throwing red herrings around, nothing gets done. So I'm either going to talk to him or I'm not going to talk to him, but I'm certainly not going to have a 4-way conversation with him. Okay.
I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you.
Cool. So, Houston, I get what you're saying, but the way I see the globe model, and actually the heliocentric model more than the globe model, is that it's a bunch of corpses in rigor mortis leaning on each other. And you need to understand that a lot of these things that are given as proofs are actually not proofs. So you think you're coming in here with all this evidence, oh, you got Eratosthenes, oh, you got gravity, oh, you got planets, you got all this stuff, right? But when you actually dig into these subjects, you realize that none of them have like a single interpretation at best, and at worst, you've actually been hoodwinked and you've been lied to, right? So what you think is this mountain of evidence, you start to realize very quickly, if you try and hold it in your hands, it just slips through your fingers and there's none left.
Okay, listen. Okay, I came in here. I was talking. I listed some points like the gravimeter stuff that me and Get Back was arguing about, and right. Listen, he okay. So when he tried to debunk my point, right, about the gravimeters, he not only did he get about 2 points of them wrong, which one was about oh, they was just used in 2010, so they're newly new stuff to new technology. How you blah blah blah. How you can you trust new technology? Blah blah blah. Right? They've been using the 18th century, dated back to the 18th century. So he was wrong about that.
Wow.
Right? Two. Right? Two. I told him, listen. Tell me. He said, okay, gravimeter is not a gravimeter. It's a infrarometer or whatever he said. Right? I said, listen. Okay, he said it was an infrarometer or whatever he said, right?
You
Houston,
I
there's
said
two
said
that.
different ones. There's
no,
one that has a
I didn't say
spring.
that. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
say
yeah,
that.
you did. You
No, I
see,
didn't.
you said
Nope.
they use
Nope.
a laser.
Doesn't matter.
They shoot a laser at a falling object in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, Houston, there's
I
two different
I
ones.
said
One uses like a spring and weight, and another one uses like a cesium atom, the oscillation between different known, substances, et cetera. So that was definitely new. We know they didn't have that one in the 1800s, right? So there's got to be somebody making a little bit of a mistake, right? They didn't have.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just get in quick?
I said
Okay, can I just get in? The thing is, Houston, is that you didn't actually address what I said, and we're going to be going back into the red herring on technical issues, right? Which is fair enough. You want to get onto the meat and bones of like specific technical application of these arguments, but you haven't addressed what I've said at all, and I was hoping you could do that.
say it again, please. I didn't hear what
Okay.
you were talking
So
about.
I did say quite a lot, and I'm going to condense it right down now. My argument is that virtually every single globe argument has multiple interpretations, and virtually all of them can be explained with a flat motionless Earth as well. And the way they present it to you is that that's just not the case, when it clearly is, right? So that was my point, and I was hoping you could address that, because you're telling me about your mountains of evidence, but then when I look for the mountains of evidence, I don't see anything.
Are you done or
Yeah, I'm done.
okay? So you're looking for my mountain of evidence. Is that what you're doing?
No, what is the important point is, I've made this really clear, but I'm going to try and make it as clear as possible. Multiple interpretations. Okay, so you take something like Eratosthenes as an example. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but it can be interpreted both within a globe framework and within a flat Earth framework. So when a glober says Eratosthenes proves the Earth a globe, he's just objectively wrong, right? But this seems to be the case for virtually every globe evidence I've ever seen. So that's my point is about multiple interpretations. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth context, like every.
Okay, multiple interpretations. All right, so like you know what's crazy? I don't actually think any flat earther has actually went out in real life, right? And actually went up to this guy and actually seen like
You're not going to
proof
address
of
what
this
I said.
flat earth because
You're not
I
going
would
to address what I
be.
said. It's like the third time you haven't addressed what I said. Why are you even?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't like you're saying that. Okay, you're saying that different interpretation, different points can have different interpretations. I'm
Yeah.
like I've said that before. I've said it before. Literally talking about do you want to see my mountain of evidence, right? That I could also that it's undeniable. I have undeniable. Like you can't just be talking about debunking it when this other guy get back. Literally, when he was trying to debunk me, he literally got 2 points wrong in trying to debunk me.
Your conversation with someone else. You're having conversation with me now, right? You and me are having a nice conversation over a cup of tea and a crumpet, okay? And we're talking about whether the Earth's flat or a sphere. Now, you've said to me you've got this undeniable evidence. What is it?
Okay, I'm not gonna go into the gravimeter stuff. I'm gonna do a different point with you, right? So okay,
You brought
so
up
listen.
seismology. Can we go into seismology?
What about okay? Listen, what about GPS functionality or satellite imagery? I guess because I mean we're talking about images, right? We can talk about images because well, I mean,
Well, they're two different
images.
topics. Which one do you want to do? Because GPS and satellite imagery are very like you might think they're linked in your head. They're different topics from a technical application.
Okay, which one do you want to do?
Well, I mean, imagery is very easy. Like,
okay, very easy to do. Is it very easy for you to debunk or what?
Well, I don't even need to debunk it. It's an image. What does that even prove?
Is it image?
Yeah. What does an image prove?
Well, I mean, it's like you can't really. What are you gonna use the Photoshop excuse? Say, oh, it's Photoshop and stuff, or CGI? Is that what you're gonna say?
Well, I don't need to because they tell you it's CGI.
Who tells you it's CGI?
NASA tells you that the images they present to you are CGI.
Okay, well, also, are you referring to that the images of them in space and stuff, and like they take pictures of space and like they have this bright space nebula and all of that stuff, right? All of that. So are you referring to those, like how they touch up the images a little bit?
Well, you say they touch up the images a little bit, but what does that mean?
Because okay, so when they're taking a picture of space, right? So like, say they taking a picture of a far galaxy or whatever, right, in space, right? There is no actual like we can't see it with our eyes. Like the eyes, right, we take a certain spectrum, right, of light or whatever it is, right? I'm not like too scientific with it, but I know because I heard it, and I've also looked into it because I was interested about color and the way we perceive it with our eyes, right? They touch it up. They touch it up so we're able to see it. It's not like some trying to be like a fakery image. They touch it up so we can actually see it.
Nah, it's a
Because
lot
we
more
can't see it with our eyes.
It's
What
a
do you
lot
mean?
more than that, and not only is it a lot more than that, I don't think you actually understand the process of layering that they go through, which can be. Let me get to tell you this way, right? So, if you've ever seen how the blue marble was constructed, which is the one that I think has got the most detailed kind of video explanation on, they talk about stashing all of the individual layers. They've got like a cloud layer, they've got a spectral highlight layer, they've got a marine. Multiple marine layers, and so the kind of shallower seas are greener and the deeper seas are bluer and all that stuff. And then he says, "Oh well, this is just an artist's image. I just put it together in Photoshop." He tells you it's not me. It's not some dickhead on the internet. This is NASA guys telling you I photoshopped it, and I photoshopped it because it has to be right. But that Photoshop can be applied to any shape. Like you can take marine data and then mock up like an artist's rendition of a flat model if you wanted to, and then you can have like the shallower seas directly from NOAA, coloured them green, and then you can have the deeper seas blue and all the rest. It's exactly what he's doing. The only difference is that he's doing it on a globe shape that you already believe, and so then you just believe it. But I could do that, and if I was from NASA and I said, "Oh, I've got a flat Earth," and here's me photoshopping it, you'd believe that too.
Actually, well, I mean, there is currently 162 people. Well, I mean, if you're talking about faking images, if you don't believe about images, I mean, there's a live feed if you want to go there. There's
But you don't
162 people
understand.
watching.
You still don't understand the point. The image isn't fake. It's taking real data and applying it to a model in Photoshop, right? It's not like he's just drawn like the Sasquatch or whatever. He's taken real data and just applied it to a model that he believes in, which is exactly what you would do if you were him.
No, but the issue is with that. No, but listen, the issue is with that. The issue is with, okay. So listen, all right, I understand. Yeah, okay, boom. They take data and they put it on a 3D model, right? Listen, boom, boom. That'll be that's a whole different thing. The issue is though, it's not just those images we have of us believing of like our model, right? It's not just that we have like literally a video right here. We have a video live. It's not like a pre-recorded, it's live right here.
Not live.
It's not live.
You're talking about the
It's not,
ISS.
it's not live.
The stream is live, but the actual footage isn't live. No.
It's not okay. So debunk that for me. Go ahead. I want to hear why it's not live.
That, please.
There's nothing to debunk.
Well, prove
actually
it's
is
not live.
true, though. That actually is true, though. I've watched those live streams, and it's just like a repeat, like it's like a cycle of re-footage.
So you've watched hundreds of hours of it.
It's every 90 minutes.
No, it's not 100 hours. It's probably like probably like 2 or 3 hours, and then like every side, like it's the same footage. It's not actual live. I'm not a flat earther, but that actually is facts. Then you go up, like just watch like a live stream or whatever of it, and it'll be like that.
You should show me actual like video proof of it being a repeat. Because what's it called?
Bro,
You guys,
just
well,
go
you
on
guys love
YouTube
truth,
and
right?
literally look up a live stream of it, and I guarantee you it'll be like
I mean, I'm
that.
looking at it right now. I don't see any loops. Like, where's the loop?
Well, you gotta like
You gotta
it's
wait.
looped. You
I
just
gotta
gotta
be
You gotta
here
keep
wait
for
till
trying.
like
the
6
loop.
hours.
That'll probably, yeah.
Oh, so you've been there for 6 hours watching the globe,
It
just
wasn't
moving
6 hours
around.
for the one I watched, bro. Like I'm not a flat
we
earther like at all, but that is fact though. That is like,
Okay. If it's facts, then show me the evidence to support it.
bro. I was like
there are
fucking like
Not a
people who
fucking
record
loop.
14.
He
them.
just told you. You need
Just
to
do
go
your own
there
research.
and watch it for 2 hours yourself. And then when you see where
Okay.
it
So
cuts
if I
back to
have to
the
go there
beginning,
and I have to go and find it out, then why don't you, as a flat earther, go up to space and go and see if the Earth is flat? The
it's
hell?
space is fake,
Oh
son.
yeah, hold on. Let me
The hell?
just address.
There's commercial flights. You know,
Do you really
there's
think that
commercial
they're
flights.
equivalent? Hold on, hold on. Do you really think that those two are equivalent? So you're saying if I have to watch a 90-minute live stream that to prove that it's live, then you have to invest millions into a rocket and then go into the fucking vacuum of space. Do you really think that they're equivalent, like, asks?
Bro, there is commercial
No, they're not.
space flights. There's commercial space flights. I mean, if you want to go ahead, hey, listen, if you want to go ahead and you want to put up a GoFundMe, right? For combine all of the funds of the flat earthers, right? Settle it once and for all. Like, it's that easy. But I've seen no flat earther actually take it into their own hands and go up to space to where it's further enough to see the curvature of the earth. I've never actually guarantee you 100% chance rate right now that
But
you have not gone
why
out there.
why do we need to go so far away from the curvature
Guaranteed.
when we
I
are
bet
here?
$1,000 right now you haven't gone out and
You
actually.
understand you understand that that's a begging the question fallacy, right? So if I was to say to you, oh, well, if you just went through this, I don't know, wardrobe in some kid's bedroom, fucking wherever, you'd end up in Narnia, but you haven't done that. But I guarantee if you did it, then it would happen, right? This is nonsense. This isn't
Oh
an
really? Oh
argument,
really?
right?
Okay, and then I would go
Yeah,
through that
it's
wardrobe,
nonsense.
and then nothing would happen, and I would be like, okay, I just did it. Nothing happened,
Well,
so
go on then. Go and
you're
do it.
wrong.
Go and do it. Go and do it.
Okay, let's meet up and show
You
me
know,
where the wardrobe is. What the hell? The hell?
yeah,
Listen,
no, you've got to go and do it. That's your job. You got to go do it. Go on.
I mean, I could search
Okay?
up right now commercial space flight price,
No, but you're
or
okay. You clearly don't
I
understand
can't. You're telling me about
analogy
a
because
random wardrobe, and you haven't told me anything about the
yeah, you
wardrobe,
don't understand
right?
analogies. Have you ever seen The Lion, the Witch, and the Have you ever seen Narnia, the Chronicles of Narnia?
We
Yeah.
saw it.
Yep.
Yeah, so surely you understand this analogy is that when you put the burden of proof on someone else to say, well, why don't you go up to, in a rocket and then you will see the curvature of the Earth? That already assumes that the Earth is curving, which we don't think is true. So,
Okay.
like,
Listen.
you understand that argument is begging the question. You literally are assuming the
Oh,
truth of the argument in the premise.
okay. I don't understand why it's so complex for you to just go out, right? You don't even have to go to space, right? You can just
Well, who
do
are you claiming
basic.
did it? Like who are you claiming did that?
What do
You
you
think
mean?
somebody did it, right?
No, what I'm saying is, I'm just saying he wants to overcomplicate everything. Like okay, go out right now. You
Not
don't
really.
even have to go up to space.
Not
You can just go out
overcomplicated. Simply,
and literally get a stick or whatever, right? And then you can literally do some basic math, right?
How high is
And find.
space though?
yeah,
Like how high is that?
yeah. Oh, well,
You say what? Say
okay.
what?
Let's get into math. We can get into maths if you want. Okay, cool. So, what do you think?
Bro, you
How do you think we can prove the
overcomplicate
curvature of the
everything.
Earth from the surface of the Earth with a Yeah, okay. So
That's
I'm just a
what
really
you said.
complicated
What?
person. So I'm just a really complicated person. So anyway, as I'm a really complicated person, how can we prove the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth with a stick, like you claimed?
Okay. Step one, right? Measuring the Earth curvature with a stick, right? That obviously that's a simplified method. I was using this like just a simplified thing. But listen, choose two locations, right? Right. That's step one. You choose two locations. Step two, you plant the sticks, right? So at local solar noon, when the sun is
Stop
highest in
reading
the sky.
Google.
Like bro, you're saying stop reading. Go, like, listen, I'm telling him how he can go out and do it himself. Do you want me not to tell him? Yes or no? The hell? Like, I don't
We know
understand. Like,
already what you're gonna say.
Okay, you know already. So go out and do it then. What
Yeah.
the hell? Like,
Well,
have you actually?
what you're saying, listen, you are saying that the sun light rays are parallel. So right now I'm looking outside from my car and I see the sun is behind the hills. It's sunset here. I can see it's shining, but I don't see the sun anymore. It's behind the hills, but I see the sky being lit. Yeah. So that light that's coming to my eyes is actually parallel with the light where the sun is right now, like in that part of the world. So someone is above someone's head right now, and that person looks up, yeah, at the sun. He sees the sunlight coming to his eyes, being bright, and me, like thousands of miles far away, I see the sun setting, and this light that's coming from the horizon, I'm looking to the horizon, yeah, in that direction, not right above my head. So these two lines are parallel. This is what you're saying
You
to
know,
us.
did you get all that information from
I
Google.com?
know very well that this is what you are saying.
Did you get all that information from Google.com? Actually, matter of fact,
No, you
so
are invoking, listen, you are invoking the sun as being a collimated light source. Its light rays are propagating in a parallel manner. So this means that you can get shadows only if the world was a spherical shape. If it was flat, yeah, there would be no shadows because the sun will be above all things, yeah, and the light will come perpendicular to on everything, yeah.
oh yeah, I
So
forgot it was press the talk.
well,
Okay.
you need to show me how the curvature of the earth makes the sun to be visible as a coin in the sky, the size of a coin in the sky, and not actually the whole sky to be full of light.
So you want me to show you how the sun
Yeah,
is able to
because
light up the sky?
you are invoking collimated light source. Do you know what that is in physics?
You know, this is what I mean by overcomplicating things. Like this is I'm
No, not
I
overcomplicating
was trying to
things. I'm talking about scientific things.
I was trying to tell you I was trying to tell
Stop,
him I was trying to
stop,
tell Alpha how
stop,
to do.
stop. A
Who
mod is
is this
going
other
to
guy?
speak.
Who's this other guy? Doctor Automation? Who's this other guy? Okay, so
Yeah,
listen.
he's moderator.
Okay, listen. Is
Let's do the
is this
simple
flat
one.
Earth model that you have the heliocentric model, right?
We
Is
don't
the
have a
heliocentric?
model.
You don't have a model.
We don't have.
You d-
We are
you
not
don't have a model.
gods. Listen, we are not gods to be able to make worlds.
You don't have a model, so you don't. So you
No,
don't
we
know
are
how
not
it works.
gods. Only a god can make a world, create a world.
Do you not know how the Earth look like? Like you don't have any like
Well off
illustrations
in
on
the
how
weeds.
it looks like.
Friend, this is well off in the weeds now. We're now going on to another point, onto another point. Did you
Yeah.
just start from
I don't understand. He wants to talk about physics, but I don't think physics.
I know, it's fine. You invoked Aristosthenes about 5 minutes ago, yeah? A stick in the shadow? Yes or no?
Yes, he
Oh
did.
wait, hold on. Let me mute this live stream real quick.
No worries.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
what was
So
what was you saying?
you invoked Aristosthenes a moment ago. A stick in the shadow, right?
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah, you was talking about new methods, and you was talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson even debunked it. No, like No, Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't he didn't condone y'all. He's not with you guys. He's not like agreeing with you guys. Flat model. No. Now you
hostile
even
witness. It's not with us, man. You don't know what it means or what.
So you know what hostile witness is, right? Somebody from your side that kind of goes against what you're saying. Doesn't matter.
He's with me,
my friend. It doesn't matter his overall worldview, but you trust what he says. Yes. Oh, sorry, I got somebody at the door.
Me. Can you give me rights to type in this channel so I could show you some sources on what I mean?
And that was the
It's
last
a
time
2,000-year-old source.
You said what? 2,000-year-old source? What?
Yeah, like there's plenty. I mean, we don't need to see it again.
Isn't some of the sort like the stuff from thousands of years ago like we're building upon that knowledge in the past and we're improving?
Are you?
Yeah.
You still talking about sticks and shadows? How are you improving?
Wait, what you mean?
No, you said proving the Earth with sticks and shadows in this year. What are you talking about improving? Or we've been going
that was
since
that was
years.
using wasn't that not used thousands of
How's
years
the development
ago?
going there?
Yeah, there's no need to post it. It's a 2,000-plus-year-old thing.
All you need is this.
Right,
All
a
you
stick
need.
in a shadow. Yeah, I heard you.
I mean, you need a straight stick, sunny day, level piece of ground, measuring tape or ruler, protractor, or angle. Like it's not just a stick.
Yeah,
I'm
for
saying
2,000 years, you're telling me that we're spinning through a galaxy far, far away, and the shadow hasn't even changed for 2,000 years, and that's a globe proof. It's weird.
I mean, that's not the only like you guys only think that there's one piece of evidence. You only think, and there's new age technology that tells us it's not just old. I'm not just saying
New
about
Age.
old stuff.
I think somebody wants to
New
go
Age
over
is a
sticks and
religion.
shadows with you.
I'm not talking about this new
Sorry.
age, but like, listen. You know what?
No, I think somebody just wants to go over it with you. I don't
like
think they're opposed to going over the sticks and shadows with you, but they've heard maybe you could hear out their argument on it.
Okay, I know they've been through this thousands of times, right? Why instead of talking about it for the next 1,001 times, have you out of all of those conversations in the past of you talking about the sticks argument, right? Have you actually gone out and tested that?
Yeah.
Who has? Who just said that? Let me scroll up. Who said that?
Me, Effie
Jedi
You
said
wait.
it.
The guy above me in the call,
Yeah.
the Borg guy, 0294. You tried that? Oh, FE Jedi. You tried the stick thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did he use? What is the things that you use? What was the conditions in that experiment that you did?
Well, this is why I like to invoke the Chinese as well. So lots of people have done this. It's all going to depend on your assumption of the math that you use and the relationship between whether it's the Earth or the circular path of the sun above the Earth. You understand that with regard to
okay, I understand the Chinese. Can you just tell me the calculation that you used? The calculation?
Oh, mate, do you know what, dude? I haven't got it on this fucking device, but I do have the math somewhere. But what I can do is I can give you the math that Aristophanes used. And
But didn't earlier in our conversation you was like, why are you using 2,000-year-old things? You can't be using 2,000-year-old sources because you know da da da. Like what?
So-
Like what? Why are you trying to bring up the Chinese? Wasn't that like 2,000 years ago? Like why are you trying to bring up old stuff? Like wasn't you in our previous conversation? You was like, oh, you can't bring up 2,000-year-old things. Oh, how about you talk about new stuff?
Well, it
say
is just a
gravity.
premise because I mean you're stuck. You like that 2,000-year-old one.
I
You
did bring
mentioned it
up
a couple of times.
gravimeters though. That's
It's a new thing or an old thing now. Watch out.
That's
New or old.
absolute
That's
gravimeters, right?
something you
Absolute
don't know.
gravimeters.
You don't know what they are.
You don't know what you don't you still
No.
to this
Okay,
day still haven't
define the
told me
word
the difference in
gravimeter.
purpose and use.
Please,
I wouldn't go to it.
define the word gravimeter. And
till this
I will
day.
be silent. I will not talk again with you if you define to me the word
Oh,
gravimeter.
you want a definition of a gravimeter,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So which one? Do you want absolute, relative, superconducting? Like what do you want? What definition do you want?
The definition of the word gravimeter.
Just get
what type do you want? What absolute,
You keep bringing
relative,
it up. Let's just
superconducting?
get it
Like
over.
what?
If you want to just get it over with, get it over. You keep bringing it up, even though you know
All
nobody
of
had lasers
okay,
in the
you
1800s.
mentioned two.
Oh my gosh.
You mentioned two of them. Give me those two.
I mean, if you're not gonna tell me like the type, I could just say, I mean, a gravimeter is an instrument used to measure the acceleration due to gravity at a specific location. Is that good for you? Yes or no? And also before you say, oh yeah,
Didn't you
you
just
use
say? Didn't you just say what I just told you before? That it
And
is an
I was
instrument that
talking.
measures acceleration.
I
yeah,
wasn't talking about
nobody's
that.
And
I was
you
debating.
talking about.
assume
I wasn't
that
talking about that.
acceleration is caused by gravity, by a force, fictional force, fictitious force.
Yeah, nobody's
I wasn't
debating
talking about
Houston
that.
on that subject of there
Well, you
being
just said a
acceleration due to
gravimeter
weight.
is an instrument that measures the acceleration caused by gravity.
I was talking about. I told you right because you brought up
Yeah.
interferometer, right? I was saying, tell me
No,
what I was.
stop. Do you remember that three phrases before you just gave me a definition for the word gravimeter?
My brother in Christ, I was not talking about that. I was talking about the purpose. What's the purpose of the
No, not the
interferometer?
purpose. Not the purpose.
Holy shit, chew your mouth first, man.
You tried, you defined it. Because I asked you the definition and you said the word gravimeter, yeah, stands for an instrument that measures the acceleration caused by gravity. This is your words.
Yeah, but let's just be
Okay, and
specific
I
with them.
told and I told you.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, now pause here. This is what I
Oh
want to
my
talk
god, bro!
about.
I'm finna
Yeah?
end up leaving because all you do is like, it's like a whole gang. It's like a whole gang of you guys. It's like a whole military right here. Like it's like this is the
Hoorah.
base right here. Because like when I'm trying to say something,
You're
right?
wicked,
You in
man.
your
Man,
own
you're
words. Oh,
wicked. You're wicked, dishonest.
Yeah, Houston,
Seriously.
it's not. It's not. I mean,
I should have recorded
you
what
keep
you
on
said. I
bringing
should have
him up. You
recorded
keep
what you
on like
said.
egging. You keep egging him on, saying, "Oh, and that one guy's a liar." Like, you keep egging him on, right? So, but
Yeah.
nobody disagrees with there's an acceleration due to weight, right? But that's the effect, and now you're claiming that there's a cause. Like nobody's
No,
arguing the
I'm not
effect,
doing that.
right?
I told him.
But
I told.
you said it's
Okay,
the
Yeah,
cause.
well,
It's
he
the
said
cause of.
caused by
listen.
gravity. Yeah.
Listen. The reason I was saying one part of his statement was wrong is because he, in his own words, he said gravimeter is actually an interferometer. I said, okay, if you're gonna say that, tell
The
me what tell me
one
what the
used,
purpose of both of them. Tell
listen,
me the purpose.
I was talking about the one you invoked, yeah? Where you said that they use a laser interferometer to measure the acceleration of a falling object in a vacuum chamber. And I haven't asked you about this, but this is the explanation you gave to me when I asked you how does a gravimeter actually functions, yeah? The mechanism, the principle.
Bro,
And
the whole reason I was
yeah,
on you is because you said that gravimeters.
where I was going, I told you that these devices, all of them, they measure acceleration of
Okay, good.
things.
Yeah, good. But you said the
Yeah,
gravimeter is an interferometer. Yeah, you said that.
no, this is what you said.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did say.
Well,
I didn't say that.
you brought up the late. You started
You
citing it
said
from the internet. You started saying.
I was
the
I
gravimeter
was talking about how
is
to.
an instrument that measures acceleration of a falling object in a vacuum chamber using a laser interferometer. You didn't even know to pronounce correctly the word interferometer.
Bro, listen. You literally, I should have recorded this. I actually should have recorded
It's
what you
recorded.
said. This.
Don't worry.
It
You're
is
live
recorded.
stream,
You
dude.
said it.
Oh,
You are
yada yada
recorded
yada.
and
Look, they
live
brought
stream
out
right now.
Doctor Automation coming in like the Avengers, coming to save the day. Okay,
Yeah, but
let me
Houston,
talk
you
to.
said both. It's not a big deal. And then when Get said, "Well, which one are you talking about?" You just started reading off the different types. There's spring ones. There's interferometry ones. There's different types. So he said, well, which
Yeah.
one do you want to talk about? And then you guys kept bouncing back between both. But the point is that you keep on kind of insulting him, and then you're wondering why he's jumping in to defend himself. You know, it's not cool.
Yeah, but the issue is, like, I'm the only reason I'm saying that is because a gravimeter is not an interferometer. I'm saying that they're both like
It uses
distinct
an
different purposes,
interferometer.
bro.
Yeah.
I'm
It
saying,
actually
okay,
uses a laser, yeah, to actually detect the velocity of a falling object, and it detects its acceleration. It finds its speed at a certain moment in time.
all right. I want to just clear it up. Okay, so I think you said that a gravimeter is basically, you said, I think that you said that a gravimeter is a interferometer, right? I think you said that. Did you say?
Yeah,
Do you actually
but
say that? Did you say that? Yes
uh,
or no?
what?
Did you say that? Because in your argument, when we was first talking about gravimeters, you said a gravimeter is basically an interferometer. I'm like,
No, I never
yes,
said that. No,
yes.
I said it's using an interferometer
You did not say that.
to measure acceleration. Yeah.
Okay, the proof of burden is on you.
Rewind the
Right
tape
here.
then. Go back and listen
Fine.
yourself.
Tape. Hey. Yeah, he's the proof of
Proof
burden is
of
on him.
burden. The
You
burden of proof,
have to
you
show.
mean?
Don't care. Listen.
Guys, come on, let's move on.
Hey.
Move on.
You know
Stop
why it's a
the
back and
semantics
forth? You
here.
know why? Okay, I'm gonna tell you right.
It's
Just
not going
straight
anywhere.
and simple. All right. You know why it's a back and forth? It's because, right, with actual like factual stuff, right? You can There is basically a right and wrong. With flat Earth and round Earth, there's just a bunch of people just like, you're using science to try and debate that the flat Earth is flat. Yo, it's not
Yeah,
flat, bro.
but
Like, you're trying to use
you
science, and
still
science.
you see you still haven't answered my question because I asked you
What question?
what does a gravimeter do?
I answered that at the first time that you answered that. I
Oh,
answered that literally way back.
what does it do then?
And then when I answered
What
that,
does what does it do?
and when I answer, okay, so you want me to tell you what a gravimeter does?
Yeah,
I
because
told
it's a
you.
gravimeter, it ends with meter. It means it's an instrument of measurement. It measures something. Yeah?
Yes, yeah, you already know. I already
Yeah.
told you that. But the
So
issue
what
is,
does it
hold on.
measures?
Yeah, I know it measures acceleration. Yes, we already been through this, bro.
What
We already
the
been through
fuck?
this,
Acceleration is gravity. What the fuck
bro.
is wrong
The
with you?
gravimeters are designed to measure the acceleration due to the gravity at a specific location. What?
Then
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
you
Yes
are
or no?
falling in your head,
Yes
man.
or no? Okay,
No,
so
gravimeter are supposed to measure the gravity strength. Yeah?
so you're saying the purpose of a gravimeter is not to measure the acceleration?
Yeah, well, this is what the word says.
I'm saying the purpose of a gravimeter.
Acceleration is not gravity.
Oh my god. Okay. I guess we're
Yeah?
gonna go back and forth
So when you measure
because
the acceleration of an object, yeah, that's not gravity that you're measuring. You are measuring the the increase in velocity of an object when you measure the acceleration. Yeah? And that is not gravity.
for you to be saying that what what just because it had gravity in the name, like gravity, you just think it's not designed to measure the acceleration due to gravity at a specific location? Is that what you
Well,
is that
you
what
are
you're saying?
not using
Like
gravity to actually measure the acceleration. Are you?
I'm saying about the purpose. I'm saying the purpose.
So, yeah,
What is
how
meant to
does the
what like what the
instrument
purpose of the
manipulate the
gravimeter is?
gravity? Tell me.
Huh?
tell me, how does that instrument actually manipulates gravity? Yeah.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Like it's like you just don't want to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Got what? Like I don't understand. Like why are you saying you got me? Like you didn't get me. Like at the end of the day, right? You don't even. You're using Google and you're blaming me about using Google, but
No,
you're using Google
listen,
yourself. You're using Google
I have
yourself.
a phone with a broken screen, so I can't search on the web,
You're using
and I'm
Google
in my
yourself, bro.
car.
Come on. You're
No,
using Google
I'm
yourself.
I'm talking to you right now, and you don't hear typing or anything because I don't have any other devices. Yeah, except my cigarettes lighter in my car.
All right. So you know what's
I
crazy,
know
right?
a
Okay,
lot,
I don't
but
know everything.
but
Okay,
you
listen,
don't
I don't know
know.
everything in the world. I don't know everything in the world, right? About like everything. But if you want the answers, right? You're saying all of this stuff about gravimeters, right? I
Dude,
could just
you
be
came here and you said that the
yeah,
gravimeters are your best proof for the globe world that you believe you live
yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yeah? You said
Yeah,
it's the
real quick.
best proof.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
real
no,
And
quick.
I
you
never
are
said
not
it's the best
even
proof. I
you
never
are
said
not
it's the best
even
proof. I
capable
said it's
to
one of the
define the
proofs.
word
Pardon,
gravimeter.
pardon me. I
And
just
you
want
barely
to
know what these instruments
hold on.
actually do.
Get 1 second.
Yeah.
Swapped, are you there? All right. Did he leave? I think he left.
Who?
Oh, he's muted. Hey, hang on, Swap. Hey, the reason why that Get is the way he is, dude, he's old school. He's old school, dude. Like he doesn't need all the technology that you younger guys do because he has life experience.
Yeah.
So he has like experience with all these. Just letting you know. So he
Yeah,
doesn't
Experience from
work,
where?
search Google, bro. He
at my workplace, I do use a laser
yeah,
interferometer. Yeah,
no,
every
what
day,
I'm yeah,
Okay, so do you know the freeform method?
$500,000.
Dudes, yo. I was
Yeah,
telling you guys something. Hold on. I'm
go
just
ahead,
telling
please.
them that Get has experience with all these instruments. He doesn't need to search things on Google like you do, Swap. That's the only thing I was saying. So when you charge him with that, you don't know the guy. Okay, he's old school. He doesn't need that stuff. You guys do. You guys need Google to save you. He doesn't. Just saying.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. He doesn't need Google, whatever, right? So
And
I mean,
Houston,
if he doesn't, what?
it wasn't like an insult either. It's just that
Yeah,
people would rather you understand the argument rather than just read it off the page.
I
That's what
mean,
most people meant
where
when they
did you get
said,
your
"Hey, you're
information
using."
from?
You're right. We can get it from Google, but you got to kind of digest it and understand it. You were just reading it without understanding it. That was kind of an issue there.
Okay, but
exactly.
every point you bring up, right? I could just literally, oh, Google, there he is. That's the answer to everything, right? When you debunk something, right? You can go ahead, Google it, right? Okay, boom. There's an answer to what you're trying to debunk, right? Oh, then you can go ahead and have a whole debate with Google, right? Like literally, like you can go out and search your own questions, right? You don't have to talk to people. That's like going up to a little toddler or oh, the earth is flat because I have experience. I went outside and I climbed a tree and I saw there was no curvature, right? You don't have experience, right? Like, bro, it makes no sense. It makes no sense, bro.
No.
Makes no.
Have you ever looked into the flat Earth evidences, like the ones we post
Yeah,
usually,
yeah.
along these
That's what
observations, measurements, and such?
I know
Have you?
about I saw the heliocentric model, but this guy said that there's no model, right? Because there's no like only God makes the Earth or some shit. He said, um,
Well,
he said we're not like a god. We can't create a model or something. I said okay.
A world, yeah,
You can't
a
create. I'm
functional
only looking at.
world.
I'm only trying to look at what you think the Earth looks like. Since you're saying it's flat, right? What the Earth looks like in like from a map perspective, right? From
Up,
what it looks
down,
like.
left, right, front, backwards.
It looks exactly like the way
Yeah.
you see it currently, Houston. It doesn't look any different, right? Because you can't see the globe, right? You can't see it because you're just not big enough. You're just like an ant on a basketball. So the flat Earth, right, in quotations, looks exactly as you perceive it, right? The sun moves in the sky, the moon moves in the sky, the stars move, water is flat, right? This is it. That's all. It just looks just like
Okay,
you know it.
and for the people under the earth, like under the earth, like what's under? You saying it's flat, right? Because you know there's a top side and then there's a bottom side.
No.
You said no. Who said that?
Yeah, no.
Did I?
How? Yeah. No, there's not a bottom side to the Earth. Do you think
What is
that?
it?
Sorry. Do you think that we claim that the Earth is a disk in space or something?
I mean, you're saying the Earth is
No such.
flat.
Follow what I'm saying, dude. No conversation over the last 15 minutes has been anywhere logical and got to an end point. Do you think that we claim that the Earth is a disk in space?
No.
Okay, what do you think we claim?
I think you're just like saying the Earth is just like just a flat type of fucking circle, some shit. Like it's just anything flat, like a flat circle, or I don't know, cube or whatever. Because y'all have some different mindset.
No,
It's a
we
flat
don't believe
base
that.
plate,
I know what you're
flat
saying.
base plate or some shit. I don't know.
How about think about if you dissect? I mean, put the two words,
Away.
away. Yeah. Thank you. I'm losing my words as well. Earth is Earth, right? And then flat is flat. Flat is what? Is it an object? No,
Like
it's
a
just a
table.
description of a surface. It's not a claim of a shape. So we don't claim a shape when we say flat Earth. So Earth is Earth, and flat is the description of the surface of the Earth.
The world.
That's it.
Yeah.
So when you go out
And
you're
it
seeing
has
you seeing the
depth.
ground.
It has depth. We can dig and
Obviously, yeah.
drill in the earth. The longest borehole in the world is the Kola Super Deep, 8 miles in the ground. Now, this Russian company never could drill any deeper. They stopped at that distance, deep, at that depth, because about 3 mills got broken and they couldn't drill any further. Whatever it was down there, they could not drill through it. This may the cause for this. I'm not saying it was something super solid or super hot or whatever. Definitely, it wasn't super hot because the company is saying that the temperatures at that depth were about 300 degrees Celsius. And this temperature is a very low temperature for melting steel or the carbide, sintered carbides teeth of that drilling mill. So whatever they encountered, I don't know, but they couldn't drill deeper than that.
Yeah, and ironically, they use something
Yeah.
similar to like the gravimeter type of thing to measure the density of the Earth with the core and all the crust and all the levels. So they use this prediction for the density of the Earth, right? And they were wrong every step of the way. So these gravimeters were broken
Yeah.
back then. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so who's like the big boss here, like the boss of the flat Earth theory? Like who's the
The Grand Poobah.
who's a person like that heavily? Like, do you actually
Well,
like
the
ever like?
person,
It's Jedi. Talk to him.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, Jedi.
Yeah.
Do you
Or Eric
deep
Dubay.
down? Okay, Jedi. Do you
Fuck Eric
be
Dubay.
honest? Be honest. Be honest with this. Be 100% honest. Like, if your life depended on it, right?
Yeah, go on.
Do you actually believe, deep down in your heart, that the Earth is just a flat surface? Is not round or anything like spherical, or like how the media says it? Do you believe deep down, no doubt, 100% correct, like it's a fact that the
Yeah,
Earth is
I know it.
a flat?
100. Yeah, I know the Earth is a flat stationary plane. Do you want me to tell you what?
a flat stationary plane, as in like, what, like a disc, or like a square, or like, what is it? Like a flat?
Right. Right. So plane, I'd have no idea what the shape of the Earth is. You say circle or square or whatever. I've got no idea what the overall shape of the Earth is, my friend. But I
Okay, okay.
know, hold on. But I know the surface is level, and I know that the Earth is not moving.
Okay, so okay, those 2 points, that everything is flat. So all the countries is on one side, right? All the countries are on one side.
Yeah, it's all on the top. Yeah.
All on the top, and then we don't actually move. Like, we don't rotate anything. We don't move. The sun is actually moving and is
Yeah.
shining
Yeah,
on us, right?
Yes.
the
Okay.
whole sky.
Hold tight.
Okay, tell me why. Okay, the whole sky and the sun is moving. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna tell this to Jedi, because he's the boss of
Yes.
this. Tell me the main reason, the biggest reason in your for thinking that the Earth is flat. The biggest reason, like the undeniable reason.
What I'll do is I'll explain it to you like this. Right. So the
In
Earth.
just simple, the simplest way
I
you can, like,
will. I will.
simplest.
I will.
Okay.
Just follow along. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to navigation, aviation, and engineering as a flat stationary plane. It's observed and measured and used as such.
So are you saying basically, like, you know them flat, the flat Earth, right? The flat maps. You're talking about those? Or are you referring to those?
No, I'm not talking about maps. I'm talking about the Earth is upon which we all live. The Earth. Not looking at a map. Not going to reify a map. That would be stupid. All right. So the Earth. The
Okay,
waters
so
of the Earth. So listen. The waters of the Earth. They
yeah,
look flat.
they
They
look flat.
Yes, observation's key. First step, right? So observation of the water on the Earth. It is level, horizontal, flat. Measured, flat, horizontal, level. So if the water of the Earth is observed and measured to be horizontal, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
So I'm gonna say it back to you so I can fully understand, so I don't get anything wrong when I say what I'm saying next. You're saying that you perceive the water as flat, and because it's measured as such, right? And you see that the water is flat. In your head, you believe that the Earth is flat because of that. Those are the biggest reasons, right? Am I right for saying
In
that?
in my head, I observe and we measure and practically use the Earth as flat. Yes. The
Me
key
too.
word
Okay,
here,
okay. So you perceive, all right. So
key word,
perceive is
word
like you're
is
seeing it. You're seeing it, right, with your own
yeah,
eyes, and the
yeah.
measurements. Okay, what are the measurements?
Okay, so with regards to laser targeting systems and signal propagation, infrared lasers, for example, when shooting over a distance of water, do not get interrupted by Earth curvature. For example, we can have a laser and a target both 2 meters above the surface of the water at a lake, and the distance between them is 25 miles. We measure over that top of that water that water is not curving.
Okay, okay. Can you say no can you simplify it so I want to write it down in the notes, so like when we go further I can refer back to it, to what you said. Just
Yeah,
do it simply. I'm writing it in my notes that you're saying, so I can refer back to it and not mistake anything. So say
that's
say again simply. So okay, the first reason why.
first
First calculation.
first calculation. My goodness
Oh
me, you're
God.
making this complicated now. All right, so do you know what a laser targeting system is?
Okay, so laser targeting system, right?
Yes, direct line of sight targeting system.
Okay, tell me what you believe is a laser targeting system.
A laser, infrared, dual
So,
band or tri-band.
okay, so laser and infrared. That's what you're talking about. That's the
Yes.
calculations that you're using. So
No, it's not.
lasers and infrared.
No, it's not a calculation. It's a device.
Okay, device to use for calculation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
and what is it?
if
Okay.
if the Earth was a curved surface, then for an observer or laser at altitude, the physical geometric horizon would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you got a laser and a target 25 miles away over a body of water, the Earth curve would make it impossible for you to hit the target because the Earth curve would be in the way, right?
So you said 1.2. Wait, say again slowly so I can write in my notes so I can refer. I don't want to get anything wrong when I'm debating.
1.2
1.2
times
yep.
the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, okay.
Break that
1.2
down.
time multiply the square root of the observer's height in feet.
In feet. So let me break that down for you. For a 1 foot observer, the square root of 1 is 1. You times that by 1.22 and you get the physical geometric horizon for an observer at 1 foot at 1.2 miles away. If
So
you're a
you
6, go on.
okay, so you calculate this using the laser targeting system?
No, this is comparison of the globe Earth model. So if the Earth was a ball, then every physical horizon would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Remember, we're looking for Earth curvature over a distance of water. Being as the laser is not interrupted by Earth curvature, we
So
have
you're
a
saying,
direct
all right,
line.
don't go too far. Don't go too far. I like don't. So you're saying 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the calculation for to see if the Earth is a ball, like you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the? Do you know the calculation to for if you want to see if the Earth is flat?
Well, it's just flat, isn't it? That would be zero slope. We understand that a horizontal line is, sorry, I'll say that one again. We understand that a horizontal line has a slope of 0, but a slope is non-zero. So add a number, 1, 2, 3, 4, doesn't matter. But we understand that a
You said
horizontal line,
horizontal line has a what? Let me write that down real quick so I don't
Has
a
zero
horizontal,
slope.
yeah,
now
zero.
I'm writing it down so when I refer back to his points in the future I don't get anything wrong. So
You can
go
always
ahead.
go back to the live stream, which is on YouTube, and listen to the conversation again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, horizontal zero. That's simple.
No, it's because I'm using this live. I don't want to go back in the live stream. That's going to be way too in the future. Go ahead. So you're saying horizontal line is carry on with that?
A
Why
horizontal
didn't you
line.
say so? Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
Horizontal line has a slope of 0.
Okay, so the horizontal line has a slope of 0. This is for what? The ball Earth or the flat Earth?
Horizontal line, so that would be flat.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Just
So
in reality.
this is for the. So that is for the the flat Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah, horizontal.
Okay, and for the ball Earth, what is that?
It'll be non-zero. So a number.
Anything above any number, any number.
Yeah. And this is why I brought up the calculation of 1.2 times square root of the observer's height in feet. If you're
Okay, so
standing at altitude on that curved surface, the physical geometric horizon is going to be a calculable distance away. This is what the laser targeting systems are designed to figure out in this instance. We understand what a direct line of sight is, right?
hold on. I just want to.
It's going so slow, dude.
Yeah. We're going slow, so we can establish every single thing, right? Don't go and confuse. I want everyone to understand, right? Look. All right. So the calculation you gave me, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is for the ball Earth, right?
Yes, you'll
And
find that every
okay, so
Distance to the horizon.
hold on 1 second. That is the ball. Okay, so that formula derives from simplified geometry, assuming obviously a spherical Earth, right?
Yeah.
And it's a rough estimate to calculate the distance to the horizon from a given height above Earth's surface.
radius.
Is that right? Is that right? Am I right for that?
Yeah,
For saying that?
you're absolutely
That's what Google
Okay.
says. Yeah.
Okay. So that now you have a calculation to actually. Do you have any calculation to actually back up the flat Earth without saying horizon?
why I was talking about the laser targeting system.
Okay, yeah. Carry
Right.
on with that. Carry on with that.
Okay. So if you can imagine, you've got a laser and a target at a distance of 25 miles between them over a body of water. Both laser and target are about 2 meters above the surface of the water.
Carry on. So okay. So you have a body of water. I want to understand it fully. You have a body of water.
Mhm.
Say again. Okay,
Yeah,
you
the
have a
body of water is a lake. The physical geometric horizon should be at about 5 miles away. The laser should pass over the target at a distance of 95 meters. If the surface of the Earth was curved, it would not be able to hit the target because the curvature of the Earth was in the way.
Yeah, the laser goes in a
okay.
straight
Now
line.
say it one last time. Say it one last time for the people in the back that couldn't hear.
Dude, are you messing around now? Are you messing around?
No, I'm
Seriously.
not messing around. I'm genuinely right. I'm no base. No, what I'm saying. No, because what
Let
what
him
I think.
learn.
No, hold on. Because what I think right is that you have okay. So there's people who study this and people who only know that they just know from I don't know from another professional that told them
Mainstream
that the Earth
media.
is that the Earth is round. Right. I want to actually I want to see what your calculations is. Right. I want to see. I want to compare it to. We're gonna debate. I'm gonna compare all of
Yeah,
the
but
stuff that
you're
you
not
said in
understanding
the
the
future.
calculation
Yeah.
of zero, like 0 plus 0 divided
Hold
by
on,
0 plus
Let
0
him say.
minus
Okay,
0.
all right, okay.
Let
Listen,
me. I'm talking to Jedi because you
you're
guys
gonna have
told
to
me that
click.
he's the boss.
You're gonna have to click. Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna have to click into the text channel so you can see what's going to be posted to you since you want to do calculations.
Okay, Jedi. Can you say what you were saying about the laser targeting thing again?
Both laser and target are 2 meters above the surface of the Earth. Distance between laser and target is 25 miles. If the Earth was a curved surface, you would not have a direct line of sight between the laser and the target. The laser would pass over the target at a distance of 95 meters. The target is hit by the laser, demonstrating the water is not curved.
Yeah, and that assumes the laser goes in a perfectly straight line.
Well, we can talk about that in a minute, Matthew, but I'll give you a variance of 5 meters.
It's not assuming, it's actually going in a straight line. Laser, the least refractive. Actually, the military takes infrared laser refraction as negligible.
Okay. I just want to say okay.
So
So
they
for your case, for the
propagate
flat Earth,
in the straightest manner. They are really reliable.
y'all can like debate on your own selves or something. Because I'm trying to talk with a Jedi, and you just
Straight line is a straight line of sight. Yeah, I mean you can check. You don't.
Yeah.
You can trust it or check it out later, right? But that's the given values for a globe with a radius of 3959, 1.2 times the square root of these. You can check them out. You can check it later, but
where's the
just
channel?
understand the. Just
Type it in the
understand the.
channel.
Yeah, you can check it later, but just understand the premise. That's all. Just the premise. You can check the numbers later, crunch it up. You know.
And Houston, this
I want to
is
check it. I want to check it right now. Hold on. Just post in the channel.
Houston, this is what you were supposed to say from the beginning and not actually argue like fools for more than an hour. We want to teach you and give you evidence. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna gather all of your evidence, right? And
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes, and
literally
verify. Yeah.
live. I'm gonna punch holes through that shit, right? I just need you to actually
If
give
you
me
can.
the text
Yeah.
to get ping. All right, so there's a 24/7 flat Earth. Ping someone who's a flat earther. Ping me the calculations to like.
Dude, type in
the reason.
Google Earth curve calculator. Earth curve
Well, I mean,
calculator.
I'm seeing.
That's all.
I mean, on Google, right? The flat Earth. They're claiming that shining a laser across a long stretch of water without any apparent curvature indicates a flat Earth. Is that what you guys believe?
Well,
Yeah, Houston, you see.
sorry.
Go ahead,
Being as,
Jay.
being as the surface of the Earth is primarily water, right? The
I
globe
just want
Earth
you
is
to
div-
say yes or no, bro. Like, do you believe
yes.
that? Like, okay, yeah. So you believe that?
Painful, dude.
Okay, so you believe that shining a laser across a long stretch of water without any apparent curvature indicates a flat Earth. That's a
Yes.
yes.
Yes, the waters are measured to be level.
Okay, can you tell me about refraction, the issues with laser experiments, refraction?
This is why when Matthew jumped in, I said I can give him a variance of 5 meters. That's all that I can give him, because within the mathematics for refraction over this distance, that's all the calculations will account for. 5 meters of variance. Now remember, I said that the laser passes over the target, or should pass over the target, at a distance of 95 meters. I can give you refraction, but it's not going to account for Earth curvature. So what? Should we take it down to 90 meters? The collimation of the light, I can give you an extra 3 meters if you want. So what? 87 meters above the target.
Also, why are these people talking like? Why don't I have access to this channel?
Well,
Okay.
somebody will see in a minute. We
Yeah,
get
yeah.
all of
You give me access to that channel because they're typing. Okay, so refraction. All right, so we're talking about refraction. All right, so
What is refraction?
So
What is
what I meant by like the refraction to that claim that you were saying about shining the laser across a long stretch, right? All right. So I mean, refraction is like one of the issues with the laser experiments.
What do you think is refracting, Houston? What's refracting?
I'm trying to let me explain first, and then you whatever.
Yeah, well,
Right?
you're saying
Refraction,
refraction. What's
atmospheric
refracting?
refraction can cause light, including laser light, to bend downward, following the curvature of the Earth to some extent. This refraction can
Yeah,
create the
that's
illusion of a flat surface. Is it what? Do you have a counter
yeah,
to that?
Houston.
Dude, you are just
Houston.
reading fucking shit off the computer.
Okay, and did you not read from a book
Houston.
or fucking computer? Like what? Where did you read? Did you learn from fucking
I have my
Einstein?
own equipment.
Did you Did you learn from
I
Einstein or
have
something? Where
my
did you learn that from?
own equipment.
Okay, so you was just born and you just have equipment. You know what it is. You don't like. I know you learned from a teacher, bro.
All right, all right.
No,
Just
listen,
relax. Hey,
Radman is
let Jedi come in
really
here.
an
Let Jedi Houston, just relax, dude. Relax. Jedi's gonna explain. Just be calm.
Do you know what Snell's law is?
You're talking about Snell's law?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, just type it in. Yeah, you can Google it. I was gonna ask him the same thing. You just Google it real quick.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Google it, and if you can, Houston, just read it out, just so we can all know that you're reading the definition of what Snell's law is.
So you want the Google definition of Snell's law?
No, Snell's law. It'll just anywhere you
Oh,
go. It doesn't matter where it is.
Snell's law.
Yeah.
Okay. So Snell's law, named after a Dutch astronomer, right? Describes
Alias,
how light rays change direction when they pass through different media with different indices of refraction. Am I getting on the right path here?
Yeah, but we'll hit some highlight keywords there as you go along. But
Yo,
just read a little bit more. See if,
give me access to the channel because I can
oh,
paste
I don't have those powers. There, I think that comes from the server. I think you have to be a part of the server more than a day or two. I don't know how it works.
Hey,
Anyways,
as a suggestion, we can give him some access to 24/7 Flat Earth, our home server.
yeah, just go there real
that's
quick.
crazy.
Yeah, just go there real quick, Houston. Yeah, it sounds like a joke. It's just
Oh,
relax. Everything, the answer will come. Just take your time. Don't rush through it or don't panic. Just relax. So, Snell's law is one thing we're talking about right now. We want to make clear that you understand what it's about because it deals with refraction, the word refraction. And of course, there's a lot of other atmospheric conditions that you need to know about that you don't know right now that you're presuming is one thing, but it's not that one thing you're thinking, it's another thing. And we'll dive into it because it's not just it's loaded. There you have to unpack. Okay, so First of all, we're diving into Snell's law and what it is. So
yeah, the thing that's named after the Dutch guy.
Right. So I'm gonna start putting some images and some diagrams you can see in the text chat. Can you see the text chat, by the way? I don't even know we're posting. You can see it.
I don't know. It was a 24/7 flat Earth. It's a side chat in the voice call.
Yeah. Are you there?
I'm there. I can't even type in it. Like what?
You can't type, but can you see it though? Like.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, I'm Alpha Veritas, and you see what I just posted right there?
I can see that.
Okay, so I got like a pencil in a cup of water. And of course, right above that, refraction and Snell's law. So it's just showing the formula for it. And it also shows the boundary between two media and the way an object passes through the boundary and changes optical density of the object that's going through the boundary. So when an object travels through the boundary of any medium, right, especially if it's showing the light through that medium, then you can see the object in that medium change optical density, meaning the object, when it enters that medium, when it crosses the boundary, will change the way it looks underwater, right? So, and through air and water, because air is a layer and so is water. So there's a layer in between those two mediums. Once the object transverse, it goes through that medium, you could see it changed optical density. It's clear, right? You can see the difference between the pencil above the water and a pencil below the water. Does that make sense? First of all, for just demonstration purposes, can you see that? It's apparent, right? Right. There's no mystery there when you see that. It's not like a magic trick. It's just how your vision works when you're seeing through the medium of water versus the medium of air and glass. All right. So
that image depicts
I meant if you have the idea of what it means by the definition you just read, because you can read the definition over again. It'll say that when two contacting mediums are something passes through the boundary of those two contacting mediums, the optical density of the object will change. So it's going to look different when it crosses the boundary. This is refraction. Right?
Okay, so using refraction, right? Wouldn't that obviously? Okay, so since Jedi was saying laser targeting systems prove the Earth is flat, I said refraction. Since the illusion, right? It changed the view, right? Wouldn't that be an issue with the laser experiment since refraction?
Right. But here's the thing that we need to understand when we're working with the medium of air, because we're talking about all the tests that we're going to be doing in the medium of air. So that's one medium. So the air that's above the glass of water, that's one medium. The water is another medium. When the object crosses the boundary of the medium, then refraction occurs. Then you can see the object change optical density in the other medium that it enters, and then it looks different. Therefore, if we're using one medium, the medium of air, and we're saying that it's crossing the boundary of another medium, which other boundary or other medium are we talking about? Because in order for refraction, like the way Snell's law outlines, occurs is when two contacting media are present. So we're not talking about the density of a medium, we're talking about the constituent parts of the medium. They have to be completely different. So when we see water and we see air, we know that they're different, right? One's a gas, one's a liquid.
Yeah, carry on.
Right. So when an object crosses the boundary into the other medium, it changes optical density. So if we're claiming refraction in the way Snell's law has outlined, it's a law of refraction. It's a law. It doesn't change. It's the way it happens. We observe things see the optical density of things change. That's how refraction occurs. So if we're saying the air is multiple mediums or one medium, the constituent parts that make up that one medium are only one medium. It's not different mediums. So air is only one medium. And we're looking through air. So there's other phenomena that take place within the medium of air that can distort or cause air turbulence between us seeing something in the far distance, which we could also attribute to either inferior or superior mirages. And also we can term this like in a hot day, we could call it heat haze.
You know what the issue with voice debates, I can't go back to what, like, if you say something
We're
wrong,
recorded. We're recorded.
I can't
Houston.
go.
We're
No,
recorded.
but the issue is though that like you can't be called out live to it. Like this is
We
what
are.
this is like I
Yeah,
said to type
we
it
are
in.
recorded. We are recorded. We're 24/7 recorded. So this whole session that you have in here has been recorded.
Yeah.
It still is right now.
Yeah,
So
but I'm saying, but yeah, that what it's gonna be uploaded at some time in the
yes,
future.
yes,
But
yes. It will be up. It will be up. So you can go back and check it out. So what we're talking about right here is that other optical phenomena that's taking place in the medium of air has nothing to do with Snell's law and the refractive viewing of optical densities changing between an object transversing through a different medium. So we're not saying that that's what's going on. However, other optical phenomena are occurring, right, within the medium of air, which include things like fata morganas and heat haze, superior, inferior mirages, different type of
can we
optical
just
phenomena.
simplify? Can we just simplify what you're trying to say, like in one
Sure, I
sentence?
can condense it. I can condense it. I can say that other optical phenomena can occur in the medium of air that don't attribute the Snell's law of refraction.
So other optical. So okay,
Yeah.
say that again.
Other optical phenomena are occurring in the medium of air that don't require Snell's law of refraction.
So both
Yeah,
these
okay.
mediums.
I wanted to type. I
You
wanted
get
to
it?
type that in my notes.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I wanted to type
So
that in my notes so I could go back to it. Okay, so
sure. So when
okay,
we you done?
okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So when we talk about optical phenomena, we're going to also look at what happens in the medium of air as hot air and cold air intermingle, right? And so when we see this happening, and I'll give you an example. If you ever have like a gas stove and you turn on the gas stove in your house and it's a cold day, what you're going to see happen, like when you're looking straight on and the hot air is rising, is there's going to be air turbulence. This is also referred to as heat haze, right? So the haze that you're looking through the air that's turbulent is going to change the optical view of the thing that you see in the far distance. So when you're looking through the heated air and the cold air are intermingling, it's going to cause like eddies in the air, and those things are going to be swirling around, and it's going to make it look real wavy when you're looking through it, which people attribute to Snell's law, and it's not, because it's only one medium. It's just changing density, or rather, I should say, the heat and the cold air are mixing, causing there to be a disturbance in the air. That is not refraction as you know it through Snell's law.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm really wanting for this to be clear. And that's where the confusion happens. When people like, okay, so there's a black swan image. I don't know if you've seen it or not. You probably have because you're in this arena. But when they look at the wavy bendy cranes in the image, that has nothing to do with Snell's law. That has everything to do with inferior mirages. So when you see an inferior mirage, is colloquially could be known as heat haze. That heat haze that you see is hot air and cold air intermingling, causing the image that you see of something in the far distance distorted. So you're looking at something, but it looks wavy, doesn't look right. But it's only through the medium of air. There's no two contacting mediums, right? There's only one. There's only air. But with air, you can have different temperatures, right? Like, of course, there could be heated air and there's much cooler air. When they start mixing, the turbulence in that mixture causes the visual perspective to change. It looks like something's wavy, like it looks distorted. This happens on a really
Can
hot
I
day
ask you a question real
or on
quick?
a really cold day.
Do
Yeah,
you
just let
know?
me. I got an example. I want to show you before you go in. I want to show you some examples, if that's okay. I don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to show you examples of what I mean. I have some gifts here that I'm going to load up. If you allow me just a few moments. All right, so this is what happens when you have the air mixing. On here it says atmospheric refraction, but this is skunk bait. I got two gifts for you, and this is a time lapse footage. I'm going to also show you um, what happens over a hot road. You can see this image here. So there's only one medium, the medium of air, we're dealing with here currently. So, and the viewing distance in both of these, we're only dealing with the medium of air. That's it. And in both of these, you can see something happening. It's not what you might think when we invoke refraction. Although it deals with something to understand as like how air changes its air clarity, like the visual perspective for you. If you're considering what refraction is, then you would say I need two mediums. When we're looking through just air, what's happening here is that air temperature can change visual perspective. So that changes what we see in the distance, and hopefully you can see that. I'm showing you examples of it in real time. So both of these examples, one of them showing you a peninsula in the far distance that looks really wavy, and the one below that is showing you a road that looks like it has water on it, which is an inferior mirage. You can actually look this up. I'm not just talking out of my ass. I really want
I
you to
just
look
want
into
to. I
this.
just want to ask before anything.
Sure.
Is atmospheric refraction different from refraction? Snell's law.
No.
Yes.
Yes, it
is.
What you have to
Miggy.
get into is understanding that the optical phenomena that's taking place, there's categories of this, right? So to be putting it into the correct category, it can't be the refraction that you think of, because that would invoke something to deal with the Earth's radius, right? Which is colloquially known as terrestrial refraction. That's the type of refraction they're invoking, which cannot happen. Number one, because first of all, they're already inserting the R value baked into the formula. Number two, it's not the type of refraction that we're dealing with here. And in the sense of saying, you categorize things in certain, like this is what I was saying. It's a bit loaded, because like I said, there's different types of mirages that you can look into, Houston. And I really do want you to
According
look
to
into this.
Google, atmospheric refraction and Snell's law are related concepts, but they describe different aspects of the refraction phenomena. And before, when you was talking about laser targeting systems, right, and the claim that shining the laser across a long stretch of water without an apparent curvature indicates a flat Earth, I was talking about atmospheric refraction that can cause light, including laser light, to bend downward following the curvature of the Earth to some extent.
Right, but what I'm distinguishing here is that in the sense of using refraction as an, because it's basically, okay, the way I'm telling you is that it's just a general term, right? Refraction, but it needs to be categorized. You can't just say refraction. It has to be understood. What are you talking about? Because we know the law of refraction, when it occurs, it involves two media. But in this instance, we're not using two media. We're only looking through the medium of air. That's why it's different. Do you understand? The law of refraction is understood, but when we're talking about atmospheric refraction, it's going to throw you off, because you're going to be like, I don't know what that is, because it sounds the same.
I'm looking on Google, right? Google, they have professionals who, like you're talking about. You've been, people have been in here, studied this all that time, and it's the same people who put stuff on Google, right, on these scientific pages that have studied the same thing, right? So I'm reading what they're saying.
Yeah, Houston, what we're saying though in this instance, it's not okay. There's two things. It's either because of the curvature of the Earth, or it's because the air is causing some type of turbulence that we're seeing differently things in distance, right? So when you see something in the distance and it looks really wavy, it's not because of the Earth's curvature. I'm trying to show you that it has everything to deal with what's happening with the air itself. It's not because you think that there's curvature there. It's so even the guys who are actually looking into this and they're putting their information on the internet, they already know it has everything to do with the turbulence in the air because of hot air and cold air intermixing. They're saying that what you see
Summarize
has
it all.
nothing
Summarize it all.
that has nothing. First of all, it has nothing to do with curvature. That's number one. Nothing to do with curvature. What we're speaking of right now it's only optical density of the medium that you're looking through. So when it's the air's heated or it's cold, it'll change the perspective of the viewer. So you will see farther or shorter depending on the ambient air temperature of the day. Do you understand
Yeah,
so far what I'm
Miggy.
saying? Hey, good, Houston, do you understand? Like
you should summarize and simplify all of that.
I did.
Like just one sentence, because like
No,
you're
you
going
can't
on.
listen. It's fine. You want to make this bite sized, but you have to understand this in a specific way, man. You can't just everything can be condensed in one sentence because you won't understand the relevant information. You actually have to apply yourself here,
Okay,
Houston.
okay. Go ahead. Someone who is
Yeah,
not
Miggy.
alpha. Go and paraphrase for him. Like
Tech. Put it
Earth
into
is
text.
flat and stationary. Deal with it. You're looking through
I
air. You're
love
not looking
talking.
through air and water.
Okay, yeah. Here this guy is, Mr. Avengers, coming to save the day, Spider-Man. All right.
Houston, I want to clarify one thing. Miggy told you about Snell's action.
Who?
Snell's law, refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you see, the water is a transparent medium, but
Wait. Say
and the
again, cause
air
you was
also.
lagging.
Oh, the water is a transparent medium, and the air also, but the water is not as transparent as the air is. The air, the medium of the air, is more transparent than the water. So the water is less transparent than the air. So light, when it propagates through these mediums, it propagates at certain speeds. And these mediums, um, they use, when you read the definition, you read a word, indices, refraction indices. And this is used as the air refraction index. So when we talk about visibility, observations through the medium of the air, when we measure the air refraction index, it will tell us how how good is our visibility. So a high refraction index in the air will result in low visibility. So when you have like fog, mist, you have a reduced visibility because there is a lot of moisture, vapor in the air, tiny particles of water floating in the air, and they reduce drastically the visibility. Now, when we have a refraction index closer to 1, uh, this means we have a very good visibility through the medium because refraction is very low. So in those days, with a low refraction, we are able to see very far away. Now, a refraction index of 1 in physics means a perfect transparent. So the air has a refraction index of approximately 1.036, and the water is much higher. It's 1. I forgot from my mind, but when you Google it, the refraction index of the water will be much higher. Sweet water or seawater, you can find these measurements, they have been done. Now, for the refractability of liquids, we use refractometers. And these instruments, they tell us how transparent is that liquid. In industry where we use cooling liquids or mixed liquids of water, oil, and emulsifiers, when you do a mixture like this, that solution will have an aspect like a milk. So when you have a big bottle of it, you see it's white. But when you put it in a small glass tube, you can actually see through it. But you see it's translucent, not perfect transparent. You understand?
Are you done?
Did you
Yeah.
understand
So
anything he said?
I'm just waiting for like if you're fully done.
Did you understand anything he said, Houston?
I mean, I got it. He speaks very
Okay.
slowly, so I'm able to get majority of what he said.
Go
I'm
ahead,
glad to
repeat,
hear
go
that.
ahead and repeat back what he said.
Okay, he said the water is a transparent medium in the air, but the water is not as transparent as the air. The
No,
medium
the air.
you
Actually, yeah,
said
the water is less transparent.
Yeah,
yeah
he
you
said it
said
Correct.
correctly.
so yeah
Yeah,
you said the medium of the air is more transparent than the water,
correct.
so the water is less transparent than the air. So light, when it propagates through these mediums, it propagates at certain speeds, and
Right.
this
But then you're
medium.
gonna
Yeah,
the thing that's gonna cause it to be turbulent, where the light's gonna be distorted, will happen when
yeah,
you have the mixture of the hot and the cold air. When the hot air is
yes,
rising and mixing with the cold air, so the end result of that is going to be turbulence. So in the case
yeah.
of what I just put in the heat haze, is what I'm actually referring to, because this gets brought into the topic of
Can I
refraction.
just debunk?
So let
Can
me
I
show
just
you.
message? I mean, can I just talk with this guy about what all the long paragraph he just said, like the whole speech he
Well, I
just
mean,
said.
yeah, but I meant, like, what
Okay,
are you
go
going to
ahead.
say that we weren't talking about before? Like, I don't understand. Like, what do you point can you bring up possibly that I'm not going to show you within an image? Like, I don't understand that. Like,
Okay,
I'm
so
trying to figure out.
so okay, so what he was seeming to this, you can say if I'm wrong, but basically, you was talking about the concepts of refraction, transparency, and refraction indices of air and water in a somewhat disorganized manner. You was going all around this. Basically, okay. So what I wanted to say, transparency versus refraction. So
No,
like some points to clarify
Yes,
or
you
correct.
yeah,
see,
Transparency and
when,
refraction.
yeah,
wait. I think you're, yeah, don't, that's not a comparison. Here, let me
Oh,
just show you an image. Just
oh
hold
my
on. Let me just show
god.
you an image, Houston.
I'm gonna end
Let
up
me show you
leaving
one
because like he
image.
says the whole paragraph.
Yeah,
I
but
let
check
him
this out.
speak.
Just look at the image, bro. Just look at the image. See that image there? The Earth is not curving there. Something is happening optically from seeing the cars in the background. Can you see that? Yes or no? That's what I want to know.
I wanna uh
I mean, I just
I
want to
wanna
address this point. Like, this is it's very
okay,
crucial, I guess, in your understanding.
you can address it after and like because I want to have
So
a linear
you're not gonna look at that image that I just put in there, because it has nothing to do with curvature. It only deals with the optical density of
the
the medium.
long speech that Get Back just said. I wanna touch upon that because he was talking to me. He was talking to me, and
Okay,
you're
first of
showing
all,
me some
dude,
image.
he's
okay,
we're
let's
both
be short.
he
Yeah,
was elaborating, on the point that I made to you, is what was
yeah.
happening. And
Okay, and
so
I'm talking back to him.
on top of that, I'm showing you an image that demonstrates what we're talking about. That's what I'm
Okay,
showing you right now. And I
okay. So
want you
let
to
me answer that. You gonna let me answer
you're
that?
going to answer the image?
I'm gonna answer what Get Back was saying. The whole big speech about him and indices and all of that.
No, but you got that incorrect. That's why I
Are
jumped
you
in.
gonna let me? Because
Well,
I mean I can there's a whole bunch of flat earthers here. You guys can debate amongst yourself about
Yeah, we don't need you,
is
to be honest, man. I'm just wanting to show you that this is what you're talking about. This image right here that I'm posting, I'm
you
going to
don't
do it
even
again.
let me speak. This is how
That
y'all win
image,
arguments.
it's an elephant in the room, bro. You don't want to address it. It's the elephant in the room. You're talking about stuff happening in the medium of air. I'm showing you. It's literally showing you what's going on, and you're denying it. You want to talk about
You know,
other things. That is the thing you're talking about. Is it not? You're saying
I'm
something
trying to
looks
talk about.
distorted. Something looks distorted in the medium of air, and I'm calling it curvature. I'm like, no, it's not. It's something happening in the optical view of you, the observer, looking through the medium of air when it's hot out.
I'm
And
talking
in
about
that case,
transparency versus refraction.
and in that
What he
case,
said.
I'm saying though, and in that case, look at what happens. It has nothing to do with curvature. And then you are denying addressing
Yes.
that point. This is what me and
Not
Geppy Get are
even,
talking about.
yeah,
Bruh.
not even
Yeah.
refraction doesn't help you, because you see, Snell's law is not actually about the
I
air
think you had a
refraction index.
misinterpretation of
When you
refractive index.
when you
I'm finna leave.
speak,
Goodbye, bro.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
finna
dip.
because all you do is
You
just
can
talk
dip.
over. I let you speak the whole time. This
You're
is why
not
people get
addressing the
angry.
image, bro. You're not
No one
addressing the image.
cares, bro. Fuck the
It's
image. No one
important.
cares. This is why people get annoyed, bro. Like I let you
You're
speak the
annoying,
whole
dude,
time.
because that's the elephant in the room right there. You don't want to address the fact that it's not curvature. That's it. I mean, it's what it's all about. It comes right down to this. Is that curvature or is it something happening in the air? And we're addressing it.
yeah,
And he's
he's
not
trying
addressing it
to
anymore.
bewitch me.
He gave up.
Yep.
Yeah. No, he didn't give up. He was about to bewitch us, trying to catch us.
Well, repeating back what Gebbe said, he even got it incorrectly. He was saying that it had to
Yeah.
deal with something about transparency. I was like, bro, when you're looking through the medium of air, there's air distortion. We're talking about the distortion, not about how clear the air is. Obviously,
Yeah.
when they point to refraction, they're saying, well, we see something happening in the distance. The boats are disappearing from the bottom up. And it was like, okay, is there another
Yeah.
explanation outside of it being curvature? Of course there is.
Well,
And
Miggy,
that's
when I said this about the refraction index of the air, this is a measurement they do, the meteorologist, yeah, these guys, yeah. um, this refraction index tells us the transparency of the air, and it can never go lower than some record amounts, because we need a different kind of air mixture to change that. We
well,
have
let's
this cocktail of gases, and this is like the 1.036 is the minimum it can get, and at those values we can see very, very far away,
right. Let's
maximum
get
distance.
let's ask the Globers
When
in here who are chanting in the text
Yeah,
chat. Let's ask them to explain what this image is. If you want to finish the guy's point without belly
yeah.
aching, tell us what we're looking at when we're seeing that image right there with the cars.
You're up,
Anybody,
Matthew. You're up, Matthew.
go.
No, yeah, I like that image. It shows
What
that
is it
there's
saying? What is it
turbulence.
showing? Yeah, but
It,
what is that showing curvature though?
no, it's showing that the light is sort of turbulent, maybe bending one way or another. And so it's not necessarily caused by curvature; it's caused by the heat waves typically.
In the
Yeah, heat
instance of
distortions.
in the instance of talking to the gentleman, we were asking him to address the reason why it's not only the thing that you think it could be. There's another explanation to what you're seeing.
Yeah,
And in that case, he was not looking at other evidence. He was just trying to make a point for curvature. So he was headstrong and not letting go of trying to make a case for curvature, and it's not going to happen. If you and I and everybody else in this room can be honest with ourselves that other things can happen, you can see a hill in the distance and you can know that the Earth is curving in that way. But when there's other uh, uh, information that we can look at that gives us information on it's not just something, but it's optical, not physical, then that we can talk about it. At least address it. When you're denying that,
actually,
then there's no conversation. It's just
yeah,
like you just want to say it's only one thing. It's physical. There's all there is to it. And that image is showing that there's something happening in the medium of air, and that's nothing to do with curvature.
Right, I agree with that.
That's the only
I'm
point we're
pretty
trying to get
sure.
him to realize. That's it.
I'm pretty sure he wanted to catch on Jedi uh, to invoke the bendy lasers.
Well, yeah, but I mean, and that's also invoking that curvature is the thing that's making it do that. But the fact of the matter
Yeah,
still remains that something is happening in the medium of air that's causing an optical turbulence. You know, you can't see back. There's a
yeah.
haze. They call it heat haze.
Yeah.
And so if that's check this out. It even happens on really cold days, right? Sailors have
Yes, of
noticed this,
course.
like in the far distance, when
Yeah.
like in the Arctic or Antarctic, they'll see
Yeah.
something that they consider to be like the Fata Morgana, superior mirage or inferior mirages that take place over a hot road. Like these things are something that we can't deny. But that when somebody's just trying to make a point and just be stubborn and not address that, then there's an issue.
It's sad. I didn't expect much from him. I mean, the way it all started, and then he switched to like, oh, I want to learn more about the flat Earth. All of a sudden, out of the blue. He was on arguing with us, defending the globe, and then out of the blue, he switched 180 degrees. He wanted to actually find out more about our knowledge.
Oh, we got some new people
So,
in here. Alima Kadad, I think if that's your name. Welcome to the chat. What else we got in here? Change his name to Globe Goblin. Jeez, he's Lone Wolf is in the chat. Lone Wolf, if you're there, you can chime in. If you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
I was
Mark
here
J, if
yesterday.
you're in
I'm
it.
not that new.
You're not that new. So what is your position on the topic of this room, Lone Wolf?
It's a very violent discussion.
Well, it's supposed to be. It's not easy to talk about a discussion like this. So, what is your
Sure, but
position?
it gets very convoluted. I don't have a position just yet. I'm still listening to it. You're speaking to someone that doesn't have any knowledge on the topic, so I can't come back and say to you what I believe and how I believe it because that's the.
So, for a point of intellectual honesty, we were all brought up to understand that the Earth is a globe. All of us, right? Let's not kid
Mhm.
ourselves. So, if that is the case, do you still hold to that position, or do you think that you could be wrong?
I could be wrong. I'm open to the idea
or
that I'm not 100% correct. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, if you wanna have a discussion or you wanna ask any questions, right now is the
Yeah.
time because the floor is open, and usually when someone else is talking, people try to butt in with their questions. But if the floor is open right now, guys, you can bring in your questions if you have any, or we can engage you with some questions. But either way, pretty easy there. Is there anybody else in here who's brand new? Let's see, usual suspects. No, nothing new except for you, actually, Lone Wolf. And
could they be
Alim
lying?
Kadat. We got a lot of doctors in the house. We got Dr. Automation, Dr. Barnstormer, Dr. Breathe, Dr. Interferometer. Doctors are in the house.
Doctor.
Doctor.
What's up, Doc?
Oh my.
They're just coming in full panic mode lately.
Today for some reason, man.
Not a problem. I have 2 more big Red Bulls with me.
Goodness, dude. You better watch out with that stuff, man.
Oh, I drink like 2-3 liters a day.
God, dude.
Of Red Bull?
How old are you?
Yeah.
Get big yet?
dude.
He's
42.
He's 25, but he looks like he's 60 now.
I was gonna say, man,
Yeah.
you must look like you're about 75 right now, man. You're putting your system
Uh,
into such a grinder, bro. Gosh, man, just be careful with that
no,
stuff. That
it's
stuff.
I I tolerate it because I'm vegan. So
I don't know,
I have
man.
to I have to take something poisonous, otherwise I will be living 1,000 years and work for 1,000 years. No way.
You're trying to leave. You're trying to leave in a hurry, or
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah.
Fucking get
Well,
bigger, dude.
in my culture, back in the days, when someone was dying, um, we were having parties, and everyone was envying the dead. We were saying, "Lucky bastard, he got rid of all the problems and pain and suffering. He left us to carry on." You know, the
Shit, that's
suffering.
one way to look at it. I mean,
Yeah. And when a child was born, you know, they go to baptize the child, everyone was crying, you know, like, "Oh my God, poor soul, you came into this world to meet pain and suffer. You have no idea what awaits you." You know.
that's a very topsy-turvy way of looking at stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
sure. Not saying that we don't go through pain, but
Yeah.
it's just,
It's
I don't
true.
know. Life is a highway.
Yeah. I like how folk teachings and knowledge, oral transmitted history, um, has so much truth and wisdom, and it there are so many things that are so opposite from everything that we actually take like for granted today. Just like the globe. You know.
Let's see. We don't got nobody else in there, but that guy he came in pretty rough, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
He left kind of like taking notes.
Gravitometers, gravimeters.
He was taking
My
notes.
God.
What's the flat Earth position on the moon? What is it?
Nobody
knows.
Nobody has information on something that we can't verify. So not even
Yeah,
you. Nobody. The only thing,
it's a.
the best that anybody has is a story about what it is.
No,
Given to you by
I have the best one. It's a
what
celestial
you got.
luminous.
Yeah, no, but I mean to make a knowledge claim about what it is.
Oh,
No
no
one knows.
way, no. When I look at it, it doesn't look anything like ground, sand, mud, or no. I can't compare it with anything that something physical that I had my hands on it. No.
And if you believe that they televised moon golf back in the 60s and early 70s in
Oh yeah.
2023, then you've got a long way to go before you can approach this topic.
Yeah.
True.
The walls of cognitive dissonance are like you built yourself inside of a barrier, within a barrier. Like you're just
Well,
sheltered
the
beyond belief.
the moon landing hoax, even my mom knows about it. She saw it, the documentary on History Channel, something, you know, and in the mainstream media.
How'd you
She saw
stumble
that.
upon this, Lone Wolf? I'm
Yeah.
kind of curious now. How did you find out about this? You just find something on the internet and you're just like, oh, what the hell? People are talking about the flat Earth.
No. The politics Discord I've known about for a couple of years. One of the guys I knew was one of the moderators. Then there was an argument and he broke off and set up his own Discord. So I joined in on his Discord and then he came back here. I don't know if he's known in this section. His name was Esquire. He was more in the political debate section.
I've seen that name before.
Yeah, Esquire. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
Lone
one of
Wolf.
the.
But you were on Rhetoric also, right?
Sorry.
Were you were on the server Rhetoric?
No. I've been
Oh.
on Discord for about 3 years. I'm only in about 5 servers, and most of them are video games. So.
Well, what
I'm just
sparked your
here for the
interest about
conversation.
this server? What got you to think about coming in here and just listening? Like something must have like sparked your interest or curiosity or something.
Not necessarily the topic, just discussion. I like discussion in general. It doesn't have to be
Something you
about a
agree with?
specific topic. Yeah, I don't have to agree or disagree, but I like seeing the way people react when they have a fixed opinion and it's hard to change.
Well, we
Do you
would
see
say that.
curvature?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you see curvature?
For my eyes, no, I can't see curvature. But then, if
Yeah,
the
that's
curvature was so small, it would be indistinguishable to my eyes.
Well, the thing about it, the thing about curvature, the argument behind it is we're being told that the Earth is curving, although we don't see it, right? Like just kind of like what you said, right? It sounds like a cop out when you say, well, it'd be too small to be indistinguishable, right? That's the cop out. And then they tell us that the Earth is in motion, we just don't feel it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of contradictions to our senses. And then everybody starts to get into this whole debate about how our senses are inept to even know that we're, able to sense any of these things, right? Or visually see. So what's happening is it's now going into another discussion about can we trust our senses and so on, right? So we're starting to question that. Yet our senses are the only way we can perceive reality. You see what I'm saying? And in order for us to understand whether or not we can perceive it, we have to get into a discussion about what is perception, and it gets really into the weeds. I think what's most important is that we understand the physical and natural world by uh, showing demonstrations, giving evidence for anything that the claim is stating. So if they're saying that the Earth is curving, right, like they say they are, let's not get into whether we can or cannot see it. How can it be demonstrated to be true, right? We're going to the facts. How is this possible? So with that, how would you think that they've demonstrated to you, Lone Wolf, that the Earth is curving? Not just saying you can see it or not. How was it demonstrated to you? Yeah, think about that question, right? It's interesting because it's not just by you seeing, okay, visually seeing the curvature is one thing, looking at pictures from NASA, whatever visual representations they give you, a video, it doesn't matter. So, how can you test that that information is correct? What can you do, Lone Wolf? Do you know if there's something you can do, or do you just have to accept it on blind belief?
I'm still here, by the way. I'm just thinking about the question.
Sure. It's a doozy.
I know what the question is. I know what you're saying, but
okay.
In this position I'm in now.
It's a good question. I like that.
Yeah.
Jedi.
See, I don't have the information behind me to then rebut what you're saying and give you an example. So it makes it a flawed argument that I can't give you. I'm not into this subject stuff.
Yeah, but
you could say about the lasers. You could say about the 25-mile laser that you're saying, and it hits the target from 25 miles away.
That's like the minutia of the question, but I'm looking more at the like, what can every man do? Because we're being told a narrative, right? It's plain and simple. There's a narrative that's being told to us and saying that there's experts behind this narrative. There's a consensus of scientists that will agree this is the case. Now, you as a layperson, right? I don't know if you are or not. You might be someone in academia, but if it were true that you're a layperson, how could you then say, all right, let's just say that the narrative is what they're claiming, but I will now test one of these claims. Is it beyond any man to verify any of this information?
No, because peer review is what then gives support or
right. So
discredits something. Yeah.
Right. So what is that? But okay, within the realm of peer review, is it within the realm of any layman to actually do this, or is it just a certain group of individuals who can peer review? Like you're not qualified to peer review, Lone Wolf. Only those who are. Are you saying peer review in that sense, or are you saying peer review as in like, well, if I hear about the information and I want to test it, I can do so?
Yeah, well, so it's replication. So, I mean, there is there's a different form of peer review in the sense that it could be just other specialists in that topic that are only allowed into a niche club, which are then allowed to verify the information.
Okay.
But I'm talking about in the sense of repeatable testing that anybody can do with instruments that anybody has access to.
Right.
To then repeat and try do the experiment again to get the same results or similar results or different.
So the question would be: is it possible to find out the geometry of this Earth by something you can do?
I don't know. I focus on business, so.
But think about the question, right? Yes, you're not somebody who's ever thought of this in depth or whatever. But the way I'm posing the question to you, do you think it's reasonable to say that you are someone who can figure this out if you wanted to, or is it unreasonable?
Yeah.
Or is it unreasonable to say that?
No, it's not unreasonable. There are things I could do to try and test the assumption. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
for example, I could build a straight line across 2 points along a distance, verify that it was a straight line, and measure the sea level up to that point of where each line ends. And if there was a variance in height between the two ends, on a flat Earth, there would be no variance between the sea level and the height of the platform.
Yeah.
But on a
Interesting.
curved surface, there would be a variance between the endpoints. One would be lower, one would be higher.
Would you consider that to be a slope on a oblate spheroid? What you're just talking about basically is a slope. Curvature, right? If there was, it would be considered a slope versus a non-slope where there is no slope. Because that's
Well,
what's in contention, right?
It'd be level to, it would be flat, completely flat, so it would be level. Zero
Right, but
value across the horizon.
Zero value, but if it's not zero value, it's not. It's if it's sloping, then we could measure the slope. Wouldn't you agree, Lone Wolf? I didn't hear if you agreed or not, sir. Would you agree if it was sloping?
I'm thinking about the question.
Okay.
If it was sloping, you could measure the slope, but if it was completely flat, based on say a spirit
There'd
level,
be
for
no slope.
example, there'd be no slope. It'd be completely flat.
Okay, that's reasonable, right? We're not getting crazy here and doing some kind of, mad scientist experiment. We're just basically talking about seeing if there's any slope or not. And what place do you think we can do this test? Should we do it over land where there's topography to get in the way of our test?
Well, it wouldn't matter about the topography if it was a flat
Oh.
surface to a building that was level.
Well, the thing is, if you have a flat table and you put dirt on that table,
Yeah.
you created a slope on that table with that
Yep,
little mound of
but
dirt.
the measurement
right?
variable I was using was sea level.
Right. And then here's the thing. Yeah, I just want you to think about what I'm saying. Because we have land topography, which would interfere if you're doing it over land, as in we could probably measure slope by elevation change easily because we understand that there's, hills and mountains and, all this kind of stuff. So we would be, our test would not be as accurate as it would be if we're measuring over, like you said, sea level. Are we kind of on the same path here right now, Lone Wolf? What I'm saying? Like we're not getting crazy, right? We're just doing something simple. If there's any slope, we could measure it. At least to the effect of what you're saying, falls in line with something practical and not trying to get some complicated equipment to do these things. Right. So every man could test if the earth is sloping at a specific rate. Let's not go over land because that would just make things a little bit more difficult, complicate things. Let's do it over water, right? Sea level. Right. So that has been done. Now I'm just going to tell you this from this standpoint. You don't have to. Everything I'm going to tell you is nothing that you need to agree with, but we have done that. So we have measured over distances of water. Anyone can do this. Any man can actually test this. So this method that I'll just outline for you, it's not something that's out of reach. You can go and check it out for yourself. There's a few things you got to understand, right? When you're looking over water at specific, or I should say any distance of over any land or water, you're going to have the factor of like the air turbulence you would have in a visual perspective.
Yeah, the
away
different
from
densities of the medium it's going through. I
Right.
understood that. I agree with you on that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's obvious to it should be. I don't know. I'm saying it's obvious,
Yeah.
but it should be obvious to anybody who looks into this. That's not a gimmick. That's just what the air density is going to actually change visual perspective. We should know this. Anyway,
Yeah.
looking through that, we have to account for that. So accounting for that, knowing that if we're going out on different days, different ambient air temperatures outside, we're going to have to understand like the visual range and so forth, and kind of get into more specific, like how far we can see, and then try to test like, okay, so we're going to have something in the far distance to demarcate the distance between where our point of observation is. We're going to try to get to a target distance, and let's say our target distance can be the horizon. Well, the horizon is our target distance, but we need something in between to kind of demarcate as a distance marker. We need a distance marker between us and our target distance. So we can use, like in the case of the Black Swan, oil rigs are being used to kind of demarcate the distance between the observer and the target distance. So the oil rigs will give you a value of like how far away the observation's being made to that to the oil rig, which they're a specific distance away, and then you have beyond that the horizon. and so the horizon would be a value much greater than the oil rig platforms. And so the oil rig platforms stand to demarcate a distance. So let's say the observation elevation height would be somewhere at a 1 foot level.
Yeah,
and
so
with
the
that,
horizon would be about 1.22 miles or whatever,
yes,
or on
you
a or on
understand.
a
You've
cliff.
seen.
Yeah, no,
Have you
I've seen the
seen this?
picture. Yeah, you
Okay,
posted the
yeah.
picture yesterday. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I didn't do it. Maybe somebody else did. But like,
Somebody else.
yeah,
But yeah, I've seen that picture. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right.
Okay.
So what we have is just a basic method. This method is able to be replicated by any man. And
Okay.
so on top of the information being presented, it's not just like a one and done kind of like, look at what we're showing you here. What we're
Yeah.
doing is putting a method in your mind that way you can test for yourself that what is being shown here is something of a variable that you're going to get from the distance to the horizon. Now, the horizon distance is said to be the geometric Earth curve, right? So the Earth curve that is in the image is supposed to be the horizon, according to what people are saying when they say, "Well, the ships disappear behind the curvature of Earth." That would be the horizon that they're disappearing behind. And in
Yeah.
this case, the horizon is at a specific distance. More or less, right? Because we're putting it beyond the second oil rig, which is at 9.41 miles. So beyond that, we're going to see the target distance, which is the horizon, which assuming is going to be at a, let's say, at a distance greater than 9.41 miles. And we could say safely that it's
Do
like
you
at
have
10
the
miles.
same picture in a different day?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you
And
post
there's
that as
one,
well?
and there's one where there's the second oil rig kind of looks like it's being cut off by the bottom, right? So we understand one simple fact, right? That we're gonna get the horizon as an optical view of like where the horizon is, not a geometric, right? Something becomes very clear with this image. It's something optical and it's not something geometric. That's just right off the bat. What we can observe with these two images that Talon had posted. Thank you, Talon. What we're gonna see is that in those two images, something is happening. Now, can we safely say that the horizon is geometric? No, we cannot, because it's optical, what we see, right? So we're seeing something change in the distance as far as like what we see, like the oil rig, half of the oil rig, and that's happening, and it fluctuates. And then let me just give you an example by what I mean, because I want to bring some context to your mind, Longwell. Context is key in this arena, so give me a second. All right, I'm gonna post something here. And do you see the peninsula in this GIF that I'm showing you? It's called, this image is actually got from time lapse footage called Skunk Bay, and in this time lapse footage of Skunk Bay, which that's what you're looking at there, it looks like stuff is happening, right? We see the water line moving up and down; it's undulating. We can see the peninsula look really wavy. You know, it's something's distorted. Something's not right. Well, can we safely say that it's Earth curvature? Absolutely not. We can rule that out, right? It's not Earth curvature. Something's happening. So when we take in consideration the image of the black swan, right? Let's go back to the black swan. So when we say the black swan is taking a still in time of something happening, well, what we can do is then take another still in time, like the one that Talon posted. He was so kind to do that. We see the oil rig being cut off halfway. But as we see throughout the day there in Skunk Bay, that peninsula in the background was also getting cut off. So we see something happening in the air between us. But in the case of Skunk Bay, we see a time lapse footage. And in the case of the black swan, we see a still in time being taken. What if we were to take a time lapse footage of Skunk Bay, of the black swan, we would see the same thing as Skunk Bay be happening. See, the air in between us and what we're visually seeing in the distance is always fluctuating. It's not static. It's constantly moving the perspective of the observer. Therefore, what we can understand is that something changes in the visual perspective. It has nothing to do with the Earth's curvature. Has everything to do with how the air is viewed upon the observer that's viewing in the distance. Can you see where I'm drawing this together now? Where I'm bringing the point around?
So you're saying that my eyes can deceive me, and that what I could see could seem
it's
further
not
up.
deceiving you. No, your eyes are not deceiving you. What your eyes are telling you what you visually see.
Yeah.
And you could say, I see this in the distance, right? An hour and a half from now, you then can say, I see less of the thing that I thought I could see, right? Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is the clarity of the air between you and the thing that you're seeing. Now your eyes are not deceiving you. Okay, that's the wrong thing to think about. Your eyes are telling you the truth. You are looking at something visually in your optics change. Now, are your eyes deceiving you, or is something happening in the distance that you can understand what's going on? See, we have to bring understanding to the table on what we can't
Yeah,
be ignorant
it was
about.
a generalized. No, it was a
Right,
generalized
but we
comment. Yeah.
can't be ignorant on the fact that something is happening in the distance, right?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So we have
Yeah.
to understand what is happening. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is something happening in the distance that I can quantify? You know what I mean? Let's
Yeah.
think about it that way. So
Mhm.
if we're talking about air turbulence, I'm going to give you some images here of what we are talking about. Let me post an image.
I know when the heat rises from the surface, it creates waves, and
Okay.
the light's
Yeah, but
refracted through, and it
okay.
looks different
Well,
through the
that's great.
refraction. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's good information because we're on to that subject right now. Now, are our eyes deceiving us when we're looking through this air right here in the image that I posted, Lone Wolf?
Well, let me scroll down to the image.
Sure.
I mean, our eyes aren't deceiving us. It's the way the
No.
light's coming
Yeah,
back to us. So it's the
our
information
eyes,
we're receiving.
right.
Yeah.
Our eyes are not deceiving us. We're actually visually seeing the objects in the background through the medium of air as it's distorted. So
Yeah.
we're not being deceived. We're identifying, okay, what it is.
Mhm.
So what is it that we're identifying? Are we identifying that our eyes are deceived, or are we identifying that something's happening in the medium of air? What are we identifying?
Yeah. Well, something's happening in the medium of there. Yeah.
Correct. So let's aptly name what we're seeing versus saying that it's our eyes deceiving us. This is the magic trick of the globe, right? It's the hat trick. The hat trick is saying you can't trust your eyes are deceiving you. Well, my good sir, if that was the case, then
Hey,
then
greetings,
how would
gentlemen.
Tracksuit, go ahead and mute yourself, please.
Greetings.
Or I will mute you. Oh, thank.
There we
Well,
go.
you take
Keep
your
going.
anyway.
Go for it.
So, and so this is why I always say that when we bring up this topic, it's dicey because people want to get into the camp of saying, no, the Earth is a globe. I'm not going to stop until you understand the Earth is a globe. I'm like, let's reason with each other because if we're saying something can change optically, then something is happening that we can understand and we can quantify. We can talk about it, right? So then we get into subjects like inferior mirages, superior mirages. We get into the types of atmospheric conditions that can cause a person to see farther or less. You know, it doesn't matter. But then we start to identify and then categorize them correctly. Therefore, when we start making our observations, we understand, okay, I know why I'm seeing this thing look like it's cut off in the bottom because something optically is happening in the air. I know the ambient air temperature, so it qualifies to be something happening with heat and the cold air mixing, and it's causing that turbulence. Or for me to see something wavy, you know, like we can understand these things. My goodness, the meteorologists can tell you. You know, today you're going to see an air clarity visual, you know, for about 10 miles or 15 miles, and depending, if there's any fog or distortion and how dense the air is, you will see farther or closer. But the point that we're making here is that it's important to note that things in the far distance will optically change, right? So that means that we now understand how this works. We're starting to get a better grasp as to like what's going on. Now, the question is it Earth curvature? Because that's the thing on the table. Well, now what we have to investigate is what is the target distance for the Earth's curvature to be at, or the predicted value that the Earth curvature, according to the metrics, gives us. So that's why the black swan was important, because it gives us the predicted value of where the Earth's curvature should be on a geometric horizon of a Earth the size that they tell us. Right? We got the radius is 3959, the circumference at 24,901 miles. So we have like this understood size of the Earth, right? So we can get values as far as we're saying the predicted value of the horizon or the Earth curvature according to the geometric horizon should be. Then we're gonna know, okay, I know the predicted value of that horizon where it should be. And in the black swan image that Talon put up, Talon, if you can throw that image up again, in the black swan image, or the two images rather, I should say, we see something happening optically, right? So we identify, okay, we know something's happening optically, but we also know where the predicted value of that geometric horizon should be according to the globe math, right? So if we do not see the geometric horizon where its predicted value should put it, that's a strike one for the globe. if we understand the optics in our view to be something else other than Earth curvature, that's strike 2 for the globe, right? We've got a lot of strikes coming up for the globe, right? So if we're not seeing, thank you, Talent. Okay, look at both of these images that Talent put up. So if we see that right there, and we're saying, well, Earth curvature, right? That's what we're standing on. But already knowing that something can happen optically, that puts this into question. Well, this could be something like we're saying could change the visual perspective. And on top of that, where is, in these two images, where is the predicted Earth's curvature? Where is that supposed to be? Like when we identify, is it before or after where you can see in the image? So the image is a zoomed in image of the oil rigs, right? Both of these. But the Earth's curvature with the predicted value is still at 1 foot, and it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles away. Now, this image zoomed into these oil rigs
Depending on the quality of air.
Yeah,
Depending on
we'll say
conditions,
that.
yeah. So it could be shorter or longer. So it could be up to 3
Dep-
miles.
yes, and then not only that, but the distance that we can see will be cut off due to that, right? So
Yeah.
so now we have just like we come to an understanding. Now the globe only has geometric predictions. It's telling you, well, it needs to be in this place in order for it to be an oblate spheroid the size that they're telling you it is. So you got the radius, diameter, circumference. So you get all that information and you say, geometrically, I know exactly where that Earth curvature should be on an oblate spheroid the size that they're telling me. But when you go into the field and you do a test for geometry, you need to have the prediction line up where exactly you should see the Earth's curvature. And in these two images, the Earth's curvature is not being presented where it should be. So, like I was saying,
You all have
that's
any markers for reference. So, for example,
sure.
these two structures here, I know what they look like, but I don't know where the base is on the water surface. There's
Right.
nothing that I can do to indicate. I don't know where the water usually touches the base of where the structure breaches the water.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
get
no
what you're
way.
saying.
Yeah,
I
so
get what you're saying,
I don't have the metric to see that. And then how much, like, I'm asking you this question as well, not because I want to be facetious, I don't know the answer, but is how much of a drop in the Earth model, the globe model, would I see? How much of the oil rig would be lost at 6.2 miles? Would
Now
it be
that is
noticeable through a picture?
Yeah. I'll tell you, Lone Wolf. That is strike 3 for the globe. Okay, now what I'm about to tell you is going to be the death knell. Well, it should have been the first one, but the death knell for the globe, because of the fact that its predicted value should be at 1.22 miles of the geometric horizon value, right? According to the size of the Earth using the radius value of 3959. The death knell is the drop over the distance. Well, I'm going to refer to it as a slope or rate of change, right? There's a slope between the point of observation to the target distance, which in both images here should be the horizon, right? The target distance is the horizon. Now, the slope or the rate of change should be in line with the parabola as far as like the formula goes for getting the size of the Earth being a globe, right? The oblate spheroid. So what we should have is an 8-inch per mile square drop rate over the distance, right? So that is supposed to be the alleged curvature going off of the globe geometry. So when you get all this factored in, there needs to be a couple of things that need to be there in that image, right? You can't skip over this. It needs to conform to the specific metrics that they tell you from the Earth being a globe. That means that the Earth curvature should measure at a slope rate of change at 8 inches per mile squared, and a 1 foot observer height. There needs to be a 1.22 mile distance away to the geometric horizon, and the horizon that we see in the image is with I get what you're saying. You want to know where the
So
bottom
for
of the oil
example,
rigs attached to the ground.
an example for this one here, if I was stood at that coast and I was stood at 1 foot tall or whatever you say, and I could see out 6 miles, you're saying a loss of 8 inches over 1 mile.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah,
per mile, yeah. So that would be 6 miles times 8, which would be 48 inches.
Well, think about it like
which is about a meter. So the loss.
No. It's not working like that. It's not working like that. It's a squared.
Ten miles would be 66.6 feet.
Yeah, it's a 66 foot.
Is he doing the math? Are you doing the math, Lone Wolf?
Thinking about it, I'm not doing. I don't have the math for that calculation, but
I thought you were
I'll write
figuring
that
it out.
down. And I was
thought you
doing
were figuring it
basic
out.
math. No,
No,
I do
that's
business,
fine.
so I don't do math. But yeah, I'll
Yeah,
take
that's
that into
fine.
consideration next time I run the numbers. Yeah.
That's
Nick,
fine. But go ahead,
Nicky,
Sasha.
can I ask him? Do you see that two pictures, you guys?
I see the comparative between the light
Do you see that
condition.
two? Do you see that two pictures? One it's horizon, it's behind, and one it's horizon, it's in front.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, that left one, is that the real thing? Because that is from video. That means you can see the ocean behind. That means that is the real thing.
Is that the real horizon?
No, I'm saying the horizon is there, is apparent. I don't know what is the distance. It could be 10 miles, it could be 20 miles, it could be whatever. But I'm telling you that the ocean, it's behind Ulrich, it's real. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means that ocean is going behind Ulrich. Next days, if you now watch other days, and
Yeah.
it's covered all, it's covered half and covered 3/4. Are you interested in that?
Am I interested in that? Yeah.
Why?
Because there's different conditions. So
Yeah, but
the way the lights
left?
the way
Is
the
it
lights refracting back to the camera is different, so it gives a different
okay?
perspective.
Good. That means you see less. But I'm asking you for left picture. Whatever you see, whatever you see other days less. That day you see that what you see, and that is real. Do you understand me? Left picture, it's that what look that picture now.
Why is
That
the left
picture,
picture more real than the right?
because you see that's reality.
He's
What
trying
defines
to.
that
Okay,
as?
yeah. Let me just. I know what Sasha's getting at. He's saying that in both images you see something happening, but in the
Yeah,
picture
but
where
he's
you can
telling me
see,
the one on the left is
yeah,
the correct one and the right
no.
one is the
He's
visual
saying. I
image.
know. No, he doesn't mean. He means it like this. That if you see at that distance and the one on the left, it means that is, you could call that, like, that picture that was taken could be
Yeah.
something valid to say, yeah, we can see farther, right? But
Yeah.
then when you see the picture on the right, you can't say, well, I can't see as far anymore, so Earth globe. You can't do that. Like, in other words, the
Yeah,
picture
no,
on the left and
I
the right,
wouldn't come to that assumption. Yeah, based on
right?
the
The
fact that we
picture,
both agree that different
yeah.
conditions and different things can
Well,
happen to the
yeah.
light. So
So
yeah.
I don't think Sasha. We're actually walking along the same path right now, so he doesn't.
I'm telling him. Let's say that this picture, the left one. Let's say the one day we see 20 miles. That we have another. I will throw away that picture, this picture left now, and I will say I don't care anymore for that picture of 10 miles, because now I see 20 miles and it's real. We can show that, and I don't care anything if it's on 10 miles, 8 miles, 7 miles, 3 miles, because something is happening. It could be waves. It could be whatever. But that picture, what is showing, that is not that, like this live picture. Is nothing is happening. There is an ocean. Everything is there. You can see it. That's reality. If you see less, that means that something is happening that you see less.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would just say this because I'm gonna have to get going. But I would say in both images, it doesn't negate the fact that we would see some type of optical density within the medium of air. So let's not negate.
Have you
Yeah, let's not.
considered water bulge as well then?
No, water doesn't bulge because there should be a measurement of it bulging, and so that would give it a predicted value, which water doesn't. As far as, like, you're saying, a water hill,
Yeah.
what we're not talking about is like tides and all these other things like waves. We're not mentioning that. What you specifically are talking about is like a hill of water. No, there's no such thing as that. But what we will get into, and hopefully somebody else can pick up the point because I got to get going, is the fact that both images are of reality. There's like no foul play here. It's not a gimmick. And we can understand that because of what happens in the medium of air, both of them can be explained. Neither of them can point to the fact that the Earth is a globe, though. That's the only thing we can't draw from these images.
We can't draw the conclusion from that. Yeah, I agree with that because
Yeah.
there's other variables at play as well that
Sure.
I don't understand. Yeah, so I'm willing to agree on that. Yeah.
I'll let the gentleman, whoever wants to take point. Lone Wolf has been courteous so far, so.
I posted another picture. Do you see that this my picture? What I posted? It's not Black Swan from. It's not oil rigs. It's a.
It's a man
Beautiful.
walking on the ground. Yeah, on a
Yeah.
reflective surface. Yeah.
Yeah, that is Salt Lake in Bolivia, and that is 4,000 miles squared. Big Salt Lake, and elevation change in that 4,000 miles squared, it's only 1 meter.
Okay.
You say on 10 miles, it should be 20 meters, but this is like a 60 miles per 60 miles, and it's 1 meter elevation change.
Horizontally measured, like with level or globe measurement?
Yeah, yeah, elevation change. That means from the one side to another, it's only 1 meter change. It should be, I don't know the calculation. You can count if it's something like 60 per 60. It's still a little bit less, but doesn't matter. 60 miles per 60. On 60 miles, you can get how much is. But I can tell you for 10 miles. 10 miles, it's 20 meters. Only for 10 miles. But this is 60 miles per 60 and changing elevation only 1 meter.
Okay. What's that prove?
That cannot be on the sphere, that kind of
But were the measurements taken from two separate locations, or was the person taking the measurement at one location, the same person, and then walked to the other location and took the same measurement? Because then I have to question the variables he used. What did he measure it against to say it was 1 meter? 1 meter change in what compared to what? What's the variables?
From the point A to the point B in 60 miles, it's a 1 meter elevation change.
How was that measured?
Ask
by,
them.
By laser from point A to point B, or was that independently measured at point A and point B?
I don't know. Ask them. It's written on.
Well, that's it. That distinguishes the validity of your argument. So that's what I'm asking you is, I need to know the variables in question to then say that you're right or wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying you're right. I don't want to try and disprove you, but I'm questioning the logic of your argument. I need to know in what variable it was measured to give you the result it was 1 meter change.
If you want to know, look at that picture. That picture. What do you see? Mirror.
I see the reflection of the sun.
He wants to know how we measure
do you see the
things in
perfect
reality.
mirror on that picture?
Have we changed picture now? Are we on a different picture?
Yeah. So in reality, like we measure the vertical change, right? Which would be what he's telling you. There's only 2 meters of vertical change from the horizontal baseline. So that's how we measure things in reality, like surveyors, etc. That's how we measure it in reality. We change in the vertical from that horizontal baseline. So yeah, from that horizontal baseline, they've only measured 2 meters of vertical change from one end to the other, 60 miles.
So you're saying from, let's say it was from sea level. Let's say they were both above sea level, and one was at 1 meter and one was at 2 meters. That would be the one change. The vertical change would be just that 1 meter.
Yeah, right. So that, like you had said earlier, I don't know. I don't know if that's true if it's from sea level, but from whatever benchmark they set.
Yeah, but I need to know that variable, because then I have to question, like, if they measure the distance comparative to each other, because that doesn't disprove a circular object if it was the same at each end. If it was measured between the 2 points, and there was no change, there was no change, or it was completely flat, then that may be more compelling to understand and agree with. But I don't know the variables that were involved in that, so that's why I'm questioning that. What's your point on the mirror?
Let's go easier.
For that one.
Where you from? Which country you're from?
The UK.
Doesn't matter. UK. Okay, great. Let's say UK has no mountains, but doesn't matter. Let's say hill in the middle, let's say somewhere in Birmingham or somewhere, a little hill. Okay. 300 meters. And now let's say in London, we have another hill, 500 meters.
Yeah.
How we know that is the real height of that hill?
Well, the altitude measurement from sea level to the top of the object you're measuring.
Okay, and in between two hills is a distance about, let's say, 100 miles.
Yeah.
Are we measuring 300 meters above sea level on the one point and also 500 meters on another point from the sea level?
Did you say are we? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't between that two mountains or two hills a big curvature?
I don't know what the curvature value would be for that. No.
100 miles. You have one hill 300 meters, and
I understand the difference in height between them, yeah, but I don't understand the difference in curvature and how that would play a difference. Because if I was stood at one,
you said that we will measure using the sea level, but there is no sea level. There is mountains and valleys between.
But sea level has a sea level.
Oh, that means that all around England, UK, it's a sea level.
Are you saying that sea level is constant around the world? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's an average, isn't it? It's the mean sea level.
Yep. That means that all around.
If you're doing a topography, brother, if you wanted to measure stuff topographically, right, you're going to go down to your local water, right? But what he's asking you is, because there's supposed to be a curvature of the Earth, you have one mountain 500 meters up from that local sea level. Then he's saying, let's say the other mountain is only 300 meters up from the local sea level of that mountain. Now he's saying these mountains are hundreds of miles apart. So based on the curvature, the sea level at one point cannot be the same as the other one. They have to be down or up in relation to one another, right? Yeah, that's all he's saying, bro. That's all he's saying.
But if you add the two together, you could get a mean, and that would be the mean sea level, and then you could calculate the heights that way.
That's not how they do it.
I know it's not how. I know it's not what they do, but I'm just saying for the argument here. So then, what he's saying is that if you would shoot a laser between the 2 points, there would be from 300 meters from the 100-mile away point should meet 300 meters on the other point on the 500-meter hill.
You must understand, on the globe, doesn't curve only water. The land also should curve. That means under that hills, or how to say, in that distance, you should to have curve. Not to use the sea level like a base. That means you have the base all the time on an elevation profile. You use the curvature, because if you go from the Scotland, for example, to the Dover, to the east of England, you have on the seaside. Let's take a seaside and parallel line also from the ground. If sea is curving, that means land it's also curving. Yeah, but we measure the sea level on the land all around.
How did you feel about that demonstration he showed you of the 60 square foot mile, right? Where what you do is you project a horizontal straight line, you extend that straight line segment over a distance, and there's no change in elevation. Is there any? Would there be any change, Wolf, in elevation of that horizontal line, or would the horizontal line have zero slope? That was a question, Wolf. If you're able,
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm trying to think about it because, like I said at the start, this isn't my area of
We
expertise.
know elevations are straight lines, bro. We know that. Like if you go to seriously, if you get a plan of something, right? It's gonna be zero. I mean 0 here, and if I go to the left, it's also 0, and to the right, as far as I go, it's 0 feet. No matter where, it's a straight line. Level, right? If I'm at level 1, and level 1 is
Can I
0
stop you there?
feet.
You cut off every 20 seconds or so. You cut off for at least 6 to 8 seconds. So most of the conversation you say.
What I was saying is, brother, I was just saying, if you have let's say you're looking at an architectural plan or like an engineering plan, anything like that, right? And you're looking at a literal elevation view of the plan, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have different levels for things. And they're going to be, okay, level 1 is 10 feet up. And I'm saying those level lines that they have, they're straight lines. None of them are curved. So why would we say, if we're talking about an elevation for sea level, why would we ever say it would be curved? If in every time we're using elevations, it's always a straight line. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like
but
when we're
I've
actually
never.
practically doing these problems and figuring out the math for it, we always assume it's straight. That's what an elevation line is.
Mhm.
If it's a curved line, it can't be an elevation line. You know? Or does that make sense, bro?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. So over
Yeah.
a long distance, let's say down, for example, I think was the example the other day. It'd be completely flat all the way along.
If it were an elevation.
Yeah, well, like what is flat? Like, so does that to that question does the horizontal line remain at 0?
Yeah, flat is in 0
Over distance?
horizontal. Yeah.
That horizontal is at 0. Okay.
Okay.
So then, I mean, do you even?
I think the point about the mountains,
yeah.
bro, if you're
Mhm.
looking in an elevation view, the point that the guy, and I might be wrong, but the point he's trying to bring up about the mountains, bro, and if there's curvature, if you have one mountain at elevation 0, right? Let's say it's all the way to the left, and then there's curvature, and it's going to be, let's say, dipping down, right? And you're going 100, 200, 300 miles to the right. Because it's dipping down, the base of that other mountain cannot be at elevation 0. It can't be. Right? In the way in which you guys are speaking, right?
If you were talking about the distance observed over a long distance, yeah. But if you were to stand at that mountain, you wouldn't be able to see that moving to the other mountain, there would be no noticeable curvature because you're at a different reference point.
Wait a minute. Can I ask you the horizontal line still 0?
But it has to is the base of the mountain below that line though.
Yeah,
Because the
that's
line won't change. That's the point. The line won't change. For example, like the horizon, it's a made up thing that we talk about. And elevation is just a concept. It's a made up plane we have, right? At whatever height. But that plane isn't changing. So if we're saying it's really a plane and it's really going flat across at 0 feet, and now there's curvature going up or down, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
If you were actually drawing this out, then when you get however far away and you go up or down a point, it's not at point 0 in elevation. Can't we agree to that?
Yeah, we can agree to that. So if you were stood on Mountain A at 300 feet and you looked across to Mountain B at 500 meters and stuff like that, it wouldn't appear to be as tall.
Yeah, I think that's all the point that the guy was making or something.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because of the distance, but then that gets back into the argument of what happens with light and.
No, man. Put the 10 mountains. One is on the beach, near the beach, and you say, okay, this mountain is 300 meters because of sea level. Now, 10 miles far away, it's another mountain. 10 miles away from that mountain, it's another mountain, and go. And then you have hills and up and down and rivers, whatever you want. It's elevation profile. You will always use the sea level for the height of that mountains. In the middle, the fifth mountain will be 700 meters above sea level. Yeah, but between first mountain and that fifth mountain, it's a big curvature.
Hey.
Yeah, we don't live in a world that we're only measuring one point, right? We don't use that in reality. We use multiple points, and we extend a straight line segment over distance in reality. We don't just use like a point, an infinitely small point in reality, and say, well, it would be the same on both models. No, in reality we extend that straight line segment. Do I break up?
Yeah, it
No,
went
you're good.
quiet for a little bit.
You're good. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the topic. Yeah, that's good.
So you're probably thinking about the implications now. Like this is what happens to people, right? They'll think about the implications of a horizontal line having 0 slope, somehow sloping over distance. Is that possibly what you're imagining?
No, I was thinking about the reference points of 0 for the sea level. Because obviously the other guy was correct that the sea level is determined by the natural sea level in that, or the localized sea level. So then I then have to question, well, what sea level was used to measure the mountains at different points, because that would make a big difference.
I will post you a picture that you have idea what I'm saying about, but it's only a
Post it,
picture.
please. By all means, go for it.
It's elevation profile of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see?
Yeah.
That's all. Do you see sea level?
Yeah.
All
Not an
above.
elevation profile.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
There
not.
is, look,
That's not what an
there is,
elevation is.
look, there is a Sahara. Look, there is a green things. There is something. Look, there are mountains.
That's
Okay.
an astronometric view. That's not the same thing. Like, you basically posted something with like 3D in it. That's not the same thing as a elevation.
I mean, go for it. Just make your point anyway. I'll go along these lines. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, do you see Morocco where it is? To South Africa. You see how much mountains, valleys, whatever you have. That Africa, it's curving on the globe, and that sea level, it's also curving on the globe. But if you have sea level, like it's on that picture, all above that sea level, it's elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you measure.
Okay.
That's all.
Yes. I want to. Hello, everyone. Before we get started, just want to say good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Right? Kind of like Jim Carrey. Good afternoon, good night, good morning. All right, whatever. So, the Truman Show, if you get the reference. My name is Marsula.
The Schumann, the Whatman, the Schumann Tro. What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
the Truman Show, where he's
Oh,
like,
the Truman
It's
Show.
a Jim Carrey movie. Yeah. Good
it's a
afternoon, good evening, and good night. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Schumann troll residence.
That
Yes,
Resonance?
sir.
Truman
Yeah, I'm
Troll.
not a troll, but it is a TV show. So I'm gonna get back to what I was saying, right? So thank
Yeah,
you
but
guys
that's
for
like a
giving me.
TV show where like
Thank you,
it's
thank
like
you,
a reality. He
thank you.
doesn't know what reality is.
Yeah,
You
he
want
isn't. He would. Okay, so the basis to this is, before we even get started on this, the the planets or
Are you
the
getting
places that
started on like how things are not reality and it's a TV show?
I get distracted easily. Okay, could you not? Come on, man. I'm like half retarded.
Yeah,
All
can you
right.
stop it, Planet?
All right. So anyway, the TV show that we're talking about, what dimension did this exist on? What dimensional plane did this exist on?
The
Nobody's
TV
really
show is
talking
in
about it.
the globe. You mean
Did
that
well?
TV show?
Did the TV show occur on a globe or on a flat Earth?
No, the TV
That's
show is the
that.
globe. TV
Well,
show is
okay.
the globe on a
So
flat
anyway,
Earth. Yes.
Maybe he said dementia.
Guys, stop it. Guys, stop. You don't troll me this much. Stop. Okay. So what I was saying is that uh, there's a dimensional plane. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry.
dude. Seriously,
I'm
can
sorry.
you like you can just put it on
Sorry.
mute for a
What
second? You
the
can hold it
fuck
away
is a
from you. What are you
dimensional
doing?
plane? What the fuck is a dimensional plane?
I muted him for being gross, but go ahead if you want.
Concept. What do you mean? A dimensional plane is just a conceptual line or series of lines.
So like two-dimensional plane?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we all know
2D.
what a plane is, bro. That's what that's all he's saying.
Well,
like literally a 2D plane. That's all he's saying, bro.
Okay,
That's
that's
not all he said.
conceptual.
Yeah.
All right, so we don't live in a two-dimensional plane.
Oh shit.
Yeah, keep in mind the first thing that really triggered him and got him angry was seeing a three-dimensional topographical demonstration of reality. 3D really made him mad and got him fired up.
I just
I
like
don't
the
think
way he
these guys
came into the
realize you're in
conversation
good
and
faith.
interrupted it, and then was mad that anyone else interrupted him. But that's exactly what he
Yeah.
did. The hypocrisy is funny.
I mean,
Burping
we're
the
we're
mic
not
is
a
a
bunch of
massive red
nerds
flag.
like who think this is Flat Stanley or anything. I mean, we are realists. This isn't some flippant entertainment for us.
Yeah, that was the Schumann troll resonance in action.
Are you a flat earther friend? The one that just said that?
Yes, just like you.
Okay.
Except I don't know if you're in denial about it or not. I'm not.
No, I actually believe in a globe, but to be honest, I don't like talking about stuff I don't fully understand. To be honest, that's why I'm kind of listening more. To be
That's a
like,
good policy. I support that.
Okay, do you
I
understand
would
you're not
agree with
moving right
that.
now, that your house is
About
completely
satellites and
still?
all types of shit.
Right. Why do flat earthers say the claims that they do? Will be a good thing to start with. Why do you flat earthers say that the earth isn't a ball spinning in space? Would be my fucking first question.
You say first question, but it's such an intricate topic. It's not just a 5-minute explanation because it goes so deep.
You're making it more complicated than it is. It's actually quite simple.
It can't be
It's
5
called
minutes.
observable reality.
People turn
You
it
look
into
outside, you
hours.
don't see curvature, you don't feel the earth spin, and you're breathing pressurized gas.
Yeah, I would say it is simple. I would agree with it. It is simple. Like, but what's difficult? It seems to be difficult is explaining not the or trying to like kind of come to grips with the consequences of living on a globe. Like what that would mean.
Yeah.
That would mean that there's a big bulge of water in between me and you somewhere, or that even like
Well,
a
it's
mountain is
mainly
curving at a
social
certain rate.
pressure you have to overcome. It's harder to believe that the whole world is
Yeah.
delusional with this globe than it is to believe the reality that is infusing your senses.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's what's not so simple is overcoming the social pressure and the years of conditioning. So, I mean, the hard work, the heavy lifting, it's all just done in your mind. In reality, it's pretty simple.
There are 3 claims on the table. 1, the Earth is a ball. 2, this ball spins and moves in orbit around the sun. And 3, this ball that spins and moves in orbit around the sun does this in the vacuum of space. 3 claims. Only 3.
What do you guys think was one of the biggest things that convinced you to become a flat earther? Like, I'm actually just asking because I'm kind of curious.
Oh, okay.
He just told you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. Or his mic was low. What did he say?
I'll tell you what convinced me. It was trying to chase down a radius value, an actual measurement that's verifiable. I spent like 6 months scouring all kinds of academic papers on LexisNexis and other places, trying to find any verifiable measurement of the R value, and it didn't exist. There was a lot of coping, there's a lot of referrals, just a lot of straw man and fallacious argumentation. It's ridiculous. We're
So
talking.
basically, yeah, it's the globers themselves who sink the globe. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, like from geodesy, like plane surveying, all the way to so-called satellite surveys and bathymetric surveys of underneath the ocean. I reviewed probably 100 or so papers like this, just chasing that value down. I could not find it, and then I went outside, and I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is this? What the hell is the sun? What's the moon?
Moving away from me, not going behind, not like going down under the ground like a caveman would think. Like the sun go down, just going away.
Yeah, so if people come in here and think that this is a troll, well, actually, what's happened is they've already been trolled by the globe. That's the troll. So now reality itself appears as a troll to people who are in that state.
First we realize that it's observably flat. Then we find out that it's measurably flat. Then with the years we find out it's also practically used like a flat.
People like Matthew Learns is why I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, that's a big one. Seeing anti-flat
Exactly.
earthers come in and rumpus their arguments. Yep.
Well, because when I was a baby flat earther, I thought, like, okay, one of these anti-flats, I didn't call them that then, one of these types like Matthew Learns or whatever will have the proof, and they'll just put this whole thing to rest. It's got to be here. I went through the debates and heard nothing but fallacies, like Amish is saying. So with that, it was like, man, they really don't have anything. So the nail in the coffin for the globe was the globers themselves for me. Absolutely.
Yeah, we wouldn't
I
call
wouldn't
it
just
proof.
take
We
it
would
from the
say
FE.
evidence.
I wouldn't just take it from the FE making claims. I wanted to hear the counterclaims and to hear how weak they were. That was the nail.
Yeah, do your own research. Look at both sides. That's what I'd say.
Yep.
And maybe think about like what the oh never mind. I was gonna say that I don't really bring it up too much, right? But like the Bible says that the Earth is non-moving,
Well,
horizontal
the
in
other thing
nature.
too is the globe claims are contradictory. So, I mean, we kind of went over this earlier with the 3 points. The globe defeats itself, and it seems like the longer people defend the globe and its claims, they're faced with either having to lie or concede that they don't know. I guess if you guys are waiting for a follow-up, maybe we could talk about gas pressure in a container. You know, it's said that Earth is an open system, like an open-air convertible driving around to the huge vacuum of outer space, but the gravity is also sucking gas down into Earth, and nobody can ever demonstrate this.
The weight
I'd be
of the
more
air
interested.
causes gas pressure.
Pardon?
Sorry, go ahead.
Pardon, Matthew?
I was just saying, we say that the weight of the air causes gas pressure.
Well, you might say that, but that would be wrong within your own model. The
Yeah,
reason
what
why
causes weight?
within
See,
your own model, the reason why we
yeah,
have
what
gas pressure. Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's just what causes weight. See, he's trying to smuggle gravity in without actually saying gravity. Sorry, go ahead, Jen.
No, I was just going to say that within the globe Earth model, the reason why we have a pressure difference from low altitude to high altitude is heat. It's got fuck all to do with
Oh,
gravity.
that's not true. It's weight. It does have to do with heat, but it's the weight of the atmosphere pressing down.
Matthew, you got it wrong. Inside the heliocentric model, the Earth is warping space-time and creating a well that all the matter is trapped in, and it's pushing down on the Earth from above.
Warping space time. What the fuck you on about, man?
Yeah, and so also gas is a mixture, right?
Motherfucker.
It's an inhomogeneous mixture of different gases that all have different atomic weights.
It's like if
So
you
why
want
hasn't
to.
like helium separated?
I mean, if you really
Also,
want to
Matthew,
advocate for the globe, just look up what the claims are and just parrot them. I mean, instead of making up your own shit that doesn't even match the
They don't
globe
make.
model.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. Right? Don't use like reality and don't make up your own claims. Just go with what the model tells you, and that's not what the model tells you.
Our argument is not with personal independent feelings about what's going on. It's about the claims that the heliocentric model make. That's it.
It's not also about the claims of the flat Earth idea too, because we're just trying to adjudicate between two different ideas. So it seems like both.
What's the idea?
Well, you've got the
What's the
idea. We're
flat
just
Earth
pointing to
idea?
the real world, though, and just showing you, look, it doesn't happen that way. That's all that's going on.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's two sides to the coin. I can poke holes in flat Earth ideas too, right?
Well, there's reality, and then there's globe fantasy. That would be the idea here.
See, the main problem when you attack flat Earth is that you really are destroying the globe model. Because inside heliocentric, they started with a flat cosmology, a flat stationary Earth, and branched out from that. So what then you do is you get to the end of that path and then burn the bridges all the way back. So there's no way you can ever get back to your heliocentric model because you've destroyed the scientific method to redo that. There's no way to repeat and get back to this heliocentric model, which is why it's all full of these contradictions.
What do you mean, bro? I'm asking out of ignorance. What do you mean they start with a flat model in the heliocentric one? I really don't know.
Geocentric flat Earth came first by thousands of years. Thousands, okay? So to say that you can debunk that, then you really have just killed your globe because they use these observations to build upon over time to then come up with a heliocentric model. It's like burning the church. You literally burn the church when you spur disagreement because you were the same place. If you follow heliocentric, it was just a couple hundred years ago, you would have been a flat earther too. So the worst claim you can make about flat earthers are just a couple hundred years behind you. But instead, you burn the church and make it seem like the first caveman who ever looked up at the sun decided it was a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away.
So
and
the
no
thing
one
that
thought
happened,
anything different than that.
So, is it my idea that Salt Lake in Bolivia is flat, or that lake is flat itself? Is it that my idea, or that lake is flat?
Well, what's your idea? Like, what's flat? I mean, that there's no change in elevation.
Yeah.
do you
But
also mean
but
that
there
there's
is
a perfectly straight line? That there's a
No,
perfectly
I'm
straight
not
line
saying
along?
about perfect anything. It's 1 meter elevation change. Is that 1 meter elevation change my idea, or that it's happening in reality?
No, it's flat and flat, man. What the fuck you on about?
Trying to talk to somebody else, not you, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, nobody is
Thanks for the
saying that there's
discussion, guys.
ideal
Peace.
geometry outside in the world. There's no perfect straight lines, obviously. That doesn't equate with an 8 inches per mile curved line. Per mile squared, that is.
Fuck is he on about, man?
Well, why don't you sit down and listen in for a while, and you'll find it pretty easy to follow along. Because if you're confused by what I just said there, you haven't been here long enough.
I'm talking to the dude that said, is it flat, or is it flat, or is the lake flat, or is the lake flat?
Well, do you agree or
So,
disagree? Like, what
is it
would flat be? A change in elevation? Do you not know what flat is, or?
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
No, you. Do you don't? What would be flat?
I'm talking about Bolivia and Salt Lake. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yep. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Reality sounds like. We got a bunch of people in here arguing against it, saying we're just going idea against idea. No, we're going your idea against the real world.
Who?
Fuck, no.
Not the never mind.
Who cares? Shut up.
Yeah, I'll chime in later when we have a more alert panel on board.
Morning all.
Morning.
Morning, neighbor. I'm a white American.
Wow. I'm not.
Me
Oh
too.
shit. You're black, Nick.
I'm from Texas.
Oh, you from Texas? Oh shit.
I make my living in the bayou.
I have a farm.
My blood is red.
My teeth is broken.
I saw that my motivational calendar for the day said, "The foolish speak, the wise they listen."
Shut the fuck up. The foolish
Said that.
speak. The boo 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 boo.
Good example right there.
Who's that talking
Yeah,
right
exactly. You make a point, and you don't even have to prove the point. Someone proves it for you. Like, thank you.
You're welcome.
now?
Give
Hey,
me
Crit,
20
did
bucks.
you catch who was? Did you catch who was saying that?
No, I was tabbed out.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go back and clip it, I guess. But it would be kind of a fun thing.
I don't think
No,
it's that important.
Yeah.
I was just gonna mute the fuck out of him, but
Yeah, he's annoying.
maybe he can learn from the comment that you said, but I don't think he will.
I'm pretty sure it was Matthew Learns.
He's trying to jam the wrench of stupid into this conversation, which was going okay until then.
Yeah, it sounded like Matthew, to be honest.
Oh, mute. No.
That happened to me once on Gem Pandas. This gal was talking about how she had an abortion, and some dude just blurted, like, "You nasty," like, just roasted her. And then Gem was like, "Who the fuck just said that?" And people said, "It was Crit. It was Crit." I'm like, "No, it wasn't. You lying sacks of shit."
Yeah, like Crit would do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's something I would do. You know, like some girl's giving this heartfelt response about, this tragic thing in her life, and I would just start blurting about how nasty of a woman she is. Like, get the fuck out of here.
But how nasty are they that they would use it politically like that? Like they don't even care who actually did it or reprimanding him. They just want to take it as an opportunity to go after you.
Yeah, I know. It's real triggered.
That's
That's
fucked.
about
That shows they don't actually care about like the vile shit that came out of his mouth, but more just like who they can pin it on.
A bunch of weasels.
Yeah, and Jem, I got good working. I mean, me and him kind of built a respect over the years. Like, was that you, Chris? I said, absolutely not, absolutely not. You could, if you didn't believe me, just go back to the live stream. And he's like, yeah, I didn't think so. And that's all it took. So when the globalist has lied so often, so frequently, that even inside their own echo chamber, they're not believable. They should
so
reevaluate their model.
Oh, it's just a little white lie. It doesn't matter,
It was just a joke. Oh, I was joking.
Lie, and then that lie gets bigger tomorrow. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you got to lie to cover your lie.
Yeah, that was about my little calendar here that's got those phrases on it. Because it also gives a citation, like, hey, where do they think that came from? So the one that was a couple of weeks, or I don't know, maybe a month ago, it said a lie can get you forward, but then you can never go back.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, the one about the wise. This is what I think when people knock the Bible. So it says, the foolish speak and the wise listens, and then it says under there, inspired by Proverb 12:15. A fool thinks they need no advice, but a wise man listens to others. It kind of reminds me that globalist guy came in here and he said, science is knowledge. In the Bible is incompatible with science. So I said, all I heard you say was knowledge and knowledge are incompatible. Your worldview is fucked, dude.
Let's say that you're global and you come here and ask, why do people believe that Earth is flat? Believe. And we say, okay, we don't believe. And then I told you, because this no curvature, no rotation, gas pressure. And then you show them observation and some other stuff, and you say, that's it, that's all. And he said, this is not convinced me, what you told me. And then you say to him, bye-bye, because I cannot offer you more, because that's why I'm here. I cannot give you anything else, I can give you that. Is that not enough for you? I cannot help you, man. I cannot give you sun. I cannot give you space. I cannot give you anything. If it's this, they need to know what is our position in the real term. That means, okay, this guy thinks this. And if you're not satisfied with that, bye-bye, everything is all right. But
Yeah,
they
because
need to
the
know the
question was,
position.
why do you think that the Earth is flat? Oh, that doesn't convince me. Well, I wasn't trying to convince you. I was just you asked me why I think it is.
And you will not change idea. For example, we will not change idea till we don't see the curvature. And now he will say, what about Southern? I don't fucking care, man. And you need to know our position. This is our position. If is that not enough for you, then bye-bye, enjoy the globe, and everything is cool. Because I cannot give you more. I cannot give you something. How Earth looks like in entirety. I don't
Where's
know.
the edge, Sasha?
Where is?
Where's the
Yeah,
edge?
yeah. All that questions. Why would I lie? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I have only this. If is that not enough for you, I don't know. Whatever you want, make your research.
Why would you ask me instead of the liar? Go interrogate them. Like, why am I on the hook to answer for the lie?
Oh, are you gonna get a real answer from a liar?
No, you're not. Of course not. But still, why are you coming at me about it, man? It's not my lie. I'm just pointing out that 2 and 2, it ain't adding up like they said.
I got
why
funny
would
one.
they lie, heretic? Why?
Somebody
You're
will
right.
say
It's on me to answer for this. I have to be responsible. You're right.
Somebody will say you cannot trust your senses. I will say, fuck you. I want to trust my senses always because
Yeah.
I fucking spy the war because of my senses. If I didn't have the senses, I could be dead 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, that's why you're alive
Well, isn't
today.
it
You cross
strange?
the street, do everything. Sorry, T-Dub.
Sorry, no,
It,
you're.
I got
Like,
funny.
isn't it strange?
These DMs from globalists are just hilarious sometimes. This one I just got said, "You cowards aren't letting me talk." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Right? Who's not letting you talk? And then he said, like the text chat is locked. And I go, okay, well, what's your rank? You need to have at least rank 3 to post in the text chats for guest rooms. Oh, I'm rank 1. I'm like, well, there you go, dumbass.
Oh, geez, it must be a conspiracy by flat earthers, though.
Yeah.
Miggy, I thought when Miggy changed his name to A, so he's above me alphabetically, I would get less DMs. But it seems like maybe Miggy has his DMs turned off or something. Because I feel like
Yeah,
they're ramping up.
he's
You know?
he's had his turned off for ages.
Okay.
Even most of the time in 24/7 as well.
Yeah, see, it's they just go from the top to bottom. Like, who's the first mod? It's like, oh, fuck you, like you turned off my posting perm. I go,
But
dude,
I think
no, no, dude, what are you talking
you
about?
you usually trigger them though because you go kind of like psychological with them. You start kind of giving them therapy and stuff, and I think that might be partly why they come at you.
Oh yeah, they don't like to hear. Like they like to. They gotta get their last word in. They have to get the first and last word. Well, this one I was
What?
about to say. This one ended well. He said, oh, "Okay, thanks." I go, "Yeah, I was hoping." See, that's why too. You also don't want like if they come at you kind of cringe like that, like, "Oh, you fucking coward, you sack of crap, you can't have your world little challenge," and you're like, "Hey, dude, take a breath. What's the problem? You can't post. Okay, you need level 3. Talk to a moderator." Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Bye. Yeah, no problem, homie. It's what they had the victim status there. They had thought that a flat earther did something to them. And that's where they're speaking from. They're speaking from that you had harmed me in some way, and now I'm going to get even. And once they realized there was no harm, there was no problem at all, no one did anything. You're just too new to the server to post right away in guest rooms. And that's built by design because they don't want people who get kicked out of a guest room just come back in with a stock account and just rinse and repeat. They want people to be partly established on the server before they start going to the guest rooms because there's the regular servers up top. You can post up there with level 1. You don't need any perms.
Globers like to ask, ask us what makes, what made you a flat earther? What did it for you? How did you come across all that? Do they ask themselves what convinced them that they live on a spinning ball? I mean,
No.
we're taken from the age of 5, and we're stuck, taken away from our parents and stuck into an institution for 6 to 7 to 8 hours a day or whatever. Right, so at the age of 5, they take us away from our parents. We're not even thinking about that shit. We haven't even had a chance to get out into the world and experience it for ourselves and think for ourselves and ask the questions for ourselves. And the first thing they're telling us and showing us is this spinning ball on a desk and saying, that's what you live on. That's what this place is, without being able to think about it critically or anything like that, even though some kids do and ask questions and say, well, wouldn't we fall off and all that. But another thing I definitely remember when I was like, it was probably kindergarten, maybe first grade, and they said people used to think that the world was flat and that if you went too far in a sailing boat, you'd fall off the edge. Right? And they don't let you think about it critically anymore after that. And and it's not an issue. It hasn't become an issue of what you can prove or evidence or anything like that. It's become an issue of trust because
I remember
they're
building.
developing that trust with you. With they're developing a rapport with you. The teacher's trying to gain your trust and impress you with with certain authority and
Gravity.
whether it be all that. So it isn't it's indoctrination, and that is how you, and why you think, and when you were convinced that you live on a spinning ball.
Well,
And the social
it
pressure
shows.
maintains it.
Yeah,
You don't want to be
and it
that flat
shows as
Earth guy.
well. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're all right. And it shows as well when you start asking them about the globe. So, like you were saying, they get them at school really young. They tell you that you live in a solar system, and then that's it. They don't tell you anymore. You don't learn anymore. You just, I'm a solar system, third rock from the sun, or whatever. And then they think, so their whole life, they live on a ball in a solar system. And then you ask them the questions, and this actually shows that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, you know they lied to you because even they claim that it's not a heliocentric model, that there's a great attractor. Right away they lied to you, even if you believe that you live on a globe that circles the sun.
Sorry, great attractor. Can you go into that?
Huh?
Can you explain the great attractor?
Let's make a survey. Every new person who comes needs to answer
Hey, I
what
want
is
to know
gravity.
about the great attractor.
What is gravity? And then we will write all the answers. And they need to be all at
So what's
least.
the great attractor? I have to wonder if you're just a troll sometimes, Sasha. Jesus.
I mentioned the great attractor.
Yeah, what is it?
They say it's this point up in the universe that everything is circling around, like a black hole or
The
something.
universe?
Yeah.
That's a weird point.
Sorry, Sasha.
Yeah.
Just joking.
They're saying globe people are claiming that?
Yeah, that's the new latest, hippest model.
A great attractor? Like universal?
Yeah, universal.
Thing
Yep,
that
that's the claim.
everything's moving
That
towards
seems
it.
dumb.
Maybe.
That conflicts with everybody's models.
They have this like strange thing where they say it's the universe is expanding, like in all
Sure.
directions, somehow like towards something and away from something at the same time without like a singularity. But it's thought that because it doesn't make much sense. There has
Right
to be like a
towards
single.
something.
Yeah, towards and away at the same exact time.
How is it expanding?
You tell me.
What?
I don't know.
Nothing would be
Oh,
expanding towards anything.
why not?
Relativity doesn't work that way. Everything would be expanding away from your current reference frame.
Yeah, that's
You
what
guys
makes
talking
sense
about
to
the?
you and me. Yeah, I mean that's what
Are you
makes
talking about the
sense.
great
There has to be a
attractor?
point. Yeah.
Matthew Lawrence put a wiki on it in the text channel.
Yeah, I get that's what makes sense to you and me. Like, well, it has to be like a central point, like a singularity, right? Like that's like what people theorize because it can't make sense, right? Unless you got something else going on. Yeah.
Relativity can work in any way because it's relative.
How does a great attractor work in the ever-expanding galaxy?
Part of gravitational attraction in intergalactic space and the apparent gravitational point of. Oh, it's just a particular gravitational point in like a cluster of galaxies.
So it makes sense now, MPX?
Okay, well, this is different than what we were talking about before. There's like,
Well, yeah.
you were saying a universal great
It all
attractor.
makes sense. Yeah, it works. It works.
Yeah.
It's possible to learn things from the internet.
But I'm just saying it's
or
different than
above
the what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's possible to learn things from the internet, just not YouTube.
What? I learn things from YouTube all the time.
That's the argument for against flat earthers talking about YouTube videos. Oh, you learned it on YouTube. What they say?
Not all YouTube videos are created equal. Just like how every article on the
see.
internet is not created equal, but yeah.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
I think it might have
my
been
YouTube videos are
construed.
the best.
Yeah, maybe I misconstrued Sasha's response there. Did you want to answer the great attractor thing, Sasha?
Great. It depends of space dust, of bending of love and hate, and all other concepts what are bending. Because they think that only space-time bending, but you have love, you have hate, whatever. You have feelings, that all bending. And if you like a refraction, and if you put that all inside, it's relative, you know.
Wait, what is bending love and hate? Whoa, what?
Concepts like space and time.
If space and time can bend, that means that love and feelings can bend also.
Well,
How?
to their credit, to their credit, we know
in the
that
same way how space time is bending.
Yeah, Sasha, but to their
Who would possibly claim that those two are similar concepts?
The
concepts. They are concepts.
Well,
yeah,
they
but
do.
space-time seems to be like a instantiated physical medium in the gold view.
Physical medium?
Yep.
What you talking about, Willis?
Is it space physical or time physical? What is physical?
It would be space-time would be a physical medium in which we
Oh,
all
really?
reside.
Powers combined.
Love,
You have
feelings
space and
combined,
time.
yes.
Love is also
I'll take a cup.
physical, you know.
Take a cup of that space time.
If you
please.
take a mind body, like one side of the mind body problem, where you say like there's only body, then you'd say love is just like a psychological, electrochemical experience.
What body problem?
What does space time smell like?
Really bad breath.
Well, your sense
Smelling
of
it right
smell
now.
is a chemical receptor, so that would require material, not just physical substrate.
Oh.
I closed
Yeah,
my
I did. I saw.
hand now.
I saw
How
a
much
YouTube
space
video.
It smells like pizza.
There you go.
Now, there is some sense that like putting something through ozone and then out into the vacuum of space makes it kind of taste like garlic bread, but
Vacuum of
that's
space.
neither here nor there.
burning metal because
This
it's
is
all
lore, dude.
ozone.
Sasha, did you say one body problem? Is that right?
Mind-body problem.
Oh, okay. I heard one body problem. I thought that was hilarious.
There's
I was
a
like, I'm going
three-body
to use
problem
that.
in physics.
Well, it'd be a one body problem because you don't have the first body that the whole lore is based on, the globe. Well, that's where my mind went anyway. Carry on.
That's equally as ridiculous. Oh.
Smells like
How do
space
you
smells
guys,
like ozone.
I mean, seriously, guys, when you see something like this and then it's the first time you've ever seen it, MPX, it sounded like, how do you reconcile that? Like, how can you make sense of it? Does it sound like something in reality that you can like, well, let's conceptualize this. You're like, what is going through your mind? Why would
I'm
something
calling
like
no
this even
fair.
make sense, bro?
For space-time?
It's not
I don't
fair.
know. No, like
Not
the
fair
great
at all.
attractor being something you were first introduced, like even in this chat, like Matthew's like, well, you can learn things on the internet. Yeah, what did you learn by looking at that? What did you pick up that you didn't know
He just
before?
read the title. He read
I
the
just read
title
the
of the
title
article
and the
and he
first
goes,
paragraph
"Oh yeah,
from
that makes
Wikipedia.
sense."
Yeah.
And it seems to be like there's a gravitational center to like this, like what do you call it, supercluster? The Laniakea supercluster? I have no idea if I'm pronouncing it right.
But I feel like you have
Space smells
unlocked
like
another
bullshit
level,
now.
like another level of
Must be
like a
correct.
higher learning. You just like you were revealed some secret knowledge. You're like, oh, I get it now. Like
Yeah, how
these
could you
things are
say-
just
Because
fucking.
at first you said it was like a universal attractor, which sounded like absolute horseshit, and it was like, no, this is a concrete like point in space for like this particular local
It's not
region
concrete.
of gravitational effects.
It's not a
MPX,
concrete point.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, we can debate philosophically about that, but I'm going to use that as a
Mm.
layperson's way of describing that point in space.
Yeah, why can like one of us like talk to you for hours and nothing like clicks, but you read 4 words on the screen, you're like, boom,
That's
the
what I'm.
universe made sense.
Thank you, no
Because
tanks.
the words were different.
The
Like,
words were different. The words were fucking different. You didn't say him, no tanks. How about that? That's what he's trying to say, is you didn't say him. The experts.
Well, you'll
did.
have sometimes a Glober in here arguing against something trivial like what Coriolis is or something like that with you. And then, after hours of that, another Glober will chime in and be like, no, the flat earth is right. And then instantly they get it.
Yeah. It has happened.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
But did you see like what happened? MPX was like basically what happens to all the Globers when they see stuff that they're scientists are put out in their quote unquote scientists in the pseudoscience realm. They put some information out, and then Matthew's like, well, there's always new stuff to learn all the time. And then they're reading like the mysteries of the universe by proxy of some other gentleman's conceptualization of it, right? Some guy waxing philosophical has proposed a new idea, and they're like, "Whoa, that makes a lot of sense." Like, how the fuck?
Yeah, I believe there's all
You
sorts
guys
of like
understand why
crazy
that happens?
wacko theories for like
Yeah,
descriptions
run
of
me
like
through that, Matthew.
base
MPX,
physics.
please make
The
it make
reason
some
it
sense.
happens, why some Glober can spend an hour like disagreeing with you, is that they don't trust you as a source, as authoritative source of information. As soon as they read it on Wikipedia, they're like, "Oh, now I understand."
I mean, I'll
He
agree
didn't
100%
read
you bite
anything,
the bullet that
Matthew. You read the
Globers will be
article
like,
heading.
He's
You read
right.
the
Matthew's
heading.
actually right. So they're putting their stock in people over the actual arguments and the
Right.
evidence.
But
That's what I'm saying.
there's plenty of Globers that are like,
Okay,
oh
that
my
make- that
God, I've
make-
heard a
all
really
right.
convincing argument that we live in a simulation without like proper vetting of the structure or like epistemic process
Well,
around
that's
that.
dumb.
Right? I agree. But
I think they proved that we aren't in a simulation.
well, I mean, you
Yeah,
can't
but that's neither here
necessarily
nor
prove
there.
that. But there's evidence
It's-
against it recently.
What are you simulating?
Evidence against an imagination? Like what? It's like
What
me
is the-
saying, "Fuck, dude! Like it's evidence against Narnia." Like what the fuck?
Kind of.
Like, yeah.
That's why I'm hesitant to say that there is evidence against
Fuck,
it
dude.
because like it kind of doesn't make sense.
This makes
And,
more
and
sense
if
than
you're
Harry Potter.
simulating, you're simulating something. What are you simulating? Yeah, you're
I don't
simulating
know,
real
there-
life. So yeah, it's fucking stupid.
No, man.
Did I marry it? Is it my daughter, real daughter? Is that forest outside real forest? Is that water
No.
when I to swim in the ocean? It's real ocean. Oh fuck! I'm
Yeah, but see,
connected.
okay, so according to
You're
Matthew,
Sims in my
according to
universe.
Matthew, yeah, check it out. So according to Matthew, you can say that, Sasha, but you don't count. Your words don't mean shit. So whenever
Can
they read
somebody-
it from another Glober, if another Glober waxes philosophical, they're like, dude, that's some deep shit right there, man. Fuck, think, contemplate that. That's some really.
Yeah. Can somebody
Right?
take me out from virus? You know, I want to help the world.
I think that's what Matthew basically summed it up. He's like, well, we'll take their authority because they're Globers and they can at least think of the universe as a oblate spinning spheroid. It's like, dude, what? Somebody who can critically think about the world around them is already discredited because they don't view the world like everybody else. So you got to play ball in order for you to be in the world of thinkers. That's
And then you
fucking
get
stupid, dude.
authority.
Well,
then you get
do.
professor. Then you get professor of the math, and you debate with the professor of the math. And then you ask professor of math, what is different between calculation and measurement? And then professor of math say, I don't know. And then you ask yourself, how you don't know? And I know. I know if I measure something that it's measurement. If I calculate something that's calculation, 2 plus 2, it's 4. That's calculation. But measuring 2 meters of table, it's measurement. Fuck, that was so difficult to answer.
So which brings us back to the question: what the fuck are you doing here? If you trust those guys, what are you gonna do? If that means that whatever we say, well, that's what flat earthers say. Like that is not gonna that's not gonna do anything to you. So why are you here? That's the other thing. If it's something that you can contemplate, like, you know what, you guys make a good argument, that would be something. But when you come up and say, no, because we don't trust what you guys are saying. You guys are, we can't, well, then what the fuck are you doing in here? Have you asked yourself that question?
There are people lonely in life, they don't have friends, and they find out, who fuck here, people are so good, they're so warm, and they're coming here.
It always goes back to imagination with you guys, though. We don't propose imagination here. Let's use our imagination. If the earth was flat, now if we started our sentences off like that, that would be fucked up. We don't say that. You guys do. Well, tell me, if the earth is flat, how does this work? How do doorknobs work? What the fuck, dudes? That's the way you think about it. Okay. I got a serious question here, guys. Serious. If the earth is flat, like what the fuck, dude? How come you say, well, hold on a minute. Let me look into this globe thing that I've been believing. Nobody says that shit. Not a fucking soul.
Nobody will start like this. If Earth is a globe, that every horizon, geometrical horizon, will be on 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. And that's a fact. And everybody knows.
Because that would incriminate them. Because they can't stand by something that would be logical. because it has to be illogical. Well, it could be curving, but then again, it's not because it's optical. It's curving but optical at the same time.
I don't think most people think that they are logical.
Yeah, well, they got to pick one. Does it look flat or does it look like a globe? Like which they pick
Well,
one.
like
That one bothers me.
Scott Mackey is in here every single day, hand waving the stuff we show him away as refraction. Then he says, "I go out and see a globe. Mountain's getting blocked by the curve." The same one that he says is refracted in his other breath.
Heretic, you have with the Matthew. I have recorded that conversation. And can you tell me now the difference between apparent building and the geometrical building?
Apparent building and geometric. What?
That's Matthew said we have apparent buildings and geometrical buildings. I want to know what is apparent building.
Assuming you're referring to like the phenomena that is engaged, like your sense experience is engaged with, versus like.
MPX, you don't want to
physical
divine
location.
those thoughts, man. I'm telling you, you don't want to divine those thoughts. Those thoughts are Matthew comes up with, not something a normal Glover would. I'm just saying, you can try. You can take an old stab at it, man, but he's gonna come out sounding differently when he says it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they go,
Just saying,
"Oh yeah,
bro.
I measured the top of a mountain through my theodolite 40 kilometers away, and it shows that there's 15 meters drop of the mountain from where it should be. How do you explain this, flat earthers? Oh,
well,
you remember?
Last
remember
night,
other,
Scott Mackey's point last night was the mountain was cut off halfway. He keeps going back to that because for some reason or another, it's like that one dance move that you think is gonna work, but everybody's looking at you like, dude, get out the dance floor. But anyways, he's standing there talking about half of a mountain. I'm like, Scott, all right. So from point of observation to that target distance, what is the drop rate over the distance, and how much distance was there between her? Well, we don't need to know that information. We just see it happening. I'm like, dude. So you mean to tell me there's no data behind any of what you're saying? You just said, I see, therefore it is. That's all he was saying last night. He could not recover.
Isn't that what he accuses you? Isn't that what he accuses you of doing?
Yep.
Other day, guy saying this logic. If we take the cup without balls, if we take cup without balls, so
Cup without balls.
without balls.
Why are we talking about cups and balls? What?
No, cup without balls. Let's say glass without. If we take a glass without balls, how we will see the water? If we put the tea in the cup without balls.
What the fuck? Where are you going with this?
Yeah, but that was the guy. If we take the cup without balls.
Everyone heard balls like testicles,
Oh,
so we were
balls,
very confused.
Whoa.
Balls.
Okay, no one's testicles are in a cup. Got it.
Okay. Oh, a cup without walls. Okay, now I was lost too. Gotcha.
So they want
Sometimes
to
I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you, Sasha. I'm like,
Step one, put
just
your balls in the
confused.
cup. Flat Earth proof.
For example, if we take atmosphere, how we can take atmosphere? If we take Saturn,
Stop it. Just stop
I think the English
Yeah,
is the
no,
second language is causing some
getting
issues.
at. No, listen, I can clear this up. I know what he's getting at, because the other night Scott Mackey said that you don't need a container for bodies of water, like a lake or a pool or a cup or an ocean or any of that. He said, no, you don't need a container for that. That's what Scott Mackey said. That's what Sasha's getting at.
Yeah, I mean you can take a cup of water and you can pour it onto a flat table. Yeah, for sure. You don't need a container. I mean, you pour enough water, I guess, but like
Yeah, but the thing is, when we talk about volume, right? How can you achieve volume?
Right. How can you achieve volume? What do you mean by that?
Well, how do you get volume with water?
Mass.
You wouldn't do it with mass. That doesn't make sense.
No.
Container.
Yeah, mass isn't the.
You're gonna measure some meaningful height relative to the total area it's covering.
What do you need for volume to be achieved with water?
You need barriers. You need
means of measuring the x or the z direction. If you're assuming z is kind of
it starts with the letter
length
C.
times width times height.
No, you don't really need that.
Yeah.
Not for measuring volume.
Yeah, you do.
Sorry, for volume.
There's gonna be some
let me help you. I gotta help you. I gotta say it. Let me say it. It's a container. You need a container. Yeah, you do. How do you get volume without a container? How do
You
get
can
volume?
measure the volume of a 1 molecule thick sheet of water.
Yeah, but you need to contain. It needs to be contained though. The system
Why?
to achieve volume.
Yeah, well, he asked,
Listen,
how do you build
You just
volume?
got electromagnetic forces keeping that together.
So when you look at any body of water that you've ever seen, any body of water, right? So we're talking about where its container is, right? It's a boundary. So if it's not contained, you'll only get a certain level of it in there. But once you start achieving more and more, it starts to become like it spreads out what it does, right? Water spreads out until it hits walls,
Sure.
and then it starts to create more volume, right? You understand, MPX? So it needs to
If you
have
have an
a container.
infinite plane, the water would keep
But wait,
sprouting.
when it hits those walls and starts to build more volume, that's a container.
Yeah, it's a container. MPX.
Yeah, you're missing length times width times height. It gives you volume. So
Volume.
in order to have length times width times height, you need a
Gotta have
barrier.
height.
Correct?
Say it, MPX. Say it,
You
MPX.
won't
Yeah,
say
like
it.
you don't think that the
yeah,
lakes and
oh,
oceans are just floating in midair or something like that, do you? They're in
Say it,
basins, dude.
MPX.
They are contained.
Gotta say it, bro. It's the truth.
Even
Staring
on a
you right in the
globe, you gotta
face.
have the.
What's
you gotta
containing
have
the
the
oceans? What is containing the oceans and the basins?
I just told you, dude. They're basins.
But
But
we
what's
don't hear
containing the
MPX.
water?
MPX,
Like when you
come
go
on,
to a
man.
beach, like when
We
you go to
gotta
a
get
beach, like a
MPX.
grain of
MPX,
sand.
did you hear what we said about volume? You were really against this right now. What say you, MPX?
That's like asking what's
say
containing
you?
the water in the bathtub.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
MPX returns,
T-dub.
we'll get him back with a question. I'll remember the
How
question.
come the
All right.
oceans aren't like washing over the continents every once in a while? How come the
Washing
oceans are
over
Because
so
the
they're
continents?
contained
stationary?
by the land.
Dude.
They're in big
Right,
holes called
but
ocean
the land
basins,
doesn't
dude.
go over the
Someone
water.
post a diagram
How
of
come
an
the
ocean
water's
basin for this
staying
guy
in
because
the
he
ocean?
doesn't get it.
What the fuck, man?
Talad, what
You're
is
talking
wrong with you, bro?
Are you talking about
What's-
like when waves crash on the beach and the water comes up onto the land? But if the grain
Right.
of sand is just like a millimeter higher, that keeps the water contained. Just that little itty bitty, grain of sand keeps
Yeah,
it
but-
contained on the beach.
Yeah, like how come the water can't get up over the edge of the beach? Like what's
You would
keeping
need
the
more
waves?
You would need more water. It's happened. Yeah, there's places like boardwalks that have been
Right.
flooded and taken out.
So-
Well, like
Yeah, it
how come the
happens.
water
Yeah, you
line?
never heard of a flood before?
Like
But you're
what's
not talking
containing but what is keeping the
Yeah.
water like in the
Dude,
ocean? How come it can't
Talon,
get up
you're
over
whistling,
the water?
You're whistling
over
past
the
you're whistling
beach?
past the graveyard. You're whistling past the graveyard. Did you know that the water that you're talking about needs a container?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Okay. Does
Does
it
it need a
need a
container?
container?
Yeah.
Does it? I mean, an ocean does is full of water.
Is it contained?
Is it contained? No, I mean, there's nothing on top of it
No.
like containing it.
On
It's
top
open.
of it?
An
Okay,
open
so
ocean.
does
It's
it have
open.
walls? The container that the water sits in, is it contained?
The water? No, it's good. The continents
No.
rise
Think about a
above the
swimming
sea
pool,
level.
you doofus. Think about a
Like,
swimming pool.
why is the sea level? What's holding the water
If-
against the container?
Listen,
My
if you were to
God,
add,
dude.
if you were to add more substance, right, or liquid to
Yeah.
the already existing amount, right, in excess of the volume of the container, then it would do what you are saying.
Okay. But like, how come the ocean doesn't just slosh like over, like up and over the lowland
You're
areas? How
retarded,
come
man.
like how come Florida doesn't like completely flood?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm
dude.
sorry. Timbo called it. There's just no hope for you, dude.
This is what
You're out to lunch,
I'm just
bro.
asking questions.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you
out
have
to
severe
lunch.
comprehension issues. We're just pointing out that a large body of water must be contained, must have walls to that
But what's
container.
stopping?
Like a
Well,
bath,
what's
just
stopping it
pour
from
some water into,
tilting?
just run a bath,
Tilting?
okay, and just look at what
Tilting?
happens and
Yeah.
see how that containment is achieved. Right? You need the physical bathtub.
What the?
Yeah.
What is he talking
But
about?
bathtub is
tilting?
open.
He's
Yeah,
can
it's
he's
contained though.
conflating a container with saying
No,
that the
there's
sea
contained
must.
and a
Shut up.
container.
You're conflating a container saying that it must have a lid. Yeah. So with water,
Okay.
you're saying it must have a lid. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah, like a lid is what I'm
Why
looking for a
would
container.
water
God,
need a
dude.
lid if it's heavier than the stuff around it and it settles in a valley? Yeah. So we're going to call the sea a valley, contained on both sides by the land and the ground. Yeah. So the water.
Why is the water
pools
settling?
in the valley? Shut up! I haven't finished. The water pools in the valley, pushes on the edges of the walls, which is the land, and it's contained. Yeah. Yes.
Because the water will path of least resistance, right? Will form the shape of its
goes
container.
to the low spots. It goes to the low spots.
Why does it do
Form
that?
the shape
Is
of
it
its
falling?
container, dude. You're saying it yourself.
just said it right there.
Right,
Thanks.
the basin, but it's not closed. It's open. This is an
Oh,
open
it's an
Yeah.
open,
basin.
sorry, it's open what? An open what?
Oh, what, like the
An
ocean
open
basin?
Say
container.
it with your chest.
Yeah, the container.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we
An open
go.
Okay.
container. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So
we
so
got
so we
there.
can
We
so we can
got
understand
there.
that, like,
Congrats.
so the
It's
Earth
over, boys.
so
Thank
the
you
Earth
very
can
much,
be a
Alan.
container.
Thank
Wait a
you
minute.
so much.
So the Earth can
Contain.
be a
It's a
container
container.
and be
Thank you so
open.
much, Alan.
So, like, oh, okay. So, like, the Earth is just so, like, that works the same
No,
for the atmosphere, right? Because we
no,
can,
no.
since the
Gases don't
ocean
behave that
is
way.
a
They fill
container,
the
but we can
entire
go in and
available
out.
volume. No, they
We could
fill
do the
the
sa-
available volume, and they don't have free surfaces like liquids, dude. People in grade 1 know this.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
is
it's
a
the same thing
beaker
as the
a
ocean. It's like a
container?
basin
Isn't a
of air,
bro? A
and
cup
the mountains. Yeah,
Bro.
it's like because gas. You said that gas fills because gas does the same thing that
Fuck, dude.
Gas
um,
fills the volume. It's a
oceans
different state
do.
of matter.
Right, but it's still gas. It's still matter that, like, fills the volume of a container. So, like, but it's still open, just like the ocean.
Oh wow.
I see. That actually helps me understand, like, why you guys are getting it wrong, because you think that,
Dude,
like,
this
a
guy
container can't be open. So
this guy
you're both,
opens
like,
bottles
denying
of
that there's a
water.
lid
This
and
guy gets
demanding
to
that there's a
open
lid at the
bottles of
same
water
time.
and splash in his face.
So you don't need a lid for a container, right?
Yeah, try to contain
Okay.
some gas
So the
in an
Earth.
open
So you can
ocean
claim.
basin. Yeah, see how
So
that
you
goes.
claiming that the Earth is a container doesn't actually mean that we can't just go in and out of it.
Pertains to
contains water
gas,
in it.
fuel,
The
not
atmosphere.
liquid.
But that, yeah, well, the gas is the same. Like, the gas and liquid are just different densities of the same thing.
Yeah, hang on, Talon. Talon, 1 second, man. Jedi's trying to get in. Let him get in here, guy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jedi.
What's the pressure vector of water in a container?
I don't know.
Downwards and outwards, right?
Yeah.
What's the pressure vector of gas in a balloon?
What? Just everywhere, 360 degrees.
360
Yes,
degrees.
sir.
When you
Right.
open the balloon, what happens to the gas?
What? It just expands. It just goes out and mixes with the other gases, the other atmosphere.
Thanks for playing. So you need
Okay.
a closed container to keep the gas there, don't you?
What?
Yes.
No. Like, the Earth
No.
is a container, just like the ocean.
The Earth is a container, just like the ocean.
Yeah. So,
But
like, the
that's
air is in a
hold on,
basin,
hold on,
just like
stop
the
talking,
oceans
stop
are in a basin.
talking.
That's open. It's
Oh
an open
my
container.
god.
Not the same thing, not analogous. Water has a pressure
What?
vector of downwards and outwards. Gas has a pressure vector of omnidirectional. So not the same thing. So is the
So,
Earth an open or a closed system?
Earth is a closed system.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, say
No, it's
that.
fine. I can say that because that's what it is.
Yes.
No, you can't though, because
The
it's
system
not.
itself is a
NPX,
system.
dude, we
It's a
got
closed system.
He's
It's like
correct.
your
It is a closed system.
It's
but
like
he's
your
about to double check
circulatory,
himself
like your
when he's
blood,
going to tell you that matter can leave this closed system, which therefore is not a
like
closed
the ocean.
system. So he's
I
all
mean, is
screwed
the
up, but he is
ocean
right when he says it's a closed system.
is the ocean a container? Yeah, we
We
all agree
already
that
lost
the ocean
that.
is a container.
It's an
All right,
open
we can go
container, yes.
and we
he
can
just
get
told
in
you
and out
gas
of that.
goes in
Okay,
all
cool.
directions. Okay,
Uh-huh.
that's why you need a lid for it too.
Well, gas just fills. Yeah, right. So the gas fills its area, right? That it can go as far as it can before it is weighted. Like,
Before
it
what?
has, like, different gases are way different thing. Like, carbon dioxide is lighter than water vapor. Water vapor forms clouds.
In reality, yeah, sure.
Right. So, like, that's all in a container, but it's
Yeah,
still
you just
open.
explained why water can.
It's so, like, the air. So the
You
gas
just
only
explained why
fills to
water
the
gets
top of the
together in a
atmosphere, but
valley
then
and stays like the sea. Yeah, like the ocean. You just explained it yourself.
so, like, gas that is lighter than all the other gases just gets to the edge of the vacuum of space and then stops, just like water
vacuum
gets to the edge of the beach and then
Doesn't
stops.
stop
Yeah,
though.
like the high pressure
Well, yeah,
of the
beach,
gas
the
goes to low
No,
pressure. Yeah.
but
so you said
listen,
down
you're
and
talking
out, and then
nonsense.
360
Listen,
degrees. But, like,
vacuums do
I-
not contain closed systems, dude. Like, what are
yeah,
you
they
on?
do. What? I'm sorry, the
Show
vacuum
that.
is.
Yeah, they do. Okay, show it. Just show it.
I mean, we're a closed system, so we're in an
No.
atmosphere.
Oh yeah, so
Begging
begging
the
the
question.
question.
You're
I asked it
accepting.
first.
I didn't ask a question. I made a statement.
Oh my lord.
I mean,
You're-
begging a
you're
question
accepting-
isn't a
you're
question. When I'm
accepting
not
false
asking a question, I'm
dichotomies.
not begging the question.
But this is what I said earlier about us talking about the globe Earth model and us having conversations with people who make shit up on the fly. You're not in accordance with your own model when you say the Earth is a closed system. That's not your model. We're now just dealing with your fucking idiotic thoughts and feelings.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you want to look at system.
look,
I don't have an issue
well, here's the
with it. I don't have an issue with what you
Talon,
guys are
when I
saying.
said earlier that Globers are the main reason that I flipped to flat Earth, yeah, you're doing it right now. You might want to back away if you care about your religion. Just saying.
So, but we all agree. I mean, we've all agreed about a container being open. So you can have a container and then have it open. So regardless of whether or not you think the Earth as a container is moot.
With water having a downward vector, right? But then you said gas going in all directions.
Right. So,
You
that,
admitted it yourself.
but there's still like an atmosphere that you can,
An
like
atmosphere?
the gases are way different things, and so the container of
Your
gas,
water pressure is omnidirectional also.
Oh yeah, like when you actually go in water, it's 360 degrees. Water goes. Doesn't water mix?
You just said that
all over
because the
place,
other guy, left
depending
lane,
on the
because
currents.
left lane said that. You just said that because left lane said that, didn't you, Talon? You weren't saying that
What's
prior
that?
to him coming in here.
Water is not omnidirectional in that sense.
Fucking left lane, dude.
Yeah,
You just
both of these
confused-
guys are nut
Listen,
jobs, dude.
Yeah,
This
yes,
left
of
lane,
course
this
it is. You can measure.
You just fucking confused
you got-
Talon. Now he's saying a whole bunch of shit that you said because basically you're a Glober, so he's gonna back you up.
No,
but you confused him
I heard
even
y'all.
more.
I heard y'all talking about it. Water pressure. If you measure the pressure at depth, you can measure the pressure in all directions. It's not just down.
Sorry, a left lane. Can you measure the pressure of water above the water? Because then it would be omnidirectional.
Oopsie.
Oh, is that what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
It's
The
not
air pressure?
filling the whole volume like
Fucking
gas
dumbass.
does, you numpties.
I see what you're saying.
For Christ's sake.
No, Talon, you didn't know what he was saying because you just fired your guns off saying that it's omnidirectional. You didn't know what the fuck he was talking
No,
about.
I was asking.
Until
I was
now.
like, is it omnidirectional? And I
No,
was
you
like,
weren't asking,
We're not
bro.
begging
You
the
were
question
fucking
that time.
saying
That time
it.
you definitely were not
it doesn't
begging the
matter.
question.
I mean,
You
we
weren't
can. I'm
questioning
fine
it.
with having a discussion.
Water
I'm
towers
learning.
create water pressure.
See what
Yeah, it's
happens
like a
when you
tower
guys
of
trip
water.
Like when
over
you're
each-
actually
you guys are
when you're
tripping
in
over each other,
water.
man. Fucking go to another server, huddle up, and then figure out what you're gonna talk about, then come back in here. That'd be more efficient than with the shit that you guys are pulling in here. Because you guys are you don't know what you're tripping over each other.
Now, and who's
That's
better,
silly.
you or left lane?
Well, this is asinine because I've heard Talon for the last day here tell us, yes, the Earth is a closed system, and then in the very next breath, literally the next one, he'll say matter can leave that system.
Yeah.
But generally
just like the
speaking,
ocean.
Globers, you want that guy speaking
without
for you?
expending.
Seriously? This is your guy?
Yeah, but without it.
Yeah, let him talk.
But without
Let left
expending
lane, let left lane do it. And
energy,
like Talon, just
what
chill and let left lane go.
actually does leave?
There
Yeah,
would be particles that
Energy,
would
did
just
you say?
eventually escape.
No, he's cutting out. He's cutting out.
Okay, I don't know. It sounded like you said energy leaves. Yes, that happens in a closed system. Matter doesn't, though. And he's saying matter
Wait,
does.
no, energy wouldn't leave in a closed system.
You are mistaken. Go Google closed system. Energy can exchange, matter cannot. That's an isolated system you must be thinking of.
Correct.
Sorry if I do this. Have you ever left a can of Coke or Pepsi in your car?
Rocket.
He's a robot.
You're fucking robot in left lane.
Yeah, left lane. We don't really hear you, man. We're not trying to talk over you, but you're just glitching right out.
So, Talon, have you ever left a can of Coke or Pepsi in your car?
No, I haven't done that, but I understand. I do the freezer all the time. Explodes in the freezer.
Let's do it like that then. You put your can of Coke into the refrigerator. What happens to the can of Coke, which is a closed system?
It's colder.
Awesome. So there you go. And when you take the Coke out of, shut up.
Saying,
my goodness.
I don't think he's getting the memo. We probably just have to mute him. I don't think he can hear us at all.
Yeah, just mute him, please.
Can
good. So what happens when you take your can of Coke out of the refrigerator?
it's matter leaving a closed system and warms
No.
up?
It warms up. So the closed system of the can of Coke, which you haven't opened, so the Coke can't get out, is going to have energy transferred into the system. In one instance, you put it into the fridge, gets colder. You take it out, it gets warmer. There you go. Thermodynamic heat transference in and out of a closed system.
You can do that with a glass of water, which is an open container.
But you can also do it with a closed system, can't you?
Yep.
This
So
is the
we're both right.
No, you understand that in one instance where you said that energy couldn't leave a closed system, yet fucking can, and it will also leave an open system because it's open. Now, what's the difference between an open and a closed system with regards to matter?
An open closed system in regards to matter. I mean,
Yeah. Let me ask you this: can you drink your can of Coke if you don't open it?
no.
Excellent. So no matter transfer then, but an open system. You open the can of Coke. Can you drink the Coke?
Yeah.
There you go. There's the
Cool.
difference between an open and a closed system.
I'll just use a cup of water that's open.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's
then that's
open.
like, it does the same thing, but it's not
You are
closed.
literally the dumbest person in
It's
this room.
still like container.
Wow, dude.
Yeah,
You
it's
can drink the
unbelievable.
Coke when it's. You can drink the Coke when it's an open container. When it's closed, you cannot drink it. That means that matter cannot be transferred. But in
Yeah,
your example, of the Coke expanding in the freezer, that's the energy that's being like inserted into the system, and the liquid inside changes, and then it expands, right? So the energy is
Because I mean,
transferred.
there's a
The
vacuum.
energy is
Oh my
transferred from. What'd you say?
There's a vacuum in the can.
Oh my god, bro!
They took the air out.
Okay, so that Kool-Aid you're drinking, you have to open the container first.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Abort
Yeah,
mission.
okay, good.
Abort mission.
All right. But if like I was in a cup, I wouldn't have to open the container. I'd be in the cup, but then I could just leave.
Bro, Talon, what are you doing?
I'm just talking about how like they're saying that a closed system can't be something leavable. Like you can't leave a closed system. That's not how that
Matter
works.
cannot, energy can.
Good, you got it.
I mean,
Bro,
we're
take
not
5, bro.
like matter connected
Talon,
to
take
like we're
5,
not
bro.
part of the water cycle.
Fuck,
We're
dude.
human beings. We can just like
You
leave.
sound like a
Is this
sound
guy
like a
a troll?
dumbass.
Okay,
Take
I gotta
5,
know.
bro.
Is he just trolling? Like this can't
I
be
don't
for
know.
real.
Must be.
Take 5.
I don't
Bro.
understand what you mean by the matter. Like we're matter and we can't leave because we're matter. I don't understand that. Can you
Go
elaborate,
and
please?
look up your own paradigm then.
I mean, my paradigm's fine. Like we are not physically part of the system. Like we're not like tied to it that hard.
Jeez
I don't understand
Louise.
like
Oh,
where
so
you're
you're
getting
not
this
matter.
concept.
Okay, this is just utter insanity.
Like we're not part of the
Interesting.
system.
Can you
Run
The
away.
closed
Run away.
system.
Fucking
We're just
train.
in it.
without
We're
opening it?
in the system. We're not like a part of it.
Are you matter?
Yes, yeah, we're matter.
Okay, you can't leave the closed system you're in then.
Why not? I can go outside my
Because you're
house.
matter.
But I'm like an
Can you
independent.
drink
I'm
a can of
independent
Coke
of that
without
system.
opening it?
I can actually just like go beyond of that system.
Yeah, you can
Beyond.
teleport and stuff and cross dimensions and shit. That's really cool,
No, I just
man.
walk.
Go
No, I
drop
just
some
get
more
up
acid.
and. Do you honestly like not understand how like flying and around and going places works?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I do. You do that within the closed
Like-
system we're talking about.
It's like This is like a
That's in the
three-dimensional,
closed system.
basic, fundamental thing.
I feel like I'm taking troll bait. I gotta stop.
He
Yeah.
needs to fucking.
I mean, it's fine. You guys want to
he
deny
needs to
just the
take some
existence
courses
of.
in basic reasoning, man.
You,
Just fuck
No,
off.
sorry, you're still in
deny-
the system, Talon. You're still in the system.
Okay. Like the solar
When you're
system,
flying.
sure.
Wait,
is this
The
Groundhog
solar
Day?
system.
There's like a solar system and an ocean system and an atmospheric system.
Actually,
Like, there's
paid to
lots
be
of
this-
systems. Do we know
I
what a
think
system
so,
is
man.
here? What is
That's
a
crazy.
system to you guys? Let's hear what a system is.
It's whatever.
A system? What's a system?
You must be on. You must be high or something. Dude. Like,
I don't think we really need to explain stuff to you, mate. You're not going to get it.
Let's go into systems. No, I really genuinely want you guys to explain to me
Answer the question.
why you
We're
think
done.
that.
We're done.
answer the question. Look at this fucking
I'm
idiot. Answer the question. Fuck, dude.
Flat Earth's totally making him question his whole entire livelihood to the point that he's got changed his name and stuff.
He's all over the place, man.
Like a set of
fucking
a
runaway.
set of
It's a runaway train,
the
man.
environment. Do you think we're like attached to the environment? Like we can't.
This
fly?
information's a lot
How
for
does the
some
planes?
people, dude.
How do
Sometimes
planes
they
get
just
Oh
off?
my
turn into
god,
crazy,
it's pointless.
man.
A random response generator is smarter than this guy. Can we please get a different Glober?
Yeah.
How do planes fall? Or how do planes fly?
How do planes
do we
fall?
Have we walked over that?
This fucking
That's a
dude,
genuine
no,
question, please.
we have to stop you, man. Sorry. You can be on pause for a little bit. That's a little breather for everyone. So, all right. We got Republicans. What's up, bro? Joining the chat. I seen Republicans in here. Teal's joining us again. What's up, Teal? We got a few guys in here. Left lane's in here, but you've been roboting. Is your internet good now? What's your maybe you get a mic check? Or Republicans, are you there?
Hey, man. Yeah. Is
What's
that
up,
Mickey?
bro? That's me.
Hey, dude. Hey,
That
how
is
you doing?
I. We got to get together on some stuff, bro. Cause
You should. Yeah. Hit me up.
and then we got just new people that are in here. Flying Space is in here. Looks like he's got a Clint Eastwood avatar in cartoon.
Can I ask a question? So with the closed system,
No.
is the idea for a globe Todd loser that basically you get escape velocity and you leave the container, right? Not like, because they wouldn't say it's like a solid object, right? It's just a sort of physical barrier, right? Not something that's solid in form.
Yeah.
You reach escape velocity, then you leave, and then it sort of like, covers back over as you leave, and then you have to come back in sort of similar sort of way.
Yes and no.
Like in the same way,
not
like
how you, not how you said it, but yeah, they
Yeah,
would
it's-
escape.
yeah.
They would escape the system, but in the way that they propose it, it's kind of like it's a closed. They call it a closed system, but it's not really. But they're calling it a closed system, but yet still matter can leave. Like there's some air that can escape, right, from the system, but it's not a lot. It doesn't like all go out, but because of gravity, it's still kind of like held in.
Yeah,
These are
so-
the stories, right? But so like if matter's going to leave, you have to reach a velocity against the Earth's gravitational field, the force. So you're once you reach, I think it's like 25,000 miles per hour. When there's a sweet spot,
roundabout.
right? Doing about 3 orbits around the Earth or something like that to catapult the craft outside of its, once you reach that target velocity, then the Earth's gravitational field is let, kind of like in a way it's let loose so that you're not even pulled down. So what you do is you're in a decaying orbit now around the Earth, doing an orbit like you're not going to leave the Earth. If you're just going to stay around the Earth like a satellite, then you're just going to be in a decaying orbit around with the velocity around the Earth, just falling, just like the ISS basically in the thermosphere. So it's magic, dude, what it is. But yeah, it's still open. You could leave if you want to and go to the moon or whatever, if that was your choice. But yeah, it's not the closed. Okay, when you look up isolated, closed, and open systems, they're very specific, right? Energy and matter both are talked about in this instance. Isolated, both matter and energy can't be transferred back and forth. But then on the closed system, energy can, but matter cannot. And in open, both of them can be freely going back and forth. So that's the difference. But then they're saying in the instance of the Earth being a globe that it's a closed system, but not really. It's just like speaking out two sides of your mouth. You can't do that. It's either closed or open. So, but you could look up the different types of systems and you could see for yourself how it's being proposed. And it makes practical sense, right?
Well, when you say it's either closed or open, do you mean like if there's any sort of way possible for matter to leave?
Correct. It's an open system.
Then it's an open system.
Yep.
Okay.
If there was no way for matter to leave, it would be closed.
Well, in that sense, like, why would? Okay, but then, because I think the trick here would be like, I'm sure people would agree with you if that was how you were defining like open, right? But then I think that the trick might be that if someone said, okay, it's open, but only if you reach this escape velocity, then I think you guys might say, well, how do you have an open system next to a vacuum and gas not just like
I
dissipate?
think anybody would say that. How do you have an open system next to a vacuum? That's anybody.
Yeah,
but then because of the way that it is open is so particular, right? Like it's not easy to leave the system. It's very difficult, right? You have to reach a certain velocity to get out, right? Which is not achievable by most matter unless they're really, unless they're really high
That's
up. High
that's
energy.
partly why they say that it's closed. Like they would say it's closed because of that.
Yeah.
You need to achieve a specific velocity to actually exit the system. But in that case, That means, for the purposes that we speak of, it's not closed, it's actually open. Because at some point, if matter can leave, then it's not. It's just like saying from your Coke can, right? If matter was leaving, and then your Coke can would, get flat because it's leaving the system. There's the energy, or excuse me, the matter that leaves the system. Then you wouldn't have a closed system anymore. It would be open.
It'd be like you have like this little pin in your Coke right at the top lid.
Yeah,
and really, the only way to get the matter out is if you shake the can a lot. A little bit will come out of that little like pin that you left, right?
Gas is matter too.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so there has to be some exit for the matter to leave the system, but it
It's
can't
just as difficult for the gas to get out as it would be for the
but it
Coke.
can't materialize.
What hard shell of a Coke can are you imagining? Like what hard shell, like similar to a Coke can, is holding in the rest of that pressure?
Well, I don't think anyone here, even the flat earthers, would say it has to be a solid object.
No, I don't know. I mean, that's the comparison.
We'd say a physical container. It's physically contained.
Yeah, physical, right? But
So
not necessarily
what's
solid.
Got to be sealed somehow.
Yeah, it's not the element of what it is. It needs to be sealed. In other words, gas pressure is defined by the walls of its container. So the containment has to be something physical. It can't be just something non-material. Like if you say a space and time or a concept, like that's not gonna work.
We agree. Physical here could just mean like a field, right? A field is physical, right?
No, who knows, man? Like that's a whole other ball of wax. Like that we're gonna be getting into speculation, really.
Yeah, but like it just doesn't have to be a solid object. Like you can have a container that isn't necessarily solid.
Physical.
Like a bubble. A bubble is.
Yeah, but it's physical. Bubbles are physical still.
Not be liquid.
Yeah, it's a physical. It's the air inside that bubbles is phically contained by the bubble.
Yeah,
poke a hole in a bubble. Show me this experiment where you poke a hole in a bubble.
Well, no, I mean, it's just an analogy to say it doesn't have to be solid, right?
Well, you poke a hole in the bubble and the system collapses. So I think that's what would happen here if there was any sort of break of the containment.
Imagine if you had a bubble, right? Where, and I don't know if this is possible in real life because I've never heard about it, but imagine if you have a bubble where if you were fast enough through that bubble, right? The bubble will sort of like close on itself, right? Because you went so quickly that it didn't even break apart, right? I mean, in theory, I feel like that's basically
I see what you're saying. You're trying to give the properties of the container some sort of way out of the entirely closed system, and you're trying to think of a material that could be used to pierce through that container and say that you could still have a closed system, but it just kind of like goes through it like your finger would go through a bubble, like how it would pierce that without having to disrupt the bubble itself. It would just kind of like displace the object would displace the barrier. So in order to displace it, you needed like something. But we're getting into like what type of barrier we're talking about or physical container. So the thing is, we understand something very simple. If you want to achieve gas pressure, you need a physical container. So if we're using practical methods here on Earth to physically contain air, then we're gonna say like, what can you show us that's a physical container that would act in accordance to what you're saying? And then not only that, it would have to be talked about and demonstrated in mainstream science. Like mainstream consensus would say, we do have a physical container like a bubble, like the skin of a bubble. And then they would talk about it that way, but they don't say that. That is not mainstream consensus. So what we're dealing with is no container, open system versus what we're saying, closed system. You see the difference?
So I agree. I agree with you so far. I just think I think that maybe the words being used are perhaps hyperbolic,
They're
right?
not
So like when you say
They're
open,
not nebulous.
Well, no, they're not nebulous. I mean hyperbolic. So like when you say open, I could mean open in a very limited sense, like where virtually all matter doesn't leave the system.
Well, it doesn't
because virtually all matter doesn't have like can't punch through that container or
well,
the
the thing
field
is,
that's
matter
pushing
can't
everything
leave
down.
because otherwise we wouldn't have gas pressure. So if
Yeah.
there was some way for gas pressure to leave, then we wouldn't have the closed system that we do. So that's the thing. And gas pressure is defined by the system or the walls of its container. So if we didn't have the gas pressure, we wouldn't have a closed system. But we do have a closed system, therefore we have a container. So you can't have one without the other. So it needs to be defined by the walls of its container, meaning it needs to be physical. It needs to be something to contain the air pressure. And if you're saying what you're saying right now, then there would be some way that that can be negated. In other words, mainstream science is not saying that. They're talking about gravity and other things that's containing the system, which is, or temperature, excuse me, not even saying it correctly. It's temperature that's containing it.
Yeah,
But
I think all I'm trying to say is open and closed isn't analogous to all or nothing, right?
it is.
It's not. I don't think so. I think you wouldn't even
Yeah.
say that. Like, I think
Because
you would
it-
agree
it-
that I think you'd agree that if open technically means that there is a feasible way that matter can escape, that it doesn't mean that matter can just all escape right now and just leaves and so on, right? All of it just reaches that escape velocity and by atmosphere. I think obviously you know that it's a very limited sense of feasibly escape, right? And it doesn't happen so often to the point where you might even bother categorizing it as open, unless you just, you know.
Well,
think
it's
that
not
anything-
mainstream. It's one thing to say about this. It's not mainstream consensus. So you could try to think about other ways to think about the container, but it's not even in the realm of mainstream consensus. So that does it falls by the wayside for the person who thinks the Earth is a globe because it's very rigid in the understanding of like what they're proposing. They're not proposing a closed system where things can leave, and it's not. They're not saying that. They're saying that rockets can leave. They can go to the moon. They can go to Mars and all that, but they're not even talking about the barrier as it's something physical. There's nothing there, right? So in that sense, you can try to think about it in a different way, like what is the barrier made of? But that's not even close to what's being. There's a dichotomy. It's either open and the rockets and matter can leave, or it's not and
Well,
matter
when I
can't leave.
imagine
So
barrier, I imagine barrier in the sense that it's physical or caused by something, some sort of physical thing, right? But it doesn't have to be a border that is tangible necessarily, right? Tangible, not necessarily. It could be physical and not tangible.
right. So
So
then you're
with
gonna have
positive
to
gravity, what they're
yeah,
saying
but
is,
you're gonna
yeah,
have to
okay, there's a
demonstrate that.
container,
But
but
you're
it's
gonna have
just
to
not.
demonstrate that. So the thing about it is that you could say whatever you want, Britt, but it's gonna come right back down to okay, if that's what you're proposing, show us how what you're saying is true in a sense like a physical demonstration. We can't do that because it's just an idea that you have. However, in the instance of having a contained system, we can show you in every instance the walls of the container define gas pressure. Every instance. Until you bring that analogy of like some conceptual idea of something immaterial containing gas.
What do you think?
You
Sound
don't
has a
have that.
barrier?
Someone what?
Do you think sound has a barrier?
Well, it's not sound that's being contained. It's air. You have to.
Yeah, but
You
it's
have to keep with.
just playing with the idea of
Well, we
barriers
can't
can
play with
have
it
can
because
be
it has to be
intangible, right?
right, but it has to be demonstrated according to what we're talking about. Then it becomes a different example.
Well, it could
which
be
doesn't fit
analogous
the
to
one
what we're
we're saying.
talking about, right? It doesn't
Well,
have
it's
to be
not though,
literally.
because
Of course, we're talking about barriers.
air pressure, and the constituent parts of air are very specific. They're not. It's not sound. It's air. It's gas. So we
Yeah,
have
but
to stick with that.
Yeah. And
That's
remember,
what's
the
in
closed
contention.
system allows for the transfer of energy. Sound would be energy. We're trying to talk about matter here.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm more talking about the concept of the word barrier rather than anything else. Obviously,
I
they're
know,
different
but see,
cases, but I'm trying to say they're analogous in the sense of the word barrier.
But so even if that is the case, I'm going to bring it back around. Even if that is the case, that you're trying to find a way we can meet like at a middle ground, or you could think of something else. It doesn't even matter because according to the globe rhetoric, there is something that they're saying, and it's something that we're not saying. We understand that with gas pressure, you need it's defined by the walls of its container as a conditional statement. It requires it, right? So you can't get force per unit area, exerting on the walls of its container unless you have walls. You need walls first, physicality, and that's the only way you're going to get the gas pressure within that system. So if you're saying you could think of something else, well, you're going to have a demonstration to follow that up. You can't just say, well, it's like, like a bubble, because then you're okay. What type of bubble can hold gas pressure? Let's test it. Like
yeah, I agree. I think what I'm more trying to do is just see like, because I think you and I and everyone else in here, regardless of what side they fall on, thinks that gravity can explain. It's just, I guess, because it's an unobservable, right? It's not something that's perhaps
yeah.
persuasive to half the people in the room, right?
regarding that, that was been the kind of the global response to like what's containing the gas, and I think Jedi had elucidated the fact that it's not even the rhetoric. The rhetoric is saying it's temperature. It's not gravity. So the correct way for a globe to respond would be temperature. That's what's containing the gas pressure. It's not gravity. Like that, you probably need to look that up. But yeah,
well, I think there's several things that
it's
might
not gravity.
well, I think that might play a part in why you find gas wanting to fall,
Well,
right? But it's not like might not be the sole reason, right?
Well, because you got heavier gases, right? Like so, in the case of temperature within it, well, we'd say it this way: in a system that's already has pressure, there's the walls of the container define it. But in the case for the globe, they're saying that just it's temperature that keeps the gases
Yeah,
stratified.
convection currents could also have something to do with it.
It keeps the heavier gases. It keeps the heavier gases on the ground, and then lighter gases, the ones that escape, a little bit of them anyway. But that's kind of the answer. It's not gravity.
Yeah,
Gravity's not used
again,
here.
I don't think it's an all or nothing thing. I think it could be a complex system where
Well, just probably look at it before. I would say any glober that's in here would need to probably look into this. There's a bunch of just only one thing. It's just gravity. It's holding everything in. It's not. That's not the case.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm not even sure what his claim is. Like that.
Well, he didn't make it. He's kind of looking at it from a because he knows the argument, but he's looking at it from a perspective of like, if we're arguing that it's a contained system, then could it be that it's not just a container like a physical one, but perhaps
Well, no,
something
it
that
is physical. It is. I mean, like it's
Is
not
that what you're
solid,
saying? It's
right?
not physical. Well, you
No,
said
it is physical, but not solid, right? Not tangible.
well, the tangible part would be physical, right?
Well, no, because
Like physics is the study of the physical,
yeah,
right? Like physics is
exactly.
physical.
It has to
There's
be something
non-tangible
tangible.
physical things, right?
Something can be affecting things that are physical, but not be physical itself.
Must be a barrier, a physical barrier.
So what's his idea that the Earth is spinning, right, and the air is spinning with the Earth, so it's going really fast, and as you go higher up in the, above the globe Earth, it's spinning faster at escape velocity, but never escaping. Is that your idea, Britt, or what's?
Well, I was
But
just
there's a physical
saying.
barrier there.
I was just
at that
asking
height.
if it's the case that there has to be a solid physical object. I think it has to be physical. I don't disagree with that, or at least it has to be a part of physics, right? It can't be something alien or irrelevant to it, right? But I don't think it has to be like this, like tangible sort of lid that's on the Earth, right? It could be some sort of it could be
but why can't
force,
it be
could
though?
be.
That's the thing, though.
I think
Why
it can
can't
be. It could be. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be, right? That's what I was saying.
And there's like fans. Maybe there's like fans up in the sky somewhere, just blowing air down.
Blowing it down.
I mean, that is possible, but I don't think
don't
very
get Britt
unlikely.
thinking on that. He's gonna
Very
be talking
unlikely.
about fucking fans causing the air to come down. All right, we got bro. We got bro one saying that regardless of temperature, gravity still holds the atmosphere to the Earth. Bro one, if you want to unmute and tell us about how gravity is holding the atmosphere.
Yes. Please provide demonstration of gravity causing the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Go ahead, bro one. You want me to say it like The Price is Right? Come on down. You're the next contestant. The Flat Earth Price is Right. Well, I don't have any game show like music, but you can just imagine it. No? Okay. We'll see who else is up for discussion. Left Lane, did you get your mic sorted out?
I don't know. Is it sound good now?
Yeah, it sounds good to me. I
You
don't
sound
know.
good now?
You want to keep going?
Yeah, good deal. Yeah, I wasn't even talking a while ago, and they were talking about me roboting, but I wasn't speaking. It's weird.
That's what you're going to use it for. That's what you're going to use your good mic time for.
All right, we got Tennessee Tyler. What's up, bro? You joined our chat. We're here from yesterday. What's up, dude?
What's up, buddy?
Chilling. We're talking to some new people, so I'm just doing like around the room, seeing who's in here. We got the financier that's in here, and I think you were in here earlier as Lone Wolf, if I'm not mistaken. Was that you earlier? The financier. If not, chime in. But yeah. And that's it. Whoa, we got Alex at the top. Alex, are you there? Sorry, I didn't see you, man. All right, so what position do you take with the topic of this room?
I'm a globetard.
Globetard, dude. All right, so Do you have any evidence, Alex, for the shape of the Earth being a globe? Any at all?
Space station orbiting.
Okay. Where is the space station orbiting?
The Earth.
Oh yeah. I mean, according to the what we've been told, right? But in what part of the Earth in the atmosphere? Where is it orbiting?
What do you mean?
Well, what layer of the atmosphere is it orbiting in? We're just quizzing you a little bit, see if you know. It's no biggie if you don't know.
I can't remember the name of that. I'd have to Google it.
All righty. All right. So you would say that there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. What evidence could you present other than that? Because that's just a ship allegedly going around.
Yeah, but we can see it though from Earth.
We can see it. Okay, so you just want to go there straight to the ISS, huh?
No, I mean it's on the ground. We can see it if we go to a certain place at a certain time.
Well, we can see planes too, right? We can see
Yep.
planes too, right? Okay. Well, that's technology that we know exists that is above our heads. But they're claiming that it's in a place that allegedly cannot be, right? Or do you think that the place that thing is in is a place that you know is where it's at?
What?
Well, let's just say it this way. I'll give you some quick questions for you to think about. The ISS seems like a bigger topic. It's more derivative, I would say. Do you know anybody that's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, Alex? Any time in history?
Measured the curvature of Earth? No.
No. How about the axis rotation? Because they tell us that we're spinning in this Earth, on its axis. No. So the vacuum of space. Do you know how it exists next to the pressure air we breathe?
Not a clue.
What?
No.
Okay. So you're just happy with a blind belief in the globe? Is that correct?
Well, from what I've heard and all of the points, there's more points that prove towards it being a globe than being flat. So I just.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's words, right? There's explanations, but there's no evidence. So that's what I'm kind of demonstrating to you right now.
Well,
and with
I mean, he just went over the main ones, and you went
There's
no,
more
no, no.
propaganda. You went over what?
I said that Miggy just went over the main ones, and he went no, no, no.
Yeah, and then he said there is evidence of all those things, like in the next breath. Where? What's the evidence? Like, what do you know of it, Alex?
Of
Yeah,
what?
it's not more evidence, it's just more propaganda.
When you were asked, like, hey, do you have any evidence? Do you know anybody who measured the curve of the Earth, the spin of the Earth, or have a demonstration of high
Why does that
pressure,
matter?
low
My point
pressure?
was
You
that
said,
you
I
can
don't know.
see.
No, I don't know any of them. But
My point
there's
was that you can see the International Space Station orbiting us.
Yeah, but there's plenty of proof with all of them.
You,
Yeah. He said, I don't
do
know.
you know how
I can't
hot
do any of them, but
it
there's
is
plenty of
where
proof
they
of
say
all of them.
What? That wasn't my point, though. My point was that you can see the International Space
You can
Station.
see airplanes, right? So what? Right. So an airplane flies in the sky. Therefore, the Earth is a certain shape. You got to make it make sense.
Well, how can the International Space Station
How can an
orbit
airplane?
something that's flat?
Right.
How's it
So
going to
then,
stay in
therefore, you're
circular
saying it's not
motion?
orbiting it. Then is that your answer? That it's not orbiting it?
What? I'm talking about the space station.
Your
How can it
response then
orbit
was that
it?
it's not orbiting it because an airplane just flies over top of the Earth, right?
I'm
And
talking
how
about
could a what's that?
I'm not talking about an airplane.
What are you talking about?
Space station.
Doing what?
Orbiting.
Have you ever seen something orbit something? Don't say the ISS.
We're orbiting the sun. The moon's orbiting us.
What's that? The sun and moon are orbiting us?
No, we're orbiting the sun. The moon's orbiting us. Or Earth.
You're not saying. Now you're not even completing your words. What are you saying?
The sun orbits us?
No, no. The moon orbits
Do
us.
planes orbit us?
Do planes orbit us?
So, okay, he sees stuff make their rounds in the sky, therefore the Earth has a particular shape.
No, I'm saying how can the
Birds orbit
space
us?
station orbit us?
It's not that hard
Alex is
to.
here.
It's
Alex is
not
blown
that
away
hard
by
to make sense
airplanes.
of. You just have something flying up there. It doesn't mean it's orbiting us. You just see it
Yeah,
up
but look
high.
at. Have you never seen like a bat or a bird? Like, come on, dude. Earth must be a globe because of birds. Is that what you're saying, Alex? Come on, dude.
I'm not talking about a plane. I'm talking about the space station. So you're saying that the space station has thrust or something on it to keep it up?
Hey, Alex, I just got a
Like,
question for you.
as far
Do
as
you know where this space station is supposed to be?
In space.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be in the thermosphere, correct?
like the thermometer sphere, like a thermometer that goes up and up until it gets
Is
when
it
it gets
supposed
hotter.
to be in the thermosphere? Alex,
The what?
is it supposed to be in the thermosphere?
Yes, mister.
Yes. So the thermosphere reaches temperatures of 4,500. Now, do you know what the space station's made out of?
No.
Well, it's a special type of aluminium that has a melting point of about, I think it's about 1,400. So how is this
You're
thing
saying it
supposed to
should
be
have
in this
melted.
thing? Sorry?
So you're saying it should have melted?
Well, that's
Well,
the
it
truth.
should have melted. It can't exist in the place where you say it is.
So yeah,
You
there
say
is
it
a
should
light
have
in the sky
melted
that
would
they call
say
the
that it's up
ISS, and it
Yeah.
makes its rounds. It's just that your interpretation of it and this globe-based story about what it is can't be true.
So there's no gas molecules in space.
So how do they measure the temperature then?
Alex already admitted. He said, "I have never seen anything that orbited if it didn't have thrusters or some kind of force propelling it forward. Therefore, the ISS either has thrusters or forcers, like an airplane or a bird or something like that." He admitted that he's never seen an orbit in his entire life, but yet that's his claim to a proof. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very solid proof. That's not what the ancient Greeks used. Come on.
I mean,
Actually,
I don't
try to
know any.
directly measure this sphere that you're on. I mean, if it exists, just do that. You will be able to do that if it exists. So why can't we just get that?
It's also interesting that planes, even though they're smaller than the ISS, but they're only a few miles above us, and the ISS is 250 miles above us apparently, and we could see it very clearly, the same size of a plane. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. And then I think Alex probably sees it moving across the sky in a straight line. I don't know. Like, what do you see? What do you see, Alex? What have you seen, Alex?
I haven't seen it, to be fair.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I knew that, but that's all right.
I look at it pretty often
We
when it
only
goes
see it a
by.
few times when it goes
I just
by
see a
the
light zipping by. I don't have a telescope or a good camera or anything, so I can't get much into specifics or details about it. But yeah, there's something that goes by that they're calling the ISS. But if you're saying it's a tin can falling around a ball in a vacuum, first of all, where's the ball? Where's the containment of air without a physical or solid or, well, a physical container? Yeah, so the core claims, can those be validated? Curvature, the actual geometry of the Earth, the globe we're supposed to be on, the motion, the spin, and the gas pressure caused by gravity instead of a container.
Earth calling this guy. Come in, this guy.
Because it seems like we wouldn't really have to go off the core claims if they could be validated. We would just directly validate those instead of talking about something tangential or like, something derivative about something in the sky and how we have this idea about how it has to do with a globe. Let's just get direct proof of the globe. Is that fair?
I mean, I don't want to leave you hanging, so yeah, definitely fair.
Isn't there like a live feed from the ISS?
Can you verify
Yeah.
that it's live, or
I'm
just
watching it all the time.
Yeah. International Space Station, when you watch the stream, it looks round, so yeah, it's round.
Someone
Well,
get
I'm
Neil
just.
No,
deGrasse
they you
Tyson.
could
Get Neil
you can
deGrasse
manipulate
Tyson.
that
It's
with
just.
any sort of camera.
I
They
I
tell
think
you.
this is the easiest argument. It's not just like
Look
a
in chat.
scientific argument. Is
That's why
the
everybody started talking about.
They tell you in the description that they
is
reuse
the
footage.
conspiratorial.
They reuse footage for
They
it, so they're even telling you it's not alive per se. And geometrically, we
Have you seen
shouldn't
that?
even be seeing a visible left to right curve from that altitude above a ball of the claimed dimensions. So the fact that they're even showing one, it kind of exposes the jig.
Have you seen the there's like a YouTube clip. It's pretty old. I think it's like a decade old now of it's like a 30-minute video, like continuous footage of them like in the ISS floating around, like showing you the various compartments. You think that whole thing was a set?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not that hard to fake. Do you think the movie Gravity was filmed in space?
I'm just asking. It just it just seems like
The evidence
Well,
you're
look,
using is something that could so easily be faked with the budget they
yeah, but
have.
there's
It's not even worth
listen.
bringing up.
The curvature that they're showing in those alleged ISS videos, it doesn't even match the geometry of the globe claim. It shouldn't be showing that much curve. They're only looking at about 3% of the surface if it is that globe, right? So
Yeah,
that tells you right there that there's fuckery to it.
I wasn't necessarily trying to get into the physics of anything. Like
I'm not talking about that.
So there's well, it's just like to believe the flat Earth, you have to hold a bunch of conspiracies as true, right? And there's a lot. There's not just
Believe the
there's
globe.
not
You
just
have
like
to believe.
one.
You have to.
Yeah. Well,
but the thing is, you could prove it. To believe in the globe, you have to believe in stuff that you can't prove yourself. That's based on a bunch of theories that you've been taught from a young age to believe, not even critically think about once.
I just like to apply Occam's razor, right? So like for me, just a layperson, I'm just going to apply Occam's razor to this scenario, right? So like it's like the ice wall. Every country would have to kind of be in on it. Every country would have to know that the Earth is flat, and that no, we actually can't go past. We can't go to Antarctica
they do have a
because
treaty,
then
but
it's going to expose the flat Earth.
What does the flat Earth actually
I
even
don't
look
really
like
think
then?
that's the right way to look at it anyway, though, because we don't have to go to Antarctica or anything like that to expose the flat Earth, quote unquote. All we have to do is measure some water. I mean, I'm looking at a lake right now. All I have to do is test that that thing is dropping at the rate that it
wanted
should
to talk
in
about
order
the
to comport with
conspiracy.
their globe geometry claim, right?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, that's the end of the claim. Sure, there's implications like, okay, why are they showing us these ISS videos then? What are they hushing up? Are they all, working together to deceive humanity? Sure, there's questions like that spin off from it, but none of that is the starting point to actually falsifying the globe. It's just going out and directly doing that, falsifying the globe.
I'm kind of confused on how time zones work on a flat Earth. How is it even laid out?
Physical reality for a second. And Occam's razor, some fucking conspiracies. Why is it that the Earth is supposed to be a spinning ball, but I can't find the curvature and I
think you
can't
just don't
find
like
the motion
talking
of the
about
Earth?
conspiracies because it sounds kind of
Which
ludicrous.
would make sense that the Earth is a ball.
It sounds
spinning.
ludicrous that
There's a bunch of sources that tell me that I can't
country
fit
in the world would be in on a
instead of
grand
it
conspiracy
being a
about
flat plane.
about the shape of the Earth.
You're talking through Kiko, and also water is flat. Deal with the implications of it.
But
it's just to hold these grand conspiracies. Like I literally think.
Yeah, we're not holding these grand conspiracies. We're telling
you
you that
are.
water is flat.
No,
we're
if
telling
you-
you that water is flat. Draw what
Okay.
conclusions you have to.
Oh,
Not telling you exactly
no, you
why
also have to
someone
believe
is
that all
doing
these
this or that,
entities are
or who's
lying
doing
to
what,
you,
who's
right?
deceiving what, who's in the know, who's just like duped like you are. I'm not making claims as to any of
I'm
that.
just
I'm
duped.
just
Yeah,
saying
no, yeah,
water
like,
is
yeah.
flat. Water is flat.
Yeah,
that
these
falsifies
lizards
their
told
geometry
me
claim.
that
Yeah, no. See,
Why
now
would
you're
they
fucking
lie about the
strawmanning,
globe
dude.
Earth?
Just shut up,
Who
dude.
cares?
Lizards. Nobody brought lizards
why would
into this
they?
but you.
Why would
Yeah,
they?
just why would they lie? Why would I be on the hook to answer for that? I'm not the one going around making geometric claims that defy what you see and experience in everyday
Go ask
reality
them.
and can test and verify for yourself. Go
How
ask
do
them.
they
I'm just telling
defy?
you they brought you a claim and geometrically it does not comport with what we actually observe here. Okay, so just deal with the ramifications of that.
You said
It's
no
not up to
reasons
us
why
to
they
deal with it for
defy,
you.
though.
Yeah, but he's going at it the wrong way. We're not saying, hey, look,
He's
they're all
going at it
cahoots and lying, therefore the earth is flat. That's not the argument. So he's not actually attacking the argument. He's just bringing incredulity to us.
I
And it's
defer. No,
stupid.
no. So often in complex topics, I'm going to defer to subject matter experts, right?
You
I'm
like to
not going
bring
to try
other
to
shit
do
up
some
instead of
science
Awesome. Hey, listen, I
experiment
about
appreciate you
the
deferring, Higgs.
in
That's
my
really
parents'
awesome.
basement
I
to try to
appreciate
prove
that.
the Earth
I'm
is
glad that
flat.
you're
Like
deferring
that
it
just seems
instead of
kind of
making
silly, right?
So then you don't know why
social
Okay, I gotta
information.
get some crowd control. Like
you
you guys have to go in turn. Everybody, one at a time.
All right, I'm just glad that Higgs is not going to speak any longer because he's just going to make like a general, you're paranoid. People are lying to you. Your whole world's a lie. Like that's not proof of anything. I mean, that's how he feels about his life. But I'm glad he's
Well,
going to
it's
go on
proof
mute.
of you being a paranoid
Like,
schizophrenic.
I'm glad.
No, it's not.
Proof.
Look,
Cheers.
Higgs, look, I don't think everybody's lying to me. For example, I don't think you're even intelligent enough to lie to me. So for the most part, that's what I encounter. It's just people who are duped, who don't know any better, just following the lore that they were told, just like you. I'm not
Yeah,
positing
but
any
why
grand
is the lore
conspiracy.
produced? Like, what's the
Yeah,
justification for
you
the
go
lore
find
being
out. You
produced?
go follow the rabbit trail. I'm just letting
Oh,
you
you
know
don't
that
what?
the
No,
claim
but
that they
no,
told
no, but
you
it must
falls
be really
apart
important,
with the
right?
geometric
It must be really
falsification of it,
important.
right? I'm just letting you know that the claim that they told you
Please
doesn't
let me
comport with
know.
what we're
Okay.
actually observing in reality.
Go
So
on mute, man.
if that shatters your worldview, I'm sorry, but you got to go deal with that on your own. I'm not a therapist, even though my name is Flatwater Crisis Support.
Yeah, governments never lie.
But yeah, but why would they lie about the shape of the Earth?
Higgs,
For
we're
what
not the
purpose?
government, bro.
Who's
Yeah,
that? Who's
exactly.
they?
They never lie.
We don't like not the government.
Why would they lie
You
about the old
don't
lady
need to
down the
know
street
why
still
to know
being
it's a
buried?
lie.
Well, no, it's such a stupid. Like, who actually cares about the fucking shape of the Earth? Why does it matter? It doesn't
So why
fucking
are we
matter.
having this conversation? Then,
I don't know why we're having this
No,
conversation.
because you're a
Before you ask
schizophrenic.
that
That's why
question,
we're having
first
the
thing is
conversation.
first.
Is because
Establish
you act
whether
like
there
a
is. Look,
schizophrenic,
first thing
and
is
I think it's
first.
curious.
Establish. Yeah, shut up. First thing is first. Establish whether there is a lie. Test the claim. See if it actually matches reality. If it does, no problem. No need to go further and even ask those questions. If it doesn't, then start asking. Okay, who the fuck's
No, but
doing
it's
this and
much
why? But
dude. It's
before
much
you look,
easier.
before
It's
shut up,
much
shut up.
easier
I'm
just
gonna
to
fucking mute you if you
analyze it
talk
from
through
like
me.
a
If you
30,000
no,
foot
you're
view.
not gonna get away with that. Sorry, it's not gonna work. So don't even try talking through me. Once you've established that there's a lie, okay, fine, fair enough. Probe around, find out why that may be, if you want. But before you've done that, there's no point. You're just trying to put it forth as some kind of an argument, but it's just incredulity. You're not actually attacking what we're saying, which is that the geometry of the claim does not hold up in the real world. If it doesn't, the claim is false. It doesn't matter who told you it or why. Maybe they're wrong, maybe they're lying, blah, blah, blah. But the claim, at the end of the day, whatever the case is simply false. Once you've accepted that, then go on to those questions, not first, because it's not a refutation to the claim being false.
Ship
Yeah,
and
that's all
drive
true
and then like
statements.
boat to Antarctica. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
Wait,
those are
flat
all true
water. Is
statements.
the moon made of cheese as well?
Okay, so
Right,
I'm
but
gonna kick this guy out because he just talked through the whole thing that I said while he was on mute.
Yeah, because you weren't
Actually, I'm just gonna
addressing
move him.
anything I said.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. That's cool.
Put him on mic.
Projection. Yeah, you're done. See ya.
You're not
Don't have
saying
time for that.
anything, man.
He doesn't
Yeah,
want
you're
to have a
not.
conversation. He wants to rant at us. So next.
Yeah.
Is
All
the
right, I
moon
appreciate
made of
that.
cheese?
I
Flat
also,
water.
I would just say, like, after after you went through, I went through the different demonstrations of no curvature, right? The lack of curvature. I didn't believe that everybody was lying to me. I mean, that's just they made a mistake, right? They say, look, I can't see something off in the distance. Maybe this is why. Right? They made a mistake originally, right? Maybe somebody now is perpetuating a lie, for monetary gain or whatever, right? But I don't think the original idea came from a lie.
Well, it's a valid question in its own right, and I would entertain it that way, but not the way that he's bringing it to us, which is like an argument from incredulity, basically, against the falsification of the globe geometry. So, in that
100%.
respect, I don't entertain it, but as its own conversation, sure, but that's not what he wants.
No, that's not what he wants. Of course, yeah. No, I completely respect what you're saying. Now he's starting with why would they lie? Unless I can find a good reason that makes sense to me personally, then it's never. I don't want to see your evidence. Yeah, it's a ridiculous place to start.
Well,
yeah, but why?
I could use his illiteracy in science and technology against him. This is the funny thing.
He doesn't even know the claim. I mean, he doesn't even know the claim that he would be arguing because he can't argue it, right? So he obviously doesn't even understand the claim, the geometric claim that they make, even to like face science, like to take science and like manipulate and find cause and effect relationships. He hasn't looked at that. He's only looked at some kind of I don't know, some kind of conspiracy world that he lives in.
Yeah.
What I don't get is why we're not Occam's razoring, like he brought up, the Earth itself, rather than a conspiracy. You know,
Exactly.
Well,
because it's Occam's razor is not in his hand; it's in.
I know
the fucking. Exactly.
Yeah, the observable properties of nature, reality, of water, gas expanding into a volume. Yeah, that's Occam's razor, and that's all with us, not you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Like I don't know any like listen, you got to know that you've been tricked at some point when you start looking at like a bird, like you're just sitting on your back porch and you see a bird fly in the sky and you start thinking something other than the bird's just flying in the sky, like oh maybe the bird is spinning and we're all spinning together at different rates and there's some kind of the earth, I can jump and the earth moves below me as I jump up in the air, it's spinning. Like, you got to realize at some point you got your head messed up. Somebody messed your head up. Like it's not okay to think that way.
What?
Yep. Look how many presuppositions it requires to believe all of that, and that's what Occam's razor is.
Schizo thing I've ever heard.
The assumption with the least presuppositions, or the conclusion, I guess, with the least presuppositions.
Yeah.
That is the most schizo thing I've ever
flying in the
heard.
sky, Alex. Maybe it's just the bird is flying in the sky. That's it.
Yeah, the
It's not
moon's made
ordinary.
of cheese, isn't it? As well.
Bro, you said that like the 8th time, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, you're dumb.
Somebody told you that, like saying the moon is made of cheese triggers flat earthers
When they
or
got
something?
cheddar cheese or something?
Did like somebody just tell you that triggers
Yeah,
people? Is that
you're
why
dumb,
you
Alex. You're not even a good comedian or a good troll.
I'm not even trolling. You're trolling. The fact that you believe this.
Alex, you're falling asleep.
Believe what?
You're like literally falling
Observable
asleep.
reality.
You believe that
You're the one with the belief that, listen, Alex, you are the
over
schizophrenic here
3,000.
with the belief that goes against observable reality, what you yourself experience. So, I mean, who's the nut job here? Clearly it's you. Because I know that you can't put two and two together, so I have to answer that rhetorical question for you.
Yeah, his response would be, nah, you were spinning. We are spinning, and it's cheese. And therefore,
it's real me.
Yeah, that's exactly my response.
Yeah, my ass is made of cheese. Wanna eat?
You believe something.
Ew.
One simple Google search and it will disprove half of your points.
Alex, one simple picture. Do you got the 24/7 flat Earth chat open?
Like a
Got
picture.
any scientific evidence for the globe that you believe in? The heliosexual religion?
No, he definitely does. I mean, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. He said I don't. He said it earlier. I don't. But they told me that that the ISS is orbiting. I've never seen it before, but if it's true, it is true.
I know people that have seen it.
Seen
Look
what?
at the photo in chat.
Space station
That's
orbiting.
live stream of your international space station.
Space station.
Yeah, and I know people who went through the wardrobe into Narnia too.
So you're saying everyone that says that they've seen it is just spies or liars?
Listen.
Well, okay, that depends. Seen
know.
it. Okay, if they've seen a light passing by overhead, yeah, I've seen that too. But if they claim they've gone into like a thermodynamics violation in the sky and seen the world as a ball and all that, yeah, cool story.
Again, think about how far gone you must be to see an object that looks like an airplane, right? It's the same.
I think we should put
size as an
thrusters on you that launch you into a escape velocity so you can see it.
Yeah, so imagine how messed up in the brain you have to be to see like something that looks like an airplane. It appears to be the same angular size as an airplane, right? Going in like the same kind of a path that an airplane, would go in, but then saying, you know what that is, guys? That's like people upside down, like in a space that's like outside of space. It's like an outer space that's, with
I
space.
think my
Yeah,
point
you're
here
wrong.
is if you've got
You're
the
losing it.
time to ignore all of the points proving that the Earth's a globe, you should just
Right.
dig straight down.
Right. Yeah, they
Oh,
went
we
down
already
like
did
8
that.
miles,
We
man.
didn't go
Yeah.
very far.
Okay, how far do you want us to dig?
All the way until you
China?
reach the
Say
opposite
China.
side you're on.
Well, the
Say
Earth
China.
is molten.
To where?
So
Sorry, I didn't hear his answer. To where?
The Earth's core, I think you should dig down to.
Oh yeah, well nobody ever did that. Did you know that?
No shit.
Yeah, the deepest anybody ever dug is what 7.6 miles, and you're telling us to dig another what 3,900 or so
Yeah, you just try that.
to go
Look at
confirm what you
bedrock,
already
bro.
know is
Like,
down there. How do you know what's down there? Nobody
He's
ever
telling.
checked, dude.
Yeah, he's
why
telling
didn't
you
you
to
Nobody
find
believe
out?
saw
Why
what's
didn't you find
9
out?
miles. Nobody saw what is 9 miles. Nobody.
nobody saw what 9 miles deep.
Yeah, nobody knows what is deeper than 7.6 miles.
Yeah, why do you believe that there's
They
a
haven't
magnetic
dug that
core?
down there, but they can use other.
Yeah, nobody digged more than that.
Well, I mean,
No
he says
company in
if you
this
guys are just going
world.
to
The
ignore
flat
all these
Earth gods
proofs,
might be
and then he
down there. I think you should go
launches
look.
into some sort of like a fantasy. If you're going to ignore all these proofs, and then the first thing he mentions is something that he's just imagining that no one's ever done. Do you have any actual proof that we can look at and ignore?
What even is this discussion?
Don't you
I
just
don't get it.
ignore every single physical
I
thing
mean,
that proves it because it might be fake?
Well, the first example you gave us was a complete fantasy of yours. So why don't you give us something else?
Yeah, see again. You disprove anything seen because
No,
it's
look, it was
fake.
literally a
Unless
fantasy.
you
Nobody ever
saw it
dug
yourself.
7.6.
Unless
Nobody ever
you were
dug further
shot
than
up into space
7.6
and
miles.
were on the moon, you
Okay,
would
if
not
you were
believe
shot
it.
into
dude,
space,
you
no,
are
who
very
did that?
hard on the
Yeah,
space, on this
you done
space,
that?
but do you have any evidence, physical, empirical, something that you can do
Every
to
time I come and
demonstrate?
all I
See,
do
that's
is
really funny. It's like you keep
I don't
ignoring
get
my
it.
physical proofs, and then every single time he goes to speak of one,
Yeah.
he's just giving us his fantasies and his
Well,
imagination.
okay, say
I
one
wonder
of your
what the
physical
problem is,
proofs.
Alex.
Say one of your physical proofs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, bring us some, please. Direct observation and measurement of the curved surface of the Earth, please.
No, I want one of your physical
Yeah,
proofs.
why do you ignore our physical proofs? I don't understand, Alex. What's wrong? Why don't you like physical proofs?
You haven't named any physical proofs.
Well,
Yeah,
you're the
why
one who
don't you
just
like
claimed a whole bunch that
Well,
you haven't named. That's ironic.
Water, not
Now you're
physical.
Alex,
trying to get ours. You're trying to turn the burden around on us, almost like those physical proofs you said we ignored don't exist and you don't have them. Neat.
Alex, look, I have a laser, yeah? And they say in 1969 they went to the moon and they put some mirrors there. And now I can shoot this laser to the moon and it will bounce back, it will reflect back, yeah? So I get a signal. Now, when I do that with the ISS, yeah, I point it at the ISS where I know exactly it's gonna be, yeah?
Yeah.
And ISS is crossing the sky, I don't get any fucking anything. The laser shoots through it as if nothing is there.
Wait, are there mirrors on the ISS? What?
Yeah, laser be reflecting from the ISS, yeah?
What, you're saying it should come directly back down?
Yeah, you see, when I point the laser at the moon, which is a way lot further than the ISS is, correct?
What, you're telling me if you point lasers at the moon, it will come directly back down to you?
Yes, yes, you have a lag about a couple of seconds, 2-3 seconds, you know, because the moon is at a distance from the Earth in the globe model, approximately at 1 second speed of light from the Earth.
Yeah, the moon's like
So
250,000 miles, and the
when
ISS
I
they
shoot,
say is
yeah, when I
250.
shoot a laser to the moon, it takes 1 second the photon to reach the moon, and to hit that mirror on the moon and come back to Earth to my sensor. So it's about 2 seconds. Yeah. Now,
Right.
ISS is at 250 miles, not 200,000 miles like the moon. And when I put it in the sky and the ISS flies into my laser beam, nothing is reflected back. Why? Because if
it
it
might be
was a
scattered. It might be
physical
absorbed
object,
by the materials that it's
listen,
made out of.
yeah, well, those mirrors on the moon, they are cat eye mirrors, yeah? So they reflect the beam in all direction, all omnidirectional, yeah? They are reflective. Now, the ISS is much closer, yeah? It's aluminum, it has also solar panels with glass, so it is highly reflective.
So you're saying it can't be absorbed by the ISS. It has to reflect directly back, and it cannot scatter.
Yeah. I mean, when you point a laser to something solid, even to the surface of the water, you see the dot on the surface of the water, and you see the laser going through the water also.
How do you know it's not just the angle
Well,
of like what it's hitting it?
you explain me. Why don't I get any signal from it?
Because what angle are you hitting the space station at? It might, the light might come off in a different direction. It might be absorbed by the materials, and it might be scattered. The light. So
Listen, do you know which materials actually absorb radio waves?
I thought you said light, a laser.
Well, you're saying, yeah, photons, light has also a magnetic nature to it, yeah? Lasers
Sure,
are
yeah.
also definitely, they have a electromagnetic nature.
Well, the
Yeah.
surfaces can, solar panels.
So, do you know the materials
What
that
the ISS is made of? It's
absorb?
probably made out of quite a few. I'm sure it's not one thing.
Well, tell me, which materials do not reflect laser?
I never
At
said they
all.
don't. I'm saying that they might reflect in different directions depending on what like angle you hit the laser hits the space station at. It might absorb some of the light, and it will also might scatter it, so it won't come directly back down. That's my point.
You have no point, because once a laser dot hits a target, yeah, you will have a read.
What, it will
When
come directly back
anything
down?
physical, yeah,
Why would it
even
come
a
directly back
mirror,
down?
listen, even if I shoot a laser at a mirror, yeah, 100 kilometers far away on the ground, yeah, and that mirror will be at a 45-degree angle, so it will reflect that laser beam at 90 degrees direction, yeah. Photons will be reflecting back from the mirror to the laser, to the emitter.
What?
That's how, yeah. Not what?
I'm just saying that. Okay, so if you shot the moon, okay, at a different angle,
You
you're
will
saying it will
see
still come back down.
from 100 kilometers away or 10 meters away, yeah, when you shoot a laser into a mirror, you will see the dot the laser dot on the mirror.
That's how a laser measuring tool works. You can just point it at any object.
Not with naked eye, it's not easy to see it, but with sensors, yeah, you detect it because laser photons are reflecting back into the laser diode, and all laser emitting diodes, yeah, vast majority of them, they are also a detector sensor, laser detector. So any laser, pretty much all laser diodes can be used as interferometers. You just need to actually add some electrical circuit to it. So now tell me, how can I shoot a laser at a physical object, yeah?
Yeah.
And I will not see that laser dot from any direction that I'm looking
Because
from.
is the International Space Station made of a mirror?
What mirror?
You're saying it has to reflect, right? If you shoot it at the space station.
Yeah, when you put your laser, yeah,
On the
dot
space station,
on
it
the
has to reflect.
walls, listen, on the walls of your room, they are not mirrors, so they don't reflect
Yeah.
very good. You see the laser dot on the fucking wall, a red, blue, green, yellow, whatever color laser are you?
Yeah.
You will see it on the
Yeah.
wall.
What's your point?
My point is, when you do this with the ISS, it's not visible. Nothing. I should be reading photons reflecting back. Nothing is coming back.
Yeah, but how is it
When the
necessarily going to
ISS,
come back? I don't understand why you think it should come back.
dude,
You could be hitting the space station at a certain angle on the walls, I guess,
yeah,
and
it
then
doesn't
it
matter
goes
what
off the
angle
Earth,
it's
and then it
hitting
doesn't
the
come back to the
target.
Earth.
With
So
lasers, it doesn't matter at what angle they are hitting a target.
yes, it does.
No.
How wouldn't it? Light
No,
is just a
because
Dude,
laser
go get
can
a
tell
laser tape
you,
measure at like Home Depot.
except when you hit transparent mediums like water, yeah.
Yeah.
The laser is refracted into a different direction, but
Yes.
still, from the surface of the water, you will have a reading, and you can tell the distance from the laser to the surface of the water approximately. Because laser photons are reflecting from the surface of the water back to the laser.
Yeah, go get a laser like a rangefinder from Home Depot, right? And then
Yeah.
shine it against your wall on an angle, right? Like where you
Yeah.
know that beam's not coming back at you, but watch how the laser still works. Is that your rebuttal, Alex? That is the angle, but it still
Yeah.
works. Yeah, it still works.
Yeah.
Tells you the distance still.
Very accurate.
Yeah.
Oh.
And also so it
How do
doesn't
you
work like
solve
that.
ISS?
And it goes in other directions. You're also disproving the current claim of how they know the distance between us and the moon.
Yeah. Now, Alex, listen. This was just a story, but with it, I demonstrate that you are illiterate in science and lasers and physics and ISS and anything in technology. You are illiterate, and I can use it however I want against you.
You
You will have no clue.
See, what's your point? You said light doesn't reflect. Light
What?
does reflect. It has to reflect down no matter
Yeah,
what angle you shine
it
at. So if you shine
reflects,
a light
yes.
at a mirror at whatever angle, it
Light,
still comes directly
listen,
back.
Right, I understand what Alex's point is.
light
Alex's point is
is
that if you're hitting a
reflecting from physical
yeah,
things.
that's his point. Yeah, Alex's point. He's saying if you're hitting, he knows that if you hit a physical object, then you'll have a reading on the rangefinder or the laser, right?
Yeah.
Alex, isn't that your point?
My
And
point.
even in the case when we have transparent things, we can still have a reading from not as accurate as from a wall, but then we know, oh, there was something wet, water, or glass.
So what do you make of it, Alex? So we know that when you shine a laser at something physical, you get a reading. When you shine a laser at the ISS, you don't get a reading. What is your conclusion?
The light has been some of the light has been absorbed, so it won't be as visible to your eye as.
Oh yeah, so the ISS is made of red mercury.
What I'm saying that it'll be hard to see with the naked eye if you did shine out, because some of it would be absorbed.
Stuff. You know that only red mercury doesn't have a reflection in a mirror. It's invisible.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it'll be hard to see. I'm not saying you won't see it. I'm saying it'll be very hard to see with the naked eye because a lot of it will be absorbed or scattered, so not a lot will come back. Like, will actually come back directly to you.
Listen, when they do, when your global clowns, yeah, they say that they are using a laser to shoot at the moon. Those mirrors installed on the moon, yeah. What they read is a probable photon that's coming back. It's not an actual photon that is being reflected from the moon.
Can we talk about something else?
But I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I don't think you've answered anything I'm saying. You keep waffling about other things.
Alex, you haven't really made a claim, dude. You just said I believe. But I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
saying
somebody else has a
I'm saying
better
the
reason to
reason you
believe it.
cannot see the light on the space station
I
is
appreciate
because
your
some of it's
scientific
absorbed.
expertise. Yeah, I appreciate that scientific
I'm not
explanation of yours.
talking about the light
I know he thinks you
emitted
are.
from ISS. Yeah.
He's like, why can't? He's like, well, you can't see the little tiny dot that you're shining on the ISS because
Yeah.
your eyes can't see it. That's his answer. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell he's saying.
No,
Is
I'm
that
saying some of it's absorbed and some of it's scattered, so there'll be a lot less, so it'll be harder to see.
Listen, aluminum is not laser absorbent.
But it can still be scattered,
It
right?
doesn't absorb. No, it reflects all of it.
Is
All
the
of it.
ISS entirely made of aluminum?
Oh, check it out,
Like
dude. Like it was your proof, bro. What are you talking about? That was your
90%
proof.
of it.
Yeah, you got a metal cam and a thermosphere. That's what you got.
And aluminium can scatter, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, check it out. Just look it up. It was your proof. You were supposed to bring like the evidence and like the proof of it. You said, look, ISS, it proves something to me. You don't know what it proves to you. You're just making like, but what if it's just absorption rate of the
He just said
of the one way speed
aluminium
of
can't
light?
scatter light.
Reflect, scatter, right? Whatever, man. Right? So like, it's your claim, right? Like, so, and you're saying maybe it's something like I don't know. Maybe it's like just I don't know. Maybe it's
Listen,
something.
yeah, when you point that laser on the wall of your room and you dot, yeah, the laser dot on the wall, you see it because it's reflecting back to your fucking eye. That's
I
why
never
you
said
see it,
that's
moron.
wrong. Yes, that's fine. Sure.
Yeah, and you can't see this from the ISS. And I'm not talking
Did I
about
not have I not
seeing
told
it
you
with
why
your own
about
eyes.
20
I'm
times
talking,
now?
listen, I'm talking about laser diodes, yeah, sensors that will detect any laser photons coming to them, and they detect only the laser photons, not all other photons, but only those specific laser photons.
Well, because the ISS is so far away, it's going to be pretty hard to pick it up on a diode. And scattering.
Up the moon.
Are we not talking about space station here?
Yeah, well, because the
Well,
space station
this
is
is
moving
not
and the moon in his mind is not moving, so it's easier.
this is not a laser keychain, you know.
Yeah.
It's an industrial high power laser. It can cut through you like hot knife through butter.
Does anybody else have better proofs of the globe, or just is this Alex got the best proof right now?
No. This isn't a proof. I'm just saying why his point's a bit flawed with the laser pointing at a space station.
Yeah, if the space station was something physical, yeah, it should reflect.
It does.
It doesn't.
But it does.
But it's not detectable.
Alex, you just said it absorbs. You just literally said the opposite.
I said it both absorbs as well and scatters. So it's going to be weaker
well,
and
to
less
absorb, listen,
coming
aluminum
back.
is not laser absorbent, yeah, nor neither radio wave absorbent. It's not an anti-radar technology. Airplanes made of
might be.
aluminum, they are fucking detectable with radar technology. And with radar technology, with using radio waves, you cannot have them also bounce back from the ISS. You cannot detect it that it's fucking flying with that speed. But when I put that radar on the highway, I can see all the cars what speed they are moving with.
Well, it's closer, so you're more
It
likely. It's
doesn't
more likely to be
matter the
scattered
distance. It
towards you.
doesn't matter the distance
But
because
it
I have the
definitely does.
energy power input. Yeah, I have.
Oh, so you're saying you've got an insanely powerful laser, and you're shooting it at the
What?
ISS.
Yeah.
Have you done this?
Yeah.
You've got an industrial level laser and shone at the ISS.
Yeah.
Proof
What proof?
that you've done it?
Well, come to me in Romania. Show.
You've shone a giant laser at it yourself,
What?
and you haven't seen it. Basically, you're saying.
I don't get what you're saying.
Are you saying you've
Repeat.
done this before?
Yes, to track the ISS.
No, shone a laser at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, a giant one? Like something that
That's how he started this, man. He
It's
was like,
not
"Hey, listen, I
fucking
have a giant
giant. It's
laser,
a high
or
power
whatever."
laser, industrial.
Yeah, that's how he started. He said, "I have a laser
Yeah.
and I shine it at the ISS, and nothing happens." That was how he started this. And now you're doubting that?
I'm saying it's not a very strong laser, so realistically,
Duh, it's strong.
what's the strength? Like what?
You don't even know his work background.
Something like 3 kilowatts.
Burn the moon down, the ISS down with that. You can take it down. Just take it out. But it's not hitting anything, so. So what do you make of it, Alex? Like if the laser that is supposed to be able to reach that far, no problem, hit it, it hits the moon, no problem. it's not hitting anything that is claiming that it's
Still
there.
going with the fact that it is hitting things, it's just scattering, so it doesn't reflect all back to your same exact
But the proof of
position.
it, but the proof of it being there is it being hit by the laser. It's not being hit by the
I
laser.
told,
So what are you gonna do?
I told you this, but now, can you actually show me, for example, there are so many observatories in this world, high-powered telescopes, and they also use these lasers to pinpoint where they are looking, making observations with the telescopes, and those lasers, yeah, they can also detect the ISS. So from all the observatories in the world, there should be one that actually looked at the ISS, maybe to take a picture of it, like close up, high zoom, high power zoom, like a telescope. They fucking see galaxies trillions of light years away at the edge of the universe. They show you planets and bullshit, and you're telling me they can't see the fucking ISS to take a picture?
They can.
From the ground.
They do have like the
Yeah,
capabilities of doing it.
show me a picture of ISS.
I'm saying they have the capabilities to do it.
I'm not talking about their capabilities. Show me that fucking picture. Because there is none. This is how much you know about your own religion. It's a blind belief.
So you're saying I should actually have a photo of this? Okay.
Yeah, you believe blind everything they're telling you, and they never give you any evidence. You are in chains. They chain you.
Yeah, more to his point. For all this space junk that they always say is out there, have you ever seen any of it cross in front of the moon or a satellite?
No. None.
We really arguing the minutiae into the minutiae at the moment. Is that what? No, we're well off into the weeds, man. I don't even know if Alex is really getting this at all. Fuck it, Alex. The International Space Station is not space, dude. Whatever.
I just feel like I just give up with this because he's not taking anything I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Listen.
I know. Let's try it like this. Let's try it like this because lots of people have left the server and the room count's starting to go down. So let's put it like this, mate. Yeah, there might be something in the sky, but it's not in space.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's got thrust and something's keeping it up in the air?
Sorry, say that again.
Something's keeping it up in the air then.
No, Get Baguette still wants to keep going in. Get Baguette, sit down for 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Alex, say that again, mate.
So
Sorry.
you're saying that the International Space Station could be a physical object?
It's
just
possible,
not in space.
But yeah, it's possible. It's probably a lot closer than it's said to be. Doesn't have to be in 250 miles up. It could be a lot closer and therefore have to go slower to go across the sky at the same perceived angle.
But on the ground, can you see it going really fast?
You can see it going really, really fast. Yeah.
So
if it was closer, then they say it wouldn't have to go that fast.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have to stop and come back down to refuel or something to keep it.
Don't know. We can have objects with solar. Oh, it's got solar panels on it. That's interesting.
It would take a lot of energy, surely, to go that fast and stay up in the air for the whole time.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because
Well,
the vacuum is. Oh my goodness.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. But the vacuum of space can't exist, and it's not orbiting around a ball. There is no direct measurement of Earth curvature, and that space up there, if it was a vacuum, would violate two laws of thermodynamics, the first one and the second one, and 7 known gas laws. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Entropy would take effect and the gas would leave the system, disperse into the lesser pressure environment. There's only 3 claims they put on the table, Alex, mate. One, it's a ball. One, this ball moves. And 3, sorry, 1 is the ball. 2, this ball moves. And 3, it does this in the vacuum of space. Only 3 physical claims, mate.
So you're saying space? We think space is a vacuum.
Well, that's what the model suggests. Yeah, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
But we don't say it's a vacuum. It's like near perfect vacuum. It's like
That's why I just gave you the values.
yeah.
Negative 17 torr. You
So
understand
how
the
does it
problem, right?
violate the laws of thermodynamics?
Right, you understand that the second law of thermodynamics is specifically talking about energy and how energy and matter move, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So if I was to give you a hot cup of coffee and you didn't drink it, what would happen to the hot cup of coffee?
Get cooler.
Awesome stuff. And if I have a balloon with high pressure inside and I pop the balloon, what happens to the high pressure inside?
Goes into the surroundings, surely.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a direction, right? Hot goes to cold, high goes to low. This is entropy, right? Now, if we have high pressure here and out there is a vacuous space, the high pressure, if uncontained, would have dispersed into that vacuous space. You know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you understand, first of all, there's a chamber separating the two different pressure differential. High pressure atmosphere outside, vacuum inside. Container separating the two, right?
Yep.
Awesome. And I open the door of the vacuum chamber, what happens?
Well, it's gonna like equal out, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly that. The gas is going to rush back into that vacuous space where there is much, much, much lower pressure and fill that space. Awesome stuff. So this is what I mean about a violation of that law. Second problem is, do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Can't remember.
Okay, it's the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, right?
Yeah.
Back to the balloon, we understand that the gas inside the balloon is pressing against the inside of the balloon. The balloon expands, high pressure inside, right?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. So if the Earth is an open system without a physical barrier, 1, we shouldn't be able to achieve gas pressure because it's a conditional statement. To achieve gas pressure, you need a physical barrier. And 2, the gas will fuck off.
Yeah.
So you understand that, right? It's quite simple to understand.
Yeah.
Laws of nature that apply to the world seem to be violated with this idea of the vacuum of space.
But the things do move in and out, don't they? Anyway. The space and our so-called or closed system.
It's an open system
Or
in your
open
model.
system, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, things do leave, right? And like come in. But that would also mean matter transfer. You know the 3 different types of system: isolated, closed, and open, right? Isolated matter and energy can't go between inside and out. A closed system, the matter will not be released, but you can induce energy from the system into the closed environment. And an open container, energy and matter will be able to transfer freely. So if the Earth is an open system and gas is matter, bye gas.
So what do you think?
I definitely don't know enough about the topic to really have a point on it. That's what I think.
Does it make sense?
Kind of, but definitely don't know enough about the topic
Well,
to say if I think it's true or not.
I
But
tell you
there's-
honestly, no, this is not about you thinking if it's true or not. What Jedi told you is factual science, knowledge.
yes, but
There is no rebuttal to this. What he just told you has been discovered by Nobel laureate winners in science, in physics.
This is obvious to anybody who's ever pumped up a tyre. This is obvious to anybody who's tried to move gas from one place to another. If you want to do that, you have to contain it. If you want to have pressure, you've got to contain it. If you don't contain it, you've got no way of keeping the gas there.
But
It's
how
just
do you know it's going to behave the same way with the atmosphere and a tyre, say?
well, we're just talking about gas. The atmosphere is made of gas, right? Oxygen, nitrogen, the same shit that you
Yeah.
put in your car. So it's laws of nature, mate. Laws of nature apply to the Earth. Here we are on the Earth, surrounded by oxygen and nitrogen that are gases, and these gases observably act in this way. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. The only thing that changes the path of gas molecules is collisions with other gas molecules and physical objects.
But why is it necessarily going to happen really quickly?
How would we even have achieved gas pressure in the first place without a barrier?
No, I mean, I'm saying like if there's a high density of particles in or gas particles on Earth and low in space, how do you know it's going to change very quickly? Of moving them over, I guess.
Well, I haven't brought up the fact that the Earth is said to be moving, but we'll sideskip that point. You wouldn't have been able to have achieved gas pressure inside a vacuous environment in the first instance. All right? It wouldn't even be this way. Gas expands. Nature abhors a vacuum. If your theory is against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope but deepest humiliation. That's
No, I do agree with that.
Well, that's Sir Arthur Eddington. That's not me. I'm literally quoting a famous physicist from, Einstein's time. If your theory is against this law, then there is nothing for you but the collapse in the deepest humiliation.
I definitely agree with the law, but I'm saying that the law may behave differently. I don't know, in different circumstances. Then,
like what? Like what?
With a tire and with the atmosphere in space, and
so what we're talking about here is when you pop the balloon, that's an increase in entropy, right? When there's a vacuum out there and gas pressure here, that's a decrease in entropy. That will be the violation of that law. Decreasing in entropy. No entropy increase at all into a void space of a much, much, much lower pressure differential, 10 to negative 17 torr. Laws of nature apply to the Earth. Here we are on the Earth, breathing gas pressure. But I guess we can move on from taking space away from you. Have you got any other questions, mate?
No, I don't know much about that topic, so I'm not really too sure. But yeah.
Fair play. All right, is there anybody else? Maybe you can sit back for a little bit, Alex, and maybe we can get another conversation going. Is there anybody else who's joined the live stream? Who's got some questions, something to ask flat earthers? Why do we make the claims that we do? I tell you why, because there's no measurable curvature, there's no measurable motion of the earth, and like we just discussed, you can't have gas pressure without a container. The reason why that argument is important, the last one, the no gas pressure without a container, is all comes from pictures from space. So if we take away the region of space from you, then you've got no fucking evidence left. If you've got
Yeah,
a direct,
Jude,
go on, do what?
I wanted to tell Alex one last thing. Yes, this is how religion. It will not fortify your stories that you imagine. It will not fortify all other stories that you hear. When you are not correct or right, science will tell you that. But a religion never tell you that you are ever wrong. Yeah. Thank you. So this was all.
Gibby, I have a question.
Yes.
So, like, what do you do for work again?
I do now CNC turning.
Okay. What were you trying to explain to the guy who was talking about the gravimeter earlier? Like, what? How does a gravimeter work? Because like I know you work with them, right?
Not with gravimeters. I have read about them.
Oh, okay.
And actually about the one rubidium gas.
Hey, Abigail, real
And
quick, my children are
yes.
asking what time is in Germany. Can you tell us what
Oh
time is in
yeah.
Germany?
It's 11:43 p.m.
11:43. Thank you very much.
It's time to get a clock. That's a dad joke, eh?
Yeah, and the argument with that there was that he doesn't know what that device actually is, and the name means that it's an instrument which measures gravity. And you see, like in a barometer, it measures pressure, gas pressure.
Yeah.
A thermometer, it measures temperature. So that word meter at the end makes reference to a device, a measuring device.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
wait, hold on.
he was saying that a gravimeter actually they use a laser interferometer to measure the acceleration of a falling object.
Okay.
So he was measuring an acceleration and not actually gravity. attraction or push or pull or whatever
okay.
he invokes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Thank you. Yeah. Just wanted to clear that up. I was confused.
You're welcome. Yeah. And another thing he was doing, a fallacy, was that he was assuming that the acceleration was caused by gravity.
Yeah.
No, guys, clearly the Earth is a donut.
You know what's funny? My friend told me that as a joke. Same
Is
exact joke.
is that why there's
Yeah.
so much diabetes? Because it's a donut?
That's why the sky is blue. It's because you can see the ocean from a different part of planet Earth. Don't you know?
I think I'm
That's why
converting
the
to
sky is
donut
blue.
Earth now.
Yeah, that's why the sky is blue, man. You can see the ocean like different part of Earth.
But in your heliocentric model, what makes the sky blue? Why do you see the sky blue?
I think it's something in one of the ozone. I think it's is it the
Wait,
ozone
light
layer?
waves from white light hitting air molecules, and then they obviously go to higher energy levels and release photons of different frequencies or wavelengths.
Well,
No.
I know it's something to do with one of the layers causing it, but I'm not sure which one it was. I don't know. Google it. Someone probably did. Probably Google it.
Argon.
Okay, yeah. So, what is ozone?
The ozone layer. Well, it's a vital layer that basically
Yeah.
makes life possible on
What
Earth.
is ozone?
Ozone? Oh, it's like a I think it's
Gas.
it's a gas. Yeah. It's a
No,
gas, and
don't
basically
help him, anyone. So, yeah, which gas?
which gas?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Which element?
Nitrogen, is it?
No,
Yeah,
stop.
I don't know.
Which element?
I don't know.
Well, ozone is a gas. It's made of
Yeah.
molecules. Yeah.
Oh, really? Wait, no way. An element made of molecules? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Captain Genius.
This
Thank you,
gas,
Captain
listen,
Genius.
this gas has a molecular structure with, yeah. Now, do you know what makes these molecules?
Well, he thinks that
Atoms.
elements are made of molecules, so probably not, because that's what he just said.
Yeah. So, molecules are made of atoms. Yeah.
Yes.
Atoms establish atomic bonds. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get that? So, what's the shape of the molecule of ozone?
No clue.
Oh, no
How
clue.
does this
Why?
help? How does
Isn't
this
that
help?
important to know? Like, if you know natural, come here and you call us fool, and you
You
don't
learn
fucking
random
know fifth
things and
grade.
then say
You
that
don't
this is
know
a
fifth grade
proof that the Earth
chemistry.
is. This is not fifth
Yeah,
grade.
exactly. It's fifth grade
In
chemistry.
fifth
It's
grade,
not
I've
fifth
learned
grade, it's
this
fourth
shit.
grade.
yeah, exactly. It's fifth grade chemistry. So after a few years, yeah, I don't remember every shape of every element I ever learned. Unfortunately, I'm smart, but I'm not that smart.
Clearly the Earth's flat
It's
because
not
you
an
do not
element, dude.
know
It's a
that the
molecule.
Well,
Earth's
listen,
shape of
Can I give him
newsflash.
the answer?
Louis
Okay, I'll just wait till Get gives
Yeah,
him the answer.
newsflash. It has a triangular shape. Yeah, and
Okay, yeah.
the molecule is made of 3 atoms of oxygen. That's why it's called fucking O3. That's the chemical formula for the ozone.
Okay.
Not okay because you didn't knew it.
Whoa. Okay. So
Yeah.
you would say you always know the molecular consistencies of every element you ever mentioned in your life. You just, oh yeah, you know, gold, and then
Not
you
an
can name
element.
the shape.
Stop saying that.
Oh yeah, gold.
Well,
I
he was talking about
know.
O3. He was talking about O3, so that's fine.
You ask him
Gold as
why
a
is this?
metal
Why is
has
the
a
Earth flat?
crystalline structure.
And he says, "Do you know the molecular structure of ozone?"
Yeah. But what does it matter though, anyway?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
now
Well, it doesn't matter.
you invoke that ozone causes the blue color. So can you explain why?
No, I said I thought. I wasn't sure.
Ah, you thought. Sure. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's
I
what I said.
suggest I suggest you Google oxygen ice. Yeah. Frozen
Oxygen ice.
oxygen. Yeah, oxygen ice. Yeah. And look at its color. Yeah.
Why did you
You
have to
will
piss
see.
off Get Beget? Now he's on this tangential gotcha with you. Why'd you do this?
Yeah. Uh,
It's
okay.
white.
So if you guys have questions, yeah, let's get to them. But serious questions.
It's actually blue.
I'm looking at a picture, and it's like a white piece.
Electromagnetically frozen oxygen goes blue.
Oh,
Yeah.
liquid oxygen. I mean, I'm getting blue and white pictures. Okay, Google, thank you.
I hate Google. So do we.
Let's see. Why is the sky blue? Let's see. Well, what is the Google answer?
So
Why is this
listen,
sky blue?
that oxygen ice is
Oh,
very tasty when you lick it,
blue light
like
is
ice
scatters
cream.
more than other colors because it travels as shorter, smaller waves. Okay, so now you know the answer.
Google knows a lot, but if you know to ask the right questions.
Yeah, that's how a search machine does work. Yeah.
It's not a search machine.
Google is not a search machine.
No. It's not anymore.
You can't search stuff on it. Damn.
You'll
What do
get
I have
total
open?
opposite results from two different search engines.
I get opposite results. Damn, I'm gonna open Yahoo and see if they say, oh, it's because like I don't know.
Yahoo thinks the
makes
Earth's
it
flat.
better.
Chrome thinks the Earth's a globe.
I mean, most people think the Earth is a globe, because oh my God, Yahoo gave me the same answer. I don't know who said they'll give you opposite answers, but you're lying. You're a liar. Liar, liar, pants caught on fire.
Use Yahoo either.
Yahoo, yeah. All my homies love Yahoo. Oh, and Microsoft Edge gave me the same answer too. You're lying. Yeah, liar. Confirmed, debunked. It's over.
In my youth, I took
Calling me
Yahoo
names
down.
doesn't do anything.
Sorry, what'd you say?
When I was with about 15 years younger than you are, I flooded
younger than
Yahoo
I am.
offline.
Damn, you were 4? Damn, you had some skill.
Oh, you are that young? Not
Yeah,
really.
I'm 19.
10 years, yeah.
20.
20.
Almost 20.
Bloody hell, you're a child.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
clearly smarter than some adults here, so you know.
No, I tell you something. Never play the smart role.
Well, someone has to.
No.
No.
You're not that yet.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight.
So, just because you can talk fast and absorb some information, but you haven't yet developed a judgmental mind, critical thinking. You haven't learned the laws. Yeah, not even
Well, actually,
natural
I'm a law student.
science.
I'm actually a law student, so I wouldn't say I've
Yeah,
studied law.
I bet you are not learning the U.S. law.
U.S. law? No, I'm a
Yeah.
European law student.
Oh,
But I mean, I
European.
do
Which
I do
country?
glance Belgium.
Belgium. So,
But I do glance over some precedents of the U.S. like Roe
yeah.
versus Wade or Madison versus Marbury because they're relevant.
Yeah, well, at 20, at
That's
20
funny. You go
years
straight
old,
to Roe versus Wade. Ha! It
you've
says a
just
lot about
started.
you.
What? What?
That's
I
the
didn't,
loudest mic ever
I
heard.
didn't hear what that guy was saying. I did not hear what that guy was saying.
I said you went straight to Roe versus Wade as an example of law. That's a joke in U.S.
Even I knew that.
The U.S. legal system is kind of a bit funky. It's it's a little bit too focused on precedents, maybe.
How about Miranda?
Miranda? I don't know.
Yeah, the
Miranda.
state versus Miranda.
Never
No?
heard of that. No.
But you're talking about legal precedents in America. Ha! Some shit
Yeah.
you heard on the LGBT meme on the internet.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not a U.S. law student, so I don't glance over all important, you know, U.S. legal history. I haven't.
Yeah, that's because
fully
our
done
law
that.
doesn't build precedents for yours. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, no, but some are relevant to European history, like
They
Madison
are.
versus Marbury.
A lot of them are derived from your legal system.
Yeah, but it's mutual influence. Like Madison versus Marbury was pretty much the first time a constitutional court was like a thing.
can I ask you a simple question?
Yeah, of course.
In regards to law, so you're learning the Belgium law, see?
Yeah, and obviously European law because it's it's
Yeah.
part of the same hierarchy.
So, how many laws does Belgium have?
Too many to count.
I don't believe it. No.
Well, I mean, well, basically a part of our civil book. So basically, so like a small part of it is like has 1900 articles. Well, actually, I think it goes to 2100. Um, but you have certain dots like 5 point, and then it goes into the hundreds as well. So yeah, literally too many to count. And that's not even touching criminal law, or international law, or international private law, or the whole shebang. So yeah.
So you're saying they are ambiguous?
Well, I mean, better to have too many laws than too little. Trust me. It's better to have everything covered, well, than too little.
Well,
'Cause,
officially,
Yeah, because the
has to be
thieves will
someone.
be in the gray area.
Sorry, yeah, can you repeat that? What you were asking?
Say it again, Battle.
Oh, I said, yeah, it's better to have everything covered because criminals and thieves will hide in the gray areas. They'll dance around in there.
Well, yeah,
True.
but
Yes.
yeah, not just that, but especially when it comes to let's say contracts. The way the contract law kind of works is not as enforced as like criminal laws. It's like the parties can do sort of what they want as long as they like really want to do that. So it's
It's on you.
monitored less. But
Yeah.
there's still a lot of how do you call it, supplement. It's for supplementation. So it's it depends. It depends from case on case.
If you're really, so you were claiming to be really smart before, yeah?
I'm trying to be. I'm making
Do you
an
know
effort.
Do you know if anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, it's really? If I wouldn't know what that is. What is it?
Do you know if anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
I have the curvature of the Earth. Oh, I was like, what the fuck are you saying? The curvature of the Earth ever measured?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. No, I have no clue if everyone ever measured it.
Okay, so you
But
claim to be smart, but you're only smart in one thing, maybe.
Well, I
Is
think,
that really smart, or is that just well trained?
Well, I think a big point of trying to be smart is willing to accept that you cannot know everything, and then allowing yourself to learn new stuff.
So when you call yourself smart, what are you referring to?
The ability to learn.
Okay, so the ability to read and repeat.
Well, I mean, a lot of information that you learn is
Man, that's
read and repeated.
memorizing.
For example, you're speaking a language that you repeat it literally. That's how you learn language. I wouldn't call you a retard for doing that.
Yeah, but you have your own command of it, right? You're not just parroting scripts, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are certain language, rules that you do follow. Using a capital at the beginning of every sentence. Obviously, general information is a bit different than language, but I mean, you can be critical. You can be. I don't think, at least in our modern society, when people say, you have to listen to expert, doesn't mean you can't, think critically. I don't think that's exactly disallowed,
Yeah,
especially in
just
Western countries.
blindly listening to an expert, though, isn't thinking critically.
Well, no, but I don't think anyone really just blindly, if your doctor says jump off a bridge because it'll make your legs feel better, I don't think they'll do that. It's
Oh,
usually because,
I don't know. I don't know about some of these Glovers in here, man.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
they
just for
will.
these Glovers. Well,
But
I
the
mean,
doctor said.
well, but I have a question. What made you like, want to, like, what made you certainly be a flat earther? Is it because you watched someone's YouTube video? Someone influenced you to maybe
No.
be flat earth? Because isn't it
Wasn't
that the same
anyone's
thing?
influence but my own.
Sounds like you wanted to answer that question yourself.
No, I mean, I agree with the scientific theory. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Science.
too.
That would be a category error. We're just discussing a shape at the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree with the scientific theory on why the Earth is flat.
Well, wouldn't be science, though.
What theory is that?
Basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if a large body of mass, has too much mass, it will be forced into whatever the scientific term is for what do you call it, a globe? I think there's like a scientific term. I'm forgetting it in English.
So do you know the scientific method?
Well, I mean, yeah, part of it is, first you create a theory, and then you
Incorrect.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
no, people do
Incorrect.
start with hypothesis.
Incorrect.
So
Yes,
people do not
now
start
you
with
got it.
hypothesis. Yeah, well, that's a theory and hypothesis. Well, I guess it's not exactly
Nope.
the same.
No.
You have a hypothesis upon which you base
Theory's been
experiment,
tested.
and then after you got a bunch of
yeah, I'm aware.
experiments, you get a theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, theory's
Okay.
been tested with experimentation.
Okay. Yeah, no, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Not just
That's
a
what it
step
boils
of
down to.
progress, but also a step of progression.
See, this is what I like when people come in and say I'm smart. Yeah. And then you
Well, I
realize
mean,
that you actually.
well, I mean, if you're gonna shit on me for misusing hypothesis
No, I
and
think
theory,
what
I
he's
must
saying
say.
No,
is
well,
that you
I'm
can
shitting
have
on
a
your
lot of
arrogance,
knowledge.
mate. That's what I'm shitting on. I'm shitting on your
Well,
arrogance. That's what
oh
I'm
yeah,
doing. You came into
basically.
a conversation.
Well, I
You came
mean,
into
maybe
a
you should walk to
conversation
the
with
edge of the
people
earth.
you don't
Maybe you
know,
should walk to the
claiming
edge
you're
of the earth.
smart, and then you don't know anything.
Yeah.
You can know a
Well,
lot.
it's okay. Let's
and
give
not
him
know how to
credit
use it.
now.
But
Because
yeah, no, as I said, I
he
do agree with the
realized
scientific theory.
he's
Not
speaking
smart,
with
doesn't know the scientific
intellectual
theory.
people. So, did you realize by now that you are dealing with intelligent people here?
No.
No? Oh,
He wasn't intelligent enough to realize that, Get.
yeah.
Listen, bro, you're fishing for catfish in a carp pond.
Lol, Stevie.
You're never
Nice.
gonna catch a catfish. He's always gonna be a carp.
If you were intelligent, you'd have an untied proof that the Earth is flat.
Well, I
On my
mean,
own
he's
proof.
making a geometric shape claim, and he goes straight to the scientific method. I mean, he obviously doesn't know what
Well,
either are.
Is shape
well,
a
I mean,
science
again,
question?
if you're gonna
Yeah.
shit on me for accidentally
Is shape
saying
a science
theory,
question?
well, hold on. If you're gonna shit on me for
Does
saying
science deal with shape or
don't-
cause and effect?
Yeah.
whatever.
Answer his
Shut up
question there.
for a second.
Does science
Wait,
deal with
sorry.
shape or cause and effect? Come on.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Does science deal with shape or cause and effect relationship? Which one? What does science experiment dictate?
I wouldn't know. No clue.
Cause and
Yeah.
effect, relationships. It has nothing to do with shape. That's geometry or measurement.
Oh, like that. Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah.
That's what they
Geometry
were
does.
saying
Well, there
earlier.
you go.
You just
Well,
everyone.
you're
Why does
too young
everyone in
to
this
get
chat
it now,
just
but
repeat things they
later
learned
You
from
when
know,
McDonald's
you
University?
grow
you
up,
should just pause there because that one moment was probably the most progress any Glober made in here in weeks.
yeah.
Applause.
Well, no,
Well,
it's correct that geometry does handle shapes. Yeah, that's a correct statement.
Well, the difference between knowledge and intelligence is knowing a thing and knowing what actually to do with what you know. How well can you use what you know? I don't care how much you know. I know engineers that are book smart that can't drive a fucking stick shift.
Can't build for shit.
True.
So, like, have you guys like gone to the edge of the world and be like, yeah, I'm on the edge of the world?
No, I
You
live
know,
in the
like,
corner.
I'll
I
tell you
live in
what.
the top
Yeah, I
left
didn't. I have a
corner.
video.
Hey,
I
we can
actually
make
live in
a
the top left
compact
corner.
right here, right now. The day you show me the edge, I'll take your ass and throw you over. How's that?
I mean, well, that's kind of hard. 'Cause I don't think
I'll take you to
there's
the
an
end
edge.
of the world.
Well,
and
I
I'll
know,
throw
I
you
know there's not an
over
edge.
when you
Well,
show
I know
me where
there's
the
not an edge.
fucking
But
end
like,
is.
No, we're on infinity, on an infinite world, you know.
Kick you in the ass. Say, look over.
No,
How far is it down? Kick him in the ass.
infinite is a concept. It doesn't exist.
No, Minecraft it does.
No.
That's not true. Actually, Minecraft has a border. That's actually wrong.
No, you can get
You would
infinite
actually
worlds.
need an infinity to prove infinity.
Well, yeah, I guess then maybe, yeah.
Good luck.
Well, you can create infinite worlds as long as you keep deleting them. So, yeah.
Keep what?
Keep
When
deleting
your
them. You can't
console
keep
stops
making.
processing, that's the edge.
You can't keep making worlds because eventually your storage will run out, won't it?
Yeah, no, but you had unlimited storage somehow.
Damn, somehow. Damn. Oh, let me some
It
storage,
pretty
man. I need
much is infinite.
Did your septic tank overflow or something? What the hell is he talking about?
talking about Minecraft world. We got,
you got too much
listen,
shit in the tank,
come on,
buddy. Is that what you're
Minecraft world,
saying?
come on, Minecraft world should be your jam. They're literally flat.
Yeah, that should be your whole model.
Yeah, exactly.
You break the top of the tree, it doesn't fall.
Yeah, there's no gravity. Exactly. Well, actually, no, you do fall out. You do fall. You do take fall
If that
damage.
was
Yeah.
our world, I would Roblox your fucking ass.
I don't know, man. I
You get
used to play.
smashed, and
You know,
then I build
Minecraft.
a wall out of
Minecraft
you.
is
I
my
make you the
generation.
foundation brick.
I don't know, man. Minecraft is my generation's game. I think I would beat your ass in it any day.
I would Roblox the shit out of you. I have children. I beat them
Roblox, that's
down.
a different game,
I'm a
man.
competitive motherfucker.
That's a different game. That's a different game.
Well, that's cool. I got Minecraft too, buddy. I've had it for like 8 years now. Like I said, I got children, man. They enjoy to play against me. They like to win. We're competitive. I don't like to lose. So I play Minecraft. Yeah.
Can't compete unless you try to see who can
I
make
mean,
a
unless you've been a father and your kid beats you at a video game, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, no. Fortunately, I don't have children, and I'm a bit too young for that.
They beat you, you'll get real good at it. You'll be like, man, I gotta play this when they're not around.
Yeah, I gotta catch up. You know, can't show weakness. Yeah, exactly.
Because while you're at work, they're sitting there on their ass playing video games.
Yeah, and
Well,
during the summer, I work all summer long. Yeah, I come home and they're like, "Hey, play this game with me, oh man, I'll kick
Exactly.
your ass."
I feel like you should be justified as a parent to force your kid to play certain games. You know, things
I
like
don't force
Minecraft
my
or
children to do anything.
nah,
They make
nah,
their own
nah,
choices as
no,
long as they take care of their
no.
responsibilities.
My child is gonna play Minecraft and they're gonna fucking like it.
Yeah,
That's simple.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, they'll like it. How can you not like Minecraft as a kid? Come on.
I show my children games, and then I let them decide which ones they like.
Free will? No, not in my world.
Well, free will only matters on things. You only get one life, so you don't want to make mistakes. So You do want to
That's
direct
true.
them not to make
No,
mistakes,
I'm
but a
obviously
fucking
joking, but
video game isn't a big
no,
mistake that's gonna ruin your fucking life.
Not
no, I'm
playing
just
Minecraft
joking.
will ruin your life.
Moron, don't
Yeah,
stick
not
your
playing
hand in
Minecraft,
that grinder while the parts are
bro.
moving. Okay,
Honestly, I
don't
don't
do
think
that.
people like Mao Zedong, Hitler, Stalin, they would have been so much chiller if they played Minecraft as a kid. Let me tell you.
All them motherfuckers needed to sit back, smoke a joint, and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but if I catch my kid playing like 2030 or 2040 like version of Fortnite, like that belt,
Listen,
that belt
I'll
do we
give you an
swing.
example. I played Mortal Kombat forever. I thought I was the best at it. I told my kid, nope, you're going to play this. She hated playing it. She was a girl. So she got tired of me beating her down. So she fucking Googled every cheat code and every move she could get. And then when I come home, she beat the fuck out of me. So you can force your
That
kids to do that shit. But they will rise above you if you're a good parent. And you will be happy for it.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Everything I give them, I hope they're going to take and multiply it 10 times. Come back better at it than I ever was. That's why I don't teach them to be haters, to hate people, to get
yeah.
revenge. Be a better person to me, not a worse one. But you
Well,
should be
yeah.
capable.
I
You
think
should be
with that
capable of
philosophy,
harm, so you
I
can
think with
protect
that
yourself.
philosophy, you should, the guys who's on my profile picture. I think with that philosophy, you would really like him.
Who is he?
That's Thorfinn. He's the main character of an animated series I watched not too long ago. Well, the first 2 seasons. It's not. There's gonna be more, but it's
Actually,
called
I might
Vinland
have
Saga.
seen this before. I
Yeah,
have
it's
to
called
watch it
Vinland
again.
Saga. It's really good. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, my kids like anime.
It's really, really good, and I think it
And they're
teaches good
older now.
philosophy.
One just
Yeah,
came
no,
home from the Navy, man, and she'll watch
the
anime.
Navy.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Navy.
shit. Okay, cool. Does she go for it for the career or for like the benefits that she can use later?
Well, she was going to be career, but she decided to come home and be part of the family business. So,
All right, cool.
I was trying to listen to
we
stupid
come
people
from
talk
a
about flat
long
Earth.
military family, so we're just
No,
trying
this
to
is the
keep up with
wholesome VC right now.
our
This is not
ancestors.
This is not 24/7 wholesome VC.
Oh, okay.
Are you saying I got to get back to insulting the Glovers? Stop treating them with respect? My bad.
Are you saying FE's not wholesome?
I say it is. A natural family is way better than a nuclear family. Take that and shove it up your windpipe. Suck it down your gravity
Natural
hole. I
family.
don't give a fuck.
Gravity well.
Right, put that shit where the gravity don't pull. Or does it push? Which one is it? Is it a force or is it not? Is it an effect?
What?
Huh?
What did you just say?
Is gravity a force or an effect?
It's a force.
So you
By
don't
who?
use contraception? You don't use contraception at all?
Nigga, I don't even know what
Sure.
that word means.
Contraception, basically condom.
Nigga, all I know is I took science class and they said it was a force.
Please do not reproduce.
They lied.
Learn what
No, why did you mute him?
contraception means.
Contraception basically is like things like a condom or a morning after pill. Basically anything that prevents pregnancy.
Why are you talking about that?
His sperm's probably
Because he said
couldn't find the
natural
egg
family.
anyway.
No, he said natural
Fucking
family.
wrong.
So I was asking if wait, who's the guy what I'm
He
talking
was
to?
trying to
Since you
segue
said
to gravity. Why are you talking about that?
no, because he said he's like natural family. So I was asking him if he doesn't use contraception with his significant
Oh, who
other.
cares what he uses? How about gravity?
I love gravity. I love playing catch
You're
with
showing
myself.
your age, buddy. You're really showing your age
Are,
tonight.
are you saying the gravity is a? Are you saying the gravity is a force?
Gravity is a force.
Is it a gravity a force?
I'm not actually too familiar. Well, I mean, they do say force of gravity in scientific books and
You know what
research
they
papers.
say?
So I'm
We
actually not
ask
sure.
for the reality of it. Is it a
The
pseudo
reality of it.
force? Do you describe it as a force? Is it a force? Is there a push or a pull, or is it an effect to the warping of space time due to mass?
Well, I'm not sure because you do have black matter, but I'm not sure. I can't remember which is the pulling or pushing
Well,
power. I'm actually not
the
sure.
theory of black matter, that's a relative theory, yeah. So it would be an effect then.
Yeah, there would be an effect. I'm actually not sure if it's
No,
the pulling
gravity
or
would be
pushing.
an effect
I think gravity is
in
the
a
pushing power.
relative
Now I
world.
think of it. I think gravity is the pushing power to dark matter. Now I think about it, that makes the most sense.
What is dark matter?
He's jumping between Einsteinian and Newtonian, and he doesn't even know.
Dark matter is like basically, well, it's a scientific theory. There, you know,
No,
it's
it is
still
not.
big.
It is
No, it's
not
not a
scientific
scientific
theory.
theory because there's
No,
no
dark matter.
experimentation on dark matter.
Can you tell
Well,
us
I
the
mean,
experiment for dark matter?
yeah, sure. Give me a second.
Yeah, like when it's a theory is it
Hey,
needs to
Scott
be
Mack, you didn't
validated
come
with
back
an
with Larry.
experiment.
I'm not sure.
Larry, where
Let
you
me
at?
check. Experiments. Hubble's law.
Do you think that pseudoscience is science?
Do you know what an experiment is?
Yes, I'm aware what an experiment is. Yeah.
What are the three constituents of an experiment?
Three
Variables.
constituent parts of an experiment. Go.
No clue.
Oh, so you don't know
And
what
you
an
don't really know
experiment
what
is?
an experiment is.
No, I do know what an experiment is.
What?
At least he's honest.
XP and Menta. Do you believe that pseudoscience is science?
Yes, he
No.
does.
No, because I don't think psychology, for example, is a real science, despite their best efforts to be one.
Okay. Do you
Neuroscience
believe?
is science.
Okay. What is different between pseudoscience and science?
I think I think, as you said, right. There's no, I think, real. How do you say it? Well, there's no empirical proof, I think, for pseudoscience. No.
Yeah. And do you think that geology is science?
Geology.
Geology.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can empirically, observe geology. So yes.
What you can observe? What you can observe in geology?
Ground you're standing on.
And
rocks.
Yeah, that's correct.
And what is that telling you? What you observe the rocks and then what?
No, I'm not a geologist. I don't know how they analyze rocks. No, unfortunately.
They don't analyze anything.
They don't analyze. Well, I mean, they. Do
you know what?
Well,
they are not using that scientific method.
They're not.
No.
Well, I mean, they may operate differently because I'm assuming it's more of a field. But it's more in the field, like casually, more in the field. Like it's not like they sit in their. They're not like mathematicians or physicists who sit a lot in their rooms, thinking about hypotheses. I don't think that's more. I don't think that's exactly what a lot of geologists do.
Yeah. Well, and
So it's a
archaeology.
More of their hands dirty.
Is it archaeology science?
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
How?
Well, I mean, they make, for example, a hypothesis saying, according to these old historical texts, there should be a town here, and then they go, they go observe, they go dig, and they use, for example, ground dating or carbon dating to check their theory.
Carbon dating is not
carbon
scientific.
14.
Sorry?
Carbon dating is not scientific.
Carbon dating is not scientific. How so?
Yeah. I don't know. My wife told me.
Yeah. No, but carbon dating is just like a chemical.
I told you now. My wife told me.
Oh.
And
carbon.
she graduated on carbon dating.
She graduated on carbon dating.
Yep.
Yeah,
Damn.
his wife is a
That's
scientist.
Really, that's a real specific matter to graduate on. Was her
Yep.
thesis? Do you mean her thesis was about carbon dating?
It's a guesswork. She told me it's a guesswork. It's not precise.
Well, I mean, it depends. So it is true that isn't like
the
you
man
can't
made.
narrow.
She said.
Well, I mean, Carbon dating is kind of a difficult area. When it comes to measuring with archaeological evidence, they usually use multiple methods to narrow it down to the best of their capabilities.
Circular reasoning.
Sorry?
Circular reasoning. If I find kind of rock at 100 meters, then it belongs to this period of time.
My wife is asking you, what do you have proof that carbon dating it's a scientific?
I mean, they know for a fact that
What scientific method they use to prove that what it is?
I thought I was getting shit on earlier for
Yeah,
repeating what
the
people told me.
radioactive decay of carbon-14.
Yes, that is it. Yeah, and I think it's a set date for carbon-14 now. It's a set date every X amount of years that the amount of it halves.
Can you repeat the sentence that I can say?
Basically, carbon dating is used because of certain chemical elements keeps losing half of its whatever. I don't remember, like half of its radioactivity. I think every
So
X
yeah,
amount of years.
let's say.
So let's say like this:
bone.
Should I listen the person who graduate that, or should I listen to you?
You don't have to listen to me now. I'm not forcing you to. I'm just saying
Yeah.
I'm just stating the objective fact that archaeologists do use it together with
Objective.
other.
But,
yeah, it's an objective fact that archaeologists use it together with other methods. Yeah, that's
but
correct.
she's biochemist, and I asked her, and she said to me that, and now I'm in confusion because you are pointing on archaeologist, and she said it's a man-made work and it's nothing to do with the scientific method.
Yeah, I don't know. It's used by archaeologists for the scientific method of determining time.
It's a trick
It's more of
question. Why would this guy ever have a wife?
No, I'm asking because she finished that. She's here sitting next to me.
I know if she's a biochemist, and she probably knows more than me. I'm just stating that it's used for the scientific determination.
You keep stating that. Now, would you be
She's
able
saying
to
it
back
is
it
not
up with
you.
a hypothesis? Now,
What do you mean hypothesis?
well, provide
I
the
already stated.
hypothesis. A
I already
viable
stated that,
scientific hypothesis for archaeology, just any that you can come up with.
I already said it earlier. Like they read. For example, I have like I read through old Roman documents, and they say, for example, in this area there used to be a city. The archaeologist reading that or the historian reading that is like, okay, guys,
That's
I
just
have a
speculation.
hypothesis.
That's not a scientific
That's what a
hypothesis.
hypothesis.
No,
That
it's
is a
not. You're going to be
hypothesis.
testing
Yes,
a
it is.
natural cause and no, be quiet. You're going to be testing a natural cause and effect relationship experiment. So a hypothesis is going to be a prediction about how this is going to affect that, and you're going to test it out with the experiment.
Can I just jump in? Sorry, I'm Sasha's wife. I'm the biochemist.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Hi, nice to meet you too, guys.
I don't believe this.
I'm not
Pleasure
going to be
to finally
disrespectful.
hear you, ma'am.
I'm not going to be disrespectful to any disciplines. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. I'll respect them all. But I mean, an archaeologist claiming that carbon dating is a scientific method is a bit of an oxymoron. Carbon is not a radioactive element, therefore you cannot prove any half-life, full life, or anything like that. We accept carbon dating as a method because someone there went and said, well, this is what has happened. There is no experiment that proves carbon age in any shape or form. It has never been recreated, even though it's been attempted many of times. So it's a hypothesis, it's a theory, but it's absolutely not scientific method. So I've studied biochemistry for 5 years. I've done my thesis when I graduated on isotopes. And if I didn't have to go and put my daughter to sleep, I could probably read it out to you. But again, I'm saying everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But all I'm saying is don't be fooled by what archaeologists are saying, because their entire field although quite respectful, is based only on the observation and the assumption that things happened at a certain point in time based on the environmental factors, based on soil, based on everything else. So I don't want to argue. I'm just saying what I know, supporting my husband here, Sasha, who is quite
It
much
was a
lighter
pleasure
than
to
I
hear
am.
you, madam.
Sorry?
It was a pleasure to hear you, madam.
Pleasure is all mine. I'll hand you over to him because I have motherly duties to go back to.
Madam, please go do that because it's very, very late.
Yes, good night.
Indeed.
Yay, Sasha.
Gospođo, zemlja je okrugla.
Yeah, that was no, because of carbon dating, that story and everything. Because I asked her that I didn't understand almost anything, but on the end, what she wanted to tell me shortly, it is not scientifically proven anything about that, and
yes,
I was trust her, you know. And people was like, okay, archaeology, and you have other, let's call science. What is not science? You need to practically you have chemistry, biochemistry, something in physics and
Sasha, Macedonia or Bosnia?
Croatia.
Croatia, okay.
Or let's say Yugoslavia, but it's dead.
Yeah, you sound, I don't know, like Bosnia, but okay.
I still think archaeology can be counted under science. So I agree it's more gray than, for example, chemistry.
What would
Because,
be
I
the
mean,
natural cause and effect relationship you'd be testing for in archaeology?
cause and effect. Well, I mean, you could argue that what is the reason that was written about this town and the causes it existed.
Sorry, I was doing something and I didn't really hear that. If somebody else wants to jump on it, though.
Well, you said effect, so cause and effect. Well, you could argue that the only reason that, if for my hypothetical situation, what's the effect that? Well, why was it written about this town in this text? And you could say the cause is because it existed. And then you try to
What
prove
the hell,
that
dude? Listen, you're going to be testing phenomena, right? You're going to observe a natural phenomenon, then you make a prediction about what causes it, and you test that with the experiment. So you observe phenomenon, that's step one. This thing happening in nature, whatever that is, you're going to form a supposition about what caused it, and you're going to try to manipulate that cause to demonstrate whether or not it actually is the cause of the effect. So what in archaeology would you do that fits that criteria?
I don't know. It's not a standard form of science. I agree. So yeah, I guess with that definition, it wouldn't be. But I think it's
Yeah,
still
that's
widely
natural
considered.
science and the scientific method. That's what it is. Go ahead, sorry.
I agree with that definition. I guess if you're gonna just purely base it on phenomenon in that nature, I think you could argue that it's not a science. But I mean, I still think it's widely,
All right.
or at least it's widely seen as a science. That's why I
Well, it's a
personally thought it was
study,
a
but
science.
it's not natural science.
Oh no, it's not natural science, but I didn't know we were talking about just natural science.
All right, that's okay.
Yeah, a lot of fields these days are like really gray when it comes to science. For example, psychology. They keep trying to be a science, but I think it's pseudoscience. I think neuroscience is obviously science, a real science, because it actually studies the brain, whilst psychology tries to interpret whatever a fucking human does.
Yeah, well, the same is with could you believe that?
You cut out, so I don't know.
Could you believe that astrophysics is a pseudoscience just like psychology?
I mean, doesn't astrophysics? Well, I mean, I guess they do work with more hypothesis than anyone else. But I mean, you could say that. Well, I mean, they can't really experiment. Well, I mean, they can observe, I guess, using modern equipment. But I mean, since you're a flat earther, I'm assuming you don't think it's a science because what they say goes against in everything you believe.
Well, observation is part of the scientific method.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Um,
for example, a big part of
but
astrophysics these days is using
not
long-range satellites and
well, observation is part of the scientific method, but by itself, it is not science.
no,
Yeah, I was going to say what
well, normally yeah,
what part of astrophysics is science?
yeah, it's difficult because you should normally like in the most common form of scientific method, you would have a researcher who actively creates a situation, for
Right.
example, and then conduct research
Yeah,
in it. But
because you
that's kind
gotta
of hard.
you gotta think
Yeah,
about
You're
what
gonna
they
manipulate.
but
Sorry,
that's
go
kind of
ahead.
hard.
Go
That's
ahead.
kind of hard to do so with the black hole, who's
Right.
like millions of light years away.
Yeah, because in science you're going to manipulate what you think is the cause, right? And you obviously
Yeah,
can't really
but
do that with
you could
anything in the
argue.
sky.
Yeah, but you could argue though that they, for example, they know an asteroid is going to hit the moon, for example, and they're going to say, "Oh, we have
When
this hypothesis."
when
No,
Can
I'm
I
just
ask
giving
you
I'm giving you I'm
when
giving you.
what is
wait
different
one sec,
between
one
what
sec,
is
Sasha.
okay?
I
Sorry,
just
sorry.
no, there's 30 seconds. When have they predicted an asteroid to hit the moon, and when have
No,
they
I'm saying
observed it?
no, I'm saying it's a hypothetical situation. Just bear with me. So let's say they know an asteroid is going to hit the moon, right? And whilst they
When
can't, it's a hypothetical situation. It's not real.
we don't do
Like,
hypotheticals here.
it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I get it.
Well, what would
Yeah.
be the
Sorry,
cause and
Sasha.
effect
Go ahead.
proposition here? Like,
Yeah.
what would even be the observed phenomenon? Then what would you suppose was the cause? And then, like, furthermore, what are you going to do to actually manipulate that cause and test its effects?
Well, you can manipulate it though, unfortunately. That's the main issue.
Yeah,
I agree.
exactly.
That's what
I don't
yeah.
even really see what the clear like observed phenomenon would be though in this scenario.
Well, I mean, you could argue that if they for some reason saw an asteroid hit the moon and they had beforehand like an hypothesis on what would happen, and they just observe it happen, then you could say you know, they had an
Okay,
experiment.
Okay, so like a thing happening on moon, supposed cause asteroid collision.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to be manipulating that. That's speculation territory.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's pretty safe to say that if we see an explosion happen the very nanosecond that a meteor hits, and I think you could probably,
Manipulate the size of the asteroid.
Did you say black holes?
no one said black holes.
Black
Oh,
matter, earlier.
Yeah.
Dark
No,
matter.
I was saying.
Yeah.
I was
Okay,
saying.
no,
I was.
you
I was
said black
saying
holes.
earlier. Yeah, earlier I was saying I was agreeing with everyone here. That's kind of hard to interfere with black holes for current humans at our
Okay,
stage of
what is
technology.
different? What is different between white and black holes?
White and black
One's
holes?
black,
No,
one's white.
No, wait. I am asking very serious.
No clue.
No clue. Do you think that white holes exist?
I've never heard of white holes, so except for maybe my asshole, but
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm telling you, there is a lot of white holes. I made observations.
You have white
Yeah.
holes? You mean stars?
No, white holes in the space. There is white holes.
White holes? Oh,
Yeah.
don't you mean just the fact that they
Do you
look
know what?
white
Do
because
you know what
light?
is the same? Do you know what is the same with white holes and black holes?
Nope. I feel
They
like
are
you're gonna
both.
tell me.
They are both never ever proven. And did you hear? Did you hear for the orange holes?
Now you're making it up.
No, of course.
No, it's
No,
not
no, no, no,
made
no, no,
up.
no, no. No, I'm not making up.
They're equally real with black holes.
Orange
The
holes.
orange holes, white
haven't
holes,
they
and the
observed black
the,
holes?
the orange holes, white holes, and black holes has this again the same thing. Same
Haven't
thing.
they observed black holes
Yeah,
though?
but
They are
white
never
holes.
ever. They are never ever proven. You
Yeah,
can
but
get
haven't
white
now all
holes.
colors of
Listen,
you. You
there
can
is a
Well,
you can.
difference.
isn't that wrong?
There is
Isn't
a
that wrong? That
difference.
they have
White,
observed
white.
black holes, have they not?
Oh my God. You got a word in.
Yeah, have they not observed black holes? Like, I think there's a difference. You know, there's
Where?
There is a
Where have you
difference.
have you
seen
ha-
balls?
have
There
you
is
have
a
you well
difference
have you not seen
between
that very
white
famous
hole.
picture, I think a year ago, which was the first picture
That
ever taken of a
that
black
that
hole?
that
Unless
that
unless you're
orange
saying
that black thing with orange thing around.
yes, that's the light
Why
or
we don't call
the
that orange hole? Because it's orange. It's not black.
no, it's not
There's
called
no
The
such
orange.
thing
name's
as
I
different
think
irrelevant.
colors.
The name's irrelevant.
You
It is
can't
not.
see them.
yeah,
It
the
is
name is
not.
irrelevant. Okay, so you know why they call it black hole? Because the actual thing is black, as no light can actually escape it, and the things around it is just things moving really fucking fast.
That thing is orange around. Why is not blue?
Probably I don't know, a scientific reason for it. I don't know. Probably a good reason for it. No clue.
So
Okay,
have
that means the
you
black
have you
holes.
seen
That means that
have you seen a black hole?
every black hole has the orange around, and it's circular.
Well, there's a good chance it's circular. Yeah, there's a good chance most of it's going to be
Yeah.
circular.
Can hole be like a other shape?
Letter shape?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have not done any
Did you ever
deep
dig?
dive on
Did you
black
ever
holes.
dig the hole in your life? For example, graves. Are there? Is a grave a hole?
Oh yes, we would say grave is a
Is
hole.
it
Yes.
is it is it is it circular? Is it round?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what you believe, man. Stories, came from space. It's
Well,
it's
we do
even
have
worse.
picture again. We do have
White
picture of
holes
black holes.
We
matter
do
to
have a
you.
picture. I can show you. I can make you picture from my Christmas tree. Zoom it in, and
Oh, okay,
I
but
will show you the black hole.
okay. But then you should just say that in the first place that you don't believe, or you say that they're lying, or whatever. That would have been so much easier for you to just say that outright, don't you think?
But why you believe?
Well, I mean, because it was produced by, I would say, people who have no reason to really lie about this. The scientific theory for it has existed a little bit longer than its observation. Yeah,
What
I don't see.
observation?
I don't.
Sorry. No, wait. What observation?
The picture of the black hole. That's, I think, a
You
picture you
think
could see
that
as
was
an
a picture
observation.
of a black hole?
I
Are you
I
serious?
I also don't want to
Maybe not.
lie to you, but there is white holes,
Yeah. One
But
sec.
you don't want to
So before you said
believe me.
before you said a black hole
Oh,
was
guys,
before you said a
guys,
black hole was wait one sec. Before you said a black hole was something that doesn't let light escape it. Yeah. That we said before.
Yeah, because it's
So
right.
why is it orange around the outside of it?
No, those are things moving around it. So
You
that
sure about that? I think you should check that image
no,
and find out where it came from. Because that's not a picture.
it's not a picture.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a virtual simulation, recreation,
Well,
digital
I do suppose you guys are a bit.
history.
I do suppose you guys are against pictures because there's picture of the Earth being round, and I'm
It's
assuming
not a
you guys
picture.
also.
There are no
Okay.
pictures. There are
Those
no
are
pictures.
images.
But I'm
Like,
assuming then. So what do you
Look
personally
at
think about like the
look at
these
look at
space
what you
explorations?
believe. I posted. Look what you believe. Look at that. Look at very carefully.
Look at what? Oh
This
yeah,
is
that
black
yeah.
hole.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's picture made
I
by
mean,
some
I
expensive
mean,
equipment, so
I
you
mean,
know.
when
Don't we just
can you
show the
show?
colors?
Can we say like this? If we
There's different.
take 1,000 people and we don't tell them anything, only show this picture and ask them, what do you people think this it is? And they will say like this: I see some kind of hole and some orange thing around, and then I see some blackness also, and that's all. It could be ring, it could be donut, it could be light in the distance with some whatever. It could be head of something. It could be whatever.
Well, I mean, I think if you have any issues regarding with the photo and you think it's fake, you could always like
Photo.
genuinely
Uh,
since you're
Is
genuinely
that a
Alex,
photo?
convinced. No, but listen,
Is that
if you're genuinely convinced that's not a photo or you have issues with maybe a black hole theory,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure
Alex,
the researchers I'm actually pretty sure the researchers who conducted this
now?
field study and were
Now,
experts in
now,
this, I'm pretty sure you
now?
can send them an
Alex,
email. I'm pretty sure you
Yeah.
can send them an email.
Can I post another picture now, please? And you will tell me what you see. Just a second. Give
I
me
feel like
give
this
me
is gonna
10
be
seconds.
the biggest
Take
retard
your
gotcha I
time,
think I've ever
Sasha.
seen.
No.
Uh,
It will be very
Alex,
good,
I
Yeah.
wanna
interesting picture.
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have
Go
it.
ahead.
Yeah.
Just
So, do you know what are um, the most used holes in the world?
The most
Your
used
mom?
hole.
Your
Yeah,
mom.
that's what he was gonna say.
uh,
I posted. What do you see? What do you see on the second picture?
Wait, hold up, Glow Buddy.
well,
You gotta
according
understand something. These people, they
Or what
distrust all
makes?
authority. So anything that is coming from authority, they don't trust it.
Well, let's
Okay,
see what you
that's
see
all I
on the
gotta say.
second picture.
I see two platforms.
Okay.
Have you
Not
heard?
this one. Not
Have
this
you
Do,
one.
ever
do you
heard
see?
of
Do you see? Do you
Matilda?
see the? Do you see the ocean on that picture?
Yes, I do.
You see the? Do you see the ocean behind the oil rig? Second one.
Yeah, it looks like the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like or it is ocean because when you look the first picture, you are saying that is black hole. Now I'm asking you, do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
Now the color is pretty unclear at the end.
Is
So
it oil rig? Is it oil rig? Is it oil rig in the ocean?
oh, maybe yeah. Looks like it, as I said. Yeah.
Okay. 10 meters behind oil rig, is it water there?
Um.
You are not sure, huh? Maybe because
No, I'm
I'm
not
not
sure.
showing you space. Because if I show you space, again, if you look at the first picture, you will
No,
tell
you
me
know why?
immediately it's a black
You know
hole.
why I'm more.
But
You know
now
why
you
I'm
have
more
you
wary.
are
No,
now
look.
you are listen.
Okay.
This is my point. When I show you first picture, you will say this is black hole because the satellites. I don't know. This is a picture. When I show you the picture of 10 miles of the water and ocean, you are struggling to tell me this is the ocean. That's very interesting.
No, I think I'm more wary because it seems like you're trying to
Very
do a gotcha.
paranoid.
Yeah, I'm paranoid.
It's
And
interesting
to be
that you'll
fair,
disprove his picture of a black hole as an image, but this image here, I can't physically go and see this. So to me, this is an image. The picture of two oil rigs in the distance. It's an image to me. I can't verify that.
You can go there and do
Okay.
the same thing.
If
Where is
you
it?
go, if
well,
you go there, if
well,
you
I
go
mean,
on the
technically, you could take the same picture of the black hole with the equipment.
With the telescope.
really?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
With
unless
the Nikon
unless
P900, you can
well,
take a
I mean, no. To
photo of
be
a
fair,
Can
black
you
hole.
to be fair, it's probably a little bit harder to
Okay,
recreate
the
the
same,
exact photo.
the same question. Can you go there and make a picture of that two oil rigs?
Yeah, probably.
And what if you make the same picture? What is like?
I
What
would hope.
what is
I
that?
would hope. I would hope I would make one where it's not as shitty as an image and where it doesn't have yellow text platform
Okay.
habitat 9.4
I don't think you
1 miles.
can.
Okay.
Pretty shitty picture. Who made this picture?
Okay. Can I
So you've
post you
got
another?
a
Can
one
I
sec.
post
That
you
One
another?
picture
sec.
Can I
is
post you?
made with
Can I
the
post you?
Nikon P900
Hey,
camera at
Just a second, maybe.
86
1 sec.
zoom.
Yeah,
Hey,
pictures are
so
taken, not made.
Okay,
one
wait.
sec.
Just
So you've got a shitty image of a black hole, and then he shows you an image, a still shot from a video that you can reconfirm, and you're saying it's a shitty image, so you can't trust it, but you trust the one that's a black hole.
okay. I posted now again. Can you
Well,
see now? Can you see now this picture? It will stop on the end to make that picture.
Yeah, it looks
What's
like the
that?
ocean. Yeah,
Is that a picture?
that's a GIF that you sent.
Is that a picture?
No, it's a GIF.
It's a GIF. That mean that somebody moved that, or that's real, maybe. Because you can make a GIF something, you know. Is it this photo montage of reality, or is it maybe it's real?
That looks
It's a
real.
video,
I don't know.
so it's image frames. It was built on image frames. Come on. It's
Yeah,
a video.
it's a video. It's a GIF. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
so
asking me if it's real
it is
or?
an image, a million images.
And what do you see on that
It's not
video?
a million images.
You took a still
I
photo.
I
100.
still see two. I still see two platforms. Yeah, like can you get to your point? Because I'm almost
Yeah.
falling
Do you
asleep.
see the
So you,
horizon? Do you see horizon?
Yes, I do see the horizon.
Where is the
The video
horizon?
of the horizon.
And where is
Still,
horizon?
yeah. Well, I mean, I can't exactly point it out, can I? It's not like you can see me point it out. So yeah, it's above the ocean line and under the skyline.
You can
Yeah.
take a screenshot and put a line there where you think it is. So
And
you
where?
actually can point it out.
You don't have to go there to that particular point to perform a black swan either. You can. All you need is a body of water, a significantly large body of water with some distance markers, and get to down to
Yeah.
1
So
foot
yeah.
above the
Okay.
water.
So yes, I can see the horizon. What's your point?
And where it is?
I was just getting to that. So if you have any significantly large body of water and with distance markers in the distance, and you get down to 1 foot observer height, and with your zoom camera or telescope or whatever it is you're using, you zoom in and you see a horizon beyond the 1.225 mile limitation that the globe says there is, then you've debunked it. You've debunked that geometric horizon.
Or let's do mathematics. If horizon should to be on 1.22 mile and it's more than 10 miles, how much percentually that it's off? 1% or 3%?
What? Sorry, can you repeat that? Wasn't
If globe model saying that you need to have geometrical horizon 1.22 miles, but you see the horizon more than 10 miles, is it that 1% off or 3% off?
if it's 10 miles and you can see 1.22 or other way around?
How much
I'm sorry,
off
but
is that?
I'm
1%
reading
or
some this.
3%?
No
I'm
clue, man.
asking
I'm
you.
not paying attention. Don't just say what you want to say instead of asking. I'm busy with
Okay.
something at the same time.
Okay.
Just say what you want to say.
Mathematically, this is 1,000% off.
Yeah, that's 1,000. Wait, from 1 mile to 10 miles? That's
Yeah.
not 1,000%. Oh, no, it
It's
is. Sorry. Yeah, it is. No, it is. Yes. My bad.
What
is
he's
that
trying to say.
is that a lot or a little bit?
It's a lot, yeah. 1,000% of something is a lot more than the original. Yeah, it's a correct assumption.
Do you know what would be radius if
All of it.
that horizon is geometrical? That on 10 miles.
No clue.
It would be something near to the moon.
250,000 miles.
Practically, you could go on that oil rig and fish on the moon. Second one. Go to the second
So,
and go to fishing.
what
And
if
you
the
go.
photo's fake?
What photo's fake?
All of it.
It's not a photo. It's a still from a video.
Well,
the videos are just a bunch of photos pasted together.
Oh,
aren't
really?
they?
But look at now again.
Okay.
You are again struggling with the 10 miles view. But the black
it's
hole.
recreational.
We have instruments. We have satellites. It's showing. We have people who realize. And black hole is there. Look at the picture. But when we watch the 10 miles, only 10 miles, we are struggling. Look. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's there. Maybe it's not there. Oh, it's 1,000 of. I don't know what is happening. What is going
Well,
on?
I am
What
honestly,
kind
you're
of
kind of being okay. So I'll be honest, right? I haven't been paying attention because you keep asking like questions, and you keep being like, I don't know, really incohesive. I'll be honest, I haven't been paying attention to you the last 10 minutes at all.
3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon measurement should be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That means if we get down to 1 foot observer height, we should see a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles, right? And in this image, where the observer was at 1 foot, we're seeing a horizon which is clearly beyond, even though there is no measurable distance to any horizon. Right? It's clearly beyond the 9.6
Is it
mile distance
recreational?
marker.
Is it
So
recreational?
you can do, like I said earlier, you can do this with any significant large body of water where you have distance markers, right, in the distance that are known distances from the shoreline, right? You get down to 1 foot observer height, and you take an image, or you observe through your telescope or whatever you want to do, and if you see a horizon beyond 1.225 miles, you've debunked that claim. No sphere.
We're still on about this?
There you go. There's my
How
video.
long it takes to get
My
through to a
video.
globe?
You can't say it's fake.
Yeah, to get through a glober's skull, this is how long it takes.
Yeah. I mean,
We're
but
still
you guys
going.
are the ones
Yeah,
who say that. But you guys are
9.4,
the ones.
more
But you
than
guys. Well,
1.2, 1.2,
okay.
the geometric limitation of the shape that you think you live on. That's it. Pretty easy. We shouldn't have to talk about it this long. I kind of agree with the guy.
Well, I mean, you guys are the ones first to like say that everything is a conspiracy theory and every photo
Oh
or
no,
proof
we
is
don't.
fake.
We don't say that. So if
Everything.
you're
Oh, you
just gonna
don't?
straw
Oh, you
man, if
don't?
you're just gonna straw man, then this is gonna be the end of the conversation. We'll just mute you
No,
because
but
that's not the position.
isn't that?
Listen,
But
everything that we
isn't
just said and your take on it is you guys just say everything is a conspiracy. That's not addressing literally anything that we just said to you.
yeah?
So if
No,
that's the
I
kind
don't
of
know.
This is
I don't know
denial.
enough about.
shut up. If that's the kind of conversation it is, we're just gonna mute you and talk to someone else because that's fucking
Yeah, no,
pointless.
I don't know. I don't know where this picture was taken. I can't verify the distance or whatever.
want
So
to,
yeah,
Okay,
you
I
that's
want
can't really
fair.
you
say
No,
want
much
that's
about
a
it.
fair response. But you guys say everything is a conspiracy, is not.
No, well, I mean,
Well, you do.
we did. Well, you do, but you do,
No,
don't you?
that's not the position. That's not the
Straw
argument
man.
we're making. We're not going, dudes,
But
everything
you
is a
do.
conspiracy. Check it out. There's no globe. No, we don't. It's still a fucking straw man. We just went through the
Space
geometry
stations
of
are
your
flying
claim. Shut
donut.
up, you fucking idiot. We just went through the geometry of your claim, right? And showed how that's false. And your comeback is, oh, you guys just say everything's a conspiracy. Completely non
Okay.
sequitur,
Is
red
there?
herring. Try to track with us.
Where's the link? Is there like an original link of that video that was made, or is
uh,
there any?
no
Yes,
man. Again, you are struggling. You are
that's
struggling.
Well, I'm
You
asking.
no no you
I just want to give him credit, though. That's a fair response. Is there a video? Is there a link I can look at for what you just showed me? No problem there. Yes, there is. We'll post it.
Yeah, but why is that conspiracy? That one, what we, you, me, everybody can test it. But that what is coming from the space, that black hole, that's not conspiracy. That's a real photo.
Well, I mean, there are plenty of private companies who also have satellites, so it doesn't necessarily have to be from the
Yeah,
states.
that means that what we can. That means what I cannot do, you cannot do, nobody can do. We need to trust the people who send the satellites and made the picture.
Yeah,
But
in
we can.
fact, as an example, Red Bull sometimes does their like athletes jump out of a plane, which is in space, where you can clearly see there's a curvature as well. So I wouldn't say it's all
Really?
safe. Yes.
Also that one. Okay.
So it's not exactly. It's not.
How? Okay, can you tell me something?
Cool, I won't
How high was that jump?
high enough to be in space. That's why it's a space
Can you tell
jump.
me how? Tell me the number, please. That's very important.
I don't know the exact number, but they used weather balloons and the
We
balloons
know.
popped. They were so up high.
It was
So high up, so I-
128,000 feet.
Is that
128,000 feet.
how much miles is that?
I don't know.
About
Google
22 miles, 23, 24 miles.
23 miles. Okay. How much is diameter of the Earth?
like what? I don't know.
Like if you go up from the Earth, you will see the diameter because that's the that's the sphere.
Yeah, but you
Down,
can still see the curvature from so high up, can't you? Because if it's
let's
flat,
make
if
a
it's
math.
flat,
Let's make a math. You
'cause
have
if
the
it's flat, you can
the
just
I
you
will
know.
I will I
look
will
up.
help you. I will help you. 8,000 miles is diameter that you have down, and now you have 22 miles above 8,000 miles.
Yeah, correct.
And you see the curvature from 22 miles, and you have down surface of 8,000 miles.
Okay, but since you would be in space, you would be able to see the entire planets from
I'm
such a height.
telling you, you are 22 miles
No.
above the 8,000 miles.
It's okay. He has a rudimentary understanding of this, Ash. I don't think he didn't get the geometry claim with the black swan. I don't think he's going to understand what you're talking about here, dude.
But
The
doesn't
thing
matter.
is, they weren't.
You can put that in.
Is he talking about the Felix Baumgartner, John?
Yes, and I posted a video of an expert's response to that video.
Okay, you should watch that.
54 minutes.
You should watch that. So he wasn't even in
And then you
space. That's not the
earlier,
claim.
and then you asked earlier for the video of the still shot, and I posted that above that at 53 minutes. So you can watch both of those.
Yeah, hold on, I'm watching a YouTube video that someone sent.
They even have a fast forward function on YouTube. You can listen to it in really fast chipmunk voice.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I can just listen to it regularly.
Maybe if you want to know, that was 22 miles. RSS, they're claiming they are, how many? 250 miles. Even with that height, you cannot see the curvature.
Yeah.
Only 3%.
Yeah. We got
You
a
must-
planetarium director on video saying that mathematically it should be impossible to see curve from that height, even 250 miles above the surface. And you're talking about 128,000 feet, where it's already been admitted that the curvature in the image was imposed by a lens.
Sorry, what'd you
He
say?
was
I'm watching a
nowhere.
YouTube video.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this video just saying what you guys said. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Yeah. Well, I thought you could at least maybe like see some kind of curvature, or at least make some understanding of its shape from that height, but apparently not. Well, I mean, maybe you can make some distinguishes of its
You must
height,
be
like
you
its
must
shape.
be on the edge of that thing to see that curvature if it's spherical from that height.
I mean, technically you can't see it from the space station either, but I think you could still make some assumptions from that space station, I would assume. Well, I mean, you guys have to be get to the space station as well, right? Because you would have they're orbiting the Earth, which kind of means they definitely don't agree with you guys.
Who is orbiting?
Space.
So then there's a
Orbiting.
couple of things to that. Okay. To claim that it's in the vacuum of outer space is to go against natural law, right? And then to claim that in order for it to be an orbit, it has to be making free fall around a sphere. That's also an assumption, right? If it's just an object that's flying or floating in the sky, then
No,
it doesn't
it is
have to be
clearly
free
said that
falling
it's
around the
it's
Earth as
clearly
a
said
disk,
it's yeah,
right?
but
Space
they
doesn't
clearly
exist.
state that they
It would be
clearly
nice.
state that
It would be nice if you could let someone finish their, point before you start talking.
yeah. Go ahead, finish your point.
Okay, and then you would also have to assume that it's free falling around a ball, which we don't have a measurement for the ball. So then the other choice is that it's just flying over a plane, right? Then that would be what the orbit is. So
Yeah, but
if they are at 250 miles above the plane and they wouldn't see a curve. Even if they were on a globe, the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, 3%, they don't see a sphere edge, right? They still see a flat level horizon because
yeah, that's correct.
the
That's what
rest
was
of
stated
it is
earlier.
still behind that geometric space.
Yeah, that's correct. But I mean, if it would be a plateau, then they would eventually, because of orbit, go behind the plateau, which, according to them, they have not. Or at least there's no reason to suggest that they have gone behind the
But
plateau.
did you watch the live stream of ISS?
Of the ISS, no, I have. Well, I mean, I watched
There
some
there is
some
there
videos
is
of ISS.
there is no such thing that there is flat horizon. Always it's curving all the time, all 24 hours.
Harvey, what do you mean? Like the cameras that they use?
Yeah.
Yeah, people do tend to use those cameras because they they have
Yeah,
broader
but if
imagery
you cannot
than
see the
normal ones.
curvature from that height, only if you are on the edge or if they're traveling, how you can have all the time 24/7 the curvature?
Because they use those cameras because they have broader imagery. It's like those 360 degrees cameras. You know those 360-degree cameras.
Man,
Yeah,
did I
no, it's
told
not
you
because
8,000
it's
miles,
not.
250 miles?
Yeah, it's not. It's not because they can see it that way. It's because the camera is built that way
Camera is built to see what?
to be more curvy, to have a broader imagery. Like as I said, those 360-degree cameras. It's to have broader imagery. I would
Yeah.
assume that's the reason, at least, that they use those. It seems the most logical reason that they have. Because if you use the regular cameras, you're gonna have very narrow imagery.
You didn't
Are
get
you
it
guys
again.
are you guys on a point with Archeon?
Look at this photo. Here's the ISS.
Are you
Tell me
talking
how
about
they
ISS?
stitched the clouds together on Earth.
I don't know. Is Alex muted for any reason, or just asking?
Because he called them
Alex was
conspiracy
jumping,
theories.
making straw man claims. Like we were trying to talk about the horizon, and he was saying, "Well, you guys are you all are calling everything a conspiracy. So why should we listen to you?"
Oh, he was saying that. Okay.
Yeah,
was-
you shouldn't mute him forever though, Miggy.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna actually get him off of mute once you guys are done with Archeon, or are we good with Archeon? Or is it just like ISS? Is this just
That
ISS talk?
boy,
He's just on a
I
loop.
think he was done
Okay.
cooking
It
a
is
while
ISS
ago.
talk.
They just keep flipping him. They're hoping it's gonna get better the longer they cook it.
Yeah,
He's gonna get burnt.
Hey, with some luck, commercial space travel will become easier and easier.
sounds
And
fun.
That's not
You know,
Yeah,
maybe
tell me,
maybe
Horizon Galactic, give me my fucking money back.
maybe you can use a commercial flight to go behind the plateau or
You
all right.
think
Well,
the commercial?
that's
You
on the
think
interesting.
warp
that
side.
you
Hey, maybe you could get me my money back for the first one I paid for and they never delivered.
you think
How
the
about that?
commercial?
Well, how much
Commercial.
did you pay for it? How much did you pay for the commercial space flight?
You think the commercial flight will curve the water in future?
Because those are millions of dollars you would have to pay for an actual commercial space flight.
All
Which
right,
Do you think?
Archeon.
Do you think
Do
that
you
Yeah.
not
commercial
know
flight
about?
will curve the
Listen,
water
you've
in
been saying
future?
that for multiple generations. Do you not know people already sold that shit and got sued because they never fucking panned out?
Well, I mean, yeah, people do get scammed,
They
but
can
I
keep
mean,
telling you
I
the
think
same lie. In 2025, we're going to be on Mars. But here we are, 50 years after they told us that the first time, and we're still not there. We were supposed to be on the moon by now with bases. What the fuck happened, man? I'm a Buck Rogers, bitch. What's up?
So outside of the ISS, Archeon, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe outside of the ISS?
I'm sure well, I mean, I know there's scientific theories, but I do not know them by heart now.
Okay, so you only have the ISS as evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Can you use like lasers to point on the Earth to show curvature?
He said theory too.
No, yeah, but I mean, I'm asking Archeon because are you guys together, Alex? You and Archeon?
No,
No,
I
I
was
don't
just
know.
thinking of another
Listen,
point.
that's why he got muted, bro.
Oh, he was interrupting. Oh yeah, just Alex. Usually when we talk to one person, we like to focus on them actually giving some answers back. However, you could think about the questions that we're asking him because we might ask you after we ask him, but we want him to think about the questions we're asking him. That's why we don't want
Okay.
other people to talk. Like we don't want you to talk for him. We want him to talk for
You don't
himself.
need a co-pilot.
So,
Anyway, he's a grown
Archeon,
man.
so if you're saying that the Earth is a globe, that's basically for your standpoint. Do you know if anybody has ever measured this curvature that they say that we're on? You know, because we're standing on a ball, right? Has anybody ever measured the surface curvature that you know of?
Well, I do know it first. I do know the first theory of it came up in Greek ancient history, but as I said,
Okay.
We're not
I'm not an
talking about
astrophysicist.
theory.
Well, you don't need to be an astrophysicist. An astrophysicist
Well, I
deals with
mean,
this with this
you could say that anyone who
Archeon.
has
Yeah, but you interrupted
circumnavigated.
me, sir. I was laying something out for you. An astrophysicist deals with the sky, right? They don't deal with the ground. So, like dealing with the ground, the shape of the Earth, right? That's terrestrial. So, do you know anybody who's ever measured the curvature? Or you don't have to say you're not an astrophysicist or any other scientist or anything. The only answer you should give is yes, I know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know.
Okay. And also, that's the first thing. The surface curvature would be the number one thing to go on. But we also have the spin of the Earth, right? Axial rotation. So, anytime in history, because they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? What about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator? So, anytime in history, do you know if anybody's ever measured or detected that the Earth's spinning on its axis?
No, I don't know. Mabel, I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Well, you know or you don't know. I mean, it's cool to say you don't know. It's just we're just getting the knowledge from you. You can be honest with us. If you don't know,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
fine.
know.
Okay. The third question that I would ask you is the last one. They're telling us that we're flying around in a cosmic vacuum. Not really flying, but you get the idea. They're telling us we're going around in a cosmic vacuum. But the vacuum is said to be a super low pressure. I mean, really low. It's almost at the exosphere level, 10 to the negative 6, super low pressure. And on the surface of Earth, it's said to be around 14 psi, somewhere right around there. So we're breathing air pressure right now. Now, according to what we understand with gas pressure, if you have any type of gas pressure and you have an open space that has a lower pressure, the gas will expand to fill the available space. That's what gas does, right? Like think about it like this. If you have a balloon, when you put air in the balloon, it gets pressurized. When you let go of the nozzle where you're blowing air in, the air rushes out into any and all directions. You understand that simple analogy,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah, that's
So
yeah. I
so
know
when we're
that. Yeah.
yeah. So when we're talking about the Earth pressurized, right? It's got pressure inside of it right now. And we have the super low pressure of the vacuum of space. How is it possible to have that gas pressure without a container? There's nothing to contain it from the vacuum. How do
Well,
we
I mean,
maintain gas pressure?
I think that there isn't. Well, again, I can't quote the specific scientific theory for it, but I'm pretty sure it's gravity. No,
Well,
pretty sure.
what do you know the answer or are you just guessing?
I think it's gravity. Yeah, I know. I think it's gravity.
Okay, so if you think that it is, and would you state that you know or you don't know? Because if you kind of don't know, I'm going to ask you some questions of follow-up questions about it. But if you don't know, then I'll just say, well, you can defer to the scientists and say, well, they figured it out. I don't know. That's fine.
Yeah, they figured out. I don't know.
Okay. So with the fact that we're talking about the Earth surface curvature and the Earth spinning in the vacuum of space, it becomes a blind belief because there's none of the things that were answered by you, by your own admission. You didn't say
No,
I
it's
know
true.
and then followed up with information.
No,
So
it, no, it's true.
what
Yeah.
it stands yeah, what it stands to reason right now is that you're just following a blind belief that you think it's true, not that it is, just that you believe it is. That's all. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah. But I
Right.
never have seen any real reason to project their theory, at least.
Well,
So
it's more of a belief, right? Like you know how when you hear a really good story, you want it to be true? That's kind of what this is like. They're telling you a really good story, they're showing you images, they're showing you video, and it sounds so amazing that your mind makes it real. It's not real in reality. There is no such thing as a globe. It becomes real in your
oh,
imagination. So you
so
project that out
so
into your
right. So there's an
into the
edge.
real world.
So there's an edge you can walk off.
Oh, the edge that you
No.
can walk off on, we would say that it's a contained system. So if you go in, walk, if you go in a direction to where you're going to the outer extremities, you're going to reach a place where you're going to reach where the container meets the earth, the actual
And is there
contained
any
system.
proof for that, or is that just a belief?
No, it's not a belief, it's a conditional statement because the environment that you and I are in,
No, but do you believe that, or do you have proof
it's not a
of
belief.
it?
It's not a
No,
belief.
oh, so you don't have proof for it.
No, it's
Well,
not a
yeah, I
belief.
told you we
It's
could look
conditional.
for it.
So
We
check
could
this
look
out.
for it together, but you're going
It's a
over the edge if we find
yeah.
it.
So it's a conditional statement. It means that if you say that the Earth that we live in is a contained system, that to be contained, right, means that you can achieve gas pressure in a container. Without a container, you cannot have gas pressure. So the air pressure that
Well,
we have right
yeah,
now,
but that would be
the
gravity,
air
no?
no, I'm telling you. So if you have a
I mean,
container,
gravity's kind of a container.
all right, so just hold tight, Archeon. I know you're really excited and you want to say it's gravity. I'm going to actually give you a chance to demonstrate that. But let me lay this out to you this way. Gas pressure is defined by the force per unit area on the walls of its molecules to collide with. Therefore, there is no pressure. Now, for example, think about this conditional statement. If the container is not present, then the gas pressure cannot be defined. So if I have no container, then I cannot define gas pressure. I cannot define it. So if you're saying that gravity is a container, that means that it's not a physical container. It is a gravity, which is not physical, right? Then you're going to have to demonstrate gas pressure with gravity as a container. Can you demonstrate that for us?
No clue.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Right. So we can demonstrate all day long gas pressure inside of a container all day. We can show you many examples, right? A bike tire, an air tank, a balloon, anything that can be a container can hold gas
Yeah, but you
pressure.
can't show the container. Yeah, but you can't show the container around Earth
I
because
don't
it
need
doesn't
to. Yeah,
exist.
I don't need to
You
show
don't
you.
need to. So you're
I don't
just
need
gonna
to
use
show you the
analogy.
container. No, I don't
Okay.
need to show you the container because it is conditional. That means that if I don't have a container, I cannot define gas pressure. It can only be defined
Well,
by the walls of its container. That's how you define gas pressure. It's a conditional statement. If you do not have the walls of the container where the gas pressure exerts its force upon, then you have no gas pressure.
yeah, but can't you then also say, for example, when you put water and oil, for example, in the
Water and
bottle,
gas
and the
can never be
density.
equal in pressure. They're not the same.
Yeah, water
Yeah, no, but
water and gas are
they're
not the
layered on
same.
each other. Yeah, but they're layered on each
Yeah,
other, are they not?
No, they're not layered. That whole layered idea is not how it works. They're in different categories altogether. So
yeah.
when you think about gas pressure and liquid pressure, there's two different types of pressure, right?
Yes, there
So
is.
they're not the same. So gas pressure exerts a force on the walls of its container. It's omnidirectional. And water is a liquid. They're both fluids. Gas and water are fluids,
No,
but
they're not.
they're different. They're different, and they're one of them is a liquid, and the other is a gas. So their properties are
Exactly.
different.
But they both display fluid movements that don't make them
Yes.
both fluid.
Do you understand, Archeon? Like at least for this perspective, you have to understand that gas and
Yeah,
water
no,
are different.
you're trying to say that there's no reason for the oxygen in my worldview to not escape the Earth, and then you're saying there's a container, but you're not able to show this container, so you show analogy.
You don't need to
We're
listen when
showing
it
the
comes.
need for it.
So yeah,
The
no, you don't need to prove
antecedent
it, of
of
course.
gas
No,
pressure
it's not a.
is
To prove it. No, I get
containment.
it. No, I get it. You
No,
don't
no,
need
no,
to.
no.
You don't need
Listen,
to prove
listen,
it.
listen. It's not about proving a container. It's about showing you that you cannot define. Gas pressure is only defined by its container. If you
You
can't
can't
say if you
demonstrate it
when you say
without.
when you say I have gas pressure, that means there is a physical container that you have. If you were to tell me I have gas pressure in this location, then I already know one simple fact. That gas pressure is contained by the walls of its container. Otherwise, you would not have any gas pressure. That in
It's
my
the
head,
only.
that's what would make sense.
Yeah, it's the
You
only
can't.
way we can demonstrate it, so we can logically say that the antecedent to pressure of gas is containment.
Yep.
So it's a
The
conditional statement through logical progression.
right.
The other thing to add to this point as well is you kept saying gravity, 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 but you can't demonstrate that. No one can demonstrate gravity changing the path of gas particles as they move. So it's something that you also can't demonstrate. You keep turning around.
Sure we can.
Show me the
Well, as
container.
soon as yeah, go ahead, Jerry. Sorry.
All I was going to say is we can't show you the container, but we can demonstrate gas pressure requiring a container to achieve pressure or a pressure gradient. You can't show us gravity acting on gas.
Of course not, because as soon as you've said air pressure, you've already invoked a container, because air pressure is literally the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its
Oh,
container. As soon as you've said
Correct.
those words, you've already invoked a container.
yeah.
It's already over.
I don't know, but listen, I think so.
What do you
I googled
what
it.
do you
I
think
googled
about
it. I
natural law?
googled.
Hold on, Sasha. He's saying something. Go ahead, Arcan.
I googled it, and it says here that the typical speed of an air molecule is basically not fast enough to escape the gravity, which is why it falls back down. It's just pulled here. It doesn't. It's not fast enough. The
Okay,
molecule.
how do you, Archeon, how do you achieve gas pressure?
Yeah, but it's still like
No, but answer the question. How do you achieve gas pressure?
the physical container just earths gravity. Then is it not? Because they can't
No,
escape it. Just like
I'm asking you to think about the question. How do you achieve gas pressure?
yeah, when it's bottled up, isn't like you said earlier. But
Correct.
this
It's
time,
until it's
yeah.
when
So
you
it's
contain
bottled up. It's bottled
yeah,
up
when you now
in the gravity field of
well,
Earth. That's the
yeah,
point. Is not.
we're using the word contain. Bottled up would probably denote something. So when we're talking about gas pressure, it has to be contained in order for there to be gas pressure. If there is no containment,
Yeah.
there is no gas pressure.
Yeah, it's contained by
what?
the fact that it cannot escape Earth's gravity because it's not
Okay,
fast enough.
so now gravity is a container. When do you see gravity going in any vector according to gas pressure gas molecules going into the direction of gravity? When do you see that?
I mean, if oxygen is layered upon the Earth,
Yeah,
is
but
that what you mean?
you're saying oxygen is layered, but you're not giving us a demonstration of how gravity is a container. When I use
I mean, you
listen to this, right?
the
Now, and
gravity
I'll
pulls things
let
down,
you answer
or
the question, Archeon. I'll let you answer the question. If I put air in a balloon and I let go of the nozzle and all the air rushes out, in what direction does that air rush out into?
yeah, into the vacuum, but unless it's
No,
pulled
no, no,
somewhere
no, no.
or
I
no.
mean just like here on Earth. Here on Earth, you blow air in a balloon, right? Just a normal balloon, and you
Yeah,
let
it
go of
wants
the
to escape.
nozzle. Where
Yeah,
in what direction does the air rush out into? What's the direction of the
I
air?
don't know.
Think about it a little bit. Just think about it a little bit. What direction does the air rush out to? If gravity is real, like you say, and it's containing gas, what direction should the gas go?
Oh yeah, it goes to the floor, I guess. Yeah.
Right. Does it go there?
Yes,
I don't
actually
know.
it does.
I don't know. I haven't tracked. I haven't tracked air
But people
molecules.
have, and it does. It falls to the floor just like every other particle does.
Scott, mute your mic.
Shut up, Scott. You literal. Oh, you're
Scott,
No.
you're
Hey
literally
guys, how you
insane,
guys
dude.
doing?
We're trying to talk to someone else that there might still be hope for. Just sit this one out,
Well, did he
please.
bring Larry?
No.
Uh-oh, is
Archeon.
Larry coming? Oh no.
Where's your boyfriend, bro? We're ready.
So Archeon, do you understand? When you let go of the balloon, the nozzle, air rushes out, and I'm going to tell you, into any and all directions. It doesn't have a
Yeah.
direction of down. The air that rushes out of that balloon is not going to go straight down. It rushes into any and all directions, up, down, sideways, left, right. It doesn't matter. It just goes everywhere. It's omnidirectional. Gas doesn't have a vector of down. It goes every vector. Does that make sense?
I guess yeah.
Okay. So the vector of down for gravity bringing gas to the floor is false.
Well, I mean, there is the fact that air is gradually, or oxygen more specifically, gradually decreases the higher you go. So
Yeah, but
if there would be one barrier,
does that
if
have
there
to
would be
do?
one barrier, but if
Sure,
there would be one barrier, how would you be able to explain that?
because gas is produced on the floor. It's produced here on the ground level. It's not produced in the sky. So because it
I
is,
would say
it will be in
Yeah,
the
kinetic
ground.
energy.
but it moves so fast it shouldn't even matter. It's like as you said,
No,
right?
no, wait, 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 wait,
Right.
wait,
If you
wait. You're
open,
saying
no,
it
wait,
moves.
wait, 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 no, no, don't
Hang on,
interrupt me.
Archeon.
Don't interrupt me. Don't
Archeon.
interrupt me. Don't interrupt
How
me. If you open
fast
the
it
balloon,
moves
if you
depends
open,
on its
if you
temperature, its given
if you
temperature.
if you have a completely if you have a house that hasn't have any oxygen open in it, you open the door,
Temperature
right? You open the
matters
door.
too.
You open the door and it starts spreading everywhere, right? And afterwards, you're not gonna notice the difference. And if you're gonna say temperature, um,
Well,
yeah,
What?
but
pressure,
if again,
volume, and temperature can be demonstrated
if you have a
all being
container,
related.
I don't know how you could
Lesser
define your
temperature,
container.
lesser
I don't know how you
pressure.
define your container, but if it's a container like you guys have been explaining with the thing, then temperature should be
Well, if you think
same
about
everywhere.
it, if you think about it,
It's
let's
on
say
you
you
compare
started
to sit in gas pressure.
Let, let's say you started a fire, right? Like a fucking forest fire. The higher you go in the sky, there's going to be less smoke because it's being produced from the ground. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah, and
Right.
for a pressure differential, you need a temperature differential. The two are absolutely related: pressure, volume, and temperature.
Right. Remember, hot
So
air
the
rises.
gas
Do you know
is
that,
more
Archeon?
active as
Yeah,
it's
I'm aware of
warmer. This
hot
is
air
why I
rising.
stick
Yeah.
to kinetic
Okay.
theory.
So what happens to hot air when gravity's not doing anything to it? It's going up. In that simple
Yeah. I
statement,
mean,
it defeats gravity on its face. Gravity doesn't have a hold of hot air; it just goes up.
It's not only that.
Yeah.
well,
Any
just
matter in the system can only do work if it has energy.
It's also part of the evaporation cycle as well. Sun comes out, heats a body of water, the water changes to gas, the gas goes up.
And these are natural cycles, but it's also practical information that you should be able to relate to. So when we get
well,
into, let's say, the mindset of the Earth
I
being a
think
globe,
by the way,
what
I
happens is
think
that yeah,
yeah, yeah, it's true that gases who are less dense, aka who are hotter, are declared above the others. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I don't know. That's
okay.
supposed to be a shocker because they have less, they're less heavy, you could say, so they get pulled less
They
hard by
get
gravity.
they get pulled. Okay, so gravity doesn't pull. I don't know if you know that or not. It's not
Well,
pulling
no, I
anything.
mean, no, it's not pulling, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know, but check this out, man, because I think there's a few misconceptions that you have, right? What is gravity to you? How can you what would be the theory behind what you're thinking of when you say gravity? Can you tell us what it's like for you in your head? I don't know what you're viewing gravity to be. It sounds like a real
Um,
magical kind of thing.
I mean, how I see it, basically, large bodies have more, they exert a larger stress on, our universe, or well, I mean, I guess like it's spatial, intertemporal, whatever it's called. Basically, the larger mass attracts smaller things to it. The bigger you are, the more things you attract. That's it's kind of like you're bending things to you, kind of like that. That's how I
What are
view
we
it.
yeah, what are we bending, Archeon?
Um, for example, black
Hmm.
holes are so dense and so heavy that they bend time.
Are
So
we
the
bending a
closer you
black
get to,
hole? What are we bending? Are we bending a black
no,
hole?
no, I said you said give me an example. So
Right,
I
what are
did.
we bending?
Our need
Well, I
to
mean,
NASA.
like our Earth, what our Earth is bending.
Well,
Well,
I
our Earth
don't
isn't nearly as
you're
massive,
saying that on Earth there's gravity. What is bending around the Earth? Is something bending? Do we know this?
no, it's wait. Hold on, let me get the module first. I
Sure.
think it's easier to explain.
Go ahead.
It's not.
Did you find what you're looking for?
Which, yeah, I'm trying to. Here you go. I
Are you
sent.
gonna need Are you gonna need a minute or
That's also, I think, how that's all. No, I sent it. It's in this chat. Oh, wait, it's been sent at least. There you go.
okay? So are we bending through this whatever that? What is that? Can you tell me what that is? What are we looking at?
I think space time. Um,
Okay.
like put on the chart basically. Well,
Oh,
on a sort of chart.
yeah, that looks like a diagram of like three balls, one green, one orange, and one red. Right? Is that what it looks like to me?
Yeah, it's basically magnetic
Okay.
field. I think the easiest way to explain
It's
is like maybe magnetic
magnetic.
field.
Gravity's
Well, I mean
magnetic.
gravity. Well, I mean no, but I
Okay.
think it has something to do with magnetism.
So it's magnetic.
No.
Is gravity
I
magnetic?
mean, um, well, it has something to do with magnetism, but I'm not sure.
So you're not sure, but you're saying it. You're sure. Are you
Magically.
sure or not sure?
I don't know. I said I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, so
I'm
why
just
are you talking to? If you're not an expert on it, why are you telling us what it is? I asked you, but would you say like,
no.
oh, I don't know
You
what it
asked me,
is?
so
Wouldn't that
I
be?
gave you an
Yeah,
no. You
I
asked
know,
me,
but
so
you
I
didn't
gave an
have
answer.
to. Like, check
It
this out, right?
was.
Check this out, Arcan.
Mhm.
You didn't have to give me an answer. You could have said, I don't know. But you started to explain what it is. So now you went down the
No,
road.
I tried.
Right.
No, I said what I knew. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
what
okay
you
to not
knew.
know, bro. It's
Yeah, it's
okay.
okay to say that you didn't know. And I think here in this example, we're showing that it's okay to say I don't know. But now we're at a road where you're really stuck. You don't know how to explain it. Right? Is that true, Archeon?
Yeah.
Okay, so would it have been better for you to say I don't know at the very beginning?
Maybe, but
We're
I feel
not
like
judging
the
you, bro.
explanations.
No.
I feel like the explanations you guys are. I feel like the explanations you guys are giving are complete
Well,
bullshit as
I
well.
didn't give you an explanation, Archeon. I was asking you for the explanation,
Well,
and you gave the explanation to me.
the container
Well,
argument was
we're
kind of
not
like,
looking
oh,
at.
there
Yeah,
has to be.
that was like 5 or 10 minutes ago. We're actually concentrating on your
Well, but that's
explanation of
yeah,
gravity, or
but
I
that's
should say,
yeah,
I
that's
should say,
where it
Archeon,
originated.
relax,
Yeah,
relax,
but
Archeon, Archeon, you're talking through me.
yeah,
Relax, brother, relax. So what I'm saying is that when we asked you for the explanation for gravity, you engaged in to say that I knew. When in reality, you should have said, I really don't know what that is. To be honest with you. Do you see what I'm saying? So
I mean,
what happens is in this whole dialogue, you're finding out it's better to say intellectually honestly that you don't know, because now we're at the point where everybody in this room, including the people on YouTube, are listening to you sound like you don't know what you're saying. Where you could have just saved your time and energy and said, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
yeah, but
Nothing wrong with that.
well, I said I explained I said what I knew.
But you didn't know, because we're at a point right now. If I was to keep pressing
Yeah,
you, do
no,
you
I
think you
don't
would be
know.
able to
I
tell
don't
me?
know. So as I said,
Okay.
I said what I knew,
So would it be better
or what I
not
believe
what you
to be
knew,
true.
sir? Like you should have stopped at the very beginning. I'm just showing you this is what happens with people who think they know what they're saying. When they engage in the discussion and they get to a place they don't know, it starts to become redundant. Like it's like, why did you engage in the first place? Now, I'm only doing this so that you can understand any future arguments. We're not gonna let it, we're gonna want to know exactly how you know what you know. And this right here is a teaching tool for you and everybody else listening. So that if you want to engage, be intellectually honest and say, you know what, fuck, I don't know. I'm not going to engage because I could be wrong in what I'm saying. I might as well not speak on this. But when you engage, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. And when we're at this point, now look what happens. You didn't explain what gravity is. You actually failed to explain what it is. So anyway,
Yeah, I guess you guys did.
that's just for you to learn the lesson. If case next time comes around when they ask you, "Hey, Archeon, do you know how this is?" You'll be like, "I don't know." And there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with saying you don't know?
Right. Nothing.
That's all. That's all. So we can go ahead and probably talk to your Alex here, who's in here. Alex, did you have any information about how you want to demonstrate the Earth as a globe? And I'm gonna pass the talking stick to anybody else in the room. As soon as Alex, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. Just if you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, we have some people in here who would love to talk to you. So
No,
any
no, no,
evidence
I
that you
don't
have?
have any more. I've
Yeah,
only got like the
but no,
space station
but
thing that I already
Okay.
know about.
yeah.
Sure.
And I've said that multiple times, so
10-4. All right. So Archeon, did you have something else?
No, not really.
Okay.
I did have one question. So you would
Sure.
say that the only proof you really have for the flat Earth is a thought experiment, or at least a hypothesis.
No,
No,
we don't. We got plenty of information to give you, and I'll
but you have
gladly.
never actually. But, yeah, but for example,
Yes.
like really important things, like for example, the edge that would exist according to your guys, or the flip side of the Earth that's never been like actually proven.
I'll let the other people here take point, and I'll
I
fade.
would like a short answer. I would like a short. It's already
Yeah,
1 a.m. here, so
they'll help you out.
okay.
I gotta fade to the back because I'm gonna pass the talking stick. So all right, I'll let somebody else pipe up and give you that answer.
Mike, what was the question?
Edge of the Earth, any way to prove that, or is it just we think it is? We can't really prove it despite literally being able to travel there if you want.
Where is
Okay,
Agile?
free travel to a place. Where do you think this edge is?
Where I think it is. Well, I mean,
Do we
the
have
ocean, behind the ocean.
do
I
we
don't know.
have do we have restricted travel on the Earth in any particular areas?
Well, international waters exist.
What happens below the 60th parallel south?
60th parallels, I would assume things ice up during winter.
Okay, do you know of any laws or treaties that are in place around this area?
Yeah, but are you? Oh, you mean like that? I mean, you could still travel there if you really wanted to. Like, are you saying there's a
Oh,
massive navy patrolling it?
No one's saying there's a massive navy patrolling it, but you do need permission to go there.
Well, actually, all countries do police the restricted zones that are adjacent to international waters, which are just pathways. Those
No worries.
international waters for trade. They're trade pathways. They're not as large as you think they are. And yes, the
Well, according to you
militaries
guys,
of
it
Earth
would be.
do
According to you
police
guys, it would
these
be.
zones. People have lost
Well,
their boats going to Antarctica, and all their equipment got it took.
yeah, but according to the flat Earth theory, that 60th parallel is supposed to be a lot bigger, isn't it?
Yes, but you understand that there are only two reasons why you can go there. Do you know the two reasons?
No clue. Tell me.
Okay, so scientific research, you have to gain a permit from whichever country you are from or whichever country you're leaving from, probably both, and you have to get permission to travel to one location. The other way that you can get there is a tourist. You can go with a tourist courier travel company, and you can leave Argentina, sail to a couple of islands, go take some photographs with some penguins, and fucking come back again. The point is that you need this permission. If you do not get permission, you will get fined or you will get put in jail. So
So
is
you're
it
saying that the combined might of all the flat earthers on Earth have not been able to travel to the edge?
no, because it's a restricted zone.
Why is there only one edge?
What do you mean, why
Well,
is
I
there only
mean,
one?
according to them, the edge should be circular. I think, according to their worldview.
No one's saying that at the moment. No one's giving a shape to the earth. Being as white.
It's really weird how you guys let them talk about people in the same consensus like that.
Fucking talk. God, this is the second time I try to talk and someone's interrupted me. Thank you. So no one's making a claim to the shape of the earth. The reason why is because we're not allowed
But
to.
why is there a claim of an edge though? If no one has
Oh,
actually
oh,
ever.
hold on. So we're not making a claim because we can't go beyond this area to tell you that there was a circle of anything. But we're saying there would be a limitation to our environment, not an edge that you can fall off, but a limitation to our environment because we're breathing gas pressure. Right? We had that conversation for 15 minutes with with Alpha Veritas just a moment ago with the
Yeah.
necessary
But
antecedent consequent relationship. But if you
yeah.
want to talk about have we been to an edge? Of course not. This would seem to be a very restricted area of travel.
Mm. But what do you guys think? Since I mean, you have to admit it's kind of conspiracy. Why do you think all the governments are like hiding the fact that the Earth is flat? Like, what do you think their main motive would be, or what possible gain they would have from of this?
Well, what do you think you gain from a heliocentric model?
I don't think there's anything really to gain.
Okay. Does it come with any particular stories attached to it?
No, not really.
Where it came from? Do you not ever stand on the earth and question to yourself, well, how the fuck did that get here then?
You mean like creation, like the anti-Christian?
Possibly. But what I'm pointing out to you is within the heliocentric model, they give you a
Yeah, but
creation.
heliocentrism was accepted by, I'm pretty sure, what was then predominantly Christian, Christian
Catholic.
governments.
No, not Christian, Catholic. But this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? So pay attention. Lots of people will answer this question in lots of different ways because there's lots of reasons why, quote unquote,
No,
governments.
why some people think?
Oh my
Why
fucking
some people
God.
think?
There are lots of reasons why, quote unquote, authorities will lie to you, right? I'm just pointing out one, and it's kind of hard to even do that. But there are lots of reasons why you can be lied to. NASA, for example, they get a shitload of money, right? Control of land masses. If there is a bigger Earth, then there would be more stuff to find, right? But being as they have limited us with the 60th parallel south, then maybe they're hiding, quote unquote, extra land. But this would again be a speculation because all we're going to do here is sit around with speculations as to about why they've lied. Speculations because one, they haven't told us, and two, we haven't gone and asked them, and three, if we ask them, do you think they'll tell us the truth? Because they've already lied about one thing, right? But we don't go into a murder scene, see a gun and a dead body and blood everywhere, discount all of that, and then go straight to why would they lie? Why they would kill someone. First thing we have to do is look at the evidence to see if a crime has been committed, and then we can maybe try and figure out some kind of motive later down the line. But the evidence is such: the Earth isn't a ball spinning in space. It's not observed as such. It's not measured as such, and it's not practically used as a spinning ball. The Earth's observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane.
Okay, so
And I
you're just
think
saying there could be a motive for the government to lie, but you're not saying there is a motive for them to lie.
well, there's probably a motive, but again, it would be speculation. Do you want everybody's
Okay.
speculation about what we're being lied to? I got halfway through one and you interrupted that.
Yeah, no, because I know where it's leading. It's like blah blah blah, you know, satanic, blah blah blah, government's anti-Christian. Yeah, I have been
Yeah.
down that rabbit hole before.
Awesome stuff. But without all of that, you understand that asking the question how this got here then would be a very good question to ask, wouldn't it? Because if you believe
But
the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, that comes with a creation narrative, right? And it's called the
yeah, to some
ontological,
degree.
the dichotomy of creation, right? To have a
Well, yeah.
created,
No, there isn't there. It's not like their astrophysics are leading to one creation theory. There, it's not like they're unified on one. Trust me on
no,
that. They can't decide.
yeah, exactly. They can't decide, which kind of leaves us in limbo. But whatever the creation story is, we're still a ball spinning in a vacuum of space, according to that popular narrative, which comes with its own type of creation story, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So maybe they're trying to hide that as well, and it's not some kind of
Why is it there's no picture from space that shows the Earth? There's no picture from space that shows the Earth.
There's no picture from space that shows the Earth.
Yeah, there's
Right.
no picture that shows the Earth from space.
Everybody wants to fucking interrupt everything I say, so you lot crack on.
The Earth is
I
flat,
mean,
bro.
well, there are pictures made, but a lot of flat earthers say those pictures are not real.
It's not they're not real. It's that you can't be in that location where they're taking the image, the photo. You can't be there. It's the second law of thermodynamics violation. I already told you about gas pressure and a contained system, but you seem to have, like a goldfish, lost the memory of that conversation, and now you're saying that we're saying that it's fake. But did you realize that we just went through a point of discussion where I asked you how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container, and you said gravity. At the end of that, you didn't even know what gravity was. Do you remember that
Okay.
conversation,
No, I
Archeon?
found it. Well,
Alex, sit
Alpha.
down.
no,
Sit down, dude.
as I said before, as I said before, I'm
Gravity
not.
is a theory.
Yeah, I
And
said before, I'm
Correct.
not
And I
most well
understood what
versed
you
on.
said.
I'm
You're
not
not a
well
natural
versed, so it's
physicist.
harder for me.
I know
Yeah,
that.
so it's harder for me. It's harder for me to explain. But what I was gonna say now is, for example, um, you know, you guys don't believe, for example, the guy who on the moon who took that picture from Earth. So you guys would say, for example, that's not a real photo, right?
It's not
why
that
did
it's
you
not real. Listen, check this out. I'll say
Okay,
it
yeah,
again.
then we agree. Then
It's
we
not that
agree.
it's
Yeah, okay,
not
then we
real. It's
agree.
that
Then we
the people,
yeah.
Archeon, it's that the people that are claiming they're taking these images or photos from the location that they say they're taking from them cannot be a real location. That location they say that they're in, it can't be verified. You can't go logistically go to that place and say, "Oh, let me go check it out." Where did he say he was taking that image from? All right, let me go there. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So there's no way
Yeah.
to
Okay. Then, yeah.
verify that location.
Okay. Yeah. Then
Hence,
we
not
agree.
only
Yeah.
that,
Then we
not
agree.
only that, not only that, but the closed system that we're in will not allow it. So you can't just say that because now you're gonna have to deal with the closed system.
According to you, you don't believe in the closed system. Again, we seem to have
According to me,
differential
I don't believe in a closed system. It's not about
What's wrong
belief.
with
No,
you, man?
What
Dude,
are you
no.
talking
why you
about?
straw manning?
I'm not straw man. That's what he says. Like he says, for example, we have to have a container, and I said it was gravity. Yeah, I have issues explaining with it, but you know, I still,
Yeah, that's
I,
because
s- I
you're a
still.
bullshitter. That's because you're a bullshitter. That's your issue. It's a closed system,
There's
so
plenty. Well, I mean,
so so
you
matter
can't.
can't
Well, I
leave.
mean,
You
well,
can't demonstrate. You can't demonstrate a closed
well, yeah, but you
system
can't.
being caused by
Again,
gravity. It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
yeah.
but you can't demonstrate. You can't demonstrate the fact that there's a container either, because that would basically debunk any
You're,
kind of
you're
asteroid
invoking
that
it.
was
As soon
there.
as you say air
Yeah,
pressure, you've
yeah.
already invoked it because that is literally
Okay,
the
yeah, but
force
then
that gas
okay,
exerts on the walls of its container. That's what
yeah,
it
but
is. That's what's required for it, and you can't
yeah,
demonstrate it
yeah,
with
but
gravity, which you probably
then
can't even
asteroids,
decide what
then
gravity
yeah,
is. So
then
you're
meteorites
just
just
bullshitting.
don't exist. Then meteorites just don't exist, I guess.
Okay, we're
Well,
not
the
talking about
thermodynamics
meteorites, dude.
violation that you think they come from can't.
Okay,
That's the
but
whole problem.
okay,
It's a
but then
closed system, like
meteorites
you
just don't
just said.
exist.
So what are you talking
Yeah,
about? That meteorites, aka matter, enter into this system? Then it's not a closed system anymore. Figure it out.
yeah.
why did you
Because if
bring
it's
the why did you bring the edge? please.
We're not talking, right, Sasha? We got him on this
Yeah, but
point with air pressure.
he spoke with Jedi about edge, and why he bring that? Because we're not claiming any edge. What
Sasha,
that mean?
Sasha, relax. He's on the ropes. Don't give him an
Yeah.
out. Okay.
Yeah, he'll take the out. He'll take the out. The moment you say that, he's going to swing off to that. So we're right now on the gas pressure. Archeon, you can't define gas pressure without a container. You cannot. Now, if
Yeah,
you're
I
going to
agree.
say, right, so if we're in agreement, then we understand something very simple. Matter cannot leave the system, meaning rockets can't go to a location and take a photo of the Earth and say, voila, we're taking a picture of the whole Earth. And you said to the other guy, they don't believe in pictures from space. Boldly. When you already understand you can't even be there in the first place because matter cannot leave the closed system.
Well, I mean, if those things wouldn't be able to move at the speed which would allow them to break
What
free
are
from
you
gravity,
talking about? What speed?
That's as I said before. To escape gravity, you would have need
You're
a
not
certain speed, right?
escaping, dude. The point
but
is
if
you're
they
in a closed system. It's closed. You can't escape.
you're saying
There's
us in
no
a
leaving the
container?
system.
Yeah, gravity
It's
is a container. I said that before.
Okay, he said gravity. Are you saying gravity too, Alex?
I'm saying Earth's part of the container.
No. Well, are you
No,
agreeing
it-
with Archeon at first? He was trying to explain gravity, but we
Well,
found out he
gravity
couldn't
does
do it.
stop molecules
Yeah, no, it's
All
hard
right.
for me to
escaping.
explain.
All
But
right.
I
So
mean,
Archeon, have a seat. Let me talk to Alex now. Alex, are you saying that gravity is a container?
Not necessarily. I'm saying it stops atoms from gas molecules from leaving.
When does gravity ever do that? Demonstration, please.
Escape velocity? How's it gonna?
No. You just finished making a claim that gravity stops atoms. Where is it that you said atoms?
Molecules.
Molecules. Gravity stops molecules. How does it stop molecules? Yes.
It pulls them in towards the Earth.
Okay, that's a nice claim. Now provide the evidence for that, please. Yes. It's okay to say you don't know, Alex. I'd rather take that than you struggling right now. Just say you don't know.
Well, my
Just
main
say you
point
don't
is
know.
they
It's
can't.
easier.
Yeah, sure,
It's
but my main
easier.
point is they can't reach escape velocity.
No. Do you know? I'm gonna press you now because if you want to press, I can press harder. And then believe me, bud, you can't win this fight because you're gonna be fighting against yourself, your own knowledge, or you won't only what you know. You're gonna run out of rope here pretty soon. I'm giving you an out. Just say you don't know. If I press you, you're not gonna go anywhere with this. Do you know, Alex? I'm letting you say face. I'm letting you say face. Do you know?
Do I know how gravity pulls
Yes.
gas
Do you
molecules
know?
in? No.
Do you know? Thank you. All right, on to the next person. We have some more people in this chat room. And if you're listening to this conversation right now, guys, and you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, please chime in. And people in here right now, we have a lot of people that know the Earth is flat. They can have a conversation with you, and you guys can also partake in the conversation. So if you're brand new, just open up your mic and give us your best evidence for the Earth being a globe. We got 303 kilometers per hour. I don't know. You want me to mute that guy? Is he like a troll or something?
No idea.
All right.
Question,
Sure.
Gravity does act on gas molecules, right?
No.
No.
Not at all.
Nope.
Show it.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. But what I would say, Alex, is the information that when we say the short answer no, I need you to look it up as well. So don't just follow up with just us saying no. Look into it, please. There's a lot of information that's already out there that you can understand.
A lot of it's saying that it does act on it.
Yeah, then we're gonna need a demonstration of such. Right.
What you're going to have to do is point to anywhere in the atmosphere, in the physical natural world, and show us gravity changing the path of gas molecules.
That's it.
See, it's interesting because lots of people just assert, well, up there is a sky vacuum, and down here we do have gas pressure, and obviously the gas pressure isn't going into the vacuum. That's a bit of a problem because that would just be a belief in the sky vacuum. We understand how the law of nature's work. That's fine. We've given you gravity just for shits and giggles with this. We don't have to. We can go the other route and ask you to scientifically validate the claim of gravity, which you can't. That's fine. But what we can do is give you all of the gravity on the Earth, where we are, and ask you to point to gravity acting on gas. No one can.
We got Dark Roast in the chat. What's up, Dark Roast? We got a few people in here. Usual suspects. Jedi's hanging out with us, guys. Flatwater Crisis. Flatsy Klein. What's up, Flatsy? GBG. Grisp. Wagner. Julius J. Cathos. Kenchi's aboard. Little G's here. Lone Wolf, what's up, man? Saw you earlier today.
Hey, you.
Manufactorum. He's a Glober. Old Space Goat, what's up, dude? Pen Pal's joining us again. We haven't heard from you, Pen Pal. If you want to jump in here, go ahead. Plum Bob, what's up, dude? Resolve's in the house. Sasha. Scott Mackey's always hanging around. What's up, Sasha?
Where is the edge of the space?
Sasha. Oh, Sasha.
Fuck, dude.
It's
I guess we're staying
expanding.
here.
The answer for the guy, where is the edge of the earth? It's expanding.
Hey, Sasha, do you know that today's 10/20? Is check on your friends who have been in the military, who have served. You know, ask them where they at, how they feeling, how they doing.
Which friend?
You know,
Anyone.
next time they tell me that. Sorry, go ahead, Crit. Thought you were done.
Oh no, he just asked which one. Anyone who's ever been in uniform, just today's called 10/20 buddy check. Hey, how are you doing? Where you
You
at?
guys have friends? What?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, we're friends with each other. Yeah.
Who was that, Little G?
Imagine being that triggered over flat Earth that his whole worldview now must be everyone in this room has no friends. Otherwise,
No. It was a joke. It wasn't focused at flat Earth or not. It was just a general. Like,
Having heard
people in
what you
general
said,
have friends.
Crit, having heard what you said, I'm gonna ask, how are you, brother? Are things good with you?
yeah, man, I'm hanging in there.
Hoorah!
Yeah,
Keep
I
it
sent
up.
you a DM, I think, right, this morning.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mutual respect, bro.
We got Mandala.
It's a big deal
Open
because
up
when
his
you
mic.
look. Oh, sorry, Biggie.
How come nobody ever mentions kinetic energy when they talk about the energy and motion of a gas and the temperature? You know, a pressure differential requires a temperature differential. Since the motion of the gas, whether it's greater or lesser, is highly dependent on the temperature. Wherever there's a temperature differential, there will be a pressure differential.
Must be an anti-flat Earth talking point that they're talking about. Like, that's what Scott Mackey. It's Scott Mackey's shtick is to like learn all the anti-flat Earth talking points and regurgitate them. That's all he does, bro. Like, they don't ever go to
I got the
those.
Arc of the Parallel PDF so we can show the raw measurements. I made a little GIF real quick about how the raw measurements add up to around 179.500 within a tolerance, and it's only after that they're calculated because you have to computate spherical access. It's only after they're corrected for their geographical position in the spherical coordinate system that they show access. I made a quick meme with that based on the transcontinental arc of the parallel, where they show in their data a raw measurement. They all equal up to, like I said, almost 180, somewhere around that, within a tolerance for human error. And then after you compute,
Yeah,
they become
we're gonna have to
spherical
wait.
triangles.
We're gonna have to wait for Scott Mackey's older brother Larry to come in here and show you
No,
what's
that's
what.
his boyfriend.
Oh no, is Larry coming?
Yeah, he's
I thought
coming,
he said
dude.
it was didn't he say that was his boyfriend? My bad. I thought
1,
that was
2,
his
Larry's coming for you.
my partner's coming for you. That's gay. I'm gonna lock
fucking Mackey,
my
dude.
door.
Well, Scott Mackey's whole thing is basically to deny his
So-
own claim. Like he'll bring up
Hey,
survey,
hey,
and then
Scott,
you'll tell him what they do, and
here's
it's
that
on
meme.
record. show him that they do it, and he'll be like, "Nah, no, they don't. No, they
Haven't
don't
they
do that."
seen
No,
Alpha? Alpha, haven't they seen?
There it is.
I've
That's
seen
data
something
clip
somewhere.
right from the transcontinental.
Hold on, Alex. What'd you
I've,
say, Alex?
I've seen something somewhere that in a vacuum, gas molecules go
Mm-hmm.
down or towards center.
Well,
You
they go
saw
down
some.
when they lower in temperature and they lose movement.
They experience free fall
Experience
gas
free
molecule.
fall.
Theory.
under the influence of
Movement of
gravity.
gas is directly related to kinetic theory and temperature, and we can demonstrate this.
Yeah.
No free fall for a gas. It's dependent absolutely on what temperature the gas is at. That will dictate how much kinetic energy the molecule or particle has to keep doing collisions.
Well, I'd say the surface of the Earth is a lot warmer than, say, thousands of feet in the air. So you're
It
probably gonna have
is.
more kinetic energy down there and higher pressure.
Exactly.
Unless you invoke a fairy tale globe Earth, and then
Hello,
of course
guys.
you can do whatever you want. Then
What is fastest way to get detained, please? I have a question.
fastest way to get detained, is that what you're asking? That way. Have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Nice job, you did it.
Yeah.
Have a cookie.
Fatality.
Idiot.
I'll get him a pat on the head and say, "Get out of here, little scamp."
Some idiot said he's going to speed run the flather section. I'm like,
Whatever that
really?
means.
Yeah, like how quickly he can get banned. How about do it the opposite? See how long you can stay on the bull. How long can you continue to have a conversation about a topic you claimed you want to talk about?
Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Brit. Sorry. I had a cough.
I caught that.
Scott Mackey.
I just haven't figured out how to pass them out yet.
That guy's like a fucking
Who
barnacle
holds
on the
the
side of
record?
his ship. Fuck, dude.
Who holds the record?
We don't
Fuck,
keep
dude.
track. No, really. What's his name? Big Gambino, Fokker,
Yeah,
AKA.
I think he's he's
fallen
pretty.
one.
Big Gambino's in there, man. He's in there like swimwear.
That motherfucker been trolling us since YouTube, since ODD live stream.
Dude, that's years, bro. That's commitment
And
for sure.
I've seen him and had confirmation that it was him on over 200 accounts, man. Nobody beats a Big Gambino. That motherfucker got troll game you plebs can't fuck with.
Oh yeah, dude. He's got fucking troll game for days. Hey, check this out. We got Rob Noxious in the chat, but let me put some evidence that he brought for us. Thank you very much, Rob. He's got evidence for the flat Earth
Oh,
right there. Go check
thank
it
you.
out.
Thank you, Mayhem. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
this. He
Look at
actually
this.
proved that what the sun does over a flat surface.
Yeah, and I put it in the chat. There for everybody.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Rob.
That takes the guesswork out of us having to do it. You know, they got it done for us.
Exactly. I love it.
Yeah.
Day and night. It's Friday, man. I got like an hour till bingo. So the grandkids will be pressing me in an hour because their mom will be at bingo.
Oh, you put in the work today. Yeah, you still mucking stalls out there, Mike?
Yeah.
Nice.
Here and there. It's the end of my seasons, though. You know, we're done a lot, the bulk of the harvest and the bulk of the asphalt work, so I got spare time. Plus,
It's time to kick back, huh?
Yeah. Plus, it's been raining for a while. Can't do farm work or asphalt work in the rain. Some farm work you can, you know, you do it in a barn, but
Is there
What else we got in
any
there?
is there any experiment demonstrating that gas molecules get affected by gravity? Like there's none.
what experiment?
Is there an experiment that demonstrates that gas molecules get affected by gravity?
No, hell no.
Apparently, there's one called
Yeah,
free
I'm like,
fall.
No, there's
yeah,
not.
that's what I
But we
thought.
can
Like, there's, like,
demonstrate
none.
the relationship between pressure, volume, and temperature. Under containment, though, it needs to be contained, or we won't see pressure. We couldn't demonstrate pressure without a container.
Well, on here it says that in a
Everything in
vacuum
kinetic
they
theory
do
can be
experience.
proven and demonstrated in the lab. I don't care what it says online. I can go to all the gas laws and show you where they demonstrated it, and we can demonstrate it to be true. Can you use atmospheric theory to demonstrate gravity pulls down on a gas particle? And who did it?
Look up the kinetic molecular theory.
Exactly.
Crispy.
So
Type that
kinetic
into
theory
Google.
covers it itself.
I
It
remember.
doesn't require a force. All matter in a system can only do work pertinent to the amount of energy they have to exhaust to do work. So people say, why do inanimate things fall? Well, because they have no kinetic energy and they couldn't support themselves in the medium of the air if they wanted to. Same reason rocks don't walk.
Well, some do. I know a few.
Yeah, some
Alright.
fish fly too.
Yeah.
They
I
do.
think this is the best flat Earth argument, like right here, like the gas pressure argument. Like just
Yeah, there's a
hands
lot of
down.
really good ones, man. Yeah, you could really hit it home when it comes to this because it takes down the cosmic vacuum.
I had to
And,
check. I had to check this out. This is a genuine flat Earth truther conversation.
Is it a genuine? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, like, do you guys? I mean, are there people here who genuinely believe that the Earth is flat?
I would say yes, we really are.
Yeah, they do.
That's
It's hard to believe at the start, but yeah, they do.
Oh, so he
Hey,
just said we're not.
That's incredible. That's
controlled
incredible. I mean,
opposition.
like, there's one thing I absolutely love about the human race, and I think it's one of these things incredibly
all right,
important.
tell us about.
No matter
Tell us
how
your
it,
feelings. Tell us your feelings. Where
no
did
matter,
flat earthers hurt you? Where did
no,
they
no,
hurt
no,
you?
no.
We're gonna listen to a diatribe of a bunch of horse shit. So get ready, guys.
All I'm saying is
All I'm saying is how flat earthers are fucked up. This society's
no,
disintegrating.
no, that's
Fuck,
not
dude. We
what
don't need to
not I'm
listen to
going to
this
say at all.
bullshit, man. If you
That's
got
not
something to
not
add
what
to
I
the
was going to say
conversation,
at all.
fucking bring it, bro. Just
That's
if
not
you don't
that's
have
not
to,
what I was going to say at
just
all.
bring
You have
it.
no idea what I was going to say.
Well, just
You
bring
have
that. We
no
don't
idea.
care.
We've heard
We don't
millions
care.
of schmoes like you.
Yeah, we don't care to hear it,
How
bro.
about
Just
you give
bring
us
the
your
argument.
Hey, hold
best
on.
proof of the globe?
Hold
Can
on,
you bring us the
Michael.
best proof of the globe?
Hey, listen, can I
What do you
speak
got?
in his
Your best
defense?
proof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go ahead with your best proof.
Yo, y'all are making us look bad right now.
Hold
I
on,
mean, like
guys.
I arrived in here what like 17
on,
seconds
Waco.
ago, and I've been attacked. And I've not
Listen.
even made my
Oh,
position clear
no.
yet. I've not even made my position clear yet. So
Listen, I
you
think
guys
the
are
guy was
you
going to
guys
give
are
a
giving yourselves away.
I think the guy was about to give a testament about most people being in here being genuine and honest, and he doesn't find that for most flat earthers. And I don't think we should be scared of that premise.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say.
Well, I will speak in the defense of some globers. Men are men. We're all men first.
Well, what I was going to say is that the one thing that I mean, like, I understand that a lot of people consider the flat Earth community to be, shall we say, a little bit kooky. But there is one thing that I really admire about it, and the fact that there is a part of the human condition that really gets people to commit to something that they genuinely believe in. And if they genuinely believe in something, then they do genuinely in their soul believe it. I mean, you've seen it in all
Just wait until you
walks
see
of
how
life
the
and stuff.
Globers commit to their globe fantasy.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. Is that because you do have essentially this is a two-sided argument. That's either is it a globe or is it flat. So you have essentially 99.999% of the population who are perfectly happy to believe that the Earth is a globe, and then you have this community that I'm speaking to right now, who are fundamentally against that idea, who genuinely and with reason, a lot of the issues that people have when they're talking
Vigorous
about
reason.
whether they want to believe in something is because technically there's no argument for it. But the thing about the flat argument are the flat Earth argument is there is an argument for it. There are conversational points that you can make in that you can have a discourse about it, and I think that's one of the interesting things about flat Earth.
Can you
Well,
tell
that
me
wasn't
why?
too bad. I think
Just a
we sort
second?
of
Can you tell
misjudged. I
us?
think we misjudged his sentiments to start with. So sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
I
That's
was
that's
gonna
okay.
say
That's
thank
okay.
you for that.
Can you tell us what do you think? Why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Why do people think the Earth is not a globe? I can't tell you that, unfortunately. I am one of those people who do in fact think that the world is a
I mean
globe.
that you
Not
don't know
that
the.
I'm
Do you
willing
know
to
the
take
position
anything
of?
away.
Do you know the position of these people?
Yeah, they most of them believe that the Earth is flat.
Why?
Which is
Why? Why?
a
Why?
fine position.
Why?
Well, I mean, they have their arguments. They have
What
arguments that
are
are
arguments?
they have scientific arguments. They have realistic arguments. They have metaphysical arguments. And there's a lot to go through. It's very difficult to sum up
And
one argument versus the other one in a
what is the
sentence.
main argument?
Yo, why are we being so hard on this guy, bro?
It's
Sheesh.
not hard, man. It's only question. What is the main argument for the flat earthers?
You'd have to ask a flat earther. And,
I know what it is. I want to know. Do you know?
Do I know? Do I know what the major argument is for flat Earth?
What is the main argument telling them that they don't believe that Earth is the globe?
That's a very loaded question. It's a very difficult question as well because
It's not difficult because every one of them will tell you why. But I want to know if you know
The
why.
thing is, no. It's a very it's there's a broad spectrum of reasons that people one question the fact that the Earth is a globe that we've all been taught since day one. There are many reasons why people will stop.
What is the main reason that these people think that Earth is not a globe?
I have no idea. You would have to ask one of them.
I know what is, but I want to know why you don't know.
Hold on. Why don't you ask one of them, being as you
Yeah.
come in here? I
Yeah.
appreciate
What are you? Yeah. I mean, yeah. You're in a room full of them, man. If you wanna answer, if you wanna ask a question, you go ahead and ask one of them.
Man, I know you don't know.
Sash. Sorry, Sash. Do apologise, mate. You
Sorry.
come off very passionate, man. You're fine. I'm literally asking you, good buddy. I'm asking you. Why don't you ask us why we make the claims that we do? Because it
That
sounded
would
like
make far more sense. Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. I do apologise. I did stop and then continue to do apologise. But it sounded like when you came in that you said flat earthers have got lots of talking points, scientific ones, metaphysical ones, blah, blah, blah. We've only got 3. The earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat, stationary plane. It's observed and measured and used as such. That's it. Now, on the flip side, they tell us that the Earth is a ball spinning in space. So the Earth's a ball that spins in a vacuum of space. 3 claims there. But our claim is, when we can provide you with the evidence, that the Earth looks, measures, and is practically used. I'll break that down into 3 sections with regards to aviation, engineering, and
That's
navigation.
yeah. I know. I'm an aviation engineer myself. I understand all of the concepts and stuff. So there's nothing to be explained to me. But I mean, I also will not out of hand dismiss the beliefs that you guys hold. I mean it would be remiss of anyone of an inquisitory mind like myself to run up on someone and just point my finger in your face and tell you you're wrong because I know I'm right. That's probably the worst thing that happens to intellectualism in the world. That's how religious wars are fought and empires crumble, is because people simply point the finger in the face and say, like, I'm right, you're wrong, and that's the end of it. There is no discussion. There has to be discussion, even if it's what some people would consider arbitrary. But I mean, at the end of the day, wars are not going to be fought about whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. But it is an interesting idea. and it's an interesting concept to talk about. I
Okay.
think that's the most important thing.
Okay. Do you think a direct measurement is knowledge or belief?
What do you mean a direct measurement? What, like me getting out a ruler and like measuring 30 centimeters from here to there?
If you were to, for example, get a spirit level, put it on your table, and it measures or it shows you that that table is level,
It's
is that a
flat. I mean,
knowledge?
I
Hold on.
I do take pleasure in the fact that my desk is exactly flat.
Good. So, do you believe it's flat, or have you got first-hand knowledge it's flat?
I believe that relative to the ground underneath it, it is completely flat. Yeah, that's
What's
why
the
I can. That's why I can place things on it, and the things on it don't move.
So that's first-hand knowledge, isn't it? It's not a belief; it's knowledge, isn't it?
It's what I can see. It's what I can see
Yeah.
with my own eyes. You're right.
And
Yes.
yeah, exactly. So this is why we make the claims that we do, because the Earth, the waters of the Earth, are measured to be
Finding a level. Yeah. I know.
horizontal and not. So you understand what I'm saying? If the water is horizontal, measured horizontal, we have a direct line of sight across the water to distant objects. If it is
Yeah, 100%.
measured
Yeah.
horizontal, it's not a belief; it's knowledge.
That's. Well, I suppose that's what I'd call a perspective. It's not necessarily true.
Right. What do you mean by
Like for example, okay. On the 28th of this month, I'm flying out to Tenerife to go and visit some family. Right, getting away from all this rain that we're having just now in Britain. Tenerife, if anyone's never been there, is a fantastic island. I really recommend it. And I'm going to the very, very south tip. The very, very south tip of Tenerife is a place called Silencio, and it has a peak on it, and it's about 40 meters above sea level. So if I was to go and stand on top of that, and with the best possible camera that's kicking about, if I look south, directly south, I should be able to see Antarctica, right?
No.
No.
Why do you think? Let me ask you this question. And let's say Antarctica is what, 10,000 miles away from the southern tip?
Possibly 10,000, maybe 12. I don't know. I'm not quite sure the size of the ocean. To be honest, this is not my this is not my area of expertise. I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, my goodness me. So why do you think that
No need for that.
with the best camera that you've got available, you're going to be able to see through 10 to 12,000 miles worth of atmosphere?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a professional in this guise. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. If the Earth was flat, shouldn't I not be able to see Antarctica from 10,000 miles away? No, not at the altitude that you are. And specifically, even if you have, which you would, have a direct line of sight
But
to Antarctica.
surely Earth is a level plane, right? It's a level plane.
3 times.
So.
Why you keep asking? I'm trying to tell you. You interrupted me for the 3rd time now. 12,000 miles worth of atmosphere to look through. Can you see to the bottom of the sea?
No, because of dispersion. I've worked with water quite a lot in my life, so yeah, I do understand the dispersion of light through water quite heavily.
So when you've got 10,000 miles worth of atmosphere to look through, what's the word you said with D? Dispersion of light, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. 100%. Yep.
Yeah. So you understand that point, and it's
Okay.
something that gets
So
brought up
when
further.
okay, so just another question. When all these best cameras, all these Nikon whatevers, and, the people who
P1000, I've got it.
really invest in all these numbers. When they they zoom right the far out to the horizon and whatnot, and then they get the tops of buildings, or they get the ship that comes over and then appears, the it starts with the top of the ship, and then the rest of the ship kind of appears, and it gets closer, and then. So what's that about?
That's perspective on the shorthand. But I'll put it to you like this.
Perspective? No, you can't explain that away with perspective. It's not a perspective. That's a
My fucking goodness me, young
view.
man. I haven't interrupted you once, but as soon as I start talking, you start blurting all the way through it. I say one fucking word to you, and you start exploding. Calm the fuck down. We'll have a conversation.
At all. In fact, I think you're the one getting a little.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me.
Oh my god.
So, one of the reasons is because perspective. Angular resolution, for example. Things will appear to disappear from the bottom up, depending on your altitude above the surface and distance to the object. The bottom of the object will merge in with the surface that it is across. We can demonstrate this to you, it's not a problem. I like it when, as soon as I say one word, you have to start jumping in. Perspective. Guarantee you probably don't even know exactly what that entails.
No, I'm not combative in any way, right? You're just as soon as I want to ask a question, you're chucking at F-bombs and saying like this, that, and the other. Like,
Is the proper time to ask a question in the middle of a sentence? Let's not be coy.
He starts addressing you without swearing and dropping F-bombs, quite cordially, and then you'll interrupt him. So if you can't control yourself, you will be controlled. That means after asking your question, you'll be put on mute until the response is finished.
I'm sorry if I got in the way of anyone's points being made. I'm here to learn. I'm here to know. I'm here to discuss. I'm not here to cause fights. All right.
That's why we're here as well. Right? We want to have the conversation, but when people ask us questions and they start talking through the answer, you've got a bit of a problem then. We're going to have a failure to communicate, aren't we?
Of course. I mean, no, I appreciate that absolutely. If you do start making a point and someone immediately interjects, then your point is being lost in the noise. I appreciate that. I apologize to you.
Not a problem.
Definitely. I'm sorry.
It's all good, bro.
Because I'll explain it to you like this, right? Yeah, this is exactly what we've been told, right? That things at distance disappear from the bottom up, like the story from the ancient Greeks, because of Earth curvature. The Earth curve's getting in the way, right? That's the story we've been told.
That is, yeah.
Yeah. So when we made these long distance observations with the cameras that you mentioned, P900s and 1000s, for example, we figured out and we observed that we could actually see beyond this geometric limit of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If you're standing on the ball Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles, then the physical geometric horizon for a person standing at altitude will be the equation that I just gave you. So if you're 4 foot above the surface of water, if you're 6 foot above the surface of the water, then the horizon geometric will be 3 miles away. For an observer standing at 1 foot above the surface of the water, that's the geometric horizon at a distance of 1.2 miles away. But when we got these cameras and when we made long distance observations, we were seeing well in excess of that geometric limit. That's why, primarily, one of the first reasons that got us here.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Can somebody do me a favour, please? Can somebody post an image of the black swan for me in the text chat? My friend, would you mind looking in the text chat for me? I'm going to show you something.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Someone is knocking. Someone's knocking at my front door at this hour.
Oh, bloody hell, man. Usually the police at this hour, isn't it?
It's me.
It's NASA trying to stop him from getting converted to a flat earther.
It's Professor Phil Bell doing house calls.
NASA, it's fucking Scott Mackey. Hey, dude, stop listening to him. Fucking zealot.
They don't know what he's talking about. They don't know what they're talking about.
All right, back
Are
guys.
you back?
Hello. Yeah.
Are you back, my friend? Yeah?
Yeah, no, it says that someone wanted to know if they could park in my spare parking spot.
Fair play. All right. So in the text room, 13 minutes past 1 for us, Flatsy Klein has dropped an image with 2 oil rigs in it. It's got some writing at the top, but I just want you to look at the 2 oil rigs. I'll explain the writing on them.
Who's the? Can't see it. I might be in the wrong chat right enough.
Yeah, the chat, the side chat, if you're on your mobile device, is in the top right hand corner of the voice room.
I'm not much of a Discord guy, to be honest. So.
Well, you see the list of our
Oh,
names. You're on your mobile device, yeah?
no, I'm using a desktop PC.
Okay, well, up in the top corner, right-hand corner, where all the names are, you see a little speech bubble.
Everything's in the left-hand corner on PC.
Might be, yeah. One of the two. Top left, top right, one of the two.
Top
Little speech bubble.
new group DA. Hold on, here we go. No.
You're on PC?
Yeah, do you know what? You know what's funny? I'm a software engineer and I can't get this shit
Well,
to work.
you see what VC you're in. It says 24/7 flat Earth at the top, right? Of the VC that you are in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Then there's a little speech bubble. Just press open chat, and you've got the chat.
Open chat. Yeah. There we go. 100%. Yeah, right. Okay, got it. See, when things are explained very simply, very simple, people get on board.
There we go. Right. So everyone's posting the Black Swan image for me. It's called the Black Swan. I don't need to tell you why. But you see the image of the two.
Bob Bible.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Got it 3 times on the trot. There we go.
No. So this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want. Just
Sorry,
so
man.
nothing.
It's not that deep. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So the observation of the camera in height above the surface of the water is 1 foot. Now the oil rigs are in this image because they're at known distances from the person taking the observation. The oil rig on the right hand side is at 6+ miles. The oil rig on the left hand side is at 9+ miles. Now, in relation to the oil rigs, can you tell me where you see the horizon? Is it before, between, or beyond the 2 oil rigs, for example?
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, because as we said, I think the initial thing was is there's such a thing as perspective, because perspective is quite unique to everyone's experience. I'm not entirely sure where. I mean, these photos aren't obviously taken next to each other. There's they're not.
Where's the horizon?
Taken concordly, if you like. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm here asking questions. I have no idea.
So you can't see where the sea appears to meet the sky in this image.
Well,
Really?
I mean, I can see it's right at the back there.
Awesome.
But,
So behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, surely.
Awesome. So being as the oil rig on the left-hand side is about 9.4 miles away, I think it is, can we safely say the horizon appears to be at least 10 miles away? Could be further, but it's beyond the oil rig.
Possibly. I mean, to be honest, I have no idea. I honestly, I'm not a photography guy. I have no idea how this works essentially. But yeah, it does appear that the line between the water and the sky is behind the furthest away image.
Awesome stuff. So like I said, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. If we were to use the calculation that I stated earlier, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we understand that the square root of 1 is 1. You times that 1 by 1.225, So the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles from this observer. We can clearly see that the horizon is beyond that geometric limit at a safe estimated distance of around 10 miles. It could be further, but it is beyond the rig on the left-hand side at 9+ miles, right?
Yep, definitely.
So this is one of the main reasons that we're here. We were talking about that geometric limit and why things start to disappear from the bottom up. And we can demonstrate to you that things do actually disappear from the bottom up depending
You
on
can,
your angle.
yeah, 100%. There is one. I mean, but there's a lot of things I would like to ask you about this. Just in terms of the zeitgeist and how pop culture works. Obviously, 99.9% of people believe that the world is round, and they've kind of settled on that, and it's not a question that they ask themselves, right? So when you look at things like space agencies and SpaceX putting however many thousand of these little satellites into orbit to give us internet around the world that are apparently going to start crashing down on people, which will be fun in the next couple of years. Look out for that, guys. So how do you feel about that? Like these things that have sort of been universally established that people just take for granted.
Yeah. All right. Are you sitting down? You are, yeah.
I'm sitting down. Yeah, I'm sitting down facing front.
No worries, because I'm just about to take this story away from you. So we understand that up there, if we're to believe the story that we're told, is a vacuous space, the vacuum of space, right? Where NASA and other space agencies send objects into. For example, the moon landing, right? Sent a rocket to the moon, a couple of people play golf and come back again, right?
Yes, amongst other things, yeah. I mean, they played golf, they walked around for a bit, and then they sort of got on the thing and then came home.
Yeah.
So we are told.
Yes, exactly. So we are told. If we're to use a critical eye, critical thought, and understand how nature works and operates, then we would understand that if they claim that up there is a vacuum, and me and you and everybody else are breathing gas pressure, and there isn't a physical boundary in between, we've got two problems. One, definition of gas pressure, which is a conditional statement, is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Tire, balloon, football, that type of shit, right? Second problem, if there is no physical boundary between our high gas pressure and the lower, much lower, much lower vacuum of space, then entropy will take effect. The second law of thermodynamics will dictate that the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Understanding these two things will basically just take the vacuum of space from anybody who has a critical thought or mind, because you cannot achieve gas pressure without a physical boundary, and you cannot stop entropy without a physical boundary. The gas should have dispersed into the vacuum of space.
But you can establish a gas pressure without a physical boundary.
How do you do that, mate?
Gravity.
Brilliant. So this is how I like to.
Not being funny, but I was well, I've retired now. I was in the Navy for 14 years, and I was the guy in charge of the nuclear reactors on British submarines. So we are quite well versed on things like pressure.
Yes,
and the ability to contain pressure is I mean, it's kind of 101. But it also works off of a certain agreed set of physical notions, and one of them is that the force of gravity affects the conduct of a nuclear reactor. And if that wasn't the case, if you're saying that gravity doesn't exist, for example, I'm not quite sure how containment would have been maintained on the reactors that I've worked on most of my life. So
right,
I mean, on a simple scientific basis. I mean, they all work on the same basis.
Yeah.
And they have always done right back till the original sort of Castle Lake reactors back in the US. But
was the reactor in a container by any chance?
in a container. Well, no, we didn't just take it out and like sit it on the table, if that's what you mean. No. Yeah,
So
of course it was in a quite elaborate containment setup, about 5 feet by 7 feet and lead lined. Is an interesting piece of technology, to be honest. I don't think they actually. I mean, no, they do still use it today because it's still in service on the submarines that I
All
used to
right,
work
bro.
on.
All right.
But a container nonetheless.
Yes, it was most certainly a contained piece of technology.
Awesome stuff.
Can I just ask you a simple question?
Yeah, of course.
What part of the reactor relies on gravity? Like, can you explain that?
The well, fission itself, which is what a reactor needs to function, is based on the idea that there is a gravitational force
You mean a downward vector?
working against neutrons which are discharged. Yeah, there's a constant that is applied when we're running the reactor.
A constant in
We
a
have to.
direction?
No. We compensate for a certain. It's incredibly complex to
It's all right.
explain.
I can fathom it. That's okay. Test me.
I really. I'm gonna have to get my books back out. But no, there's a set of calculations, obviously, that are made in the maintenance of the reactor, and part of that is to accommodate for the gravitational constant, and that exists in every nuclear reactor in the world.
The gravitational constant of down, or what?
It's not quite as simple as down, but yeah, kind of. There is a
So
force.
could it be compensated? So could you replace gravity with something else?
You
If
could.
you're just explaining it? What, with weight?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, could you in a
what's the
could you
equation?
in a
In the
controlled
equation,
environment could you in a controlled environment negate gravity? I mean, of course you could, but it's like, how do you apply that? That's
what do you mean negate gravity?
well, because obviously gravity being a constant force, you need a constant force to negate that, to create a zero sum game in the middle.
Okay, is that what you do with the reactor?
No, reactors reactors are compensated.
Are you saying that gravity is a force?
Gravity is a
Hang on,
force.
I'm just
No,
trying to
just
get
a second, Tim. Only two sentences. I want to know. Do you think that gravity is a force?
Oh my god.
Yes, no.
Is gravity a force? Yes, gravity
Okay,
is something that's used in mathematics a lot. It's a thing.
Is a
Whether
force or not?
whether or not that gives any credence to the idea that the world is round is a completely different argument.
Can
we
just get back to
the fact that the actual mechanical use of things like nuclear reactors and even things like wind turbines and hydroelectric dams, there are compensations that are made for the force of gravity on wind, the force of gravity on water, what is the force of gravity going to do to the spinning blades of a wind turbine? All these things are taken into consideration when they're designed and when they're applied. So
No one's denying that.
if these things don't exist, then why do humans bother?
It's not that.
Also, I'd like to point out I'm a qualified pilot, and I know for a fact that I'm not flying over a flat plane.
Oh,
I know that
That's
the
some
way
bullshit right there. That's some
I
bullshit.
know that the way
Fucking bullshit.
I know that the way that
Hold on a second.
my headings are derived from my GPS do not consider the Earth to be okay. Maybe I'm phrasing that wrong. The headings that are given to me by my GPS do not consider the Earth to be a flat plane.
What the fuck, dude? All right, so if you were to have your GPS and you let's say GPS went out, what would you use?
I would look outside.
Yeah. What would you use other than looking outside? Every pilot has this.
Well, it depends on the weather. There's tons of different
Yes.
factors.
What do you have in your cockpit with you other than your GPS?
Obviously, my level indicator.
Yes. What information do you refer
and my
to
compass.
if your GPS goes out?
My level indicator on my compass.
Okay. And you're not using any charts?
Obviously, to be honest, yes,
what? Yeah,
but I don't carry physical charts in the cockpit.
Yeah, because
all
your
my charts
GPS,
are
right?
on an iPad that sits next to me, and if
Right, but
if
still,
the connection goes
it's
out,
still
I'm
not
fucked.
that. You know what I'm
So,
saying though? It's still the same. You have your charts with you, right?
yeah. Technically, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get down to brass tacks, right? Because we've talked to many pilots, and that's some bullshit you just said right there. You don't fly over a globe, dude. You just fly a plane as if it were a flat and stationary plane.
You do.
So for all
Yeah.
intent,
100%.
right. So for all intents and purposes, you're not flying over the idea you're over a globe. You're flying as if it were flat and stationary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Thank you.
That's entirely true. Yep.
Thank you.
All
Thank you.
pilots do fly over the world with essentially the physical notion that you're flying over a flat plane that's not rotating.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
100%.
I know because I've talked to many pilots. So
Why is that? Why is that surprising though?
It's
Some
not.
of you guys
What
seem
the thing about
amazed.
it was you framed it in a way that it was only. I don't see myself flying over a flat and stationary. And that's some bullshit right there. And I've talked to many
No.
pilots that are qualified to speak on the matter. So I know for a fact that every pilot that I've talked to, they don't. It's not about flat or globe. They just know they're flying a plane from point of origin to destination. They have their charts with them. They have their altimeter that they look at. There's certain compass things that they use, right? Navigational tools.
Yeah,
But they're
100%.
flying assuming, right? And I'm using this word, this is how it's used, assuming they're flying over a flat and stationary plane. Even though they think that
flat
they're
stationary plane with no rotation. Yep.
right.
Yep. Every single time.
Right, right. And so it's not that fact that you are saying that it is, it's just that's what it's assumed to be when they're teaching you. Right? So it's furthermore, if it was to be that you were flying over a globe with GPS showing you like the the ball or whatever, like that's nothing to do with that. The only thing that they teach you is that you're assuming you're flying over a flat and stationary plane.
Nope.
That's
that's all they teach you when you
right.
fly. Yeah. That's
So
I'm not
just wanna
surprised
put
at
that
the
out there.
fact. I'm just not used to honest globers.
Well, no, because like I've spoken to people who are they don't believe the Earth is a globe or a flat, but they will say no, we don't. It's not being taught like we're taught like we're flying over a globe. Like we don't go through that. Like there's nothing in what they teach us about that. It's like well they tell us in the handbook that we're assuming the Earth is flat and stationary. It's not saying that it is, but they're assuming that it is.
no.
Just from that, even if they're
There's
globe, even if they believe the Earth is a globe, that's fine. But that's not what they're assuming when they're
it
being
is
taught.
it is a universally known truth amongst pilots that you are flying over what essentially accounts to a static
Right.
area.
Thank you, sir.
Every single time, because the otherwise effects of being on a globe, for example, would be indistinguishable. So
negligible.
The actual physics of what you're doing, the actual physics of flying a plane, the whether or not you're on a flat Earth or on a globe actually don't come into it. The actual margins don't matter. You're
Single reference frame.
If it is a globe, then the space that you're occupying when you're flying and where you're flying to excuse me, got hiccups. Is always going to be slightly different. So you're always going to be kind of in the same situation, but over different ground, which is fine.
Do you not have to
So
take for the fact that you're going to be heading always towards a slope downwards if you're on a ball?
I've never been fearing that. No, personally.
No. If you
No.
were flying around a slope, curved surface, a ball, wouldn't you have to fly down and around that ball?
Constantly
Instead of
correct for the possibly I don't know. I've never flown a long. I've never actually piloted a long haul flight, so I've never crossed a horizon. I fly quite small planes, so
fair enough. But appreciate your honesty on that one, man, for sure. Alpha Veritas has spoken. In fact, we've all spoken to many pilots, and yeah, we can provide and often do provide documentation to a certain site.
I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. Excuse me.
But whilst you've got the hiccups, which is another demonstration of gas pressure with a container.
It is. It is. In fact, it's a very, very depressing gas pressure.
Dude, Jedi, man, you really are a Jedi.
So, back to this vacuum of space bit, and you said gravity. Right, now that's not a problem, right? Gravity, the vector downwards, or when I drop a rock, when I pour fluid, for example, the effect is the same. Okay, the thing that's up for contention usually is the cause of the effect, but we don't necessarily have to go there for this instance. For this instance, what we have to do is observe gravity acting upon gas. So we all understand that gas moves freely.
You can see it. You can. They set up an inertial reference frame with gas and watch it happen in real time. I mean, you actually can. You just go out in your back garden and do it. So
do what?
For example, you could take a balloon full of. I mean, pick a gas, any gas. Preferably one that's heavy. I don't know, argon maybe or something. Get in the back of an F-150 truck and drive at 40 miles an hour, and then chuck it up and see if it goes back or whether it comes straight back down.
Okay. What would happen if I was to put that argon gas in the vacuum chamber?
I have no idea. I wish I knew.
Well, it's
Honestly.
the same with any gases, right? Because people like to pick on quote unquote heavy ones. We understand there's a relationship between gases, right? Heavy ones like ones, helium goes up, argon goes down. We get that, but that's always a relationship between the gases that the argon, for example, in the atmosphere, is going to have a relationship with. But when we put any gas into a vacuous space, say for example, I've got a vacuum chamber, halfway up the vacuum chamber, I've got a tap, and I can release the argon, in this instance, into the vacuum chamber. The gas will disperse freely and randomly in all directions. It will go up, and it will go down, and it will go omnidirectionally, right?
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Because
Hiccups.
we understand. No, that's fine, buddy. You're fine. So we understand that it doesn't matter what the gas is, or even if it's a mixture of gases. Yeah, you'll have a relationship between some of them, But gas expands, doesn't it? That's what gas does. Disperses from a point. That's why balloons around
On a
football.
molecular level, yeah, gas
Yeah.
expands. Yeah.
So when we're talking about it from this standpoint, we observe gas moving freely and randomly in all directions, but gravity is just a vector downwards. If we were to take the evaporation cycle, for example, when the sun comes out, it heats a body of water, the bonds are broken off the water, it turns to gas, and gas goes upwards into the atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. We understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said earlier, with regards to how entropy increases, like I demonstrated with the vacuum chamber, the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Now, without the observation of any gravity taking any effect on it. Yes, we can have sulfur hexafluoride or dry ice, for example, which will appear to sink with relation to the atmosphere that it's in. But you still put those gases into a vacuum chamber and they'll disperse in all directions, because we understand that gases react with other gases in a certain way. Helium, for example, if I was to put it into a balloon, would go up, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And when the balloon reached the higher atmosphere, what would happen is the balloon will expand and it will pop. And then the gas, the helium, will go in all directions, yes?
Yes.
Awesome. So if we're told that the Earth is an open system without physical containment, like I said earlier, we wouldn't be able to achieve gas pressure and the gas would disperse into that space. The effect of gravity, like when you drop a rock, isn't up for contention. But what is up for contention is the cause of gravity and the fact that this cause is affecting gas. Because when you drop gas, it disperses in all directions.
It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I want to know, though.
What do you want to know, being as I've taken space away from you?
I want to know.
Did he die? Did I get cut out?
I think he did.
Hiccups killed him.
And hiccups killed him, bless him.
I think the person visiting his house was actually the hiccups.
Wait, Oldish. You sound familiar.
What?
You sound familiar. Earth is
Do I?
glob?
Yeah. Same person.
Oh, okay.
This is just my other account.
And we got
Oh,
a
you're
room full of
banned.
people. I don't know if that guy is just gonna do what he's doing, but maybe we can
I'm
talk
sorry.
to
I'm
some
sorry.
people.
I was I
Huh?
was cut off there. But I did hear all of your concerns, by the way. Every single one of them.
Alrighty then.
They're just still alive with us.
Yeah, we got some new people in
No,
here right now.
the
So we
Amazon
got.
guy did not kill
Oh
me.
shit!
Kill me.
All right. We got James Green. It's in the house right now. James Green, are you there?
Sure. What's this? You would like to interrogate me or something?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Where were you on the July 5th in the middle of the night? What the fuck?
I don't remember. Let's give it a try.
Okay then. All right. So, what is your position on the topic of this room, James? Do you stand with the globe, or are you with flat Earth? Where are you at?
Oh yeah, no, I am not a
Globe,
flat Earth person.
Globe massive.
All right. So, what is your best evidence for the Earth being a globe, James?
My best evidence for the Earth being a globe.
The fact that it's a globe would be one.
Well, I would assert that would be my assertion, but that's not my evidence.
The fact that we've already had this decided like 75 years ago. In fact, not. We've decided it about 2,500 years ago.
Sorry, who's speaking? I just want to check who's speaking, because you were the one doing the.
I'm not doing anything. No.
No, you were talking for a while. You're the nuclear. You worked on in the military.
Yeah.
All
I'm a
I'm
nuclear
saying is,
scientist.
so I stand with you pretty much, but just what you said to me just now. What was it? That the reason I believe it is because it's a fact. I wouldn't say that, because I like to give reasons for my beliefs.
Well,
can you give just yours? Can you give just yours right now, or do you need him to give you your reasons?
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. That's what I'm saying. I don't want it to come from him, and I'm not sure. I want to think. What is my best evidence for the Earth being a globe?
And let me just preface this with White Ghost. Since we already had a conversation with you, you can have a seat. Don't interrupt the gentleman as he's speaking, or don't speak for him, please. So we can
I most
actually
certainly
have a
will not.
conversation.
I will leave them to his own devices.
Sounds good. All right, James, go ahead.
Okay. Best evidence.
Do it.
Well,
Come on,
again,
man, you can do better than that.
It's got to be good, right? It's your one. This is your moment. You got to
No,
seize
man,
it, right?
you're fighting our corner over here. Don't fuck it up.
I'm not promising anything. I'm not a physicist.
Okay.
I'm a physicist. I fucked it up. Get on with it.
You are a physicist, and you fucked it up, which is why I'm telling you don't put your faith in me. But I'm willing to give it a try. The I'll go along with what I was getting at in the chat, which is Newton's laws. Newton's universal law of gravity would be the justification. Now, if you ask me to explain that, I'm going to have a hard time. So you've got gravity, you've got the motion, let's say, of the planet. The planets. You observe the planets in their motions, and that's going to be your explanation for why, for example, you've got rotation around the sun and the moon rotating around the Earth. Gravity
is not going well.
Okay, well.
All right, James. Before you continue, I'm going to give the talking stick to somebody that's going to take point. Just for a second, I haven't heard Flatwater Crisis. If you're here, brother, you can take point on this one. If you don't want, you can pass the talking stick, I guess. But just so that we can get the conversation kind of spread around to all of us.
I would also like, just before everyone just descends into more conversation, I would like to point out that the 24/7 flat Earth conversation part of the politics Discord is now the largest
fucking
in the history of Discord, and it has the most people in it at any one time right now. Congratulations, everybody! Congratulations, everybody! Love you all. You guys are doing great.
Thank you for that sentiment. We're going to go ahead and pass it over to Flatwater Crisis. If you want to take this one.
That's crazy.
Should I go? I didn't actually hear the guy who came in. I don't know where we're at, but
James Green is brought up Newton's laws, and the reason for his number one proof right now on deck is that Newton provided enough evidence. I'm just paraphrasing James. If you want to go over it.
Yeah, that's good enough.
It was yikes. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You want to refute that?
Well, Newton provided evidence for what? Gravity?
Newton's laws of planetary motion.
Yeah, we're letting Flatwater. Sorry, James. We're letting Flatwater take it. He's going to be on point, so everybody else is just going to take a seat.
Yes,
it's all right. But yeah, I'm in and out. But so what? He provided evidence for gravity?
James, go ahead.
Well, an explanation for why the Earth revolves around the sun.
Well, an explanation would just be a story in itself.
Yeah. What's wrong with having a story?
Well, it's an interpretation, and that's fine. But did he have like scientific evidence for anything?
So you're claiming that stories are different than scientific evidence. It's
yeah.
What kind of evidence? Sure. What kind of evidence would you can? What's an example of admissible evidence
Well, scientific evidence, like for example, if we're talking about Newton's law of gravity, you'd be talking about the cause of the motions of the heavenly bodies and the cause of things falling. How would that be scientifically verified?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, it was never done. I mean, Newton himself said that he didn't feign hypotheses for that. That is basically mathematics, conjecture, philosophy, but not science, right? And Einstein didn't have a hypothesis for his version of gravity either. So, yeah, that's where we're at as far as I know.
Well, you're asserting that's true. You're asserting
Well,
that
show
he
me the
didn't.
hypothesis I missed if I'm wrong.
Well, you're just saying that it's not true that he had a scientific theory for gravity.
Correct. Well, yeah, he didn't have one.
So I could just say he did have one, and we would.
He even
Where
brought.
would we
He
be
even
at?
brought.
Well,
He even
that
brought.
would be a positive claim, and to validate it, you would have to show the experiments that he did. And he said himself that he didn't feign hypotheses for these ideas. So, I mean, doesn't sound like you're going to have much luck there, but you should try so that you can prove it to yourself that it doesn't exist.
I'm not following you, but that's okay. I don't need to.
He wrote a letter saying that he doesn't want to be ascribed to the gravity and that it's absurdity.
I would if that's interesting. If that's true, I'd love for somebody to show me that letter.
Can we
That would
post?
be-
Can we
I
post
posted.
that quote?
I posted. It's
Sasha,
there.
could you post that letter in the chat so he could look at it?
It's there. It's 48 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I'm not as eloquent as Newton, but basically what he said is that if you fall into believing that masses attract masses, that you're insane. Basically, much more eloquently than that.
Oh, you're saying that he doubted gravity. He doubted motion at a distance.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
Well, an action at a distance, he called it.
Yeah.
A force between masses, mass attracting mass.
That's true. He did say that it's an absurdity, and yet the math indicates that it's true.
He said it's an absurdity, and anybody with their critical faculties intact wouldn't fall into it. Basically, paraphrasing, and yeah.
That's true. He did say that.
And he said he didn't want it attributed to him either. Yet that's what history did anyway.
140 years or so after he died.
Well, I would say rightly so.
Do you know
whether he or not he wanted the conclusions he drew to be the conclusions he drew or not, in a way, is besides the point, because that's what his calculations demonstrated, right? So he was disappointed.
No.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks.
Quantitative
If you want
does not demonstrate.
If you just want to like go over what he said, I think that would be kind of clarifying for you, James, and maybe you'll understand the reason. There's like almost 150 years after his death that they didn't ascribe it to him, but then it's because of what he said, right? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect another matter without mutual contact, as it must be, if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And in this one reason why I desired you would not ascribe inanimate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, not inanimate, innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left open to the consideration of my readers.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm familiar with that admission of his.
Oh.
But it still okay.
Okay, when you say gravity, and now how we will get the shape from that?
How does a shape come from gravity?
Yeah.
an odd question. How does a shape come from gravity? What?
Because the question was the guy asked you what is your best proof for the sphere or the globe, and you said gravity and
yeah.
And now how gravity is making a shape?
Well, gravity is a force, so it acts on mass.
That's also wrong, because the modern astrophysicists is saying the gravity is not a force. Should I listen to you or them?
Great. So the astrophysicists who say that gravity is not a force, what do they say gravity is?
They are saying that it's a bending of space-time.
It's what?
Bending of space-time.
Bending of space-time?
Yeah.
Yeah, pseudo force. Not an
Due to
actual
the,
interaction between masses, but the curvature of the underlying space-time, which has never been obviously physically demonstrated.
Due to the presence of mass and energy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like a direct interaction between objects or something like that anymore, like it would have been according to the Newtonian idea.
So that was the best proof. Or
that's my best proof.
My question is, when you say gravity, how I can realize now that it's spherical?
I mean, look, when asked the question, what's your best proof of the ball? Your basic answer was, well, things go down.
Oh, yeah, I didn't actually hear where this began before Miggy called me in. But yeah, I would have gone to, well, that's kind of non sequitur.
Well, since you're speaking to me, I'll respond. I'll continue to respond, even if I didn't have responses to some of the comments. But I never said that it went down, because it's towards the mass, which has the gravity, which things are gravitating towards. So it's not necessarily down.
Have we measured that mass to show that it's a ball? Because I agree with you, it wouldn't be down, it would be inward. So have we measured that ball?
You can measure the ball if you like.
That's what I would want to do. To know that the ball is exerting a force or a pseudo force on space-time or whatever to cause things to fall inwards to it. The number one thing that I would try to do is verify the existence of that ball itself before building any sorts of ideas about how things fall down on it.
How we will measure the ball?
I think he got mixed up. He said he Newton was his best proof of planetary motion. That's Kepler, right? Or like Newton said that the planetary motion would require a force, right? Would require a force, but now gravity is not a force. So it's a lot of contradicting proofs you have, James.
No, that's fair enough. And I'm happy not to continue.
Okay, no problem. Thanks for talking to us, and stop by anytime and talk again.
Yeah,
all good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've been cordial and stuff, and I respect it. Thanks.
Yeah, I like James. I just wanted him to continue with something else, because that one wasn't that good. It's not his fault, you know.
That's all right. But it's up to him. Whatever he wants to do.
We got some people in here, but I think Pen Pal hasn't opened up with his mic yet. We don't know if it's who it is. Pen Pal, if you're there. Who else we got? FE Student, who's that? 303 KPH. Rob Knox is up there, but I don't know. He don't want to speak.
There's somebody called Uber 211 down the bottom, just above old dude.
That name looks familiar. Uber, are you there? I don't think Uber's there. Hopefully everybody's having a Friday night or a wonderful Saturday morning, whichever it is for you guys.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
Sure.
It might be more directed toward Jedi because I think he was here earlier, but what was someone talking about earlier? Because I was just like kind of vaguely listening about somebody shooting a laser at the space station. What was that?
I remember that.
That was Alex, and he was talking to Get Me Get, and I zoned out after a while. Like, seriously, I
Okay.
just out, mate.
Okay,
Captain
because I
Morton.
was
Oops. Go ahead.
sorry. I was just wondering because I was like, no way people are talking about shooting lasers at a space station and being
Why not?
like, oh yeah, there it is.
What are you doing? What are you talking about? They do it in Star Wars all the time. Don't you know how they blew the Death Star up?
How do you think you get a tractor beam to work? Duh.
Yes.
And we got Captain Morton that's in here. Captain Morton, are you there?
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Nothing much, man. We're just going around the room seeing who's brand new to the server, to the channel.
Not crazy brand new. I've like jumped in here for like a month or two, maybe a little bit more, but yeah, it's kind of chilling.
Are you siding with Flat Earth or Globe Earth?
I don't think that Flat Earth has good arguments for it, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so what is your best argument for the globe?
Oh, the one I was running like a week or two ago is about how general relativity seems to, if we think general relativity is a good theory of matter and stuff like that, like we have good evidences, all these sorts of things. It doesn't seem like infinite planes can exist in space-time without being curved.
Well, nobody here said infinite plane, so that'd be a straw man.
So I was saying my evidence for a globe.
Yeah, but it was a straw man.
No, because I wasn't addressing any of your arguments for it. I was just saying from general relativity, it doesn't seem like it would make sense for this to be like an infinite plane.
Well, they say that the universe is basically an infinite plane.
Well, yeah, saying basically, but that's why you have to look at the math on it. It's the basic part
they say
of
it's pretty much perfectly flat. And it's infinitely expanding. Isn't that an infinite plane?
It's not infinitely expanding. And yeah, I forgot the first one you said.
Where's the edge of space?
Edge of space? What do you mean by the edge?
You said that it's not expanding into nothing, so there must be an edge. Where's your edge of space?
Show me the edge.
No, I said it's not infinitely expanding. There seems to be a rate to it.
Can we fall
which
out?
would make it not infinitely, but
So it's going to stop.
Possibly. Evidence seems to show that it's currently in an inflationary period, but we've had de-inflationary periods before, according to the math that claims that we're inflating now.
So you got space-time, you've got relativity, you've basically got this philosophical framework about how a ball in space could exist, and according to that framework, it doesn't make sense that Earth can be flat. Is that it?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's loaded with a lot of presuppositions.
Precepts, but I get what you mean.
So as far as the narrative goes, Captain Morton, do you know how they've told you and everybody else that the Earth is a globe? Like, have they shown you any measurements on how to measure the Earth?
For
you
could look at like Earth's shadow. That's one thing you could look at.
Earth's shadow. Where do I find Earth's shadow at?
Oh, so it's when the moon actually gets should be lit up but isn't. It happens every so often. I forget how often it actually happens. 7 months or something.
Well,
the moon should be lit up, but it's not, and that doesn't make any sense.
So we do see something that people call eclipses, but like what we're saying though with that, how do we know it's Earth's shadow?
Oh, because if you look at the math on kind of what we come up with orbital mechanics and everything because of this, it happens on a regular sort of basis that it would happen. And it seems to happen at those times. And we seem to have really good predictive power for where weird sort of moon-sun interactions will happen. Like when it's shadowed for the moon, or if like the moon is covering up a part of the sun. Like if you guys saw the annular eclipse, I don't know if you guys were in the path.
Yeah, we most people saw the annular eclipse. But the thing is, we're saying that with math, we know it's the Earth. Is that what you're saying though, Captain? With math, we know it's the Earth.
Not that we know, it's just that it regularly
we don't know.
predicts.
So we don't.
Would,
so we don't know, right?
But it does regularly predict when the moon
It's
will
not.
be
It's
like.
post-predicted.
But we don't know, right, Captain? We don't know.
Well, what do you mean by no?
Well, if I was to say that I know that the Earth is the shadow of the Earth is covering the moon, I know that it's doing that. Are you saying that you know that the Earth's shadow is covering the moon?
Can you give me a different example than the one that we're
Not
using right
really,
now?
because it's really
Like for
to
knowing
the
things.
well, it's really to the point, right? If you say you know something, what would that mean? If you say you know something, what does that mean
Oh,
to you?
if I say it's because it's highly predictable. It would be a large surprise to me if it didn't happen
Well,
that
that's
way.
not telling
Something
you
like
how it knows. You're just saying how it's not. I want to know how it is known. You can't say
well, I
how it's
just said
not
I
known, how
don't
it is
know.
known.
It, right, I'm explaining that when I say I know something, it's that it doesn't seem to meet the requirement that you're saying for no. That's why I was kind of trying to figure out what
Me
you mean by knowing
Okay,
something.
so if I was to tell you that I know that I don't know, that a car has tires because that's the only way that it could operate. And if you were to say, "How do you know that?" And then if I was to tell
Yeah,
you because it has four rubber tires and then, filled with air.
but,
I know
but
that
that's a
because I can
car, right?
right. But the analogy here is when I have a knowledge claim like that, I can support it with evidence. Now, in the case of the earth being casting a shadow on the moon, how can I
Okay.
support that with evidence?
You could do something like take a measurement from up on a mountain and then lower down on a mountain and see if the angle actually changes very much for the amount of coverage that the Earth does on it. And that you could do the
Angle.
geometry on that, and you could figure out how much difference things
Sort of
need to be and how
seeing
different upright things need to be to make the triangle work.
okay.
The
I'm sort of
triangle.
seeing another big presupposition here though, because you're assuming that there's a
Trigonometry.
globe in space and a three-body alignment of the sun and the globe, Earth, and the moon for a lunar eclipse to begin
No,
with. Has anybody measured that globe that would be needed for casting a shadow?
you see. That's all scientific theories are. They're like given a set of assumptions, like this is this case, this is this
So
case,
you're
this is this
right, but you're
case,
just so
then certain things
do you
would
mean
be
that,
explainable.
Captain, are you just
Yeah.
assuming that the earth is a globe? Are you assuming it? Or do you know it?
What do you mean by no?
Well, if I tell you I know it's the Earth's shadow, I can verify, like, look, it's the Earth. It's covering the moon. Wow. I now know that it's the Earth covering the moon. But if you're just
How would you
saying,
actually know that?
I think that you tell me, you're the one claiming that. I'm not.
No,
I'm
I'm
not saying that the
literally
Earth's
not
covering the
saying
moon.
it.
Well,
You
but
keep
here's the
jumping
thing.
to you know things, and I'm saying I
All right.
don't know this stuff.
All
I'm
right. So
saying
if you
given
right.
a
So we're
certain
back
set
to
of
I don't know.
assumptions,
Right.
you could
I'm
explain stuff.
Captain Morton. I'm agreeing
It's
with you. If you
not
don't
that.
Right. If you don't know that it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon, then how is that a best evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Oh,
This
because best
yes,
evidence doesn't mean that you know things. Because I am
it doesn't mean that you know.
epistemologically agnostic. I don't think you can know things in the way that you're saying it.
So you would claim that you can't know anything then?
What do you mean by no?
So in your epistemology, if I was to tell you, are you standing up, sitting down? What are you doing right now, Captain? Can you just like tell me what you're doing? Like what are you doing right now? Standing up, sitting down,
Uh,
laying down?
best evidence I have is I'm standing up on a bit of a grassy bit.
Okay. Now, if I was to tell you, are you 100% sure that you're doing that? What would you respond?
No, because I don't know
Okay,
that.
then. So, how do you know what you just said that you don't know
Right.
that? How can you be sure of
I'm
that?
not, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're listening to me.
No, but I'd answer the
I'm
question though, because
saying I
I'm
don't
trying to
know
figure
that.
out. Right, we're digging
But I
into your
don't know that. I
epistemology. We're
agree. I
okay. So you
agree. I
don't,
know
you
none
do,
of these things. I'm
so you don't
agnostic
know,
about.
right? So you don't know that you don't know, right? That you don't know that you don't
Uh,
know.
yeah, that is a fun sort of contradiction that you could throw out
No,
there.
it's not. It's a circular reasoning, but I'm actually showing you why
Well,
that
no, because
epistemology is like something far fetched. You can't. It doesn't require for you don't have to think about things, right? You can just state claims and say I don't know. It's like I have no accountability to say I know anything, so long as I can say what I want, but have no accountability. I'm in a sweet spot where nobody can hold me accountable for the things that I say, but yet I can say things at the same time. It's a paradox.
Oh no, you can hold
Yes,
me
yes.
accountable for the things that I say.
How do you know
Okay.
that?
The difference is
How do you know he could
that
do that?
Go ahead.
so again, it's the same sort of knowledge that I think I have about like that I'm standing here on top of grass. If you're using that sort of level of knowledge of certainty, then yes, I am standing up here. I'm quite certain that is the Earth casting that shadow, and it's based off of the idea that I build models based off of assumptions about the
All right.
world, and the ones
So
that the better assumption sets are the ones
Assumption.
that can explain more of the world. So I use that
correct.
assumption set, which is like a model, and
You're
then I
telling
start
yourself
describing
stories
things
about what
around
you
me.
see.
Did you say assumption set? You were using an
Yeah.
assumption set. Do people refer to them as assumption sets? I've never heard this term. Are you
Not
saying that?
generally.
Not generally.
Model
Is
is
this what
normally what people
right?
use.
Is this what you're saying? Did you make up these words so that you can ascribe something to what how you're going about talking about models, that it's an assumption set?
Well, everyone has their own words for concepts, and I'm just trying to explain what I think about the concepts that
Oh, okay.
exist in science.
So everything's
I
based
could
on
use other
your.
people's words if you want me to, but
No, I
I'd
actually
rather
want you to be
use my
honest.
words.
You're doing it right now. You're being honest with like your epistemology, but what I'm looking at is that in how you kind of think about things, there's nothing to grasp onto. Like if you say, "Hey, I saw the moon and the shadow that was covering it was from the Earth," and if somebody was to ask you, "How do you know?" you would respond to them, "Well, I don't really know." And then if they were to say, "Well, do you have an idea?" "I do have an idea, but I don't really know
Yeah,
if I know that idea." And you see what
yeah,
I mean?
exactly.
It's like a self
Great.
sabotage. You can never with this
No, no,
epistemology.
it's
Well,
the
yeah,
best way to go about
but
stuff.
think about it this though, Captain, because with this epistemology, people can never take you seriously, because if they ask you,
Oh,
"What are you doing right now?" and you could be on the phone and be like, "Well, I'm driving down the road," and then they would say like, "How do you know that?" Well, you'd be like, "I really don't know if I'm driving down the road. I could be a potted plant of petunias falling from like 100-story building, or
oh,
I could be swimming in an
sure.
ocean. I don't know." Right?
Excellent. But you would agree that I'm being
Excellent.
honest about how I'm saying things. So I would say, yes, honestly, I
I
think
don't
I'm
think you're
certain
being
that I'm
honest.
standing up.
I don't agree with that you're being honest.
Well,
Well,
you're just
I'm
looking at
talking to
things,
him. I'm talking to that guy. The way
you're
he said it.
interpreting the phenomena through a framework that's been given to you and taught to you by other people. They've just told you a story about how these things in the sky work, and you're basically just running with that and confirming that to yourself. The initial
That's not really
presuppositions,
true.
like the ball in space in the first place that's supposed to be casting this shadow, you've never verified. You don't know that
Yeah.
that's there.
Well, like I've sent things up into the upper atmosphere, had them circumnavigate
How do
certain
you know that?
places. Because I got back the data, and the best way to explain the data that I got
Yeah,
back would be that I
but you
actually
don't know
went
that
to
to
those
be
places.
true, Captain. You don't know that to be true.
Yeah, because I don't know anything to be true. It's not
There you
actually a
go.
point against
There
though.
you
This
go.
was Alpha's point that people
Do
won't
you
take
know
you
things?
serious now. Like I don't take you serious now because I don't think you're
Why
honest
is
because
it
you said
important?
you can't know things. Like that's the consequence of what you're
Yep.
doing right now. You don't come off as honest. You're dishonest, if anything, saying you can't know that you're standing up. I mean, who would listen to you? I don't know
Well,
why. I
So
don't.
if you want to
I
go
kind of
around
wonder
claiming that
why
you're
you
on a
guys.
spinning orbiting ball in space that's casting shadows on other balls and such, how about the first step would be to measure that ball directly? Has anybody ever done that?
So what I claimed is that the it couldn't be an infinite plane because general
Yeah, but
relativity does
GR already
can't be an
says that
infinite.
that's what the universe is
That's what I'm
effectively.
arguing.
So that's already kind of nonsensical on
Yes,
its
but
face for
not the parts
say.
inside of it. If there's multiple parts inside of it, none of them could be infinite planes.
They say that the universe is that. So anyway, we're
So
not
the
saying that
entire
anyway.
thing
So
is
it's
the entire
it's just
thing.
a straw man on our position because nobody here is saying infinite plane,
Not a
infinite
straw
plane.
man
That's
on
what
your
like, we
position.
haven't even done that. So instead of attacking a straw man, why don't you just show us the evidence for this ball that you think is casting shadows on other balls in space?
So it's not a straw man to address positions that I think
You're
are
just going
wrong.
to insist
I'm
that
saying
attacking a
that
position that we don't hold is not a straw man.
I don't know. I've asked multiple guys here about their models on it. No one will tell me a model, but
Well,
I'm
you don't
saying
Why
it
need to
don't
be
you
can't
done
be
concerned.
one?
flat.
Captain,
I'm just
you don't
saying
need to
it
be
can't be
Captain,
flat.
you don't need to be concerned about that anymore because you really don't know if you're having this conversation right now. It could be a figment of your imagination. So, in
Yeah, but
all
I'd still interact
reality,
the same way.
yeah,
I'd
but
still
then
interact the same
how do
way
you know
if
you're
it
not
was
how do
just
you know
imagined.
how do you know you're not talking to yourself right now?
Well, don't actually
I might
know
be in your
that. I'm pretty
imagination.
certain I'm not, but I could be.
This might be your
But I'm
thoughts. Me
still
speaking right now
if,
might be
if
your
wait,
thoughts.
hold up for a second. If it were the case that you guys were all actually talking to your imagination as well, would you act any differently?
You're being taken as a joke. You're not being taken seriously. Now, you could have said, "There, hey, I believe there's certain things that are unknowable," but and that would have been seen as a more honest position to hold. But when you said, "I don't know if I'm standing up," after you declared you were standing up on a piece of grass,
If I disagree with your position, that
just gonna
doesn't make
stop
it
talking.
dishonest.
He just
No, you,
outlined what he just outlined what he thought the reason why. You just self-sabotage yourself in this argument. So there's really no recovering. You're sabotaged. There's nothing you can do anymore to revive the argument. You're basically dead in the water, sir.
Wait, you think
Anything you
knowledge
can.
isn't for someone? What's
I
important
mean,
about knowledge to you guys?
not unless somebody else wants to engage with you. I feel like
Ca-
this has run its course.
Captain, I'm 100% sure that you are now speaking with Alpha Veritas. 100% sure. And he's called Miggy, and you are speaking with the guy called Miggy, and now you both of you are speaking. I'm 100% sure. There is not 99.9%.
I would debate that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
But
don't
you
think
are saying that you don't know if you are speaking with us. That means that how I can know that I'm speaking now.
yeah, but it's not
Let's
completely
ask
his.
him this
It's not
question.
completely his fault. But because what happened is like his eyes observe that he lives on like a stationary world, right? Like he knows that water is flat, right? But then the entire world's telling him, don't believe anything that you can sense and feel and touch. Don't believe it. We have different evidence that tells you can't trust any of your senses. That you have to refer to us on what is real and not real. And now he's gone like off the deep end of where they told him to go into believing that nothing can be known. Yeah, it's a shame what happened to him.
It is a shame, but it's the world we live in right now, and
Internet came back.
this type of
It's not
sabotage.
actually a shame. It's the best
It
way to
is.
go
It really
about
is.
dealing with new information so that you could deal with new
No,
information and be
it's
able to adapt.
the
Man,
thing
you
is,
he doesn't know that if he's speaking with us, but he knows that shadows.
yeah. Well, that's what I was saying before. It's like you're claiming knowledge when no knowledge in your worldview and your epistemology cannot exist. Just saying, bro.
No, I think certainty could kind of exist, yeah. But you're kind of
Anyway,
saying 100% certainty is knowledge. I'm saying like 98% certainty. That's where I call
yeah, I
knowledge.
know, but
That's very different.
that's the slippery slope that you live on, because that percentage of doubt that you have in your head is always going to leave room for you never to agree that something that you know is true. It's a self-sabotage position. It's like a mind virus, and it latches onto anybody who
Oh
actually
no,
thinks like you. Because here's the thing, right? Outside of our known reality, whatever else is going on in the immaterial, we don't have any knowledge of that. Otherwise, we'd interact with it in a real way. And so, because of that, this construct that we are in, this fabric of reality that you and I exist in, we have senses to guide us, right? At least for the most part, when they're not dulled. When they are, then it becomes a part where you're suffering a fever or an illness or something is going on. You're inebriated. Fucking, you can name any other state that you could be in, but you enter into a state of being, right? Stress can cause this. There's many other states of being, right? So when you're into these different states, it alters your perception, right? And things can happen in an altered perception. However, there has been this idea that because we know this information, now you can't trust your senses because you don't know if you're dreaming right now or in an altered state. But the fact of the matter is, we have third party confirmations that will say, hey, I don't know if I'm sitting in my car right now. And your buddy next to you that's talking to you, us also, he'd be like, dude, you're sitting right next to me in a car. So third party perspective can confirm that it is what you say that you're doing. So it's not only you that says that you're in a dream, that you don't know if you're talking or what's going on, but third party perspective can confirm that you are doing the thing that you say you are. So there's confirmation to also give us more of like what our known reality is, so that we can identify that it's not just you saying that you're talking to us on Discord, standing outside on touching grass, but other people can confirm, like your buddy next to you, be like, yeah, he's out here, he's touching grass, I see him. And so then now we know, right? So there's more people. We can witness you. You can turn on your camera. Like there's many things that we can confirm that will give us the understanding that you are saying the truth, and you can be sure of that too. And you don't have to be afraid of that. But people are so afraid to say, dude, if I say that I'm sure, then that means that I have to explain the mysteries of the universe. You don't have to do that, bro. There's no depth to this. Your
Look, his
senses
way
tell
of
you.
thinking can be
Well,
beneficial.
there
When a
is.
woman says, "Does my butt look big in these pants?" You could say, "I'm not sure."
Yeah, but
And
you're
be
avoiding
safe.
conflict. You don't want to get into a conflict.
How can I
But
know?
this,
How can I know anything? How can you know?
Mm-hmm.
I would take his position in that.
Yeah,
I'd be like, dude, I don't know what the
it's the best
reality is.
position.
Yeah, have you looked into epistemology? You can never truly know.
Right. Let's define how we're using that word "big."
Yeah, I would escape from there pretty quick. But anyway, in the sense of our physical and natural world, if we're getting into a place where we don't know anything, then we're just a bunch of meat sacks, like not making any sense. And we can't do that, right? Because that's going to sabotage every position. It'll undermine all of known things. So if you say, I know that every time that I try to heat water up and I apply this amount of fire and this temperature, I'm going to get the result of boiling water and so on, because we can test for this. We know this to be true. And then at some point, that's not going to be the case. It won't be true anymore because I thought it was true, but I could be wrong. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of loopholes in our fundamental knowledge of like what we discover to be true. And if that's the
Oh
world you
yeah.
live in,
So
you'll never settle on certainty as far as like what we can understand about the physical and natural world. It'll only be 88% that I know that fire will do this when I apply it in this specific way. You know what I mean? That's kind of a bit
yeah, no,
like
no, it's not a problem because I do like experimental physics stuff where you're trying to like
right.
do electrode development kind of things, and you're like, I think this is going to be the case, and then data comes out, it's like that doesn't seem to be the case. You have to look through all the parameters that were wrong. Maybe like you used the wrong type of water. Maybe there's a contaminant you weren't expecting. Things like this. So like saying how much energy it takes to heat up a gallon of water. If it's a perfect gallon and a perfectly watered, then you know. But you don't
No,
actually know when you're
that's
heating up
yeah. No,
a gallon
you're
of
trying to get
water. There's
yeah, but you're
nothing.
trying to get ideal conditions, and the thing that people have to work with is variables, right? So we don't have
That's
ideal
what I'm saying.
conditions.
That's
Things
exactly
aren't
what I'm
perfect.
saying.
So I know that, but what
Exactly.
I'm
So we
saying,
never know
what
the outcomes.
no,
We
but check
don't know the outcomes
no.
then.
That's the thing that I'm not saying. So what we're doing here is we're working with known variables, right? There's variables that are known. You know the tolerance levels. You know the like if something gives in to like okay, you're working with a framework of temperature. Like if you are someone who actually engineers things, you're gonna have to know certain things. Like if the integral structure of buildings, like you're gonna have to know some stuff because if people's lives are on the line, you better damn well know what you're talking about. If you
Oh no,
had your
that's
mind,
what safety
just
factors
hold on a
are.
second, Captain. I just want to outline some. If you had your mind going into a boardroom and you're like, you know, I can't really know things to be true. This is my epistemology. Everybody in the boardroom of the engineering project are gonna look at you like, dude, get out. Like we don't need this. We need people that know what the fuck they're talking about because people's lives are at stake. We need to know the pressure levels. We need to know like what danger zones are. Like things have to be to a level of certainty where people are going to be comfortable to say like this is the case. When you enter into
Yeah.
that mindset, people are going to be so unsure of like, well, I don't really know if you know we work with these materials, but it could be explosive. I don't know. You think somebody's going to
Why
hire
do
you
we
for
have
you know what I
safety
mean? Like,
factors? Why do we build safety factors into civil engineering? If we know the answer, why do we build in safety factors?
well, they wouldn't be there in the
Human
first place
error.
if yeah. There's like I said, tolerance levels of things that you have to account for because human error is one, right? The materials that you're using could, under certain conditions, experience different forces. You have to kind of like
But
you
you
have to
don't know
plan for
the
things.
outcome.
No,
So
that's
you
not the
don't know
point.
the outcome.
That's not the
You
point. The
plan for
point,
things by putting a buffer that you think is
yeah,
acceptable for safety. That's why we have safety things.
right. But
Safety is
here's the
actually a new thing that we've been doing because we
Captain.
used
But
to
here's the
think
thing.
things were always correct, but then we've added safety factors
No.
because
But
we know
here's
we
what
were
I'm saying though.
incorrect in our model.
At what time is
Well,
your
if you
safety
guys would
measures like
quit.
when you have a building, right? When you're doing like
Yep.
safety measures on buildings, at what point are you
Nope.
going to say, dude, there could be a giant whale that crashes through the window, so we got to account for that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's things that are just
This
not
is
going
what
to be the
insurance
case.
companies do. What you're
Dude,
talking right now is
fucking
insurance companies.
Yeah,
This is
I was
what
gonna
this is
say.
the math that
Listen,
they
the
do.
insurance companies already calculated the statistics of his fat ass mama falling down in the store. So we got this
Yeah.
covered, and it's under natural disasters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I mean,
actually,
these,
if you like.
but it's more of the fact that we can get to a place where people are have contingency plans for things that could happen, right? But these are well
Yeah,
within the
because
realm
they
of
feel good about
these
it.
are well right, these are well within the realm of possibility because we understand the physical and natural world. Things that happen
Yeah,
will
and
happen in specific ordinances to the physical natural world. They're not going to happen like people aren't just walking around spontaneously combusting into flames. Like that's not the you don't get that's like you're not just gonna walk down the street and all of a sudden you turn into a cat, you know, like and you're just meowing. Like that's fucked up. That's the kind of world that you're
Right.
No, no.
Listen,
So,
one of the
one
biggest
really fun
factors is
example.
erosion due to atmospheric conditions. Erosion.
No, so
Yeah.
one of the really cool examples of this would be I forget the name of the bridge. I think it was in Ohio in the 70s. But essentially, they built it and it fit every model that we know is built up to like high levels of standards. But when a certain wind of a certain amount went past it, in a continuous amount, it started oscillating because it was a resonant frequency of the bridge. And once it kept oscillating, it actually tore apart and killed
The
hundreds of
Golden
people. It
Gate?
was really sad. It was not Golden Gate. I believe it was in Ohio. I keep thinking hurdy-gurdy, but that's
Isn't
the
that
instrument.
Mothman Bridge?
No,
Or
it's you can look up
the
bridge
Mothman?
resonance,
Yeah.
safety
The
factor,
Mothman
things
told
like
him
that.
that bridge was going to fall.
really that's weird.
I'm pretty sure that's the same bridge from the Mothman theory.
Oh, that
'Cause
actually might be true. That sounds vaguely familiar.
it is because this bridge was predicted to fail. A lot of people said it was going to fail, and then this other guy said he was talking to this
Oh.
dark figure, and
No, it's a different one. Because people didn't predict this one to fail because they didn't think that the bridge would actually reach resonance.
Well, there's things in the physical and natural world that take place that are anomalies, right? And that would qualify
Yeah,
as an
yeah.
anomaly. Yeah. But
And that's things that we don't know.
here's the thing, though,
The outcomes
man.
we weren't expecting.
Right.
The outcomes
But
we
we're
weren't
not,
expecting that
dude.
we don't
What
actually
I'm
know.
I
We have
know
to
that.
watch for those
Listen, dude.
things.
Listen. What I'm saying though is that you're not gonna get a giant talking chocolate bar that's gonna knock the bridge down, right? You don't have
Sure,
that.
that's
And
fine.
where in reality is that gonna make any fucking sense? Like so. What I'm
Well, I
saying
mean, a
is these.
meteor kind of makes sense as a version of
No,
that,
but what I'm
yes.
saying though, Captain, when I asked you the question, are you standing outside? You said yes, and are you, you said I'm touching grass and that, and then I was like, are you 100% sure? You're like, fuck, dude, no, I don't know that shit. So if
100% no. 99% yeah.
fuck, dude, like I mean, whatever. But if you don't even know that,
Can I
then
just ask a question about that real quick?
anything becomes fair game.
Yeah, you can
Like
ask a
you can
question. That
fucking
seems
say
to be
anything.
circling.
Well, we're circling because it just seems like your epistemology is circling. So go
Well,
ahead. Whoever wants to ask.
so
Well, you
you
just need to
could
have a
be
problem.
you could be in a simulated world and you're not really outside. That's the premise, huh?
So,
'Cause you're
so
just
you
I mean,
can't be
dumb to
100%.
know.
So
it's
you
not
can't be.
discounted yet. I seem to have good evidence against it, but I haven't discounted
Jeez.
it yet fully. Like
So you can't
solipsism,
be.
I don't think
Okay,
anyone's
so you
actually
can't.
broken solipsism fully.
All right, so you can't be 100% sure of anything. Is
Cool.
that right?
Yeah, solipsism, because
Okay.
solipsism could be true. Do you
Okay.
agree that solipsism could be true?
No,
Yeah,
you
that
can't be
man's
100%
not
sure of
married.
anything.
If he was,
So,
he'd be sure of it.
for fuck's sake, what's going on?
Yeah.
So you can't be 100% sure of anything, right? Correct? Yeah, you said that already.
In logic and philosophy, yeah, you can't do that because
Okay, are you
solipsism
100%? Are you 100% sure of that?
that solipsism could be the case. No, I'm about 98% sure.
Okay,
99.
so you don't know. All right.
Right?
You don't know
That's
if you
the
can't
whole
be
thing.
sure of anything.
No,
Okay, thanks.
if you keep saying you don't know, I don't think
Can you give me an
addressed
equation
as
for
person.
90?
Yeah.
Can you give me an equation for 98? Why is not 97?
So
Dude,
I'm just giving a rough number.
That's rough, dude.
I don't
Rough
think
as
you can
hell.
really mathematically do these sorts of things
How,
correctly, but
how
that's
did you
roughly
get?
where I
How
put
did
it.
you get that? How did you get that roughly?
Well, he's only
I'm trying to
67%
portray
sure
an
how he
idea.
got there.
Exactly.
I'm trying to portray an idea to you, and
Well, he's
97, 99%
Yeah,
roughly.
he's not. He's
So
not
you're not
sure.
certain
He's
about
not sure that
the
he can't
number.
be sure, though.
Right.
Keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
exactly.
Man,
Once you
what
get-
is your
Are you
job?
sure that you are
Can you
sure?
try like this? What is your job?
How'd you get those analytics, bro? Like, I'm trying to figure that shit out.
Are you working something? I mean, are you making money? Are you working? Do you have any job?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is paying you for your job?
Everybody's gonna want to know what vicinity you are in, because you're gonna be like, oh, I better
DC.
watch out for that area. DC.
VCs are paying.
Everybody
Why
watch
they are
out in the
pay,
DC area.
why
He
they are
folds
paying you?
clothes at Goodwill.
Why they are paying you?
Fucking Mike.
Oh, because I'm good at creating measurement
Well, you know
systems.
they
Oh,
hired
you are
the
good in
handicap,
creating.
right?
You are good in creating what?
Measurement systems.
Are you 100 sure that you are creating? 100% sure that you're creating that? What you said?
Fuck no.
100. So is this just the same question again, or are you trying to get somewhere?
Are you 100% sure that you are doing your job properly?
I mean, you already know my answer. I've answered this. 100%.
Oh, this could start an
No.
argument.
I am not 100%. I am 99% sure on most of these
There you go.
things. You can ask me about some weird shit, and then those I'll be like, I'm
Okay.
like
Dude,
40%
listen, I
sure that
bet
there's
if
a
you were
monkey
doing
thing.
your
I think
job
there's
and your
like,
boss come up and said, I don't think you're doing your job, you would belligerently tell him how you are fucking doing 100%
Yeah.
of
no,
your job.
I would ask him what he thought my
Motherfucker.
job was and
He
how I
would.
wasn't doing it. That's
He
how you do
Nah,
defined
measurement.
your
bullshit,
position.
dude.
Are you dumb? He defined your position when you got hired, man.
For example,
Funnily enough, R&D companies don't really
I will
have
give
much
you.
of a
I will give you
definition in their job.
example.
You have to write
I
one like a year and a half
Research
after
and
I got in there.
development, actually they do. It would be called technician or engineer.
Yeah, so I was
Research.
a senior test engineer. That was my job. So I was building test infrastructure for their measurement. That's what I was doing. And if I was making test instruments that they were then using, then from his perception,
Such
yeah, I was
as
doing my job. That's
test
all that
instruments
required.
such as
Long-term test vehicles for electrodes, doing abrasive test machines, well, it was more of a control system I had to do for a really large power source to do a much larger electrode, and making sure that we got all the measurements right and making sure that we weren't having cross-contamination of signals, things like that.
Are you using computer?
Am I? Yeah. A lot of analog measurements, but yeah, we have ADCs.
How do you know that you're using computer?
How do I know? What do you mean by know?
how the hell do you get your job done?
Do you see how this argument doesn't work? I'm going to say
I
no. I
know.
don't.
I
know
can't
these
believe
things. If
you
want to
haven't
talk
recognized,
colloquially,
dude. I can't
do you
believe
want
how
do you
you
want to
didn't
talk
realize that
colloquially?
yet. Has a penny finally dropped?
Right. No, because you haven't shown me
No?
that
Okay.
solipsism is not
Well, to
possibly true.
perform your job duties every day, you have to be certain
Is
of certain
solipsism
things,
not
and you do them
is
repetitiously
solipsism
and
not possibly
religiously
true?
at work.
Everyone seems
Dude,
to be doing the same question. Is
I blame the
solipsism
globe for
not
this.
possibly true? Is
Fucking, it all
solipsism
leads
not
back to the
possibly
globe.
true? Is solipsism not possibly true?
They're cranking out more and more individuals like this because that's what the globe is all about. You can
Does
never know
anyone want to
anything.
address this? No.
Well, listen, an idiot like that is easily controlled. We can just show him the statistics or the analytics, and we'd be good.
How would that
wouldn't have
disprove
we
solipsism?
wouldn't have to
Have you
prove
thought about
anything to
solipsism?
him. We'd give you a bunch of charts that say why we say so in percentages, and you'd accept it because we're the authority.
No, why would you claim that solipsism isn't possibly true? I don't know how any
Well, dude,
stats or
yeah,
anything.
we gotta.
No, I'm
Thank you.
saying that a person who lives
Do
in
you
that
agree?
is
Do you
easily
agree that
manipulated
solipsism is
because
possibly
all
true?
things are fucking possible and no thing can be certain. You'd be an easily manipulated person.
So your argument against solipsism is that you would be easily manipulated. That's not a
Yeah.
good argument against solipsism.
Yes, you have to
Do
be
you have a good argument
concrete.
against that?
It is a good argument because you have nothing's concrete for you, and you act as if
Correct.
we can know nothing, but you perform a job with specific details every fucking
Cool.
day, over and
Yeah,
over
very
again,
simple.
Religiously.
Very simple.
And those
Not
require a certain
religiously.
degree of acceptance or belief. You could be
No,
100%
most of what I do is try
certain
and
that
break
you go
rules.
through that ritualistic action every day unless you're sick or your car breaks down.
Majority of my job in measurement theory is to get rid of things that we haven't thought about yet that could be
Is
messing up the
change a
measurement.
constant? How about that? Is change a constant? Is that the only constant we know? Change. All things will change with time, right? Can
Did
you
you
be
just
certain
ask
of
me
that?
if I know it again? Have you guys not gotten this? If you ask me, do I know it? Are
He
you
won't
asking
agree
me
to that, Mike.
locally,
He won't
like
agree to that.
99%
Listen,
sure or 100%
did you
sure?
go from young to
'Cause
old?
every time you say
If you
100% sure,
eat,
I'm
are
going
you
to say
gonna
no.
shit?
I'll answer you. I'll answer you the next 10 questions.
If you drink, are you
No,
going to
I don't
pee?
know it.
If you drink, are you
So
going to take a piss sometime in the future?
not necessarily. You could die.
Jesus.
Oh, this
Easy out
fucking
for your fucking
moron.
knowledge.
Oh
All
my
right, dude, we're
god.
moving on. We're moving
Listen,
on, Captain.
we're
We're
on,
moving on.
Farm. I'll predict you're going to
Thank you.
piss in 5
Thank
minutes,
you.
and in
We can move
5
on
minutes,
because
I will
the
kick the
same
piss
answer
out of
every
you
time.
We're gonna move on. Fuck.
with
Please,
certainty.
please,
Everybody wants
please,
off this ride.
please.
You see.
It was certainty, but not absolute knowledge.
This
I will be certain with the absolute
Cool.
knowledge that in the end, you will have lost.
Jesus. All right, Captain. Yeah, that's good enough, man. We've heard enough of your epistemology. All right, Jedi, if you want to take
Thank
us
you.
out of here.
Just fucking anybody else but this idiot.
Who's
Hey,
Big
man,
Ahoy?
you're
Or
driving the
Dark?
boat. Get us out of the bay, damn it.
Yeah, we were stuck in the rocks, dude. Like fucking, we're in a crag right now. All right, Dark Roast is in here right now. Dark Roast, if you're there, we want to talk to anybody new. Big Ahoy, have we talked to you before? I'm not sure. Shoot. Pen Pal's in here. Penelope's off of mute or deafen. Penelope, if you're there, chime in. Talking to all the new people in here.
Whisper
Mickey,
Jack
it's me.
right down the bottom. What's up, Whisper
Who's
Jack?
Oh, I keep forgetting. Yeah, how you doing?
Hi. I'm just, I'm, I'm your audience.
Oh yeah, well I didn't know that was you, but now I do.
I
Okay.
love the new place you're in. It's very lively intellectually.
Yeah, it's like back in the old days where 24/7 before.
Yeah. Awesome.
Do you have roles to use the chat, Ildiko? Oh, she went on deafen.
She went on deafen.
I see. She doesn't. I'll figure that.
This has become the 24/7. I don't know what's going on channel. So.
Well, they want to
Do you
come in here
guys
and make a case
have-
for what they say is going on, but then they tell you in the next breath they don't know what's going on.
Bro, I'm telling you, the
Yeah.
fucking I blame the globe. I blame the globe for individuals like that because that they're just cranking them out on the daily. You ask, they're
No,
Earth agnostic, they're
blame
fucking
the Greeks.
solipsism, it's just fucking all
Blame
over the
the
place.
Greeks.
The Greeks. I want to fucking blame all of society. All more and more. Everybody, you probably have a lot of more people that agree with you than not agree with you, for sure.
Yeah.
On this specific topic.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if people have thought about solipsism very much.
Oh,
Most people
fuck.
seem to
They
just
might
be
not. They might
agreeing.
not know the name. They might not know the term solipsism, but they do agree. It would if you gave them an argument just the way you framed it, they would agree with you.
That might be true. Sure.
Yeah. I'm 67% sure that's true.
Cool. Do you have have you? Could you adjust just solipsism for me real quick so I understand your position on it? Like, do you think it's just silly? What's going on with it? You don't have to. We can move on to other people, but I really
I'm
just want to know
my
your
point
opinion
is
on it.
it's pants on head fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I will agree with that, but I don't think you got the whole set of pants. Maybe just the crotch or the leg.
Just a crotch.
We can't be sure.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not certain enough.
Yeah, but like, what's wrong with the argument? Like, you're saying it pants on head crazy, but like,
yeah, bro.
Like, is it like coming from a weird place? Is like, what's wrong
with
with
the
it?
argument? Listen, what's wrong with the argument? I can say I'm not certain of anything. Somebody can bitch slap me in a hot second and say, "Are you certain I just slapped you?" And then I look like a fucking retard. That's what's
Well,
wrong.
no,
with
because
it.
you just slap them back because I'm as certain as they are that.
No,
they
you
slapped
can't
me.
do that. No, in your worldview, you can't do that because then you're gonna have to
I
calculate the
can.
analytics.
Yeah,
Wait a
it
minute.
might
So
not have been him. So listen,
Yeah.
so you catch a guy cheating with your wife on you. You catch him right
you're
in
saying
your
that you need
bedroom.
some evidence.
But now you can't beat his ass because you can't be sure
You want
it's
to get?
him or it could
You
be
want
a
to get
sex
some evidence
robot.
for the case,
It
or you
looks,
just like?
it looks like
Wait,
the
have
neighbor,
you ever just claimed that your
but it
girlfriend
could
was
be
cheating
an
with
android.
no evidence?
It could be well, I'm saying you walk. Listen, you walked in on him, but you still can't be certain that it's in there. He didn't get it in, but you're looking at it in.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah, but it's
dude,
enough of evidence that I don't care if
I gotta do the
I'm not
Well,
sure.
you
That's
would
not right.
stomp her ass based on certainty, and if he
Yeah.
said anything, you'd
No,
stomp him
not on
too.
certainty. I would do it based off of evidentiary proof,
Okay,
but not
fine.
actual
Fucking
proof.
dude, you're such
Like
a fucking liar,
99%.
dude. Captain's a
That's
fucking
It's
liar,
still
bro.
99%. I'm
He'd
not
get his
actually
ass
sure
beat.
that.
That'd be beat on general principle of the certainty of you're fucking my old lady.
No, so the difference
Jamie,
is I act on like 95% certainty on things.
This fucking
You seem
guy.
to only act on 100%, and that seems ridiculous to me.
Well, listen, what he said is somebody could come up and tell me you was talking shit about me, and then we're gonna have to fight. I gotta see that picture. It ain't true.
10 minutes
Well, like
ago,
if you ever
10
buy
minutes
a steak,
ago,
if you buy
10
like
minutes.
a steak from a store and there's like this is USDA grade whatever the fuck, and you're like this
Oh,
looks like
you
a
know
nice steak,
damn well
you take
it's
it home.
not.
Are you sure that it hasn't been pissed on?
Yeah, but you just changed the analogy.
I
You
don't
changed. I mean,
listen.
the example. You changed the example to fit your what you want to say. You didn't
Well,
address his.
that fits his example fits his logic real good because I assume first that the meat at the store is fucked up because I don't buy it because it could be pissed on. I don't know what the
Do you
fuck.
know that? Do you know that it's fucked up?
I
Well,
don't
you
have
could
to
buy
know
it
it.
and piss on it
Listen,
and then be
hold
Wait,
on.
hold up.
pissed
You
on
don't have to know. You don't have to know. What do you mean?
Listen, I already said I don't buy beef from the grocery store, so I have a
Because you're
relationship.
unsure.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but
about.
Well, the way to
Listen,
solve that is just to piss on it yourself, and then you
listen,
know it's been pissed on.
And then you know.
you keep cutting me off, but the
Why
thing
are
is,
why are you stepping on Battle Mod?
I have a
You're right.
relationship
I'll step back.
with my food source, and I know my food because I know what I eat. I am what I eat. What I put in my body will directly affect my health. So I don't give the opportunity for people to piss on my steak. Because I fucking kill you. I find out you pissing on my steak.
Oh, that's different though. They could still piss on your steak, and you could eat a pissed on steak.
Well,
But you
be
didn't
certain.
know that it was pissed on when you ate it.
Be certain if I find out, I'm going to kill you if you're the guy I got the steak
Yeah,
from.
sure. Be certain. But certainty, I put it like 99%. Knowledge is different.
You could be 100%.
I will be certain of it. It's not 100%.
Because
What if I blow you up with a landmine on your way over? Then you're not going to get me.
You're using other examples, bro. Like you can't do that. You're just
No,
saying
he's
things that
saying
people. No, but you're
100%
attributing. Listen,
knowledge that
listen.
he will
This is
beat
what
me
you're
up
doing,
afterwards.
Captain. What you're attributing knowledge to, and perhaps things that you don't know.
Knowing.
You don't. Yeah. So what we're talking about is actual knowing something, right? It's different than not knowing something. In that case, you don't know about the steak. In this case, you might know about the steak. You have to differentiate, and you're just conflating the two, saying they're both one and the same. It's not.
No, I'm saying every real world example of dealing with things, you're always dealing with uncertain knowledge. Like you're
But you
not
can't change.
actually
You
sure
can't
that it's
change.
true.
No,
But you're
no,
working
no.
with reasonable assumptions and like good, really good credence, and like I'm pretty certain. Like I go to this
No,
place, they're gonna give
no.
me good meat.
No,
I didn't see
that's
it go all the way through
you're
the system.
conflating.
I didn't watch
It's
the
fine,
cow the whole
Captain.
time, but I
Captain, you're
know.
conflating the two. You're just gonna keep talking, aren't you? You're conflating the two, knowing and not knowing. You can't conflate it. They're not the same.
I'm
They
certain
aren't the
he
same.
will keep talking because his record reflects that.
Yeah.
It's what he's
So
always
in all
done.
real world examples, the difference is important, and people only have
I do.
certainty, not.
Yeah, we're gonna move on. Theory, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, man. We're welcoming new people to the channel. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I have experienced personal evidence.
Okay. If you want to tell the group what evidence you have for the Earth being a globe.
Well, one example would be I am a programmer and I worked on a data analysis pipeline using satellite data.
Oh.
And I had to uncurve the data to stitch it together.
Okay, and what do you work with satellites? Is that right?
No, I'm just a programmer, and I've done lots of different kinds of programming, including scientific programming. I worked in astronomy, right? But I did this one thing once I went it back into private industry where it was, satellite images of Earth, and the math is, there's a lot of overlapping math. A lot of math is different though too. And when you have the satellite pictures, they would fly the satellites over and take a picture every couple of days of farms. And then there's a way to look at the infrared and non-infrared light that the company I was working for had figured all this out and had their little system. It's called NDVI. And you can figure out how the plants are doing basically by how much water they're respirating or transpirating. And they'll take pictures that are mostly flat, but then to stitch them together to make a bigger area, you have to actually do the math to uncurve them, to peel them off of the sphere to make them flat, so you can project them and actually make every pixel a meter in size instead of they'd all be distorted. And so I had to do that math. Seems pretty convincing.
If anybody wants to take point on this, I don't know if you want to walk theory through something.
Yeah, what kind of math uncurves the pictures that you have?
Well, there's math to do a projection, right? Like if you have a 2D surface and you got to print it out so that you can print it on a globe, then you can do some math to change the one into the other, right? So if you take a picture from a satellite, you're taking a picture of something that's curving away from you, right? Well,
No.
it's all mathematical. If you took a picture of a sphere then when you take a picture of a ball, the picture's flat, right? But really you're taking a picture of a ball in somebody's hand, right? To get it flat again, you have to take the pixels that are on the edge of that sphere and you have to do a mathematical transformation because they're actually, in the flat sense, they're bigger. So if you want to flatten it, you have to do that math, and then you can stitch those things together, because someone's farm or whatever could be bigger than one tile.
Yeah, so you have the center of your picture. Now on the edge of your picture, how much curve are you dealing with? So, and I want to know how you measured it and everything, not just somebody told you what to do.
Well, there's parameters. If you're mapping from a sphere of a certain size, then there's parameters in different spheres that you can use. And the USGS calculates what those parameters are for the spheres they suggest.
Beautiful.
But in the end, you can tell that it's flat or not because the farmers go out there and find whether they're in the right part of their field.
And what that parameter saying, how big is Earth?
Oh my God.
But also, what about, the stars, southern and northern hemisphere? How does that work? That's one I've never gotten.
You need to prove to have a southern and northern hemisphere to have that look.
But I mean, like, you can only see the Southern Cross if you're south of the equator.
Can Southern Cross curve the water?
Well, I mean, if you're going to talk about curving water and gravity, that's sort of different than my example.
Not curving
just
water.
Mathematically.
Okay, how gravity is curving water?
How about if I tell you instead something that you'll love? Like, the sky is flat, even though it's a sphere.
No, I'm speaking about that. No, leave the sky.
Mathematically flat. You don't have to do the conversion.
No sky. The surface. How gravity is curving the surface?
I mean, it's difficult to understand what you're asking because you understand the theory of why people say it's doing it.
I don't understand theory. I understand the geometry only.
Well, I mean, that the idea that answers that you reject is that there's gravity and gravity goes out.
I don't care about gravity. You said that gravity is curving. Let's see how it's curving. Let's see that in nature, how gravity is doing that. Okay.
Well, in mathematics, what I'm saying is if you
in mathematics, let's go
mathematically.
How it's
in the math that I had to do, the reason it's convincing is because I have a bunch of pictures, and if I just stitch them together, they don't fit. The edges of the properties, the circle that is the farm field of corn, they don't match up. But if I do the math to assuming that it's a curved earth and I have to flatten it, then I can make them match up. So that's why.
Son, it sounds like a lens issue, and they're just telling you how to correct it.
Well, but I understand that the math is mapping from a sphere to So.
And what is the mass of the sphere?
The mass of the sphere is that there's a radius in three-dimensional space, and in reality, it's an ellipsoid.
What is the
It's
value of the
actually an
radius?
ellipsoid.
What is the value of radius?
What is the value of the radius of the Earth?
Yeah.
It's a number in miles or meters, or it's a distance.
What is that number?
Well, look it up.
I know. Do you know?
I don't think it matters. I think there's more than one ellipsoid that you can use for that, and there's various estimates, and they're all very close to each other. And
are you saying that
25,000 miles around? It's roughly whatever that is.
I want to understand. You're saying the geometry of the sphere doesn't matter.
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, what is the radius of the Earth?
Why is that important? And then, why does it matter what the exact number is?
For example, if you have a basketball, can you measure the radius and all around? So I don't know how to say it in English. It's
the circumference. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can measure the circumference and calculate the radius. It'd be hard to measure the radius without making the ball flat.
If I put the finger on the top of the basketball, one finger, and the one finger on the middle of the ball, can I measure the drop over that distance?
There is no drop. What do you mean?
If I put the finger on any
ball,
ball,
it's a curvature.
Yeah.
There's not a drop, because how would a drop go in a circle? A drop would just go down.
Drop every side, from every point,
Well, after you go a certain way around the ball, then it starts to undrop. So that's why it's curvature, not
Okay,
drop.
Can we measure that curvature from point A to point B?
Yes.
Of course.
I'm asking him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can we do that the same with the Earth?
Yes.
Let's do it.
You okay?
Well, the way that was done, I mean, you evidently think it's fake, but I mean, the way it's done is we figured out the stars were pretty much fixed. And even though they're moving, they move at a steady pace. So you can tell like where your latitude is, whether it's a flat Earth or not. You can tell your latitude from the positions of the stars. And the math that makes sense of how those fit together, why you can tell the latitude by the position of the stars, is mapping onto a sphere. That's the math. So if you understand three-dimensional math, it looks like you're on a sphere.
Okay. I got you. So what you're trying to tell me then is that the stars go over a curved horizon, right?
Yeah, you know what I think. Yeah.
Okay, so there must be a geometric horizon of the Earth. Why don't you just take them there, Sasha?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Wow.
Because you said you said doesn't matter the size. You said doesn't matter.
Sasha?
Yeah, I said it doesn't matter to this argument what the particular radius of the Earth is. It's just a fraction.
Do we have something written? Let's say if you go.
Well, if the Earth is a sphere, is it a sphere if the radius is 1,000 miles or 4,000?
Yeah, it's not.
It's a sphere anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so you just let these people go retarded still. Okay.
Can you only type? He already invoked specific dimensions with his latitudes and stuff. If that's true, then it's only going to comport with the one size of sphere. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. He's already got a certain dimension.
So his claim is that it's okay to lie, though.
Do you think they know how? No, I didn't say that.
So it's okay to lie to people.
Okay. We're invited to talk in, and you're saying.
See, now here's the emotion. Yep, here's the emotion right there. There you go.
I'm not saying anything, man. I'm not saying anything. I'm ignorant.
Don't forget your lunchbox, princess.
Go ahead,
I go
Taj.
to Google. I go to Google, for example, and they're saying there is a radius 3,900. Listen, there is a radius 3,959 miles, and that's globe heliocentric model saying. And then it's saying with 1 foot observer height, the geometrical horizon is on 1.22 miles. That's not I'm saying. That's the book saying. Is that true?
No, they don't care. They'll just make it up as they go along. It's okay if they get the information wrong, because in evolution, you can just make it up as you go along. Sasha.
Okay, but listen. So let me ask you this: is it possible to know how far it is from one place to another on the Earth? Like, can you know how far it is from one side of the ice wall to the other?
Ice wall. Okay,
Is
now
that
you're
a known number?
No. So,
Nice.
man,
Where
get
do
out
these
of the
weirdo?
corner.
Wait, okay, stop.
Get
Where do
out
they
of the
get
corner?
So okay, hold on, guys. Great, hold on. So where does he get the idea for an ice wall? I bet it's the TV or internet. Just my
No, I've
assumption.
heard you that the flat Earth has an ice wall. Whatever.
Okay, sure.
Is
I've heard you
there
hear that.
edges
Hear that.
to this
Scared
ocean
to,
or
he's
not?
scared to death.
You're not listening to the question, though. You're scared to
Is there a
listen to the
moderator?
question.
Is there a moderator
Yes,
that can
there is,
actually mute
XO, and I'm
this
going to mute
person?
all
Like
you
he's
guys in
I
a
was
second.
invited to
Yes,
speak.
the
I don't
owner
care.
is
I was
here
just
right now.
listening
I'm
to what
going
you
to
guys
mute
were
him.
talking about.
I'm going to mute all of you. I'm going to mute you all. Every single one of you. Yeah. All right, so we had him in the corner. He's invoking a geometric horizon, a curved surface of the Earth that he says things in the sky disappear over. All Sasha has to do is just test his curved geometric horizon. If it's not there, then his paradigm falls through. Pretty simple.
Yeah, he also said size and distance wouldn't matter on a ball.
And I wanted to know only geometry. I didn't say anything about. I don't know anything about ice walls. I don't know anything about stars. I want to only.
Well, me neither. I'm here to listen. What is it instead? I heard about an ice wall. Am I wrong?
Can you listen for a moment when I finish, and then you
I'm
go?
here to listen.
Okay. Look at it. I Google it, and I find out the radius of the Earth. It's 3,959 miles. And then it's saying, I'm not saying this, you can find out also. They are saying heliocentric model. That's not me. I didn't find that books. And it's saying with 1 foot observer height, you can see 1.22 miles geometrical horizon. Are you agree on that?
Because he ain't leaving. I know, bro.
Are we agree on that?
Well, I thought it was like 12 miles for a 6 foot tall person, but I don't know. Yeah, you have to look up the map for the specific.
For 6 foot is 3.5.
Okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it. Sure.
No, don't take a word from me. Can you?
Well, yeah, geometrically, the actual number distance of the horizon is separate from. Yes, there will be that kind of horizon based on the curvature of the planet you're on.
You know where is the problem here? When we go in reality to make observation, we see horizon on 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
Well, it depends on how far you are off the sphere.
I'm telling you now, with 1 foot observer height, we see 10 miles.
Right,
but
you're only
that sounds more than I remember, but okay.
By the geometry of your model, the Earth of a given radius, a 6 foot observer should only be able to say 2.2 miles to the geometric horizon.
But a 1 foot observer should be able to see hundreds of miles or even thousands.
No, 1 foot, you're closer to the surface and you see less because the surface
not if it's flat.
dictated by topography.
If it's flat, you can see all the way.
Listen, in the middle of somebody's sentence isn't a good time to start your.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Heretic, look at the mod chat.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. 1 sec.